In a realm where lifespan is akin to currency, Nanshan finds himself transported into a world of cultivation, only to discover that he has been transformed from a long-lived being into a short-lived specter, severing his path of ascendance. Initially, he merely sought to earn a meager amount of lifespan to survive, however. Upon inheriting a lottery panel and acquiring the extraordinary ability to communicate with the heavenly Tao, an audacious idea dawned upon him. The heavenly Tao weaves a web that connects all living beings. No longer interested in merely accruing lifespan, he aspires to forge an era narrative dedicated to bridging the chasms between cultivators in the immortal realm. In the Daliang dynasty, in Jingyan Prefecture, Dongling County, lies Jiangluo City. Sunlight spills warmly through the window, casting its glow upon the furrowed brow of a figure lying on an intricately carved wooden bed. The blinding light prompts Nanshan to flutter his eyelids and gradually open his eyes. "Am I not dead?" he murmurs, a hint of disbelief lingering in his heart as he rises and surveys his surroundings. The modest chamber, not particularly spacious, is infused with the scent of vermilion ink. On the table lie neatly cut sheets of yellow paper, while a brush stand sways gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a maiden's graceful waist. In this unfamiliar environment, Nanshan surmises that he may have traversed into another realm. Is it truly possible for one to experience life anew? A complex expression graces Nanshan's face. In his previous life, he endured poverty from a tender age and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his career, laboring tirelessly in the business world, engaging in endless socializing, often finding himself intoxicated to the point of collapsing beside the toilet, even suffering from gastric bleeding. Ultimately, he achieved success and financial freedom, yet his health deteriorated, and a terminal diagnosis left him with little time to live. The name Nanshan, signifying to take longevity as vast as the southern mountains, ironically led him to exist as a fleeting presence in this world for merely a couple of decades. In the remaining days, a sudden enlightenment dawned upon him. After arranging his affairs, he embarked on a journey through mountains and rivers, crossing tumultuous seas and gazing upon the expanse of clouds. He endeavored to savor the world in the fleeting moments he had left, even though the world would cruelly forget him in no time. He had yet to experience a meaningful romance or relish the ease that financial freedom could bring. Alas, time was no longer on his side. He lacked the lifespan to relive and indulge in these experiences. In his final moments aboard a train to northern Tibet, he leaned against the window, watching meteors streak across the clear night sky, before succumbing to the darkness, concluding a brief life filled with regrets. Upon reopening his eyes, he finds himself in the present moment. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window, Nanshan smiles, bidding farewell to the past. The sensation of living anew is indeed delightful. Having faced death once, he now comprehends the value of life. A slight ache pierces his mind, and as he gently caresses his forehead, a spark seems to course through his fingertips, traversing his consciousness as fragmented memories flash before his eyes like a rapid parade. These are the memories belonging to this body. Yet, once he has sifted through these recollections, he realizes that his previous assumptions were overly simplistic. That in this world, known as the Eternal Life Continent, a realm dedicated to cultivation, countless ordinary individuals yearn to become practitioners, while practitioners aspire to ascend to the upper realm of eternal life, joining the ranks of the immortals, free from death and decay. However, the nature of cultivation in this world is rather peculiar. Nanshan's pupils dilated slightly. In this world, cultivators astonishingly use their lifespan as a universal currency. To acquire cultivation resources, one must purchase them with their remaining years. For Nanshan, who had only recently come to appreciate the value of life, this revelation was profoundly shocking. Lifespan quantified as currency? Life equated with wealth? Nanshan recalled a certain science fiction film from his past life that seemed to echo this concept. Yet, that was merely cinematic fiction. When confronted with the reality of such a situation, he was left in a state of utter disbelief. The vastness of the universe is indeed filled with wonders. In this world, children, upon reaching the age of 10, have the opportunity to unlock their life lock. Those who succeed in doing so find their lifespan becomes fluid, allowing for trade, and they receive a life token certified by the dynasty, granting them the qualification to become practitioners. Children who fail to unlock their life lock are destined to remain ordinary, becoming insignificant ripples amidst the turbulent tides of life and death in the mortal realm. Once a child becomes a practitioner and obtains a life token, they are required to attend the Enlightenment Academy established by the dynasty in various cities, where they will study for 6 years, complete their foundational training, and participate in the Academy's comprehensive examination to qualify for advancement to an outer sect of cultivation. The difficulty of the Academy's examination is immense. Some fail, while others succeed. Those truly accepted into the outer sect are not only rewarded with an increase in lifespan, but also gain the opportunity to excel in the prestigious Imperial Cultivation Examination. Those who stand out in the Imperial Examination will receive substantial lifespan rewards, prolonging their existence. In the future, there even lies the prospect of ascending to immortality in the upper realm, enjoying boundless longevity and surveying the myriad lives below. This is a dazzling yet enigmatic world. After unlocking their life lock, practitioners utilize their lifespan as currency to purchase cultivation resources, all in pursuit of greater heights in their cultivation journey, seeking increments and rewards in lifespan, thus obtaining the right to continue their practice. Yet this is also a harsh world. From the Enlightenment Academy to the outer sect, it is a rigorous, sifting process where many practitioners, even after exhausting their lifespan, struggle to earn a place among the initiated. As for where the spent lifespan ultimately flows, Nanshan found no clarity in his memories. Having perished young in his past life, Nanshan cherishes life immensely in this second chance. Yet fate has played a cruel jest on him, placing him in a world where lifespan is treated as currency and life is explicitly priced. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Nanshan recalled that he is currently a student at the Jiangluo City Academy, residing in the 7th courtyard of the Tianzi Life Building, where he has successfully unlocked his life lock and obtained his life token, thus qualifying for cultivation. To his delight, he discovered that upon unlocking his life lock, he possesses a remarkable lifespan of 150 years. This implies that as long as he is not violently killed and remains free from illness or disaster, he could live to be 150. The official responsible for unlocking his life lock had been astonished, referring to him as the eternal seed of the Jiangluo Academy. Nanshan was immensely excited. Even in a past life where medical technology flourished, reaching the age of 150 was nearly an impossible feat. However, in this realm, such a rare opportunity presents itself. As I gently close my eyes, a subtle warmth stirs within the center of my mind. Upon reopening them, I discover a round iron token, as dark as ink, resting in the palm of my hand. This token bears the name of Nanshan. Gradually, golden characters emerge like wisps of smoke upon the token surface. Name: Nanshan. Age: 15. Cultivation level: Qi refinement, 4th layer. Remaining lifespan: 13 years, 8 months, 3 days, 6 hours, and 1 moment. Guaranteed lifespan: 10 years. As I gaze upon the golden inscriptions, the smile on my face fades slowly. My excitement, once a flickering flame, is abruptly doused by a torrential downpour. The room transforms into a chilling silence in an instant. What the promised 150 years? What the so-called longevity species? In reality, my lifespan has dwindled to a mere 13 years. Am I not simply a harbinger of short-lived existence? My complexion pales as I ponder whether the heavens are still toying with me. I close my eyes once more, allowing my memories to ripple like waves. After a meticulous search, I finally discern the reason behind this predicament. From an initial lifespan of 150 years, only 13 years and 8 months remain. After accounting for the 5 years lost to the passage of time, it becomes evident that I have squandered a staggering 131 years of my lifespan in a brief period. This was not due to my awakening of a lifespan of 150 years, which led me to reckless abandon. Rather, it stemmed from my ailing father, who had languished in bed for many years. I spent 131 years' worth of lifespan procuring medicinal herbs, acquiring prescriptions, and seeking out healers. At long last, a month ago, I succeeded in curing my father. Yet, following his recovery, this wretched man mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving no words, no farewells, and certainly no apologies, as if he had simply evaporated from existence. I am left in a state of bewilderment. What was once a promising future has dissipated into thin air. Having expended 131 years, for months, and 26 days of my life, I am no longer a being of longevity, but rather a mere specter of short life, culminating in this disheartening outcome. Originally, upon awakening the life lock to reveal my 150 years of lifespan, I had become a prominent figure at the Jianluo City Destiny Institute, endowed with the title of longevity species. My grades in various subjects such as talismans, elixirs, and forging were commendable, and many believed my success in the Institute's entrance exam to be a foregone conclusion, destined to gain admission to the foremost external sect of Dongling Prefecture. After all, in this world where lifespan is treated as currency, 150 years equates to purchasing 2 to 3 times the cultivation resources available to others. Yet, due to an act of filial piety, I have plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of ridicule, becoming the object of scorn within the entire institute. Now, with just over a year remaining until the Institute's entrance examination, and after excluding the non-disposable guaranteed lifespan, I find myself with only 3 years of usable lifespan left. This paltry amount is utterly insufficient to acquire the resources necessary to elevate my cultivation from the 4th to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Without reaching the 6th layer, not only will I struggle to gain entrance into the foremost external sect of Dongling Prefecture, but I may also find it exceedingly difficult to pass the Institute's entrance examination, thereby hindering my journey into enlightenment. Ultimately, the only fate that awaits me is to cling to my 10-year guaranteed lifespan, leading an unremarkable existence until my life draws to a close. The original owner, unable to endure such a blow, succumbed to despair. Nanshan, having perused the memories, let out a sigh. The original owner's experience could only be described as a tragic demise due to filial piety. Originally destined to live for 150 years, he was left with a mere 13 years of fleeting life. This reality pierced Nanshan's heart, who had just traversed into this world and cherished life profoundly. How could there be such a selfish father? Nanshan simmered with indignation, realizing that the son had exhausted his future to extend his father's life, only to depart without a word, leaving behind a dilapidated talisman shop. What kind of fate was this? Starting with the most tragic of circumstances, Nanshan clutched the life token, shaking his head in sorrow for the original owner, while also beginning to fret over his own limited lifespan. Suddenly, he felt the life token grow unbearably hot in his grasp. After a moment of astonishment, Nanshan looked down at the token. The inscriptions and the number denoting his lifespan appeared to twist into a chaotic mass, ultimately transforming into a radiant golden light that split into 2. It was as though the life token had fractured. Chapter 2. A reward filled with comforting fragrance. Nanshan stared blankly at the seemingly cracked life token in his hand. Was it merely an illusion? Rubbing his eyes, it felt as though he had shattered the sunlight scattered before him. The fragmented light appeared to surge forth from the fissured token, coalescing into a gentle, golden-hued veil. The content upon the veil gradually solidified before his eyes. Honored guest, Nanshan level, LV2 ability, photographic memory, unlocked at LV2, lifespan, 131 years. For months, and 26 days lottery pool, available backpack, none. This luminous veil exuded an aura that was profoundly familiar to Nanshan. It resembled the player lottery panel from a popular game developed by the gaming company he founded in his previous life. A sensation that had once swept through the gaming community, inciting countless players to spend exorbitantly. It was this very game that had granted Nanshan his financial freedom. However, he never anticipated that this lottery panel would accompany him into this new world. Gradually, Nanshan's heart settled. The extraordinary events of his reincarnation made the appearance of the lottery panel he once designed seem entirely acceptable. The panel bore slight modifications from its former iteration. The section for currency recharge had transformed into one for lifespan recharge, while the other components remained unchanged. For instance, the ability section indicated that by recharging sufficient lifespan, he could unlock higher guest levels and randomly acquire various abilities, a feature that remained intact. As for the panel's functionality, Nanshan was well acquainted with it. It was a lottery of life essence. Observing the lifespan entry, it currently displayed 131 years, for months, and 26 days. Precisely the amount Nanshan had expended in the real world to treat his father. The lifespan consumed in reality would be credited back to the panel, convertible into tokens for the lottery, while the lifespan consumed over time could not be recharged. Faced with this familiar lottery panel and the preloaded values within, the once lifeless heart of Su Nanshan began to ripple with hope. Perhaps there was still a chance. In this second life, Su Nanshan was unwilling to merely survive for the bare minimum of 10 years. His yearning for life ignited a desire to reclaim his status as an immortal and to fully experience the wonders of the cultivation world. Now, the opportunity had arisen for Su Nanshan. The existence of the lottery panel signified that he had an additional chance to consume lifespan compared to others. However, he was uncertain about what he might draw from the lottery with the lifespan spent, as this realm was not the game developed by his previous company, and the prize settings were beyond his control. Nonetheless, Su Nanshan felt compelled to seize this opportunity. The lifespan he had already consumed could be reused, and even if he failed to obtain anything of value, he would incur no loss. With a focused thought, he lingered over the lottery pool section. A brilliant light illuminated the space. Before Su Nanshan, the luminous screen abruptly vanished, as if an ancient portal had been flung open. In its stead lay a spacious and opulent hall, adorned with exquisite decor that exuded grandeur. A chandelier, embedded with countless crystals, hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling array of lights that danced enchantingly. Within the hall, several green felt-covered gaming tables were arranged in a line, each adorned with a stack of cards, constituting the lottery card pool. Su Nanshan found this all quite familiar, reminiscent of the lottery scenes from his past life. Each gaming table had distinct entry requirements, determined by the lifespan chips expended for a single draw. As his gaze traversed the hall, it fell upon the tables shrouded in darkness, seemingly entangled in frigid shackles. Gaining access to these tables was contingent upon one's VIP status. With a sufficiently high rank, all would be made available to you. In summary, Su Nanshan had recharged himself with 131 years of lifespan, sufficient for a thrilling draw from the lottery pool, despite the inability to utilize it externally. However, should he draw resources for cultivation from the lottery card pool, and if they were to materialize in reality, they could indeed serve as a turning point for him. Suddenly, Su Nanshan furrowed his brow, recalling something significant. The method of recharging on this lottery panel mirrored his expenditure of lifespan in reality. Thus, to augment his lottery lifespan chips, he would need to continuously expend lifespan in the external world. Yet, the lifespan in the external realm was inexorably linked to life itself. Once depleted, Su Nanshan would truly meet his demise. In his memories, he had witnessed the tragic fate of academy students who exhausted their guaranteed lifespan. Their bodies would stiffen within 3 seconds, transforming into lifeless corpses. This created a vicious cycle. To increase his lottery lifespan chips, he needed to expend lifespan in reality. But depleting his lifespan there would lead to death. The recharged lifespan could only be used for the lottery, rendering it effectively useless if retained. It had to be spent. After spending, he would need to expend lifespan in the external world to recharge for the lottery once more. Su Nanshan tugged at his hair in frustration. While spending lifespan in the external realm, he also needed to devise ways to earn lifespan, thus fully utilizing the lottery panel while ensuring his survival. The pressing matter now was to earn lifespan. Earning lifespan was akin to acquiring wealth. If only he could engage in the internet, the influx of cash would be swift. Su Nanshan murmured to himself, recalling how he achieved financial freedom in his past life through the internet. However, in the absence of such a medium, he was left to navigate the rules of this world. There were numerous methods to acquire lifespan, such as selling charms, artifacts, elixirs, or even hunting demon beasts and selling their remains. But these endeavors required capital and posed substantial risks. Presently, the simplest and most direct path available to him was to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The cultivation of Qi consists of 10 levels, and upon reaching the 6th level, one concludes the initial phase of their training. The subsequent 4 levels yield enhancements in lifespan, with the increase varying from person to person. Albeit modestly, yet it exists. Furthermore, it is said that the lifespan gained from transitioning from Qi cultivation to foundational establishment is considerably substantial. The foundation of my awakening lies here. Upon unlocking my life lock, my lifespan will be 150 years. Once I step into the realm of foundational establishment, the increments in lifespan I receive will surpass those of others. Su Nanshan's eyes brightened slightly. This is one reason he is referred to as a seed of longevity. Moreover, gaining admission to external cultivation sects also provides rewards in lifespan, serving as another avenue for enhancement. Nanshan smiled. Despite the grand expanse of the cultivation world, breakthroughs in cultivation serve merely as a foundational method for extending lifespan, yet the more fundamental the means, the more significant its importance. This is because breakthroughs not only augment lifespan but also enhance bodily vitality and the upper limit of life. Each cultivation realm possesses a lifespan cap. For instance, the cap for qi cultivation is 200 years. If one fails to advance to foundational establishment, no matter how much flowing lifespan one accumulates, it will be futile. Time will pass, the body will decay, and upon reaching the 200-year limit, death is inevitable. Even if one amasses and controls an abundance of lifespan, the ultimate goal remains the conversion of that lifespan into cultivation, which is paramount. Of course, Nanshan is still young. Ideally, he would accumulate more lifespan, but at present, his sole option, and indeed, the best option, is to elevate his cultivation. Like a headless fly. He has finally clarified his thoughts. His immediate priority is to cultivate rapidly to reach the 6th level of qi, qualifying for lifespan enhancement. This is his primary objective. Concurrently, Nanshan can consider relying on the talisman shop left behind by his inept father, engaging in commercial activities such as selling talismans to earn a meager income in lifespan. He needs to manage both pursuits. However, the notion of selling talismans is nearly unattainable, as the shop's business is already poor. The talismans drawn by a mere student from the Life Institute, lacking any quality assurance, naturally attract no interest. Unless Nanshan can orchestrate a live-stream sales event and enlist a nascent soul cultivator to promote his talismans, it would be challenging for this dilapidated shop to flourish under his efforts. Having come to this realization, Nanshan shifted his gaze back to the first gambling table and stepped forward to take a seat at the chair before it. Upon sitting, he instantly grasped the stakes at this table. To draw a prize at the first table requires expending 10 years of lifespan. With 131 years of lifespan at his disposal, he decided to spend 30 years to test the waters. The moment this thought crossed his mind, 3 circular chips materialized before him, each inscribed with a cross. As he toyed with the 3 cold chips, Nanshan recalled a hidden setting from his previous life, where companies designed lottery panels to provide players with a taste of victory, enticing them to continue investing. The initial use of a multi-draw would yield an 80% chance of winning high-quality prizes, while subsequent draws would maintain a higher probability of winning compared to single draws. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, Nanshan cast 3 chips onto the table, which landed with a delightful clink upon the surface. He opted for a triple draw. As the chips settled, they seamlessly merged into the verdant felt of the gaming table. Opposite him, atop the meticulously stacked cards, an invisible dealer appeared to raise a hand, gently sweeping it to reveal the cards in a fan shape. As the cards fanned out, a cascade of golden light danced across them. With 3 swift sounds, 3 cards were selected, gracefully descending before Nanshan. The cards were exquisite, their backs adorned with intricate engravings of a unique design. Nanshan reached out to caress one, feeling its cold metallic texture. Among the trio, 1 card shimmered with a radiant spectrum of colors, while the other 2 were stark white, clearly indicating a disparity in quality. A flicker of excitement stirred within Nanshan. The vividly colored card was undoubtedly a high-quality prize hidden within the game's intricate mechanics. Upon revealing the card of vibrant hues, the inscription, penmanship of the Celestial Path Talisman, emerged. The artistry in talisman crafting is of paramount importance, and as the name suggests, could this talisman truly facilitate communication with the celestial realm? Nanshan contemplated for a considerable time, his heart remaining steadfast, tinged with a hint of regret. Perhaps the prize held significant value and indeed possessed the potential to connect with the celestial, yet it was not the resource he currently sought. What he craved were the means to elevate his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to unveil the 2 white cards, and as the pale light illuminated them, the inscriptions appeared: 10 pure low-grade yuan crystals, 10 pure low-grade yuan crystals. Suddenly, the previously composed Nanshan broke into a smile, with his eyes sparkling with delight. This reward, suffused with a sense of reassurance. How utterly captivating. Chapter 3, A Silken Breakthrough. 5th level of Qi Refinement Guest. Nanshan level. LV2 ability. Photographic memory. Unlocked at LV2. Celestial Talisman Drawing Technique. Special. Lifespan. 101 years, for months. And 26 days lottery pool. Available for activation backpack. 20 pure lower grade yuan crystals. when 2 white cards revealed 20 lower-grade yuan crystals. So Nanshan realized he had made the right gamble. This lottery interface could indeed alter his destiny. Although it was somewhat predictable that the yuan crystal reward would serve as a mere consolation prize, akin to a polite acknowledgement of his participation, he found solace in it nonetheless. This reward, for Su Nanshan at present, held no regrets. It was an exceptional boon that he felt he scarcely deserved. Despite his lack of fortune, there was an advantage to his misfortune. After all, what he urgently needed at this moment was precisely yuan crystals. With these yuan crystals, he could expedite his breakthrough in cultivation, aiming for the 5th level of qi refinement and aspiring towards the 6th. Suppressing his excitement, he reminded himself that with a remaining lifespan of 101 years, he could only attempt the lottery 10 times. Should his luck falter even slightly, he might draw 100 pure lower-grade yuan crystals, a quantity ample enough to propel him to the 9th level of qi refinement. Su Nanshan resolved to proceed with caution. First, he would refine the yuan crystals he had drawn. 20 lower-grade yuan crystals should suffice for him to ascend to the 5th level of qi refinement. If he discovered a method to earn additional lifespan, alleviating any concerns about recharging, he might even consider venturing to a second gambling table, risking a portion of his century-long lifespan for a chance at greater rewards. However, Su Nanshan believed it prudent to accumulate 200 years of lifespan before attempting another draw. After all, the first consecutive draws at any gambling table could yield high-quality prizes due to hidden settings. What difference would there be between a bug and a salted fish? Presently, Su Nanshan required a swift advancement in his cultivation. Ideally, he needed to break through 2 levels of qi refinement within a year, reaching the 6th level and passing the examination of the Destiny Institute. Qi refinement demanded resources in the form of yuan crystals, and with the acquisition of these, Su Nanshan felt no immediate urgency to gamble, choosing instead to reserve some resources for the future. With a thought, he exited the panel, letting out a sigh of relief. According to the memories of the original owner, the life token was exceedingly precious, serving as the identity verification for cultivators. Should it shatter or be lost, it would pose significant complications. Of course, it was well known that the material of the life token was remarkably special, making it difficult to break. Gazing at the life token, he noted that the golden characters indicated a remaining lifespan of 13 years, 8 months, and 3 days, with a guaranteed minimum of 10 years. The lifespan consumed by the lottery draw would not affect the external lifespan, as it was essentially a transfer of external lifespan into recharge, thus not impacting the innate lifespan. He extracted 10 yuan crystals. Su Nanshan held his breath, a flicker of thought invoking the manifestation of irregularly shaped azure crystals, appearing from thin air and cascading down. The crystals landed upon the bed with a dull thud, a total of 10. Each lower-grade yuan crystal was of exquisite purity, crystal clear, radiating an enchanting luster. Far more pristine than those purchased with lifespan at the Wanshou Tower in Jiagluo City, boasting a more resplendent appearance. Grasping a piece of essence crystal, he scrutinized it under the sunlight streaming through the window. Within the azure gem, wisps of vapor seemed to dance gracefully. The essence crystal is a precious commodity, an indispensable resource for cultivators seeking to enhance their spiritual prowess. The origins of essence crystals are shrouded in mystery, rumored to be linked to one's lifespan. According to imperial law, essence crystals cannot be purchased with money. They are unattainable by mere currency. To acquire them, one must expend a portion of their lifespan at specialized merchants. In Su Nanshan's recollection, these lifespan merchants resembled grand marketplaces, possessing profound backgrounds. Only cultivators are permitted entry, where anything related to cultivation can be procured, provided one can afford the requisite lifespan. Consequently, these merchants garner an unimaginable amount of lifespan from cultivators annually. Su Nanshan recalled that within these lifespan merchants, a low-grade essence crystal was priced at 180 days of lifespan, meaning one could obtain a single low-grade essence crystal with half a year of their life. Those acquired through lotteries, however, cost a full year of lifespan, rendering them twice as expensive. Yet, the lifespan expended on the lottery was merely that which Su Nanshan had previously consumed, thus he felt no remorse. Clutching 10 essence crystals, he rose from his bed and approached the table, sweeping aside a stack of yellow talisman paper. The dwelling he occupied was the talisman shop bequeathed by his incompetent father, a once thriving establishment now on the brink of collapse due to poor business. Fortunately, the shop's property deed belonged to his father, absolving him of rental obligations. Gazing at the 10 radiant essence crystals, Su Nanshan exhaled deeply, solemnly pinching one between his fingers. Seated at the table, he began to recall the teachings of the Enlightenment Academy regarding the fundamentals of qi refinement. Qi refinement entails cultivating a stream of qi within the dantian. During the execution of the fundamentals, completing a cycle allows a sliver of the essence from the tightly grasped crystal to be drawn forth and integrated into the cycle, ultimately enriching the dantian with qi. To completely extract the qi concealed within a low-grade essence crystal, one must perform the fundamentals of qi refinement approximately 80 times. Taking into account the strength of one's spiritual consciousness, the capacity of the meridians, and the loss of qi from the essence crystal during the process. Based on past experiences, Nanshan estimated that refining a single low-grade essence crystal, accounting for necessary activities like eating and resting, would take at least 5 days. Should any interruptions occur, the process might extend to 7 or 8 days. Thus, to fully refine 10 essence crystals would consume over 2 months. Of course, this estimation pertained to standard essence crystals. Relying on memories of past experiences, cradling the pure blue essence crystal, Nanshan closed his eyes and engaged in the fundamentals of qi refinement. Qi surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to complete a cycle. However, as the qi flowed through his palm, a continuous stream of essence was swiftly stripped from the tightly held crystal, seamlessly cascading into his meridians. The velocity at which the qi emerged from the essence crystal and the exquisite smoothness with which it traversed his meridians surpassed Nanshan's wildest imagination. Under the gentle impetus of the ethereal energy, Nanshan felt the acceleration of his cultivation technique. He could even hear the sound of the energy coursing through his meridians. At such a velocity, his meridians would typically struggle to endure. However, the energy extracted from the elemental crystal was remarkably gentle, soothing his channels and emanating a refreshing coolness that left Nanshan devoid of any discomfort, even feeling as if he were floating in a celestial realm. With astonishment, Nanshan opened his eyes. Is this the pure, low-grade elemental crystal obtained from the lottery? How exquisitely smooth it is. A lifespan of 1 year per crystal is an incredible bargain. Indeed, a substantial profit. In contrast to the low-grade elemental crystals sold in commercial establishments like the Wanshuda, which cost a year's lifespan for merely half a crystal, the ones won through the lottery panel were akin to miraculous elixirs. Typically, it would take 5 days to refine a standard elemental crystal. Yet the pure elemental crystals from the lottery panel allowed Nanshan to refine approximately 3 within a single day. It could be said that his cultivation speed experienced a remarkable enhancement. So, this is merely a consolation prize? Nanshan grinned broadly. His future appeared promising. The elemental crystal in his grasp transformed from a brilliant blue to a translucent hue, indicating that the energy had been completely absorbed. Without hesitation, he picked up another pristine low-grade elemental crystal, activated his foundational refining technique, and once again became enraptured in his ethereal cultivation. Time seemed to dissolve as he immersed himself in practice. For 3 consecutive days, Nanshan devoted himself to training, only pausing briefly to satiate his hunger with a few morsels before resuming the refinement of the crystals. By the time he had depleted the energy of the 10th crystal, it was already the 4th day, with the dawn casting a pale light in the east. Seated, Nanshan opened his eyes, exhaled a stream of turbid air, and stretched lazily, feeling an intangible current swirling around him like a tempest, rustling the talismans scattered across the table. He had successfully broken through to the 5th level of energy refinement. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a faint glow on the cobwebs clinging to the sill. Nanshan's spirits soared. Achieving the 5th level of energy refinement so swiftly exceeded his expectations, and the quality of the elemental crystals obtained from the lottery surpassed anything he had imagined. After taking a few bites of a hard bun to quell his hunger, Nanshan chose not to continue his cultivation, as the fatigue from an entire night of refining had taken its toll on both his mind and body. He intended to study the other reward he had drawn, the talisman brush technique, to relax his spirit and ascertain the true quality of this high-tier reward. As he gently closed his eyes, ready to absorb the information about the talisman brush technique, a soft knocking at the door interrupted Nanshan's plans. Nanshan, are you home? You haven't been to the Fate Institute for 7 days. Today is the Institute's minor examination. If you do not attend, they may revoke your eligibility for the comprehensive examination. Nanshan, are you there? Chapter 4. Please maintain the iceberg's dignity. The voice of a girl outside the door carried a chill that suggested a barrier to strangers, reminiscent of a perennial iceberg. Nanshan hesitated for a moment, refraining from further absorbing the memories of the celestial talisman's artistic technique. Approaching the entrance of the shop, he unlatched the door, allowing sunlight to pour in, causing him to squint slightly after being deprived of light for so long. At the threshold stood a graceful young girl, her hand raised as if to continue knocking. Nanshan's gaze fell upon her. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16, exuding a youthful vitality. Her form was striking and drew the eye, her face exquisitely refined, bearing a hint of youthful roundness. Perhaps due to her cultivation, her skin was smooth and fair, surpassing even the snow in its purity, delicate enough to be touched like silk. Clad in the azure attire of the Zhongluo Academy, she possessed an ethereal elegance, her beautiful eyes resembling crystalline springs, clear and transparent. At such a tender age, her poise hinted at the breathtaking beauty she would undoubtedly embody in adulthood. As he beheld the girl so near yet separated by a mere door, Nanshan was momentarily entranced, marveling at her beauty, akin to a figure stepping out from a classical painting. His gaze wandered, tracing down from her visage to her chest. Suddenly, his restless heart found calm. Indeed, no one is perfect. He reined in his thoughts and began to search through his memories related to the girl, swiftly uncovering pertinent information. According to the original owner's recollections, her name was Tao Wan, a fellow student from the 7th courtyard of the Tianziming building. She shared the same courtyard with Nanshan, consistently achieving top marks across all subjects, and had been appointed as the courtyard leader by the instructors, in a manner akin to the terminology of his past educational experiences. The courtyard leader could be likened to a class monitor. Upon seeing the door open, a fleeting expression of relief crossed Tao Wan's delicate, frosty face. Her raised hand gently descended, resuming her previously aloof demeanor. Backlit by the sun, the girl appeared to have a golden hue to her neck, embodying a blend of innocence and ethereal beauty, further enhanced by the vitality of her youth. A smile involuntarily graced Nanshan's face, as her appearance evoked memories of his younger sister during his middle school years. In an impulsive moment, he raised his hand and playfully pinched her chubby cheek. Soft and smooth like jade, how could he not restrain his hand? Tao Wan, though unhurt, seemed struck by a sudden shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she staggered back several steps, her icy demeanor crumbling like a landslide, while her delicate hand rose to cover her face, which felt as if it were seared by a hot iron, a mix of shyness and indignation evident upon her cheeks. Su. The girl stared at him, her eyes shimmering like boiling autumn waters. How could he behave in such a manner? Nanshan, gazing at his fingers that had just touched her cheek, felt an exuberant surprise wash over him. After a severe illness, he had believed himself to be dead. But upon feeling the familiar softness of her skin, he realized the world was indeed real. It seemed he was still alive. How wonderful it is to be alive. Endeavored to restore her frigid demeanor, her eyes, akin to autumn waters, coldly fixed upon Nanshan. You are aware it was in our childhood? Can you still casually pinch my face now that we have grown? Is it not permissible? Nanshan lamented. Will you marry me? His expression remained impassive, her aura and tone returning to an icy detachment that kept others at bay. Nanshan wished to articulate further, but upon hearing those 3 words, his words caught in his throat, as if something was amiss. Lifted her nose slightly, observing the increasingly speechless Nanshan, she pouted slightly and huffed, shifting the subject. No wonder you have not visited these past few days. It appears you have fallen ill, Shu. Mid-sentence, she recalled Nanshan's troublesome father and ceased her words. Was aware of the events that had transpired in Nanshan's life and regarding his illness. She did not doubt the gravity of the situation. Anyone enduring such blows could easily succumb to illness or even contemplate despair. Nanshan managed a rueful smile and waved his hand dismissively. I have recovered. I will tidy up and head to the... Perhaps touched by Nanshan's wounds, S voice softened slightly as she gently remarked, You have not attended for 7 days. Instructor Sun is quite upset. He said if you do not participate in today's small examination, you will forfeit your qualification for the... Therefore, you should still attend today's at the... Nanshan nodded, saying little more, as he turned to enter the shop, securing his writing materials in his bag before locking the door and following, who had already turned to leave. To put it plainly, one must complete to obtain a diploma from the... Analyzing from memory, this world possesses a well-structured cultivation education system, which Nanshan could even compare to the educational framework of his previous life. The opening of his akin to elementary school graduation, while attending the Parallels Junior High. and that could be likened to the high school entrance examination, with cultivation in external sects being analogous to high school. After entering an external sect, one must then prepare for the imperial examinations, striving toward ascension and longevity in the upper realms. This systematic cultivation education enhances the efficiency of cultivating practitioners, leading to a significant increase in their numbers, thereby augmenting the total lifespan circulating in the market. In the Nanshan continent, human dynasties abound, and the power struggle between them fundamentally hinges on the quantity and quality of practitioners. Each dynasty invests considerable effort in nurturing them. A crucial factor in this is that in the Nanshan continent, lifespan serves as currency, and it cannot be conjured from thin air. The lifespan of ordinary individuals cannot be utilized as circulating currency. Only that of practitioners can serve as such. Hence, all major dynasties place immense importance on the cultivation of practitioners, as this directly impacts the treasury and economic lifeblood of a dynasty. Nanshan, with his book bag slung over his shoulder, leisurely followed behind, appreciating the surroundings while simultaneously searching for specific memories related to the appeared rather aloof. From the original host's recollections, it was evident that she had not always been so distant and had previously shared a close bond with the original host. It was unclear when she had transformed into an impenetrable ice mountain, forbidding to strangers. In this examination, conducted in accordance with standard testing guidelines, the focus lies on three principal subjects: symbol crafting, formation techniques, and chi refinement, all to be completed within a single day. As for the auxiliary subjects of alchemy, weapon forging, beast theory, and combat, they will not be assessed at this time. 3 days prior, the instructor delineated key topics pertaining to symbol crafting and formation techniques, advising that one should review them thoroughly before the examination commences. Tao Weian, gazing ahead, slightly parted her rosy lips and spoke. Afterward, she handed Nanshan 2 books, which he was already familiar with, as they pertained to symbol crafting and formation techniques. Nanshan, with a subtle smile playing on his lips, refrained from accepting them, observing the girl who, in her pride, averted her gaze from him. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, her lips pressed together, and her ears reddened, resembling boiled shrimp. Consider this a compensation for my earlier slip regarding your sorrowful matter. Would you like them? Tao Weian emphasized her words, a hint of embarrassment lacing her tone. Indeed. She was quite the contradictory, proud yet seemingly aloof. Nanshan finally accepted the 2 books, placing them into his satchel. Upon hearing his response, Tao Weian's expression softened somewhat as she mumbled, "We have grown up. We can no longer indulge in petty pinches like when we were children." "Then, I shall pinch you one last time, truly the final time," Nanshan asked with a grin, shedding the icy demeanor, revealing a charming innocence in the girl. Tao Weian turned to him, her face regaining its frosty severity as she uttered a single word, "Mary." "Nanshan, could you please maintain the decorum befitting your icy persona?" Observing his awkward expression, Tao Weian let out a soft huff of discontent, lifted her chin, and quickened her pace through the bustling streets. Having been granted a second chance at life, Nanshan indeed aspired to engage in a meaningful romance. However, he had no intention of marrying so soon, for this body had yet to be fully explored. Swiftly catching up to Tao Weian, the two soon arrived at the Enlightenment Fate Institute in Zhongluo City. The Enlightenment Fate Institute boasts an expansive area, centrally located amidst the bustling district, offering a tranquil retreat with pavilions, towers, and serene lakes, presenting a splendid view. Nanshan trailed behind Tao Weian, arriving at the first ancient pavilion with elegant ease. Within the institute, there are 4 pavilions categorized into the 4 characters: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, based on the lifespan awakened during the unlocking of the Fate Lock. Upon his awakening, Nanshan discovered a lifespan of 150 years, earning him the title of Eternal Seed, and naturally, he entered the Pavilion of Heaven to pursue his studies. The Pavilion of Heaven is often referred to as the Pavilion of Talents, housing students with a minimum awakened lifespan of 90 years, including numerous prodigies who boast centenarian lifespans. These scholars are the seeds poised to challenge the first external sect of Dongling County, representing the prestige of Zhongluo's Fate Institute. Ascending the wooden staircase, Nanshan entered the pavilion, which was quite lively. Each floor contained numerous small courtyards, which Nanshan interpreted as class units. Following Tao Weian, he arrived at the 7th small courtyard. Pushing open the intricately carved vermilion door, a cacophony of sound rushed forth, revealing an expansive room of nearly 200 square meters. Tables were arranged meticulously, behind which sat figures clad in azure robes, both male and female, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Upon entering the 7th courtyard, Tao Weian caught the attention of several students gathered within, their youthful gazes reflecting admiration for her serene countenance. However, as their eyes shifted to Su Nanshan, who stood behind her, that admiration swiftly evaporated, replaced by hostility, which quickly morphed into mocking amusement. Su Nanshan, once a figure of longevity now reduced to a mere joke of the courtyard, became the subject of their derision. Unfazed by their glances, he stood at the entrance, observing the vibrant youth around him, a smile unwittingly blossoming on his face. The exuberance of youth was indeed beautiful. In that moment, he genuinely felt the thrill of his renewed existence. Su Nanshan scanned the courtyard, seeking his designated desk based on memory, and began to stride toward it. Yet, as he lifted his foot, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning, he found himself face to face with a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe, adorned with a jade hairpin. His figure slightly portly, gazing at him with a cold expression. This man was Sun Chinkuan, the instructor in charge of the 7th courtyard. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Sun Chinkuan regarded Su Nanshan with an impassive countenance. You've decided to return to life? I thought the blow would be too much for you to bear. Nevertheless, your arrival is fortuitous. I have already petitioned the dean for your transfer to the Fate Tower, given your remaining lifespan. It is no longer suitable for you to continue your studies in the Tianzi Fate Tower. Gather your things and report to the 17th courtyard of the Huangzi Fate Tower. Upon hearing this, the joyous smile that had graced Su Nanshan's face began to fade slowly. Chapter 5. The reluctance to marry and the constriction of my fate before the intricately carved red wooden door of the 7th courtyard of the Tianzi Ming building. An atmosphere of tension and awkwardness prevailed. Su Nanshan paused momentarily upon hearing the words of Instructor Sun, his expression darkening. Within the room, whispers and murmurs began to circulate among the students. Instructor Sun was indeed correct, with only 3 years of life remaining after deducting his original lifespan. The Chongqing seat consistently ranked beyond 500 in the minor examinations. Did it not imply that he would inevitably be relegated to the Huangzi Ming building? Remaining in the Tianzi Ming building would serve no purpose. Were I in his position, I would immediately withdraw from the academy to savor the fleeting days left to me. Inside, a rebellious youth, propped up on his chin at the study table, wore a smile and exclaimed loudly. As his words echoed, laughter erupted throughout the courtyard. When Su Nanshan first unlocked his fate, awakening to a lifespan of 150 years, who did not envy him? Yet, the more they once admired him, the more fervently they mocked him now. Wherever there are people, there will always be those eager to take advantage of another's misfortune. As Tao Weian took her seat at her study table, she leaped up upon hearing Instructor Sun's words, her icy demeanor growing even more frigid. Her beautiful eyes swept across the room, seemingly carrying a gust of cold wind, landing on the audacious youth who had spoken so loudly. Han Qing, be silent. The moment she spoke, the laughter in the courtyard quieted to a hush. As the top student of the 7th courtyard, consistently ranking first in the minor examinations and within the top 10 of the overall standings of the Jiang Luo Ming Academy. Coupled with her blooming beauty that hinted at unparalleled grace, Tao Weian naturally commanded great respect. With a frosty expression, Tao Weian approached the door, fixing her gaze on Instructor Sun, exuding an aura of chill. Is it truly necessary to transfer Su Nanshan to the Huangzi Ming building in his final year? She inquired coldly. Transferring Su Nanshan there is akin to leaving him to his own demise. Instructor Sun maintained a favorable demeanor towards someone like Tao Weian, who was destined to excel in the Eastern Ling Prefecture's foremost external sect, yet her questioning tone irked him, causing his brow to furrow. Precisely because it is the final year that I am transferring Su Nanshan. His presence in the 7th courtyard will only hinder the other students, dragging them down. As an instructor, it is my responsibility to the other students. Tao Weian pressed her lips together. How could Instructor Sun have the audacity to invoke such righteousness while so readily abandoning a student? Was this the conduct expected of an educator? Disinterested in further debate, Instructor Sun's gaze fell upon Su Nanshan. Will you leave on your own accord, or shall I escort you? His tone left no room for dispute. Today, Su Nanshan must vacate the courtyard under his charge. Su Nanshan regarded Instructor Sun's plump face for a moment, then smiled. He recalled how radiant the instructor's smile had been when he first entered the 7th courtyard, in stark contrast to the present moment. It was evident that the warmth of the world often revolves around self-interest. When Su Nanshan's existence began to influence Sun Jiaoxi's promotion rate, The insidious fangs of opportunism were laid bare without any pretense. Suddenly, Su Nanshan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, his inclination to engage with such superficiality waning. Even without practicing in the Tianziming building, Su Nanshan possessed the opportunity to draw from a lottery panel, allowing him to expend 131 years of lifespan, thus guaranteeing success in the upcoming unified examination. Without uttering a harsh word, or even feeling inclined to speak, he tossed his book bag behind him, the flowing sleeves of his azure robe billowing elegantly as he turned and strode confidently away from the Tianziming building. Su Nanshan. Tao Weiyan observed his indifference to the contest and felt a surge of anxiety, urgently calling out to him. Su Nanshan paused, seemingly recalling something, and turned back to meet the girl's clear, vibrant eyes, which concealed a hint of worry. He could not help but smile, assuring her, "Rest assured. Our childhood promise to attend the first outer sect of Dongling County together remains intact. I remember it well and shall not renege on my word." Gazing at Tao Weiyan's delicate, startled visage, he playfully pinched her soft cheek once more, leaving a lingering warmth behind before he briskly departed, denying her the opportunity to express her frustration. However, this time, Tao Weiyan did not flinch like a frightened rabbit. Her demeanor remained as frosty as ever. Yet, her earlobes flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of polished rouge, as she watched the youth's graceful silhouette and recalled the childhood vow nestled deep within her heart. A gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips. Soon, her smile faded, reverting to her icy demeanor, her lips pouting slightly as she muttered to herself, "How dare he pinch me, yet shy away from marrying me? Humph." Within the confines of the 7th courtyard, the students who had been fixated on the entrance appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless for a long while before erupting in incredulous exclamations, as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Su Nanshan had audaciously pinched the face of the esteemed Tao. How brazen! How shameless! Most astonishing of all, Tao had not retaliated. Could it be that she enjoyed such treatment? Should they perhaps attempt the same? Han Xiong, ignited like a firecracker, felt jealousy bubbling within him. Slamming his palm onto the desk as he glared at Su Nanshan's receding figure, cursing audibly, "Damn! Scoundrel! Shameless wretch! How dare you?" Sun Jiaoshi furrowed his brow, observing Su Nanshan's nonchalant departure, yet he chose to remain silent. A waste, destined to fail the unified examination. Harboring aspirations of joining forces with Tao Weiyan to gain admission to the first outer sect of Dongling County, it was nothing more than the foolish boasts of an arrogant youth. With his hands clasped behind his back, Sun Jiaoshi stepped into the 7th courtyard, quelling the raucous atmosphere. Anyone could boast, for Su Nanshan, the ephemeral wretch, to gain admission to the first outer sect of Dongling County would be as improbable as me swallowing an entire latrine. The Huangziming building stood at the periphery of the Ming courtyard, while its exterior bore a striking resemblance to the Tianziming building. Its status was an entirely different matter. As the least esteemed of the number of small courtyards within the is thrice that of the. And while the quantity of students is considerable, the quality leaves much to be desired. Most students barely meet the admission standards, with their awakened lifespan hovering around 40 to 50 years, rendering them incapable of aspiring to external cultivation. The 17th small courtyard of the is where Su Nanshan shall reside for the following year. With a satchel slung over his shoulder, he steps into the bustling and cacophonous, the wooden floorboards creaking underfoot, a sound indicative of years of neglect. Along the way, numerous students from the gaze upon Su Nanshan with astonishment, for he is a stranger to them, having spent years in the. "Is that Su Nanshan?" they murmur in disbelief. Once hailed as a prodigy known as the longevity seat upon his admission, it appears he has been demoted to our. How unfortunate! With merely a year remaining until the unified examination, this effectively extinguishes his last flicker of hope. It is indeed tragic. During his initial entry, the instructors of the vied for his attention, yet now he is cast aside as if he were worthless. Heads peek out from the. As if Su Nanshan were an exotic creature, their gazes filled with sympathy and shared understanding. After all, the students of the are fundamentally those abandoned by the. Their paths to cultivation devoid of promise. At the entrance of the small courtyard, an elderly instructor clad in coarse fabric sits on a small stool, casually crossing his legs while perusing a town newspaper in silence. The students within the 17th small courtyard are overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Yet this does not distract the elderly instructor from his reading. "Instructor, I am Su Nanshan from the 7th small courtyard of the here to report," Su Nanshan respectfully states. Bowing slightly, the instructor's murky gaze shifts from the page to Su Nanshan. "You've come from the to the? In all my years at the Jiangluo, I have never encountered such an anomaly. Be prepared, it lacks any resources for cultivation." Even among instructors, I am but a frail old man. Here, you must exert far greater effort than your peers to escape this quagmire. Step inside and prepare in half an hour. There will be a unified assessment for the entire courtyard. The elderly instructor remains seated, neither imposing challenges nor assigning blame, merely stating this matter-of-factly. He then returns his attention to his book, licking his fingers and furrowing his brow as he turns the pages. His indifference to the arrival of Nanshan, once a celebrated longevity seed, implies that the path of cultivation here is akin to a death sentence. Nanshan, unfazed, offers a slight bow before entering the 17th small courtyard. The atmosphere within is lively, with many students seated at their desks, craning their necks to scrutinize Nanshan, brimming with curiosity and regret. Arriving at the is tantamount to being forsaken, yet despite this reality, we must not abandon ourselves. Let us strive. There is still a year until the unified examination. With effort, perhaps a miracle may yet occur. A few students gazed at Nanshan, smiling as they spoke, their words infused with encouragement. This took Nanshan by surprise. Compared to the tense atmosphere of the Tianziming building and its myriad taunts, the students of the Huangziming building appeared far more amiable. There's no point in trying hard. What is there to study? Lacking resources and talent, we simply cannot compete with the prodigies of the Tianziming building. We are at a disadvantage from the very start. Of course, even someone like you, who began with an advantage, ending up in the same plight as us is indeed quite tragic. One student spoke with a tone of pessimism, yet his face bore a sympathetic expression. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by individuals whose faces were unfamiliar even in his memories, Nanshan should have felt a profound sense of disconnection. Yet, the attitudes of these students lifted his spirits considerably. Perhaps it was the shared empathy of those who have fallen on hard times. Although the atmosphere of study in the Huangziming building was not particularly intense, the camaraderie among the students was commendable. Brother Nanshan, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. From now on, we are all classmates, and I will help as much as I can. Nanshan took his seat at his desk, and beside him sat a chubby boy whose blue robe appeared taut. The enthusiasm of the Huangziming students was truly heartwarming. Flipping through pages, he began to read. With an impending examination, he grasped the opportunity to study diligently, out of respect. However, upon finishing the key points on the first page, Nanshan suddenly froze. He realized that the contents he had just read seemed to be etched into his mind as if carved by a chisel, impossible to forget and indelible. Nanshan's heart raced, a mix of astonishment and joy washed over him. He could not help but remember the ability unlocked at the second tier of the VIP panel. Photographic Memory. Chapter 6. A final glimpse. As I perused the pages of the book, I was captivated by the elegant characters inscribed in crimson ink. Through the text, I could almost envision the young girl, diligently annotating by the flickering light. The book bore not only highlighted passages but also numerous perplexing sections, elucidated through annotations, demonstrating the considerable effort expended by Tao Weiyan to facilitate Nanshan's understanding. A faint smile graced Nanshan's lips as he began to study earnestly, possessing the remarkable ability of photographic memory. Yet, despite this talent, he felt compelled to examine the text thoroughly. Regrettably, less than half an hour remained for him to read, rendering it impossible to finish both volumes. The students surrounding him in the 17th courtyard of the Huangziming building regarded Nanshan with curiosity. Once renowned throughout the entire Ming Institute as a long-lived being, they speculated whether their small courtyard might produce a scholar capable of breaking into the top 100 of the rankings. Some dismissed this notion, lamenting that Nanshan had but 13 years of lifespan remaining. Subtracting his innate 10 years, only 3 years remained for cultivation, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Others noted that Nanshan, currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, had seemingly not utilized his lifespan to acquire training resources, while they had purchased considerable resources yet remained at the 2nd level. The disparity in talent was glaring, and it felt unjust to confine him to the Huangziming building when he could excel in the Xuanziming building, with merely 3 years of usable lifespan left. Some mused it might be wiser to exchange that time for 30,000 taels of gold in the Wanshou Tower, embracing the life of a wealthy mortal. Sighing, they contemplated that perhaps this was the ultimate destiny for them, the students of the Huangziming building. Amidst the cacophony of voices, filled with regret for the once celebrated long-lived being and reflections on an inevitable future, Nanshan focused intently, employing his remarkable memory to shut out the distractions of the outside world, concentrating solely on Tao Weiyan's notes. Unfortunately, as the half-hour concluded, He had managed to read only 1.5 books. Thankfully, his abilities had aided him in retaining a considerable amount of key points. And he quickly skimmed through the latter half, grasping a general understanding. The old instructor, limping as he entered the courtyard, silenced the previously noisy atmosphere. Stooping slightly, he cast a discerning glance over all the students and, rapping lightly with his gavel, commanded, "Gather your materials and remove anything unrelated to the upcoming examination. Any items found will be considered as cheating." Nanshan carefully stowed away the books provided by Tao Wan into his bag, patiently awaiting the commencement of the examination. From memory, he recalled that the test would encompass 3 main subjects: talisman crafting, formations, and chi refinement. Each of the first 2 subjects was graded out of 100, while chi refinement was scored out of 150, culminating in a total of 350 points. Other subjects were not included in this examination. Talisman crafting related to written language, akin to a literary examination, while formations assessed mathematical abilities. As Nanshan sat at his desk, waiting idly for the exam to begin, he entertained himself with these thoughts. The resonant chime of a bell interrupted Nanshan's thoughts, signaling the commencement of the minor examination at the Mingyuan Academy. At that very moment, instructors from each of the 4 Minglu buildings, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, began distributing examination papers to their respective courtyards. The questions, crafted by the chief instructor of the academy, were not overly challenging, as this was merely a preliminary assessment. The first set of papers encompassed the subjects of talisman crafting and formations, which the students were required to complete within a designated time frame. The fragrant papers, imbued with the scent of ink, were drawn out by the elderly instructor and placed upon Nanshan's desk, having originally studied in the Tianlu. The old instructor cast a glance at Nanshan and, after a moment's contemplation, gently tapped the surface of the desk with 2 fingers, advising him to answer earnestly and not to lose heart. As long as you are dedicated to your studies, opportunities will arise. Every year, there are a few exceptional individuals from the Huanglu who secure positions in external sections. Was he concerned about Nanshan's morale? Nanshan returned the old instructor's gaze with a smile and a respectful nod, acknowledging the counsel. The instructor gave a slight nod in return and continued distributing the examination papers with a limping gait. Rolling up his sleeves and grasping his brush, Nanshan dipped the wolf hair bristles into the ink and fluidly inscribed his answers onto the paper. For the questions he encountered that were not covered in the text provided by Tao Wan, he relied on his experience to scribble away, ensuring the paper was filled. For the students, the minor examination was a solemn affair. No one dared to make a sound. Regardless of their knowledge, each individual was deeply engrossed in their writing. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the Minglu, illuminating the fine particles of dust in the air, mingling with the gentle rustle of brush strokes on rice paper, creating a sensation of time standing still. As time gradually slipped by, the instructor's main desk was adorned with an incense burner, a long stick of incense already burning down to half its length. The once quiet courtyard began to stir with the slight movement of those students who found themselves unable to answer the questions, their discomfort manifesting as restlessness. The elderly instructor, poring over his texts, lifted his gaze, clenched his fist, and rapped the table, which silenced the commotion. After completing the formation exam, Nanshan took out the talisman crafting paper. Upon opening it, he found the memorization-based questions of talisman crafting much easier, thanks to his exceptional memory. He was tasked with detailing a fundamental talisman that could be drawn during the chi refining stage. As he held the brush, a smile crept onto his face as he recalled having just reviewed the book left to him by Tao Wan, which contained several key sections marked with bookmarks. One such section introduced 9 common fundamental talismans. The 9 talismans commonly used during the chi refining stage were categorized into 6 auxiliary and 3 offensive types. The 6 auxiliary talismans included the sound transmission talisman, shadow absorption talisman, guiding talisman, sleep assistance talisman, lightness talisman, and perception talisman. The 3 offensive talismans were the chi sword talisman, thunder sound talisman, and fire summoning talisman. Nanshan's father, a rather incompetent man, owned a talisman shop that had once flourished. Thus Nanshan had absorbed knowledge of these talismans through osmosis, making their understanding rather effortless for him. The details of the talismans he had just reviewed flashed through his mind, and based on his recollections, Nanshan chose the most familiar and manageable sound transmission talisman to depict. The art of talisman crafting is not merely a matter of inscribing runes with a brush upon paper. To create a talisman, one requires specialized Xian Wang talisman paper, complemented by cinnabar and blood ink. Furthermore, one must employ fundamental qi refining techniques to channel the vital energy from the dantian into the brush tip, delicately infusing this energy into the strokes of the drawn runes to successfully form a talisman. While this may sound straightforward, each step must be executed flawlessly. Even the act of drawing qi into the brush tip is a skillful task, let alone the challenge of embedding it within the strokes. Of course, this pertains to the formal process of talisman crafting. During the examination, however, it suffices to meticulously render the runic strokes. Nanshan's hand glided over the examination paper, the wolf hair brush saturated with ink, ready to descend. Yet, the brush tip soon hovered above the paper, a flicker of unusual color sparking in Nanshan's eyes. He recalled the high-quality reward he had intended to study before being interrupted by Tao Wan, known as the Celestial Path Talisman Drawing Technique. This presented an opportunity to experiment. After all, this was not true talisman crafting, and there was no pressure to channel qi into the strokes. Moreover, the technique for talisman writing is indeed a plus, as true masters possess unique styles of inscription. Many talisman masters begin by mimicking the techniques of others. This question is akin to an essay prompt, with scores largely dependent on the preferences of the examiner. Nanshan mused that employing a distinctive technique to address this question might yield a higher score. As he gently closed his eyes, a resounding echo filled his mind, as if the sounds of evening drums and morning bells resonated in his ears. Upon opening his eyes, after receiving the reward, Nanshan felt as though he had inscribed talismans countless times. The technique seemed to have melded with his very muscles, approaching instinctual mastery. The ink-laden brush descended upon the pristine paper, and Nanshan commenced painting the transmission talisman runes he excelled in, initially somewhat awkward as the strokes continued. The brush flowed gracefully, black ink cascading from its tip, the movements becoming as fluid as water, the strokes dancing like a dragon. In the cadence of the strokes, there emerged a natural rhythm. When the final stroke was laid down, the runes took shape. With a flick of the brush, he concluded the inscription. Remarkably, it was a single, continuous stroke, executed seamlessly. Even upon the blank paper, there seemed to be a fleeting shimmer of talismanic light. Is this the rune I have drawn? Nanshan gazed at the paper adorned with unique, resonant runes, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Merely inscribing runes on blank paper had yielded such profound meaning. What transformations might occur if he were to inscribe true runes using this technique? Truly, this high-quality reward drawn from the lottery pool was exceptional. Perhaps genuinely capable of bridging the realms of heaven and earth, if the pure quality crystal had merely helped him navigate a temporary crisis. Then this celestial path talisman drawing technique represents Nanshan's hope for ascension and longevity. Nanshan exhaled deeply, calming his emotions, mindful that he was still within the examination hall. Having completed the talisman, he finished the last major question, thus concluding the test in the talisman crafting subject. Abruptly, a soft cough sounded from behind him. Ah, young Su, wait a moment. What technique is this? Allow me to take another look. Just one glance. Chapter 7. Solely for the sake of deceiving for food and drink. Though the old instructor was aware that among the students in the Yellow Character Academy, only a handful would truly rise to prominence, he nonetheless took it upon himself to gain a comprehensive understanding of each student and provide guidance. He was acutely aware of who had the potential to pass the Academy's comprehensive examination and who might aspire to break into the realm of external cultivation. As for those students whose hearts had already strayed from the path of cultivation, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time on them. It was evident that they were destined to abandon the path of cultivation and seek to exchange their lifespan for gold in the commercial halls of the Wansho Tower, aspiring to become wealthy mortals and indulge in worldly pleasures. The old instructor would not coerce anyone into practicing cultivation. After all, it required the expenditure of one's lifespan to acquire resources. Forcing those devoid of will or talent to cultivate would be tantamount to endangering their lives. Moreover, each individual has their own aspirations, and it is futile to impose one's will upon them. Regarding Nanshan, the student who had been exiled from the Tian Character Academy to the Yellow Character Academy, the old instructor held little hope. Such an abrupt change in fortune might have shattered the boy's mentality, leading him to forsake his cultivation altogether. Much to his surprise, however, the instructor observed Nanshan immersed in his work, fervently writing with an intensity that illuminated his eyes. This demeanor was hardly indicative of someone ready to abandon their future. Intrigued, the old instructor left his main desk, moving silently and with a slight limp to stand behind Nanshan. He beheld the young man drawing runes upon the examination paper. The runes were simple communication symbols, yet the strokes, at a mere glance, The instructor felt as though his spiritual awareness was being drawn into a whirlpool, threatening to engulf his very essence. As he continued to observe, he sensed the faint touch of another realm, one he could no longer access. Yet, as soon as Nanshan turned the page, the connection to the runes was severed, and that profound sensation dissipated. The old instructor felt a surge of urgency. "What are you flipping pages for? Do not act like a child." The word slipped out before he could restrain himself, a plea to see just one more glance. The unexpected presence behind him and the sudden voice startled Nanshan, causing him to tremble and nearly fling his brush across the room. "Sir, you are rather alarming," he remarked, half amused and half bewildered. The old instructor cast a quick glance at Nanshan, a hint of unusual emotion flickering in his eyes. Aware of his own lapse, he refrained from further speech, maintaining the dignity expected of an instructor. Nanshan had already completed the examination questions and was merely following the habit of reviewing, which, in truth, yielded little insight. Thus, he did not oppose the instructor's request. He ceased turning the pages and lingered on the final page of the rune examination, allowing for observation. The old instructor, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the students in the 17th courtyard, squinted his eyes in a scrutinizing manner and leaned closer to the examination paper. The rich aroma of ink enveloped him as he eagerly examined the runes Nanshan had depicted with a transcendent brushstroke on the final significant question. The old instructor clicked his tongue in wonder, not recapturing the initial sensation, yet feeling a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he maintained a pleasant expression and said, "Young Su, your brushwork is quite remarkable. It must have been taught by a master, no?" A chill coursed through Nanshan as he discerned the extraordinary nature of the situation. The hobbled old instructor of the yellow character Fate Tower appeared far more complex than he seemed. Evidently, he possessed profound knowledge. The teachings bestowed by his master were not to be divulged. It was understandable that a sage would choose to remain anonymous, shunning the spotlight of public recognition. The remarkable calligraphy that he exhibited suggested that Nanshan's enigmatic mentor must possess unfathomable skills in talisman crafting. Yet, one could not help but wonder why Nanshan found himself at the yellow character Fate Tower. The old instructor's thoughts stirred. He had certainly heard of Nanshan, and the reality was far less bleak than the rumors suggested. Although he had exhausted his lifespan in pursuit of his father's healing, the mastery of talismanic calligraphy would enable him to earn back his vitality, ensuring he would not fade into obscurity. Moreover, he had the backing of the mysterious teacher who had crafted such talismanic techniques. The old instructor regarded Nanshan intently, then urged him to continue answering the questions. Suppressing his excitement, he resumed patrolling the examination hall, hands clasped behind him. Despite the brevity of their exchange, it reverberated like thunder in the ears of the languid students. What remarkable feat had Nanshan accomplished to elicit such astonishment from the old instructor? Indeed, even the friliest of camels is larger than the strongest horse. It appeared that this esteemed figure from the yellow character Fate Tower still held considerable prowess. However, the moment of awe quickly dissipated as the students returned to their examinations. Dong! The somber chime of the bell resounded, signaling the end of the examination period. The instructors infused their voices with a surge of vital energy, commanding the students to cease writing. The students rose from their desks, bowing respectfully to the instructors as they departed the courtyard in an orderly fashion. Following this, a 15-minute intermission was granted, during which the instructors collected the examination papers and prepared for the crucial third subject, Qi refinement. The assessment for Qi refinement was not a written test. It examined the grasp of the fundamentals of Qi refinement, closely tied to one's cultivation. Once all the students were seated, the old instructor spoke with a calm demeanor. You should all be familiar with the rules of the Qi refinement assessment. The Jade Talisman contains a surge of vital energy, which, upon entering your body, will create blockages within your meridians. You may utilize the fundamentals of Qi refinement to dispel these blockages. The Jade Talisman will record the time it takes for you to circulate through a complete cycle after unblocking all obstructions. Your results will be determined based on the time taken to successfully complete one cycle. Begin, the old instructor declared, his anticipation palpable as he eagerly selected Nanshan's talisman crafting paper from the stack on the main desk, scrutinizing it with keen interest. The students, in turn, grasped their jade talismans, the greenish-blue artifacts representing a superior level of talisman crafting, requiring exceptional skill and yielding greater power, yet demanding even higher proficiency from the talisman masters. Closing his eyes, Nanshan summoned the fundamentals of Qi refinement within his mind, absorbing the vital energy contained in the jade talisman. The process of dispelling the blockages resembled untangling a knotted ball of yarn. With his recent breakthrough to the 5th level of chi refinement, coupled with the smooth absorption of pure energy crystals and his photographic memory, his comprehension of the fundamentals of chi refinement was significantly enhanced. As all the knots of frustration unraveled, the smooth flow of vital energy completed a full cycle within the meridians. Recording the time expended by Su Nanshan within the Azure Jade Talisman, Su Nanshan took a glance, noting the elapsed time, 1 hour. In past examinations, his swiftest record for the chi refinement assessment had been 2 hours. Now, he had remarkably halved that duration. Satisfied with this achievement, Su Nanshan opened his eyes. Within the 17th courtyard, the students remained in a state of meditative reflection, clearly still engaged in their own processes of untangling their frustrations. Evidently, Su Nanshan was the first among them to complete this task. However, there was little cause for pride. The Huang Character Fate Building and the Tian Character Fate Building were not to be compared. As far as Su Nanshan knew, numerous individuals within the Tian Character Fate Building could accomplish the untying of frustrations in under an hour. Without hesitation, he rose and presented the Jade Talisman to his old instructor, who was savoring the elegance of his rune-drawing technique. You wish to submit your work? Is the knotting of vital energy causing you discomfort? The old instructor inquired, puzzled. Fear not. For any knotting of vital energy exceeding 3 hours will dissipate on its own and will not impact your health. Thus, take your time, do not rush. And do not give up, the instructor advised, mistakenly believing Su Nanshan was on the verge of surrendering due to discomfort. Teacher, I have completed the untangling of the vital energy. I am ready to submit, Su Nanshan replied, his smile warm yet confident. The old instructor was taken aback, his consciousness scanning the Jade Talisman, and he could not help but express his astonishment. Indeed, all knots had been resolved, and a complete cycle had been achieved within a mere hour. Such a performance was not merely impressive, it was sufficient to rank within the top 50 of the entire Fate Academy. Madness. What purpose would such a student serve in the Huang Character Fate Building? To fish for compliments? Ah, very well. You may place the Jade Talisman here, the old instructor said, relaxing his expression with a smile. Su Nanshan took a step back, bowed gracefully, and, with his azure robe billowing, turned to depart. The instructor's smile remained as he watched Su Nanshan's retreating figure, pondering to himself. Mastering the seemingly profound techniques of rune drawing and exhibiting proficiency in chi refinement, that places one within the top 50 of the Fate Academy. Such a promising talent cannot be overlooked. Sun Chen-Kuan had boldly claimed that if Su Nanshan were to gain admission to the foremost external sect of Dongling County, he would swallow the Academy's latrine. Was it merely to secure free meals and drinks? Chapter 8. Is this girl really this adorable? In numerous small courtyards, students who had failed to dissipate their vital energy and were preparing for another attempt peered through the gaps in the doors, catching sight of Su Nanshan. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to a resigned sigh. It seemed that Su Nanshan had abandoned the Chi cultivation assessment, relegated to the Yellow Character Fate Building, surrendering to despair. Perhaps this is the plight of the students residing in the Yellow Character Fate Building. Their cultivation lacks a future, ultimately leading them to choose surrender and complacency. As Su Nanshan emerged from the Yellow Character Fate Building, the sky deepened into twilight, the setting sun casting a warm crimson glow. A girl appeared to be waiting, her hands clasped behind her back, her figure elegantly outlined beneath her azure attire, radiating a soft luminescence in the fiery sunset. The fabric of her dress fluttered gently, revealing her delicate, pale legs above her white boots. Tao Weiyan? Su Nanshan couldn't help but exclaim softly. Tao Weiyan, who had been idly toying with the gravel beneath her feet, froze, her head snapping up to reveal a face marked by surprise, illuminated by the sun's last rays glinting off her slightly flushed hair. How did you come out so quickly? Tao Weiyan furrowed her brows slightly. Have you given up on the Chi assessment? It was no wonder that Tao Weiyan held such a notion. After all, even she, at the 8th level of Chi cultivation, had only just completed her assessment. How could Su Nanshan, at the 4th level, possibly finish this exceedingly challenging trial so swiftly? Were you waiting for me? Su Nanshan, unfazed, approached her with a gentle smile, casually raising his hand to pinch the soft flesh of her cheek. Tao Weiyan had intended to offer some words of counsel to Su Nanshan, but his playful gesture left her blushing, her icy demeanor once again melting away. Though she was still somewhat vexed, having felt joy upon hearing Su Nanshan recall their childhood vow, she now found herself inexplicably disappointed at his apparent self-abandonment. If he were to give up, What significance did their vow hold? Give up? Why would I give up? I completed the assessment, so naturally, I came out. Su Nanshan replied with a smile. His words rendered Tao Weiyan momentarily speechless. Really? Gazing at Su Nanshan bathed in the warm glow of the sunset, exuding warmth and confidence. She bit her lip, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. Very well, I shall trust you for now. Tao Weiyan brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, regaining her aloof composure. So, little Tao, were you specifically waiting for me? Su Nanshan playfully approached her, smiling as he retrieved 2 books from his satchel. Returning them to her, Tao Weiyan stepped back, the black fate token hanging at her waist vibrating with energy, and 4 azure low-grade spirit crystals appeared in her hand. Here, take this. Work hard on your cultivation. Although many say your time is running out, as long as you do not give up, there is still a chance. The environment may wear down one's will, unlike the vigorous competition in the heavenly character fate building, but I hope you can exert every ounce of effort. Even if you find yourself in the yellow character fate building, do not succumb to despair. You once vowed to remember your childhood promise, so please, earnestly strive for that vow, all right? Tao Weiyan stood a head shorter than Su Nanshan, and at this moment, she couldn't help but lift her delicate face during their conversation. As she spoke, a glimmer seemed to shine in her beautiful eyes. Su Nanshan gazed at the 4 essence crystals, purchasable only with one's lifespan, and at the radiant eyes of the girl before him. At that moment, his heart was gently stirred, akin to a plucked string. How could this girl be so endearing? After bidding farewell to Tao Weiyan, Su Nanshan strolled down the bustling streets beneath the setting sun, shadows dancing around him. Clutching one of the essence crystals she had bestowed upon him, he felt a trace of warmth emanating from it. The essence crystals could only be acquired with lifespan at the 10,000 longevity tower and similar establishments, for crystals required 2 years of life. Though Tao Weiyan had offered to lend them to him to ease his emotions, she likely did not expect Su Nanshan to repay her. Upon returning to his shop, he closed the door and stored the essence crystal within his life token. The life token possessed a unique storage function for items related to cultivation, and he was not in a hurry to absorb the essence within the crystal. Instead, he intended to experiment with the practical application of the Celestial Path Talisman drawing technique. Approaching his desk, he withdrew a sheet from a stack of Xian Wang talisman paper, specifically designed for talisman creation and generally considered entry-level. Advanced talismans would typically not employ Xian Wang paper. Materials such as purple bamboo slips, talisman jade, beast hide, and barbarian bones were preferred for higher-grade talismans. He rummaged through a cabinet to find a small vial of low-grade beast blood, poured it into vermilion powder, and began to roll up his sleeves to grind it into talisman ink. Closing his eyes, he sought tranquility for his mind. Contemplating the talisman runes he was about to sketch, Su Nanshan chose to draw the communication talisman, a featured item in the talisman shop. He had previously sketched it during a small examination, and the sensation still lingered. Additionally, the communication talisman's rune pathway was the simplest, requiring the fewest strokes and boasting a high success rate. When he opened his eyes once more, his focus sharpened. With the wolf hair brush saturated with ink, he pressed it against the smooth Xianhuang paper. At the moment the brush touched the paper, he activated the fundamental qi refining method. Tendrils of essence flowed from his dantian through his meridians and into the brush, etching the ink's mark along the rune pathway. The Celestial Path Talisman drawing technique, an ability garnered from a lottery, had become an instinct for Su Nanshan. His strokes were graceful and powerful, flowing like clouds in water. Yet the process of drawing the talisman proved to be significantly more arduous than merely tracing on white paper. In a moment of carelessness, he released too much essence, causing the talisman paper to ignite spontaneously. Su Nanshan stepped back, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow. Indeed, it was a taxing endeavor. With his photographic memory, he reflected on the mistakes made during the talisman drawing process and did not feel overly disheartened. The self-ignited paper quickly turned to ash, and after cleaning up, he laid down another sheet of Xianhuang paper and began anew. This time, he carefully guided the flow of essence with his spiritual awareness, proceeding with caution. There were no errors along the way, and as the fluid, elongated strokes, akin to a sword's edge, completed the final flourish, the essence formed a complete loop on the talisman paper, flowing smoothly. The paper seemed to shimmer with a faint light, and the runes drawn with the Celestial Path technique appeared to come alive, subtly transforming into a vortex that ensnared Su Nanshan's spiritual awareness, abruptly pulling him into another void. As night deepened and silence enveloped the world, in the Jiagluo Fate Academy, within the confines of a quaint little building. The elderly instructor found himself consumed by the intricate calligraphy of Su Nanshan's examination paper. The sensation it evoked, akin to a familiar realm, sent waves of excitement coursing through his being. Outside the courtyard, the fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air, as a strikingly voluptuous woman clad in red leaned against the railing, sipping from a gourd and humming a merry tune. Upon noticing the old instructor limping briskly towards her, she couldn't help but smile, wiping her wine-stained lips, the gourd gracefully suspended at her waist. It turned out to be Indifferent. Her pretense of seeking wine was merely a ruse to act as an emissary for her father. Let it be, he mused. For I am quite content in this little academy, where the gentle breeze and idle clouds suit this half-decrepit old man, unworthy even to enter the primordial void. After a moment's pause, the instructor suppressed his excitement and replied with a smile. Indifferent, raising her delicate brows, playfully tapped her gourd and remarked, Mr. Zhao, I merely seek a taste of your fine wine. Why does a young lady have such an affinity for alcohol? He pondered. But let us set aside the matter of wine for now. I must first attend to the grading of the recent examinations. The old instructor's thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Nanshan's calligraphy, leaving him unwilling to engage in frivolous banter with the young woman. Indifferent, slightly taken aback, questioned the urgency of his grading. Mr. Zhao, do you not typically wait until the last hour before submitting grades to begin your evaluations? She inquired, surprised by his newfound diligence. The elderly instructor, uninterested in further discourse, hurried inside. Intrigued, the red-clad Indifferent seized the gourd and followed him into the room. She extracted Su Nanshan's paper from the stack, tossing the others onto the table. Mr. Zhao approached the desk, took a piece of talisman paper, smoothed it upon the surface, and, after calming his thoughts, began to replicate Su Nanshan's glyphs using vermilion ink. With unwavering focus, he attempted to emulate the calligraphy, but the more he drew, the more awkward it became. His face gradually flushed crimson as the vital energy within him became chaotic, swirling uncontrollably, eluding even his considerable mastery. Overcome with embarrassment, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Indifferent, savoring the exquisite wine from her gourd, turned in astonishment at the sight. What kind of divine paper is this? She exclaimed. To begin grading and have Mr. Zhao so incensed that he bleeds? Chapter 9. The primordial void. Su Nanshan felt as though his soul was being drawn into an infinite abyss by an overwhelming force. This realization brought him a sense of reassurance. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could simply retreat at once. With his mind at ease, Su Nanshan grew bolder, allowing his thoughts and will to drift through this boundless, illusory realm. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the nature of this world and wondered why his consciousness had been absorbed here. Could it be related to the communication talisman? Could the technique of the celestial path symbol truly bridge the heavens and the earth? Unfortunately, in this desolate world devoid of sentient beings, there was no one to elucidate his bewilderment. The void was as dark as ink, yet faintly illuminated by streaks of light resembling shooting stars, racing through the darkness, elusive and difficult to seize. Instinctively, Su Nanshan raised his hand, where the intricate patterns of the celestial path technique swirled around his palm, reaching out toward those distant stars. He managed to grasp one of the swiftly darting stars in his hand. Astonished, he realized he could indeed pluck the stars from the sky. Was his presence in this void merely for the amusement of star gathering? If so, he was more than willing to continue the play. With a playful spirit ignited, and feeling rather unoccupied, he extended his hand once more and captured another swiftly passing star. 1, 2, 3 stars, all strung together. However, when he prepared to reach for a fourth, he discovered he had lost strength. His consciousness began to wane, drifting into a hazy state, as though he were about to exit this dark realm. In that final moment before departure, the 3 stars he had strung together suddenly flickered with light and emitted sounds. The first star exclaimed, "What the hell? Who dares to capture and toy with my primordial spirit in the primordial void? By the heavens, my spirit is tainted." The second star responded, "Dear fellow, do not shout. The primordial void is the source realm of the celestial path, and the threshold for entry is the void realm. Can you guess the cultivation level of the one who captured a void realm spirit?" The third star interjected, "Esteemed friends, our meeting is fated. I am but a mere cultivator at the 10th level of the void realm, journeying through the primordial void to comprehend the celestial path and break through to the divine transformation realm. I never imagined I would be apprehended here, subjected to this humiliation. The one who acted possesses a cultivation level at least within the void realm, if not beyond into the divine transformation, profound and unfathomable. I implore you all to tread lightly in your words. Nanshan stood there, bewildered and astonished, as his consciousness gradually blurred. Listening in a daze to the stars chattering away. Void realm? Primordial spirit? Divine transformation? Primordial void? Source of the celestial path? It seemed he was beginning to grasp the correct pronunciation of the celestial path symbol. It was not celestial path talisman, but rather, celestial path talisman. Nanshan opened his eyes to find the air thick with the pleasant aroma of ink. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing the world to spin. His complexion pale, as he realized that his vital energy had been completely drained, leaving not a single drop behind. Clearly, seizing stars in the primordial void had consumed a great deal of his spiritual awareness and vitality. The room was silent as he quietly gazed at the communication talisman resting still on the table. This object was indeed rather enigmatic. A low-level talisman capable of allowing a mere nascent chi cultivator like him to communicate with the celestial path? The stars engage in a dialogue, their words resonating with profound depth, transcending the mundane. According to the teachings of the Enlightenment Institute regarding the cultivation realms of the everlasting continent, the hierarchy ascends from chi refinement, foundation establishment, fate pill, to primordial infant. Beyond this point, the knowledge is beyond the grasp of novice chi refiners. Attaining the primordial infant realm signifies a pinnacle of strength within an entire county, and it seems the Lord of Jiagluo City resides at this exalted level, an unreachable height. The realms of void and divine transformation, unfamiliar concepts to me, lie within the knowledge abyss of Nanshan. If the stars are not merely engaging in mutual flattery, does this suggest realms that exist above the primordial infant? Nanshan, merely a chi refining practitioner at the 5th level, finds himself in the astonishing position to potentially interact with such advanced entities, and even to toy with their primordial spirits? How exhilarating! Evidently, the sound transmission talisman crafted using the techniques of the celestial path has transcended the traditional boundaries of such talismans. Typical sound transmission talismans merely allow for a single voice message, which can only be heard upon triggering, functioning simply yet suffering from significant delays, often distorting the quality of sound, a rather rudimentary form of talisman. A glimmer sparked in Nanshan's eyes, and a bold idea unfurled in his mind. This sound transmission talisman, perhaps, has undergone some enigmatic transformation. He noted that using the talisman leaves a trace of starlight within the primordial void, akin to the stars he had plucked. If 2 sound transmission talismans were to be utilized, each emitting a beam of starlight, wouldn't the starlight be capable of conversing with one another? Perhaps. The sound transmission talisman could leverage the primordial void as a relay station, facilitating long-distance communication devoid of delay. This is, in essence, mobile communication. In the talisman shop, Nanshan inhaled deeply, rising to pace restlessly. He stifled the excitement bubbling within. In this cultivation world where longevity is treated as currency, the concept of earning longevity equates to making money. Does mobile communication generate profit? Indeed, it holds immense potential. Moreover, with mobile communication emerging, how far can the internet be? As a transcendent individual who has surfed the waves of the internet era, Nanshan understands well the wealth the internet can amass. The internet is a virtual realm, and the primordial void, for cultivators, can also be perceived as a virtual space. While he may not be able to create an internet by mastering the celestial path techniques, he can establish a connection to the celestial way. After accounting for 10 years of guaranteed longevity, Nanshan is left with merely 3 years. Even if he exhausts this duration, he can recharge only for 3 years on the lottery panel, insufficient for even a single opportunity at the gambling table. In reality, Nanshan is impoverished. To evade death and continue on the path of cultivation, he must amass a substantial amount of longevity. The interconnected celestial way lies before him, a gleaming mountain of gold. If the primordial void can be envisioned as a naturally formed internet, then mastering the celestial path techniques equates to obtaining the license to connect. The celestial way serves as the net, interlinking all beings. In a hazy realization, he seems to discern how to wield the metaphorical shovel to unearth wealth. As I close my eyes, the vast and boundless void of the primordial emptiness manifests in my mind. If, on some future day, this pitch-black expanse, devoid of life, were to be illuminated by countless twinkling stars, it would resemble a fantastical galaxy. What a breathtaking masterpiece that would be. Of course, it is still premature to speak of the internet. Whether the transmission talisman can facilitate instantaneous communication without regard for distance through the interaction of two starlights remains uncertain. I must conduct further tests, and if successful, perhaps the talisman could be renamed. Let us call it the Little Spirit Talisman. Soon Nanshan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips at the familiar name. It was emblematic of an era. He retrieved the pure primordial crystal one from a lottery, activated the basic qi refinement method, and, with his internal energy depleted, began to fervently absorb qi to enhance his cultivation. Su Nanshan intended to return to the primordial void once his energy was replenished. Meanwhile, old Zhao, spitting blood, gazed at Su Nanshan's talisman with an expression akin to encountering a ghost. This talisman, something is amiss. Old Zhao's complexion shifted, tinged with a hint of fear. He meticulously followed the script to draw on the talisman paper, each stroke perfectly executed. Yet, at the moment of completion, his internal energy erupted uncontrollably. This indicated a grave error, as his imitation technique was horrendously flawed, resulting in a backlash. How could one of his cultivation level fail to replicate the drawing style of a qi refinement student? Rather than succumbing to despair, old Zhao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within. Clearly, the issue did not lie with Su Nanshan but with the mysterious master who had conceived such a technique. The more advanced the technique, the simpler it appeared, yet within that simplicity lies profound intricacies, forming a lock that outsiders cannot unlock. And attempting to forcibly replicate it could lead to dire consequences. But to suffer such severe backlash as spitting blood seems excessive, does it not? This esteemed figure appears to have a rather volatile temperament, and it is evident that their cultivation surpasses even that of old Zhao. Old Zhao sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. An instinct told him that if he could decipher the script's technique, his prowess in talisman crafting and his cultivation would undoubtedly flourish. Alas, he had failed. He initially thought Mr. Zhao had been driven to the brink by the student's examination paper. Instead, he had suffered a backlash for failing to replicate the drawing style of a qi refinement student from the Enlightenment Academy. Just as old Zhao was lost in thought, a lazy yet melodious female voice drifted from behind him. The curious Ni Qin had already approached. This enigmatic Mr. Zhao, who seemed to be idling within the academy, though not a professional talisman maker, possessed unfathomable cultivation and insight that placed his skills in talisman crafting above all others in the Jiaoluo Academy. Yet, he had unexpectedly met his match at the hands of a mere qi refinement student. She too had noted the novel drawing style on the paper. The script's technique was indeed unprecedented. Old Zhao's energy stirred as he cleaned the blood from his lips and shot a sidelong glance at the inebriated Ni Qin. His tone laced with sarcasm. You, a prodigious student from the foremost sect of Jingzhen Prefecture, poised to challenge the Celestial Bureau of the Empire. Would you care to give it a try? Oh, never mind. Your teacher and father will undoubtedly seek trouble with me if you end up injured. Ni Qin possesses an intense competitive spirit, and Mr. Zhao's sardonic remarks have indeed provoked her. Deep down, she is eager to try her hand at it. Particularly intrigued by the intricacies of the talismanic script. Ni Qin, the best learner, despite Mr. Zhao's mastery of talisman crafting surpassing hers. A reckless attempt at imitation could result in backlash and injury. Yet, for the sake of the art of talisman crafting, what is a little bloodshed? With a gentle flick of her sleeve, she retrieves a fresh piece of yellow and black talisman paper and dips her brush in vermilion ink. After taking a sip of gourd wine, she closes her eyes momentarily before opening them, her captivating gaze now devoid of any trace of intoxication. Her eyes settle on Su Nanshan's talismanic script, her slender index finger hovering as she carefully traces the lines, scrutinizing before committing to the paper. Moments later, Ni Qin's brush halts, her delicate brows furrowing in disbelief, her starry eyes filled with astonishment. Her vital energy becomes chaotic, her heart nearly stifled, and her skin, like jade, flushes suddenly, cheeks slightly puffing as a spray of fresh blood erupts from her ruby lips. Splutter. Beside her, Mr. Zhao, while grading papers, strokes his beard with a chuckle, truly a genius. The crescendo of her bloodshed resonates pleasingly to the ear. How delightful. I cannot be the only one to suffer. Ni Qin wipes away the blood that has stained her alluring lips. This bloodshed is absolutely thrilling. This brushwork. She longs to master it. With a resounding thud, she slams her gourd of wine onto the table, her eyes sparkling as they fixate on Su Nanshan's name on the test paper. Shedding her languor and excitedly bowing to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, please provide me immediately with all the information on this aspiring young cultivator. Chapter 10. The prototype of the Heavenly Path 3 pure essence crystals, drawn from the lottery panel, were completely consumed, gradually replenishing Su Nanshan's previously depleted Dantian energy. Having broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, Su Nanshan could faintly sense that he was one step closer to the 6th level. He mused that he needed to find an opportunity for a thorough retreat, striving to elevate his Qi cultivation to the 6th level as soon as possible. This way, he would be free from the anxieties of not graduating. Su Nanshan muttered to himself, yet with the lottery panel by his side. He felt no panic despite not yet having broken through to the 6th level. He understood that a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. At this moment, what was of utmost importance to Su Nanshan was to comprehend the significance of the heavenly path symbol drawing technique. If, as he suspected, it could facilitate communication with the heavenly path, thereby creating mobile communication and even the internet. The internet's capacity for wealth accumulation would render the pursuit of longevity trivial for Su Nanshan. With mastery over the heavenly path symbol drawing technique, he had seized the opportunity to usher in a revolutionary era within this realm of cultivation. The mere thought of this stirred excitement within Su Nanshan, causing his emotions to surge uncontrollably. Inside the shop, tranquility reigned. Through the window, the dawn's light began to illuminate the eastern horizon. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Sensing the abundant energy in his Dantian and the revival of his spiritual awareness, Su Nanshan promptly activated a special sound transmission talisman with his spirit. Buzz. Once again, darkness enveloped him. Su Nanshan's consciousness plunged into the vast, boundless void known as the primordial beginning. Ah, how aloof the senior is. After playing with my primordial spirit, they leave me unattended. What do my fellow Taoists say? It is rare for our primordial spirits to meet in this vast expanse. Alas, it seems that the senior who detained us has departed. Shall we disperse? Yet, if we do, it will be difficult to encounter one another again in this immense void. I shall not leave. I have reached the end of the void path, and my time is running short. As for this senior, they must be my fortune. I intend to make their acquaintance, hoping to gain some insights to ascend into the divine transformation and revitalize my physical capabilities for another life. The stars exchanged words, their brilliance flickering in a continuous dialogue. The frequency of their flickering reflected their discourse. Suddenly, the stars ceased their twinkling, for the oppressive aura that had previously confined them surged anew. The stars turned their gaze toward it. Faintly, within the primordial void, a shadowy gray figure emerged, shimmering with light, adorned with unique and mysterious patterns that seemed to meld perfectly with the entire expanse. An inexplicable fear enveloped the stars, causing them to fall silent. After a prolonged pause, they began to flicker gently, cautiously extending greetings toward the figure. Ah, esteemed senior, we are honored to be summoned in this vast primordial void. It is indeed a blessing across 3 lifetimes. What business do you have with our primordial spirits? Su Nanshan stared blankly at the twinkling lights, the stars that emitted sounds in a symphony of voices, evoking a vague sensation reminiscent of a chat room from a past life. Clearly, he had plucked these stars from the heavens, leading them to mistakenly believe he was some great power. In truth, Su Nanshan's ability to reach for the stars was largely due to the additional capabilities bestowed by his mastery of the celestial path symbols drawing technique. However, at this moment, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Speaking was out of the question. Sometimes, a person's manner of expression could reveal much, even exposing one's identity and status. The more one spoke, the greater the chance of error. Su Nanshan understood the importance of maintaining an air of mystery. The aura of enigma one cultivates is far less profound than the mystery others perceive in you. Su Nanshan's purpose for entering the primordial void was not to engage in idle chatter with these stars. He had serious matters to attend to. After all, establishing mobile communication in the realm of cultivation inevitably raised the question of communication bases. The celestial path symbols drawing technique, which Su Nanshan referred to as the heavenly path technique, allowed for the transmission of recorded sounds into the primordial void, facilitating real-time communication by receiving and transferring them to another sound transmission symbol. This concept essentially utilized the entire primordial void as a server for mobile communication. However, the vastness of the primordial void as a server meant that uploaded signals might not manifest in the same area. Disarray could lead to chaos, hindering efficient communication. Therefore, Su Nanshan needed to delineate regions within the primordial void to receive signals, functioning similarly to a communication base station. With the heavenly path technique obtained through a stroke of luck, he could communicate with the heavenly path and even intercept the primordial spirit of a void realm expert within the origins of the heavenly path, indicating his extraordinary control over it. Perhaps he could indeed carve out exclusive regions in the world of heavenly path origins, creating communication bases to facilitate the reception and conversion of information. Determined, he raised his hand, unleashing a series of intricate lines formed by the heavenly path technique, akin to chains. These were the perception runes from the 6 auxiliary symbols commonly used in the chi refinement stage, the only runes he could currently employ. The lines entwined like chains, seemingly weaving a vast net. Soon Nanshan felt the ethereal shadow of a city manifest before him, the phantom of Jiagaluo City. One by one, the illusory cities fell within the range of his signal, and after expanding to encompass the entire Dongling prefecture, Su Nanshan's spiritual awareness was utterly depleted, leaving him unable to sustain it. Boom. Under Su Nanshan's guidance, a magnificent and enigmatic square mansion materialized within the primordial void, constructed automatically by the heavenly path. This mansion served as the communication base he had established, covering the entirety of Dongling prefecture. As long as one used Su Nanshan's sound transmission symbols within the confines of Dongling prefecture, the uploaded signals would appear within the mansion, ultimately facilitating information exchange and conversion. Although the construction of the mansion did not deplete Su Nanshan's own strength, he had merely acted as a conduit. He still felt utterly drained. His spiritual awareness significantly weakened and his vital energy completely exhausted. The consciousness automatically withdrew from the primordial void. The vast, pitch-black primordial void was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any vitality. An ancient and magnificent mansion, radiating a faint glow, floated serenely in the void, surrounded by a distortion of space, as if the chains of the great Tao were entwined around it, exuding an air of nobility and mystery akin to that of a celestial abode. Despite its grandiose size, the mansion appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of the endless darkness. Beyond the mansion, 3 stars twinkled incessantly, each flash conveying a profound sense of awe. The first star exclaimed, "Nong Shipi, I initially thought this was just a silent sage pretending to be aloof, but it seems I have truly encountered a master." The second star pondered, "Is this the Void Mansion? This esteemed elder has created such a marvel before our very eyes with unfathomable power." The third star remarked, "I have gained new insights. So, the Void Mansion can indeed be artificially constructed? Who is this venerable figure?" The first star continued, "Nong Shipi, fellow practitioners, have you noticed? The intricate patterns that form the Void Mansion resemble the script of perception talismans, crafted using fundamental runes to create the Void Mansion. Is this the essence of the Great Tao, simplicity at its core?" The 3 stars were utterly astonished, although they were cultivators of the Void Realm. Their experience in the path of cultivation was limited, and in the primordial void, they were merely novices, just beginning their exploration. Faced with the grandeur of the mansion, the 3 stars gradually ceased their twinkling, pausing for a moment before erupting into a frenzy of flickering, as if they were howling and shouting, "Open the door, please. Open the door." What could it mean to construct the Void Mansion before their eyes yet deny them entry? Meanwhile, Su Nanshan awoke, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained as he slumped in his chair. At the 5th level of chi refinement, he was still in the early stages of his training. He needed to hasten his cultivation to a higher level, for the communication-based station barely covered Dongling County, and future endeavors could not be confined to just this region. Beyond Dongling County lay Jingzhen Prefecture, and beyond that, the Great Liang Dynasty, which further extended his vision to encompass the entire Chashan continent. The internet, after all, only flourished with a multitude of participants. At present, he had merely established a rudimentary form of the interconnected heavenly path. Su Nanshan aspired to create an interconnected heavenly path that would encompass the entire Changxing continent, a task of great significance and distance. Taking out a pure primordial crystal, he began to absorb its essence to restore his vitality. Perhaps due to the depletion of his internal energy, the operation speed of the fundamental chi refinement technique accelerated remarkably, swiftly drawing and refining the energy from the primordial crystal into his dantian. 3 pure primordial crystals were soon refined, and Su Nanshan felt his internal energy replenished and revitalized. Rather than continuing his cultivation, Su Nanshan grasped his wolf hairbrush once more and began to paint on talisman paper. Utilizing the heavenly Tao brush technique, after several attempts, he successfully crafted a transmission talisman, which he decided to rename as the Little Ling Tong Talisman. Su Nanshan aimed to test whether 2 talismans crafted with the heavenly Tao brush technique could facilitate real-time communication and exchange. However, upon completing the second Little Ling Tong Talisman, he suddenly found himself in a daze. Being alone in the shop, He realized that testing the communication capability of the talisman required two individuals to discern its efficacy. Alas, with the small examination results to be announced tomorrow, it is the perfect opportunity to visit the Jianglu Mingyuan and seek out Tao Kawai. Su Nanshan exhaled softly, tidied his desk, and intended to indulge in a brief slumber. However, just as he lay down and had yet to drift into sleep, a series of sharp knocks resounded upon the door of the talisman shop. Chapter 11. A charm priced at 30 days of life. As the remnants of daylight cast their slanting shadows upon the cobblestone streets of Jiangluo City, a striking figure emerged, a woman clad in a fiery red dress, her silhouette elongated and alluring, reminiscent of a clawed sprite. She possessed the quintessential pear-shaped physique, her waist slender enough to be grasped with a single hand, leading down to her captivating hips. The red gown cascaded to mid-thigh, revealing her plump and fair legs to the open air, while striking red boots clung tightly to her calves, accentuating their delicate form. Su Nanshan, once a being of eternal life, now possessed a lifespan of 150 years after unlocking his life lock, a talent that was truly exceptional. In her hand, Ni Qingyan held a wine gourd, taking a sip of the ice heart jade pot wine she had procured from Old Zhao, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of colors. The technique displayed on her test paper merely illustrated the most fundamental of sound transmission charms. Yet the artistry within the strokes was imbued with an elegance that surpassed even that of the foremost charm-crafting masters of her sect. How intriguing! Ni Qingyan capped the gourd, licking her crimson lips, and murmured with a smile, "I wish to learn." Indeed, Ni Qingyan yearned to master Su Nanshan's charm-drawing technique. Although she could have simply practiced the strokes, much like Old Zhao, her attempts always ended in failure, often accompanied by a bout of coughing blood. Thus, she found herself compelled to seek him directly. "Is anyone there? I wish to purchase charms." Ni Qingyan called out, her voice soft yet laced with a languid allure, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. After a brief wait following her knock, the sound of the latch being drawn back resonated, and the door opened to reveal a handsome young man clad in a blue robe. The fiery hues of her dress mirrored the setting sun, making her appear as if she were stepping upon rays of twilight, akin to a blazing lotus blooming from the mouth of a volcano, stunningly exquisite. Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback by the vibrant woman before him, clad in such a festive hue. If Tao Wan embodied the grace of a water lily, this woman was undoubtedly a flaming red lotus, each possessing their unique beauty. "Do you have charms for sale?" Ni Qingyan inquired, looking at Su Nanshan with an elegant and gracious smile. Su Nanshan regarded the woman calmly. His charm shop had remained closed for quite some time, and the loyal customers had long since faded away. The woman before him was a stranger, leaving him with no recollection of her, clearly not one of his previous patrons. Her intent to purchase charms piqued his curiosity, suggesting motives beyond the ordinary. Nevertheless, Su Nanshan did not turn her away. He stepped aside to allow her entry. "Yes, I do have charms available." Ni Qingyan entered the charm shop, her hands clasped behind her back, her large eyes scanning the surroundings. The air was thick with the fragrance of ink, and on the shelves lay an array of charms, mostly of a rudimentary nature: sound transmission charms, perception charms, shadow-gathering charms, and other basic types. The brushwork displayed on these charms appeared rather juvenile and laughable to Ni Qingyan, as they were crafted by the original owner. With a slight arch of her delicate eyebrows, a flicker of disappointment crossed her features. Was it possible that such artistry could only exist upon the pages of her test? Yet soon, her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as she quickened her pace towards the table. There lay a sound transmission charm, freshly crafted by Su Nanshan using the Heavenly Dao brush technique, the ink still moist. "How much for this charm?" Ni Qingyan's excitement surged as she fixated on the talisman laid out before her, akin to a treasure unearthed. The profound strokes of the calligraphy seemed to embody a transcendent essence, with each pause and flourish exuding an enigmatic transformation. The lines flowed with unparalleled grace, subtly revealing the vital energy coursing through them like wisps of smoke. Though merely a simple communication talisman, it emanated an aura of mystery, enhanced by the masterful artistry of its execution. Even mid-tier talismans appeared to pale in comparison to this communication charm. Exactly the essence. Su Nanshan had not anticipated that Ni Qingyan would immediately gravitate towards the initial version of the small spirit communication talisman, her fervor bordering on the peculiar. What could this woman be so excited about? Did she truly comprehend the purpose of this talisman? Within the Wanshou Tower, one of the three major trading houses, a communication talisman was priced at the cost of 3 days of lifespan, a mere trifle. far inferior to a low-grade elemental crystal that commanded a price equivalent to 6 months of lifespan. Naturally, Nanshan would not sell it at the price of 3 days of lifespan, as that would diminish the stature of the small spirit communication talisman, conflating it with ordinary communication talismans. However, pricing it too high would hinder its dissemination. Moreover, in Nanshan's vision, the true profit from the small spirit communication talisman did not lie in the sale of the talisman itself, but rather in the duration of communication, akin to recharging phone credits. He could not perpetually rely on his spiritual consciousness to maintain the signal of the starlight. As the small spirit communication talisman gained popularity, the number of starlights would increase, and he would be drained dry. Sooner or later, he would be left with nothing. Fortunately, the primordial void could siphon lifespan to sustain the illumination of the starlight. To keep the signal starlight aglow within the primordial void, talisman holders would need to continually recharge their lifespan, the longer they wish to keep the signal illuminated. The more lifespan they must replenish. If the distance between talisman holders was great, the consumption of lifespan would also increase. The lifespan used for recharging to maintain the starlight would largely serve to sustain the operation of the heavenly Tao as will, with a small portion naturally finding its way into Nanshan's own pockets. His diligent communication with the heavenly Tao, establishing the primordial void as a server, creating communication bases, and delineating service areas warranted a reasonable compensation. Though the portion of lifespan he garnered might be modest, as the number of talisman users increased, this would culminate in a substantial influx of lifespan. Moreover, it would be a continuous stream, akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. Contemplating this, a genuine and fervent smile graced Nanshan's face. This talisman is named the Small Spirit Communication Talisman, and its price is 30 days of lifespan per talisman. 30 days of lifespan per talisman? A month's lifespan for a single talisman? In the Eternal Life continent, there was no distinction between large and small months. A month consisted of 30 days, with a year comprising 12 months. Upon hearing Nanshan's words, Enai Qingyin lifted her head, incredulity flashing in her eyes. You dare to sell a basic communication talisman for a month's lifespan? That's a tenfold increase. However, the artistry alone warranted such a price. In Enai Qingyin's view, the price was even too low. With a knowing smile, she regarded Nanshan. From Mr. Zhao, she had gleaned insights into Nanshan's circumstances. Once a prodigious life form with a genius aptitude awakened for 150 years. He had been left with only 3 years of usable lifespan due to his father's misdeeds, uncertain even of securing the complete imprint from the Life Institute. Now, seeing her own interest in talismans, Enai Qingyin couldn't help but wonder why he didn't seize the opportunity. She thought Nanshan was remarkably naive. With the quality of his talisman technique, he could easily demand a year of lifespan for a single talisman. A month of lifespan for one talisman was not exorbitant. Everything seemed negotiable. However, before making a purchase, she had a small request. Enai Qinglin's enchanting face broke into a radiant smile as she crossed her arms, accentuating her curves. I wish to learn your talisman drawing technique, she declared, her crimson lips curling slightly. Nanshan was taken aback, momentarily frozen, and raised his gaze to Enai Qingyin, his expression gradually shifting to one of incredulity. Are you out of your mind? You want an egg, and yet you plan to catch the chicken as well? Enai Qingyin responded, no sale, then. This talisman is no longer for sale. Nanshan waved his hand dismissively. Enai Qingyin frowned, perplexed. Why won't you sell it? Aren't you in need of lifespan? Nanshan pointed at the powerful and profound talisman technique, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe I will always be in need? Staring at Nanshan's smile, Enai Qingyin hesitated for a moment. Indeed, with such a technique. If Nanshan truly wished to earn lifespan, he could sell his calligraphy instead. Then could you kindly recommend me to the teacher who taught you this technique? I would like to pay a visit. Enai Qingyin pondered for a moment before taking a step back and bowing respectfully to Nanshan. Nanshan maintained his smile, slightly tilting his body towards the door. Safe travels. Enai Qingyin pouted, feeling quite displeased. She sensed that beneath his smile, Nanshan seemed to be mocking her. What are you thinking? For the obstinate Nanshan, Enai Qingyin found herself at a loss. She was eager to learn this technique, driven by an instinct that mastering it could propel her into the top ranks in the upcoming imperial examinations and the competition for the celestial officials. Biting her lip, Enai Qingyin proposed 1 year of lifespan for a communication talisman, along with a chance for me to meet an esteemed senior. Nanshan's heart raced. Such a generous offer was undeniably tempting. However, he shook his head helplessly. Even if you were to offer 100 years of lifespan for one talisman, it would be in vain. My master does not entertain guests. Moreover, this talisman is not called a communication talisman. My master named it the Little Spirit Communicator, once activated. It allows for instantaneous communication within the confines of Dongling County with another bearer of the Little Spirit Communicator. I Ching-yin was momentarily stunned. Instantaneous communication within Dongling County? Do not attempt to deceive me. You call this a communication talisman? She regarded Su Nanshan with a knowing look. The functionality of a talisman does not alter with changes in technique. The essence lies in the runes. This is fundamental knowledge of cultivation. However, this is a Little Spirit Communicator, not a communication talisman, Su Nanshan replied, his demeanor unfazed, as if it were self-evident. Goodness, this insufferable little man is so irritating. I Ching-yin's temper flared, and even the pressure within her surged momentarily. She uncorked the wine gourd and took a swig, the liquid cascading down the side of her mouth, flowing smoothly down her alabaster throat and into the depths of her being. Su Nanshan cast a glance at I Ching-yin. After taking a sip of wine, her explosive temper gradually stabilized. You claim to achieve instantaneous communication and dialogue? Do you presume I have never encountered a Lingxi talisman? A third-grade Lingxi talisman possesses such capabilities, but its effective range extends merely within 1,000 miles. The farther the distance, the greater the delay in communication. Beyond that distance, it becomes utterly ineffective. Can your newly named 9th-grade sound transmission talisman truly surpass the efficacy of a 3rd-grade Lingxi talisman? Present me with one, if it indeed performs as you assert. I shall personally assist you in persuading the 3 major trading houses for promotion. However, should you deceive me, you will owe me the secret of your writing technique or an introduction to your master. What say you? An aura of formidable power emanated from I Ching-yin, startling Su Nanshan, who had not anticipated the extent of her cultivation. This pressure undoubtedly exceeded the foundation establishment realm. Nevertheless, Su Nanshan circulated his energy, and with the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refining, he bore this formidable aura with great difficulty, standing tall and unwavering, betraying no sign of fear. Whether I deceive you or not, we shall soon discover, Su Nanshan replied with unyielding confidence. Very well, I Ching-yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, grasping her wine gourd. Her form danced gracefully, akin to a fiery lotus swaying at the mouth of a volcano, as she appeared before the table and reached for a small sound transmission talisman. With a gaze filled with profound meaning, she glanced at the still calm and confident Su Nanshan. I Ching-yin's spiritual consciousness extended into the talisman. In the next moment, her vibrant and enchanting eyes seemed to plunge into an endless abyss, losing their luster. After a brief pause, her elegantly poised figure suddenly stiffened, and a subtle tremor akin to a minuscule water bubble rippled through her. The light within her pupils re-emerged, instantly engulfed by overwhelming astonishment. Chapter 12. The first pot of gold as the spiritual awareness surged forth, activating the talisman. The vigorous strokes of the script on the talisman paper immediately emanated a faint golden glow. I Ching-yin's delicate form trembled, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through her being. Her spiritual consciousness seemed to plunge into an endless abyss of darkness, drawn towards an ancient and colossal square mansion, its doors wide open, as the starlight, born of her consciousness, floated in uncontrollably. What is this place? Vast, boundless, profound, and majestic. There was even an air of something that stirred her very soul. As the foremost prodigy of the outer sect in Jingyan Prefecture, poised to challenge the imperial examinations, her master had naturally imparted knowledge about the primordial void. The primordial void is renowned as the source of the heavenly Tao, the origin of lifespan, accessible only to cultivators in the void realm, those who have transcended the nascent soul stage. To enter the primordial void, one must undergo a transformation of spiritual awareness into divine consciousness, which then condenses into the primordial spirit. Although I Ching-yin possessed considerable talent, she was currently only at the fate pill stage, far from the void realm, making access to the primordial void impossible. Thus, the talisman. It is because of this talisman. I Ching-yin's spiritual awareness surged with excitement, the starlight flickering erratically. How is this possible? A mere talisman possesses such extraordinary power. It seemed as though she had inadvertently stumbled upon a great secret. How could Su Nanshan dare to price a single talisman at a month's worth of effort? This child is far too innocent, utterly lacking in business acumen. If news of a talisman enabling those below the void realm to access the primordial void were to spread, this talisman, in 10 or even 100 years, people would be scrambling to purchase it. How many cultivators stuck at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage face imminent demise, their physical forms decaying and vitality fading. Burdened with a millennium of lifespan, yet nowhere to utilize it, desperately seeking the primordial void, but finding no way. Ai Qingyan's emotions surged. She could not fathom why a communication talisman could possess such an effect. Could it be that variations in script truly alter the very essence of talismans? She could not comprehend this. It was beyond her grasp. Do not tighten your spiritual awareness, relax your mind, and accept the guidance of the service area. Upon entering, complete your Starlight Path registration. The registration consists of 4 digits. In the future, when you wish to communicate with others, simply remember their registration number, hold the talisman, and activate it with your spiritual awareness. Nanshan's voice suddenly resonated in Ai Qingyan's ears, ethereal and distant. As her spiritual awareness sank into the primordial void, it did not impede her sensory perception in reality. She could still hear Nanshan's words. Filled with curiosity, Ai Qingyan followed Nanshan's guidance. Entering the grand and magnificent virtual mansion he referred to as the service area. However, as her starlight entered the virtual mansion, the 3 stars that Nanshan had previously plucked quietly trailed behind, sneaking in as the doors remained ajar. Nanshan, of course, noticed this scene. A smile playing on his lips, choosing to refrain from action for the moment, intending to deal with them later. Ai Qingyan's starlight floated into the virtual mansion, where she perceived 10 runes emanating a golden glow before her eyes, numbered from 1 to 9, with an additional 0, totaling 10 characters. 10 characters swirled around her starry brilliance like a tornado, and finally, 4 random characters shot forth, merging into her celestial glow. Ai Qingyan sensed that the sequence of these 4 characters was 1, 3, 7, 7. Upon completing the arrangement of the starry road guide, her consciousness felt as if propelled out of the void palace by a tremendous force. Inside the talisman shop, Ai Qingyan opened her eyes wide, her face flushed with disbelief. The events that had just transpired felt like an extraordinary journey, as if she had been baptized by the Tao itself. She had entered the primordial void, experiencing what only a cultivator of the void realm could encounter. Was it all real? Not an illusion? Turning to Nanshan, her beautiful eyes sparkled with fervor. How did you accomplish this? Nanshan smiled, gesturing to the brushwork of the talisman, to effect a qualitative change in a talisman. Ordinary brushwork simply will not suffice. However, my master's technique is different. I have merely scratched the surface, far from my master's level. If my master were to intervene, it would be extraordinary. The void palace you saw in the primordial void is a masterpiece of my master. My master once said that the void is paper, and the Tao is ink. Only then can one truly enter the realm of talismans. Nanshan spoke of his master with unabashed pride. After all, he could boast about himself as long as he felt no embarrassment. He could be as profound and inscrutable as he wished. Ai Qingyan believed him without doubt. After all, seeing is believing, and she had truly traversed the primordial void. Nanshan's master was undoubtedly a hermit of great renown, perhaps even a powerful being on the brink of ascension to the upper realms. Ai Qingyan's heart raced with anticipation. What should she do? She yearned to learn this brushwork. Her desire to master it grew stronger. This talisman is called the Little Spirit Communication Talisman. Do you have the authorization to use it? Ai Qingyan inquired, her ruby lips parting. Nanshan nodded. This talisman was indeed developed by me, with some guidance from my master. Ai Qingyan rolled her eyes, thinking him shameless. He claimed it was his invention, yet his senior had opened a void palace for him in the primordial void, arranging everything perfectly. It would be easy for her too. After all, he was the genius of the foremost sect in Jingyan Prefecture, and Ai Qingyan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Chiefly the void palace constructed in the primordial void. At this moment, Ai Qingyan no longer doubted the function of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman as Nanshan had previously described. Her teacher had once mentioned that the primordial void is interconnected with the eternal life continent and even the upper realms of eternal life, differing only in time and space. For instance, if you extend your hand, you might already be touching the primordial void. It is merely invisible to the naked eye. Thus, the profound nature of the primordial void could indeed facilitate instantaneous communication and conversation. Should we give it a try? Nanshan looked at Ai Qingyan, asking. He pinched another Little Spirit Communication Talisman, pouring his consciousness into it. Soon, Ai Qingyan felt her fingers, gripping the talisman, grow slightly warm. And her starry brilliance suspended in the void palace suddenly resonated with a series of sharp sounds, receiving a call invitation from the road guide number 9527. 9527 is me. Nanshan radiated a brilliant smile. Ni Ching Yin, without dwelling on the significance of the talisman number, cast a glance at Su Nanshan and then pointed towards the entrance. Gently tapping the wine gourd at her waist, a flash of crimson sword light burst forth. Her graceful figure resembling a flickering fire lotus, enveloped in the gleaming sword radiance, she swiftly soared out of the talisman shop. Racing down the long street like a red silk ribbon, she soon exited Jiangluo City, galloping along the official road until she halted before the 10-mile pavilion. Can you hear me? The small communication talisman pulsed with energy, slightly warming up. Just as Ni Ching Yin stopped, her chest heaving with exertion. Su Nanshan's voice echoed within her consciousness. Ni Ching Yin's long eyelashes fluttered, a wave of astonishment washing over her. I'm currently at the 10-mile pavilion outside Jiangluo City. Did you really reach the pavilion outside the city in such a short time? You are quite nimble. The faintly surprised voice of Su Nanshan resonated in her mind. Between them, the exchange was instantaneous, with no delay whatsoever. This small communication talisman truly facilitated real-time interaction. As though they were standing face to face, there were simpler means of communication, such as carrier pigeons, and more complex and swift methods like concealed messages via flying swords or spirit birds carrying sounds. The more advanced option was the Lingxi talisman for long-distance dialogue. However, the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique employed by powerful cultivators was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Although the third-grade Lingxi talisman could achieve similar functionality, it suffered from delays, requiring several breaths between messages, with longer distances resulting in greater latency. Undoubtedly, the small communication talisman outperformed the third-grade Lingxi talisman in terms of functionality. Ni Ching Yin trembled slightly, an incredible thought blossoming in her mind. This small communication talisman might herald an epic-making transformation for humanity and even the entire Chongqing continent. It could potentially alter the fates of numerous cultivators. Within the talisman shop, upon hearing Ni Ching Yin's languid and enchanting voice through his consciousness, Su Nanshan was filled with mixed emotions. When the communication device he had crafted resonated in this strange, incongruous world for the first time, he felt as if time and space had become disoriented, his heart stirred by an electric current. It was a sensation akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land. Perhaps fate had brought him into this world for a purpose, not merely to live a routine existence in pursuit of longevity, but to instigate meaningful change within it. In his previous life, he departed this world bearing regrets, but in this life, he was determined to live with fervor, to be remembered, to etch the name Su Nanshan into the annals of history. Ni Ching Yin returned like a flame, her sword energy retracting into the gourd, her beautiful eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. She gazed at Su Nanshan as if he were a precious gem, a treasure trove, her yearning for the Tao of talisman techniques growing increasingly insatiable. I must learn, she exclaimed fervently, waving her hand as a pitch-black life token floated into the air. Come, let us trade. Ni Ching Yin remarked, one small communication talisman is insufficient. Bring me 1,000. 1,000? Wouldn't that overwhelm him? How could he possibly produce such a vast quantity at once? Su Nanshan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Ni Ching Yin, undeterred, chuckled lightly. Oh, little Nanshan, you're not quite up to the task. Then let us start with 11 talismans. 11 small communication talismans equate to 330 days of lifespan. With the one already in Ni Ching Yin's possession, that totals 12 talismans, perfectly sufficient for a year of vitality. This is indeed a significant transaction within acceptable limits. I will give you this one as well. I have erased its spiritual imprint, and it can be reactivated for use. The remaining 10 small communication talismans are currently out of stock. You may return in 3 days to collect them, Su Nanshan stated, as crafting talismans requires time. No problem. Just in time for these 3 days, I shall assist you in soliciting promotions from the Wanshou Tower, Badian Pavilion, and Qingyuan Palace. This is my promise to you. Ni Ching Yin, am a woman of my word. Given the functionality of the small communication talisman, the 3 major trading houses would undoubtedly be eager to acquire them under normal circumstances. Ni Ching Yin retrieved a gourd and poured wine into her mouth, exuding a remarkable exuberance. Su Nanshan did not decline. Collaborating with the 3 major trading houses was a necessary step. After all, aiming to promote the small communication talisman was beyond his capacity as a mere student of the Enlightenment Institute in Su Nanshan District. It was more prudent to leave such professional matters to those who specialize in them. Moreover, once the small communication talisman gained traction, the demand for talismans would soar. If he were to handle all the crafting alone, Su Nanshan would be overwhelmed. Ultimately, he would need to seek out trading houses to expand the market for talismans. So Nanshan took out his life token and gently tapped it against Ni Qingyan's floating life token. A crisp sound rang out, signifying the commencement of a transaction witnessed by the heavenly order. By chance, Nanshan caught a glimpse of the information on her life token. Name, Ni Qingyan, age, 21, cultivation, 5th layer of life Dan, lifespan remaining, 733 years, 10 months, and 23 days, minimum lifespan, 10 years. With just a glance, Nanshan felt an electric jolt in his heart. His lips quivered. Hey, a wealthy woman. Women older by 3 years embrace golden bricks. Women older by 700 years. Chapter 13. The 10 consecutive draws. Gazing at the information displayed on the life card, Nanshan felt an overwhelming shock. The woman named Ni Qingyan astonishingly possessed a lifespan reserve of over 700 years. A veritable wealthy matron. Nanshan also noted her impressive cultivation. At merely 21 years of age, she had attained the 5th layer of the Life Dan realm. How utterly extraordinary. It is noteworthy that the numerous instructors at the Jiangluo Life Institute were all merely at the foundation establishment stage, far removed from the Life Dan realm. A practitioner of the Life Dan realm, in the Enlightenment Life Institute, would be more than capable of serving as the master of the first floor. Above Qi refinement lies foundation establishment, and above that is the Life Dan. Although Nanshan, in the primordial void, regarded the nascent soul masters of the cave void realm as inconsequential, easily plucking and dismissing them at will, all of that was but an illusion. Akin to the bravado displayed online, where one wields a keyboard and feels invincible, yet in reality, it is merely a bubble of false bravado. While one may strike forcefully in the virtual realm, in the tangible world, one can only acquiesce. Nanshan was merely a 5th layer Qi refiner, and the Life Dan realm appeared strikingly formidable to him. Ni Qingyan gazed at Nanshan with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. She had intentionally revealed the information on the life card, and witnessing Nanshan's astonished expression filled her with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Well, your lifespan has been transferred to you. I shall return in 3 days to collect the talismans. Remember, there are still 10 little spirit communication talismans remaining. Ni Qingyan discreetly tucked away the life card, took a swig from her wine gourd, her face radiating pure enjoyment. It was a long-awaited joy of earning. Even though he had inherited the lottery panel, which solely facilitated the draw, whether he could genuinely earn lifespan through his own efforts remained uncertain in Nanshan's heart. Now, with the arrival of his first pot of gold, Nanshan's previously anxious heart seemed to be tranquilized, settling into a serene calm. Do you think acquiring lifespan is an effortless endeavor? Ni Qingyan carefully stowed away 2 little spirit communication talismans, catching sight of Nanshan's silly, silent grin, and couldn't help but chuckle. In reality, if your talismans lack special functions and your calligraphy is not exquisite, you might not sell even one in an entire year. After all, practitioners selling talismans were as numerous as the rivers flowing into the sea, and talismans crafted by Qi refiners are seldom taken seriously. Ni Qingyan's words contained a kernel of truth. The cultivation world was fiercely competitive. As lifespan could be exchanged for resources, everyone sought to acquire them. When a business proves profitable, a flood of competitors will invariably emerge. Talismans produced by Qi refiners naturally lacked significant competitiveness in the talisman market, with similar products. Price differences were minimal. Why not purchase talismans crafted by practitioners of higher realms such as Foundation Establishment or Life Dan? By the way, little Nanshan, as a buyer, may I make a small request? Ni Qingyan suddenly leaned closer to Nanshan, raising a finger. The woman's fair, smooth, oval face, with her crimson lips parting, exuded a languorous charm. Nanshan's heart skipped a beat, maintaining his composure. Speak. Could I observe while you create talismans? Ni Qingyan blinked her long eyelashes, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she smiled charmingly. Nanshan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ni Qingyan's request to be this. The way of the celestial pen is indeed enigmatic. Nanshan has directly reaped the rewards. However, should he attempt to learn, it would likely feel akin to deciphering an ancient script, leaving him bewildered. Thus, even if Ni Qingyan were to observe closely, she might not necessarily grasp its essence. Consequently, Nanshan remained unconcerned, saying, "Very well, should I craft a talisman, you are welcome to observe." "All right, it's settled then. Rest assured, I will assist you in reaching out to the merchants. I will inquire at all 3 major trading houses." With Nanshan's consent, Ni Qingyan beamed with joy. Swaying her waist, sipping wine while humming a tune, her long, slender legs elegantly striding away from the shop. The night was dim, the moonlight casting a cool glow upon the long street. The Daliang dynasty enforced a curfew, rendering the nighttime streets rather desolate. It was only after Ni Qingyin's alluring figure vanished at the street's end that Su Nanshan closed the shop door once more. Within, the lanterns flickered softly, illuminating the room. Returning to his chair, Su Nanshan found himself restless. Having earned his first pot of gold, he was invigorated, filled with anticipation and hope for the future. His mind stirred, and the remaining 4 pure essence crystals obtained from the lottery lay on the table. Clearly, for crystals were insufficient. He still needed to refine approximately 10 more to reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. Thus, Su Nanshan focused his thoughts and accessed the lottery card pool through the interface. As the luminous screen faded, it felt as though an ancient and mysterious portal had swung open, revealing a grand hall aglow with light, adorned with opulent crystal chandeliers, each crystal reflecting a splendid world. Su Nanshan approached the first gambling table, settling into a plush leather chair, his gaze level with the stacked card decks on the opposite side. The decks contained enticing rewards. Currently, Su Nanshan possessed a century's worth of lifespan to gamble with, presenting him with 2 options. One was to engage in a series of draws at the table where a decade of lifespan served as the wager, and the other was to go all in at the second table, wagering a century of lifespan for a high-stakes gamble. Each option bore its merits and drawbacks. The first allowed for numerous draws, albeit with a low probability of hitting a grand prize, such as the celestial pin, which would likely be elusive at the first table. Previously, his initial attempts at drawing cards yielded a significant bounty, akin to a novice's starter pack. Now, even if he continued to exploit the card-drawing mechanism, while good rewards might still arise, it was improbable he would encounter another extraordinary prize like the celestial pin, a reward that directly connected with the heavens. Unless he ventured to the second table for consecutive draws, but entry there required a wager of a century, and to engage in multiple draws. At least 3 centuries of lifespan were needed, an insurmountable sum for Su Nanshan. As for the second option, should he choose to gamble a century at the second table, the rewards, if he won, would undoubtedly be substantial. However, the opportunity was singular, with a higher likelihood of failure. A careless move could lead to a complete waste of 100 years of lifespan. Even the most fortunate draws may not necessarily prove beneficial to Su Nanshan in his current predicament. It is no wonder that casinos possess an allure so potent. Those unable to resist temptation may find themselves destitute. At present, Su Nanshan cannot afford to gamble, as all his hopes for redemption hinge upon the lottery panel. Thus, he resolutely opts for the first method. He shall go all in with the 10 consecutive draws. Su Nanshan spoke softly to the gambling table. After the initial trial, he had gained confidence, realizing that the 10 consecutive draws maximized potential gains. With this in mind, he made his decision. 10 cold, tactile chips floated before him, each engraved with a cross. Taking a deep breath, he pushed forward with his palm. A clattering sound resonated. The 10 chips cascaded onto the table. The green velvet of the gambling table quivered slightly, as if coming to life, greedily consuming the chips without leaving a trace. The bet was placed. Opposite him, an unseen dealer seemed to chuckle softly. With a mere sweep of their hand, the deck of cards was laid upon the table, fanned out in a radiant display. Golden light swirling, dancing over each card. Whoosh! The sound of piercing air echoed. In the next moment, 10 drawn cards leapt from the deck, aligning perfectly on the green velvet surface. Su Nanshan examined each card with a calm demeanor. After all, even if all the cards were white, he would not feel too disheartened, for white cards signify pure crystal rewards. Having experienced the benefits of pure crystals, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Therefore, he could not possibly incur a loss in this lottery. Naturally, securing a grand prize would be even better. Su Nanshan shifted his gaze, focusing on the colors, for the hues of the cards could reveal the quality of the rewards. The 10 cards were arranged in 2 rows of 5. The colors of the first row were white, 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 yellow, white. The colors of the second row were yellow, white, 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 green. The rewards had been unveiled. Su Nanshan's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the last card in the second row, radiating an exquisite green light. That beam of green seemed to pierce the darkness. Chapter 14. A Bountiful Harvest. Su Nanshan's gaze was fixed on the last card. By the hue of the card and the brilliance of its luminescence, one could roughly estimate the quality of the prize. The previously acquired Tian Dao calligraphy card shimmered with a dazzling array of colors, strikingly radiant. Now, among the rewards, there were 3 colors of cards: white, yellow, and green, with the green light being the most resplendent. Undoubtedly, the green card represented a reward of a higher tier than the yellow card. It must be something of considerable value, Su Nanshan mused. However, he stifled his curiosity and refrained from revealing the green card immediately. The suspense was meant to be preserved until the end. Discovering the best reward first would diminish the surprise and appreciation for the lesser rewards, potentially leading to a psychological letdown. Therefore, Su Nanshan solemnly began by unveiling the white cards one by one. Pure low-grade Yuan Crystal 10, Pure low-grade Yuan Crystal 10, Pure medium-grade Yuan Crystal 1, Pure low-grade Yuan Crystal 10. Su Nanshan suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing. He sensed something peculiar had slipped in. His gaze fell upon the third white card, and to his astonishment, the prize information revealed a medium-grade Yuan Crystal. A medium-grade Yuan Crystal? Su Nanshan's breath caught in his throat, momentarily taken aback. Could such a thing truly be obtained from a white card? To put it into perspective, a single medium-grade Yuan Crystal is equivalent to 100 low-grade Yuan Crystals. At market price, 1 low-grade Yuan Crystal sells for 180 days of lifespan. Thus, a medium-grade Yuan Crystal would be valued at 1,800 days. What a windfall! Furthermore, the true worth of a medium-grade Yuan Crystal lies not merely in its price, but in its abundant vitality and ease of absorption, which greatly enhances one's cultivation efforts. Its only downside is its exorbitant cost. With 7 white cards, having procured 1 medium-grade Yuan Crystal, while the others were low-grade Yuan Crystals, Su Nanshan felt quite satisfied. He then shifted his attention to the remaining 2 yellow cards. Taking a deep breath, he opened the first one. The yellow brilliance gradually subsided, revealing the prize information. Qi cultivation spell. Finger cannon, entry level, a Qi cultivation spell. Su Nanshan felt a thrill. This was truly a remarkable find. Practitioners value not only cultivation but also combat. The Enlightenment Academy also teaches combat spells, although most are basic utility spells. However, since the students are primarily in the Qi refinement stage, their cultivation level is too low during combat. Using a spell is often less convenient and practical than employing an attack talisman. A single Qi sword talisman can unleash a far greater force than a basic spell that barely fills a bowl. The powers of the Thunder Sound Talisman and Fire Trigger Talisman are also quite impressive, sufficient for use at the Qi refinement stage. Continuing to unveil the second yellow card. The information presented was Cultivation Acceleration Voucher 3. As the name implies, this voucher can accelerate one's cultivation when used, but the definition of cultivation is worthy of contemplation. What constitutes cultivation? Operating the basic Qi refinement method is cultivation. Training basic spells is also cultivation. Crafting talismans and forging artifacts, even studying, all qualify as cultivation. Does the Cultivation Acceleration Voucher have an amplifying effect on all of these? However, although this reward is consumable, it is still quite good and beneficial for cultivation, which Su Nanshan genuinely appreciates. What a bountiful harvest! Rubbing his hands together, his eager gaze fell upon the final green card, instantly igniting his anticipation. If the rewards of the yellow card brought him such delight, the higher-tier green card, surely it won't be disappointing, right? He extended his hand and slowly unveiled the brilliantly glowing card. Heaven's Protection 3, what on earth? The excitement on Su Nanshan's face abruptly froze, gradually fading away. Is this reward so abstract? Heaven's Protection. It sounds impressive, but what does it actually refer to? Is it beneficial for cultivation? Lacking a user manual, Su Nanshan was uncertain about the true meaning of this so-called Heaven's Protection. Is it a type of defensive spell? Or perhaps an amplifying buff? It may be a valuable prize, but if it proves useless for cultivation, then for Su Nanshan at this moment, the surprise felt rather mediocre. Nonetheless, anything associated with the concept of heaven surely possesses strength, so Su Nanshan remained quite satisfied with his overall gains. With a shift in his thoughts, the lottery panel materialized. VIP. Su Nanshan level. LV2 abilities. Photographic memory. LV2 unlocked. Heavenly Dao symbol drawing technique. Special. Heaven's Protection 3. Passive. Spells. Qi refinement. Finger cannon. Initial. Lifespan. 1 year. For months. And 26 days lottery card pool. Insufficient balance. Please recharge promptly backpack. 64 pure lower grade Yuan crystals. 1 pure middle grade Yuan crystal. 3 cultivation acceleration vouchers. As dawn gradually broke, the morning light leapt over the horizon. illuminating the earth and bringing radiance to the world that had been shrouded in darkness throughout the night. Once the panel before Su Nanshan dissipated, the golden text on the life plate returned to normal. This time, entering the casino and expending 100 years of lifespan for a tenfold draw yielded generous rewards. However, the rewards that truly benefited Su Nanshan at present were the pure middle-grade yuan crystal and the 2 cultivation acceleration vouchers. With the assistance of these 2 rewards, he should soon reach the 6th layer of qi refinement, qualifying for the external sect recruitment. Feeling quite pleased, he stretched lazily. Although he had not slept all night, his spirit was remarkably vibrant. Everything was looking up. Su Nanshan rose, walked to the table, and wore a cheerful smile. Business was thriving, and his cultivation progress was assured. The future for Su Nanshan appeared bright. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dawn was not far off, so he felt no inclination to sleep further. Su Nanshan planned to create symbols, as he had accepted a year's worth of lifespan funding from Indifferent Yen, and the remaining materials needed to be prepared within 3 days. This meant Su Nanshan had to produce 10 small communication symbols within that time frame. The task was not overly difficult. However, once time for studying at the Jianglu Life Institute was deducted, the time left for Su Nanshan was quite limited. Extracting a sheet from the stacked yellow talisman paper, Su Nanshan was suddenly struck by a whimsical idea. He contemplated utilizing the Celestial Path S-brush technique to craft a communication talisman, capable of bridging the void of primordial existence. What would be the effects of employing this technique to create other talismans? For instance, what might transpire if one were to draw offensive talismans? A surge of curiosity flooded Su Nanshan's mind, igniting a fervent desire within him. Regrettably, among the 3 primary offensive talismans, Qi Sword, Thunder Sound, and Fire Guiding, his recollections revealed that he had mastered only the Qi Sword talisman, and even that had an exceedingly low success rate. Offensive talismans, inherently more intricate than their supportive counterparts, were part of the 9 fundamental talismans of the Qi refinement realm. In the entire Jianglu Fate Institute, fewer than 5 individuals could truly comprehend and successfully create these talismans. While Su Nanshan was a member of the Longevity Seed, his initial awakened talent had been divided and focused during his studies, rendering him less capable than those who toiled diligently. It seemed that Xiao Taozi possessed the ability to draw both Thunder Sound and Fire Guiding talismans. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to seek her guidance. Su Nanshan mused. As the top scorer in each of Jianglu Fate Institute's minor assessments, Tao Weian had a solid grasp of foundational knowledge. Consulting her would undoubtedly be fruitful. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he dedicated himself to talisman crafting. Though his curiosity persisted, Su Nanshan prioritized the creation of the small communication talisman, especially with the impending deadline looming. Dipping a wolf hairbrush into vermilion ink and embracing the soft morning light, Su Nanshan steadied his breath, focusing intently as he began to inscribe the small communication talisman upon the talisman paper. Crafting talismans is a meticulous endeavor, requiring not only a tranquil mind but also time. With Su Nanshan's current efficiency, it would take him half an hour to complete a single talisman, not accounting for the failure rate. Based on his present rate of failure, it would take nearly 3 concentrated attempts to succeed in producing one. An hour and a half later, Su Nanshan finally completed a pristine small communication talisman. With the essence of the talisman flowing through the wet ink, faint glimmers of golden light shimmering subtly, he placed the talisman upon the table, securing it with a paperweight, and awaited the ink to dry. Seizing the moment, Su Nanshan poured himself a glass of water and drank it down, feeling invigorated. Turning to gaze out of the intricately carved wooden window at the brightening sky, he changed into a blue robe of the Fate Institute, smoothing the creases from his attire. With his satchel slung over his shoulder and the door securely locked, he departed from the shop, merging into the throng of bustling pedestrians on the street, making his way towards the Jianglu Fate Institute. Today marked the day when the results of his first minor examination, since embarking on this new life in another world, would be announced. Chapter 15. The protective Tao Kawai in the city of Jiangluo. At the Fate Institute, the gentle morning breeze wafted through the air, bringing a touch of coolness, and though autumn had yet to arrive, a chill had already begun to permeate the atmosphere. After savoring a bowl of tender tofu from a street vendor, Su Nanshan stepped through the gates of the Fate Institute, clad in azure garments. The students of Jiangluo Fate Institute, regardless of gender, donned traditional attire. The boys wore long robes while the girls adorned themselves in flowing skirts. Thus, each morning, as they gathered for classes, the entrance of the institute became a picturesque scene filled with youthful female scholars, their fair legs exposed, exuding vitality akin to a gathering stream. Upon entering the institute, Su Nanshan suddenly paused, his gaze drawn to the familiar figure of Tao Kawai, who stood gracefully, her exquisite silhouette inciting a flurry of gasps and lingering glances. Tao Wei stood quietly, her expression icy and aloof, radiating an aura that seemed to ward off any intruders. As Su Nanshan observed her, he sensed her gaze shift towards him, and a flicker of joy broke through her frosty demeanor as she swiftly made her way against the tide of blue-clad students. Approaching Su Nanshan, Tao Wei slightly lifted her flawless face, her lashes fluttering as she earnestly inquired. It turned out that she had been waiting at the institute's entrance since early morning to ask about Su Nanshan's progress with the refinement of the elemental crystal, wishing to provide him with an invigorating boost of encouragement. After all, the process of refining an elemental crystal was not one to be rushed, and she feared that any negative thoughts might hinder Su Nanshan's mindset. Her concerned gaze made it clear to Su Nanshan that Tao Kawai truly valued their agreement. A gentle smile graced his lips as he reassured her, "Rest assured, the refinement is going quite well, especially smooth. I am confident that our promise will be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Tao Wei's previously cold face, as if the morning sun had suddenly become more radiant. The soft breeze stirred the fabric of Su Nanshan's azure robe and the delicate hem of Tao Wei's gossamer skirt as they walked side by side along the stone path of the Fate Institute. Shrouded in a light morning mist, Tao Wei was well known within the institute, not only for her beauty but also for her extraordinary talent, consistently claiming the top spot on the examination leaderboard. Thus, her companionship with Su Nanshan drew the astonished gazes of many. Countless eyes were fixed upon the two of them. Su Nanshan maintained his composure while Tao Wei upheld her facade of icy indifference, though her earlobes had already turned a lovely shade of crimson. As they reached the front of the Yellow Fate Tower, it was time for them to part ways, as Tao Kawai would proceed alone to the Heavenly Fate Tower, which lay deeper within the institute. With her large eyes locking onto Su Nanshan, she warned, "Don't deceive me." He responded with a smile, hesitating for a moment before reaching out, amidst the fiery stares of numerous onlookers, to pinch Tao Kawai's cheek, smooth and fair, leaving a lingering fragrance on his fingers. Tao Wei stiffened, and the blush on her icy face spread like ink, her carefully maintained frosty demeanor crumbling once more. Let us go." Tao Wei's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned and walked away, her slender figure seemingly poised to leap joyfully beneath the sunlight. Truly, Tao Kawai was deserving of her name. Su Nanshan's lips curled slightly, disregarding the envious and resentful gazes directed at him, as he turned to enter the yellow character Destiny building. Upon arriving at the 17th courtyard, the atmosphere was already lively, with classmates expressing their excitement. One chubby classmate, his cheeks quivering, looked at Su Nanshan with admiration, exclaiming, "Nanshan, you're incredible." "That's Tao, the top of the class, our academy's pride. How could you?" Pinch her cheek. "Aren't you afraid of getting beaten?" In an instant, students from the 17th courtyard gathered around, chattering incessantly. In the yellow character Destiny building, Tao Weian regained her icy demeanor, her delicate face marked by indifference, though the slight curve of her lips betrayed her inner joy. "Weian." Suddenly, someone called out from behind, halting her steps. Tao Weian furrowed her brows and slowly turned to see Han Chung approaching with clenched fists. Having mingled among the crowd, he had keenly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Weian, despite your exceptional talent and outstanding performance, you must not squander yourself in such a manner," Han Chung said solemnly as he stood before her. "As a classmate, I feel obligated to remind you. The lifespan granted in the Qi refinement stage is precious. We lack means to earn more, relying instead on these lifespans to strive for the foundation establishment stage. Yet you waste your valuable lifespan on someone who has no hope of advancing to the outer sect, purchasing elemental crystals for his cultivation. He has now been expelled to the yellow character Destiny building, essentially abandoned by the academy. Given his recent examination performance, he may not even place within the top 500. It is not worth it to tether yourself to someone like him." The more Han Chung spoke, the colder Tao Weian's expression became. "How dare you speak of Su Nanshan?" She retorted icily, fixing her gaze on Han Chung. "How I choose to spend my lifespan is none of your concern. Are you attempting to dictate my actions?" "Step aside." Protective of her feelings, Tao Weian, consumed by her emotions, maintained the aloof pride of an ice queen, choosing to ignore Han Chung as she strode directly into the yellow character Destiny building. Han Chung stood at the entrance, fist clenched. Once, Su Nanshan had indeed been a figure of great attention, but that belonged to the past. The current Su Nanshan was merely a student of the Yellow Character Destiny building, with only 3 years of lifespan remaining, lacking even the qualifications for recruitment by the outer sect. The Yellow Character Destiny building was essentially a place of abandonment by the academy, devoid of future prospects. The thought of Tao Wen squandering her lifespan for someone with no future infuriated him. Exhaling deeply, his gaze turned increasingly steely. He eagerly awaited the results of the upcoming examination. Once they were released, he would swiftly confront Su Nanshan at the Yellow Character Destiny building, ready to deliver a scathing humiliation to the man who lived off the kindness of others. Forcing Su Nanshan to confront the harsh reality of his future, one that was already bleak and devoid of promise. The elderly instructor had yet to arrive, and the small courtyard buzzed with noise. In contrast to the tense atmosphere of the Tianzi Ming building, the Huangzi Ming building was indeed quite relaxed. For most students were acutely aware of their bleak prospects. While waiting for the instructor, Su Nanshan took out a book titled The Chronicle of Longevity, a mandatory read in the Daliang dynasty, which detailed the intricate dynamics of the entire longevity continent. The text revealed that the longevity continent was not solely dominated by the human race, but was instead governed by a triad of races: the humans, the barbarians, and the demons. These 3 factions had been embroiled in endless conflicts for countless ages, resulting in innumerable deaths. Even in the present day, the territories of the 5 human dynasties were adjacent to those of the barbarians and demons, with the flames of war perpetually raging. Beyond the 3 races, the longevity continent was also home to the devouring celestial demons, born beyond the realms of heaven and earth, unbound by celestial laws, and preying upon the lifespans of humans. It was said that the human celestial order transformed lifespans into a form of currency, creating an inseparable link with the devouring celestial demons. Su Nanshan was deeply engrossed in the book, for it elucidated the very structure of his world, an essential understanding. Although it was not part of the examination syllabus, broadening one's horizons could only be beneficial, and the content merely provided a general overview without delving into intricate details. For instance, the introduction of the devouring celestial demons was scarcely elaborated upon, merely stating that they were formidable adversaries to cultivators, to be eradicated by all. Similarly, the reasons behind the incessant strife among the 3 races were only superficially mentioned, attributing the discord to differing celestial doctrines among the factions. As the blazing sun ascended to its zenith, casting slanted rays into the room, the hobbled old instructor, Mr. Zhao, approached with measured steps. Once seated cross-legged at the main table, the previously raucous courtyard gradually fell silent. Scanning the surroundings, the instructor's gaze ultimately landed on Su Nanshan, the student who had caused him considerable vexation, his eyes reflecting a profound and intricate emotion. With a rap of the wooden gavel on the table, the old instructor cleared his throat and spoke in a calm tone. The small examination has concluded, and the results are in. As per our usual practice, I shall only disclose the rankings for the small courtyard and the Huangzi Ming building here. The top 100 in the overall rankings will be displayed on the red list, which will be posted on the notice board at the academy after class. If you wish to see it, you may do so later. As he finished speaking, Mr. Zhao waved his hand, and 2 scrolls materialized, slowly descending and hovering in midair. The students of the 17th courtyard gazed at the 2 lists with excitement and curiosity, and upon examination, many could not suppress their exclamations. Indeed, Su Nanshan is at the top of our courtyard, as expected from someone of the Tianzi Ming building. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. None can compare. But alas, the top rank of our courtyard holds little significance. What nonsense. Just look at the second list of the Ming building. Could it be that the top of the Huangzi Ming building is also Brother Nanshan? And what does that rank even mean? Take a closer look. Brother Nanshan's overall ranking is on the second list. As the students fixated on the hovering second scroll, a moment of silence ensued. Then, the entire 17th courtyard erupted in excitement. Chapter 16, Newcomers on the Red List in Chin Inn. Adorned in a flowing red gown reminiscent of the fiery essence of June, accentuated her slender waist with a large gourd. The fair skin of her thighs, visible between the folds of her dress, gleamed like pristine snow. She had promised Su Nanshan to assist him in promoting the small spirit communication talismans through the 3 major trading houses. Thus, she arranged a meeting with the heads of these establishments in Zhangluo City under her own name, within the private room of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, a sanctuary dedicated to practitioners. Dishes crafted from rare spiritual materials filled the air with their rich aromas, tantalizing the senses. The leaders of the three trading houses took their seats, their gazes fixed on Ni, eyes aglow with eagerness and anticipation. After all, Ni, illustrious identity as the foremost genius of the first sect in Jingyan Prefecture, with aspirations to secure a top 10 position in the imperial examinations, commanded profound respect from the trading house heads in Jiangluo City. Furthermore, given her status, the business to be discussed was undoubtedly extraordinary, igniting their curiosity. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm as Ni, her exquisite visage adorned with a radiant smile, slowly produced the small spirit communication talismans crafted by Nanshan under the watchful eyes of the three heads. The business I wish to discuss today revolves around this talisman, she declared, elegantly pinching it between her slender fingers, her smile as bright as a blooming flower. She passed the talisman to the nearest trading house leader, allowing each one to examine it in turn. The intricate script and profound artistry of the talisman bespoke a masterful touch. However, it appeared to resemble the script of a communication talisman. Thus, was this merely a communication talisman? The heads of the three trading houses exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Was Ni jesting? Did she truly believe that a mere communication talisman warranted their presence for discussion? 2 scrolls, inscribed with names and rankings, floated in midair above the 17th courtyard, as students craned their necks, their eyes wide with disbelief. The old instructor stroked his beard, amused by the astonishment etched on the faces of the students. In the yellow character Fate building, a place deemed forsaken by the Fate Institute, the students' attitudes toward cultivation resembled stagnant waters. The announcement of results from minor examinations rarely stirred any ripples. The students of the yellow character Fate building had little to look forward to, their performances consistently placing at the bottom of the rankings. Even the highest achiever among them found themselves languishing beyond the 200th position. Thus, their passion for cultivation had waned, forced to bow to the harsh realities. However, due to Nanshan's efforts, a student's name from the yellow character Fate building finally made its appearance on the prestigious red list displayed at the entrance of the Fate Institute. As per tradition, the top 100 achievers from each minor examination were recorded on the red list, which was prominently displayed at the institute's entrance, earning the reverence of all students. Hence it was dubbed the 100-strong red list. Nanshan, with a total score of 322 points, stood first among the yellow character Fate building students and 44th overall. As they gazed upon the name that dominated the second scroll, the students of the yellow character Fate building were overcome with incredulity. What was this extraordinary turn of events? Nanshan, the first from the Fate building, ranked 44th overall? It is truly astonishing. Could it be that our Huangziming building has produced a genius capable of entering the top 50 of the overall rankings? To think, being ranked 44th in the grand list, what brings such a one to our Huangziming building? Is fishing in the pond truly so enjoyable? Nanshan has claimed the top position in the Huangziming building, which is hardly surprising considering he hails from the Tianziming building. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. However, the presence of someone ranked 44th overall is indeed perplexing. The grand list encompasses the finest students from all three Ming buildings, Tian, Di, and Xian. The number of students in the entire Ming Academy has nearly soared to 10,000. And to emerge 44th among such fierce competition is nothing short of extraordinary. This is a height unimaginable to the students of the Huangziming building, a realm entirely alien to them. All eyes were drawn to Nanshan, their emotions a tumult of complexity. Sympathy and pity evaporated, replaced instead by awe and reverence. Just as the high-achieving students in school often exude an inexplicable authority, Nanshan now commanded a similar presence in the eyes of the students of the 17th courtyard. In the face of such scrutiny, Nanshan remained remarkably composed. The achievement of being ranked 44th did indeed exceed his expectations, for in the subjects of talisman making and formation, his answers had not been flawless. Despite his remarkable memory, time had been scarce, and he had skimmed through the material too quickly, leaving him unable to grasp its full essence, which hindered his ability to produce perfect responses during the examination, resulting in a significant loss of points. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would still manage to secure a position within the top 44. It is easy to surmise that his proficiency in the Qi refinement subject, completed within the span of an hour, must have contributed to his score. Fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to break into the top 50 of the grand list. It seems the Huangziming building is indeed blessed with good fortune. Facing the collective gaze of his peers, Nanshan felt compelled to utter a few words, and he smiled as he spoke. He did not adopt an air of superiority, nor did he display the arrogance and disdain characteristic of the talents from the Tianziming building, which eased the tension for many students of the Huangziming building. The plump boy beside him, overflowing with excitement, leaned against Nanshan's desk, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Nanshan, you are truly amazing. I was just thinking about how to comfort you when the results came out, but it seems I was overly hasty. Brother, with your exceptional abilities, why have you come to the Huangziming building? You truly do not belong here." The boy, named Lei Susu, a name that belied his physique, was animated with excitement, addressing Nanshan with fervor. The others were equally enthusiastic, expressing their delight at being here. Nanshan playfully responded, "Let us not squander our future for the sake of momentary pride. The Huangziming building. It is a place forsaken by the path of cultivation. Its students have little inclination towards spiritual practice. The majority of them ultimately resign themselves to a life of regret, exchanging their lifespans for mundane wealth, becoming mere prosperous mortals, living out their remaining days in tranquility." Gradually, the smile faded from Nanshan's face. Looking around the quaint courtyard, one can perceive the despondent yet defiant emotions of the classmates. The world is undeniably unfair, for the awakening of one's fate often determines the course of a lifetime. He cast a glance at the rotund Lei Susu and exhaled. There will be times when the winds will break the waves, and the sails will hang high to traverse the vast seas. Do not relinquish hope until the final moment. Lei Susu stood momentarily stunned, chewing on Nanshan's words. His expression a tapestry of complexity. There will be times when the winds will break the waves. How beautifully articulated. The path of cultivation may be illuminated by sunshine, yet they find themselves ensnared in shadows and crushed into dust. Will there truly be a day when we can break the waves? Many students murmured in doubt. The venerable teacher aptly interrupted the fervent students, the sound of the gavel echoing sharply. "Enough, gather your thoughts. Nanshan is correct. There will be times when the winds will break the waves. We have a year until the final examination at the Fate Academy. Let us strive earnestly to traverse the path of cultivation without regrets." The old teacher's voice was aged yet gentle, and his gaze towards Nanshan brimmed with admiration. He was composed and mature, possessing mastery over the profound art of talisman crafting. What a remarkable youth! Clearing his throat, the old teacher resumed, and tranquility enveloped the courtyard once more, save for the sound of his teachings. Perhaps Nanshan's words had sparked a considerable motivation among the students as they began to listen intently. Seated at his desk, Nanshan maintained a straight posture, fully absorbed in the old teacher's elucidation, reinforcing the concepts in his mind. Ding! When the bell signaling the end of class rang, the once serene atmosphere of the 17th courtyard erupted into lively chatter. Students eagerly clustered around Nanshan, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The portly Lei Susu, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Brother, let us go together to the entrance of the Fate Academy. We've made it onto the red list. Students from the yellow character Fate building shall finally have their moment of pride." Indeed, in previous assessments, the students from the yellow character Fate building had been conspicuously absent from the red list at the Academy's entrance, which typically showcased the same familiar names. However, this time was different. New names adorned the list. Nanshan felt a twinge of helplessness, unable to comprehend the students' fervent obsession, yet finding it difficult to refuse their ardent gazes filled with anticipation. "Very well, let us go take a look." As his words fell, the 17th courtyard erupted in jubilant cheers. Clad in azure robes, the students swarmed around Nanshan as they exited the Fate building. Outside the yellow character Fate building, Han Sheng, having learned of his examination results, strode confidently alongside his close friends, their faces aglow with triumph, an air of determination radiating from them. It was time for Nanshan to confront reality. Chapter 17. I should feel at ease as the largest 3 commercial establishments on the Eternal Life continent. There exists a profound sense of pride among them. The Bountiful Sky Pavilion, the Pure Origin Palace, and the Longevity Tower engage in fierce competition, collectively encompassing all industries related to cultivation within the realms of humanity. Their enterprises are so extensive that they reach every city across the 5 great dynasties. The heads of these establishments wield a status that is hardly inferior to that of any city lord. Thus, when Qingyan presented the communication talisman, the leaders of the 3 commercial establishments felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They acknowledged Qingyan's identity and had come for her. Yet they were taken aback to discover that the business she was discussing revolved around a mere communication talisman. Was this an affront to their dignity? The notion of engaging in such a trivial trade as communication talismans was, in itself, a slight against their esteemed positions. Despite their inner discontent, the three leaders maintained a composed demeanor. The runes inscribed on the talisman appeared intricate and profound, seemingly the work of a master. However, who among the masters would find such amusement in laboriously crafting communication talismans for sale? Even if one were to embellish the communication talisman, it remained a rudimentary and inexpensive charm. The heads of the bountiful Sky Pavilion and the Pure Origin Palace exchanged amused glances, chuckling, "It is merely a communication talisman." Ai Qingyin's smile blossomed even brighter as she shook her head. This talisman is called the Little Spirit Communication Talisman, not a mere communication talisman. Its capabilities far surpass those of a standard talisman. Within the confines of Dongling County, utilizing two Little Spirit Communication Talismans enables real-time, seamless communication as if one were present in person. The three leaders fell silent, their brows furrowing in disbelief as they exchanged glances filled with profound skepticism. Such functionality seemed reminiscent of a third-grade Lingxi talisman, yet even that could not facilitate instantaneous communication. How could a humble talisman bridge the chasm created by spatial barriers so effortlessly? Ai Qingyan appeared to perceive their incredulity and remarked with a smile, "Initially, I too was a skeptic. However, after experiencing the wonders of this talisman, I found it impossible to remain unconvinced. The intricacy of the brushwork should be evident to your discerning eyes. This is a technique created by a mysterious predecessor, which alters the very nature of the talisman through its brushwork, transforming its function." However, before she could finish, the head of the Pure Origin Palace, a stunningly beautiful woman, interjected vehemently, "Impossible. The fundamental principles of talismans are well known. The runes dictate their functions. No matter how transcendent the brushwork, it cannot alter the inherent abilities of the runes. It is akin to dressing a cat in clothing. Can it then become a dog?" Such reasoning is fundamentally flawed. The other two leaders clearly concurred with her viewpoint. Ai Qingyan had anticipated their rebuttal, for indeed, the notion of overturning the principles of talisman crafting was a challenging concept to accept. In strict terms, the function of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman remains similar to that of a communication talisman, albeit significantly enhanced. The reason it could facilitate instantaneous communication, disregarding spatial constraints, was due to the Little Spirit Communication Talisman establishing a connection to a mysterious realm, thus enabling the exchange of information. Ai Qingyan explained. The head of the bountiful Sky Pavilion furrowed his brow. What mysterious realm? A playful smile danced upon Ai Qingyan's lips as she languidly leaned back in her chair, stretching her lithe form, her alluring curves on full display. With a slight upward curl of her crimson lips, she spoke with deliberate clarity, "The primordial void." The three responsible figures, not to be underestimated, experienced an immediate tightening of their pupils upon hearing this enigmatic realm. "Impossible!" they exclaimed in unison, vehemently disputing her claim. The primordial void. As heads of the three major trading firms in the city, they were well aware of its significance, an extraordinarily mysterious place intricately linked to the Tao of heaven, accessible only to those above the nascent soul stage, the formidable masters of the cave void realm who could potentially commune with it. Yet, Ai Qingyan audaciously asserted that a mere communication talisman could connect with the primordial void, facilitating instantaneous information exchange. Did she take them for fools? A talisman capable of reaching the primordial void would undoubtedly be of at least the first rank. Such claims were met with skepticism. Ai Qingyan understood their hesitation to accept her word at face value. However, she was unperturbed, believing that truth is revealed through practice. She was a woman who preferred to present facts and reason. With her elongated fingers, she grasped a small communication talisman, her spiritual sense surging as she erased her own spiritual imprint. Subsequently, she handed two talismans to the nearest figure, the frail-looking leader of the Wanshou Tower. Ai Qingyan would never jest with my reputation. At the banquet table, the three leaders exchanged knowing smiles. "Come, let us enjoy the feast." They remained indifferent to Ai Qingyan's cherished communication talisman. Setting aside business, the atmosphere at the table grew lively with the clinking of cups and laughter. Meanwhile, within Hancheng, an inferno of emotions was igniting, as he could not shake the conversation between Tao Weian and Su Nanshan from his mind throughout the morning. His infatuation with Tao Weian turned to jealousy upon witnessing her trade her lifespan for elemental crystals for Su Nanshan's cultivation, a flame of envy nearly consuming him. He eagerly awaited the results of the minor examination, for once they were released, he would swiftly confront Su Nanshan at the Huang Character Fate Building, determined to publicly humiliate him and implore him to cease hindering Tao Weian. Han Qing harbored ulterior motives. Exposing Su Nanshan's reliance on Tao Weian's lifespan to acquire elemental crystals would be a public disgrace for someone so prideful. Such a revelation would leave Su Nanshan utterly humiliated, unable to show his face at the Academy of Fate. This strategy was a calculated strike to the heart. Having performed commendably in the minor examination, Han Qing's confidence surged, further fueling his anticipation of humiliating Su Nanshan. Accompanied by a few close companions, he strode forth, his blue robes billowing, as he made his way to the Huang Character Fate Building. Upon arriving outside, he spotted Su Nanshan emerging, surrounded by a throng of students from the Huang Character Fate Building. Their paths crossed perfectly. "Ah, how fortuitous that you emerged just in time. No need for me to raise my voice to summon you," Han Qing remarked, a playful smirk gracing his features as he regarded Su Nanshan. Buoyed by the support of his friends, surrounded by his classmates, Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance towards Han Qing. Despite inheriting the memories of his previous life, he failed to recognize Han Qing at first, only feeling a vague sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" Su Nanshan inquired politely. Han Qing regarded Su Nanshan with a cold stare, pretending not to recognize him. "I am Han Qing. We studied in the same courtyard before." Han Qing spoke with indifference. "In this recent examination, my overall ranking is 97th. Every point of my score is earned through my own efforts, not through the favors of women." Han Qing's words were laced with palpable hostility. Su Nanshan raised an eyebrow, momentarily unable to comprehend the deeper implications of Han Qing's remarks. Meanwhile, Lei Susu and other students from the Huangziming building grew tense. Despite facing Han Qing from the Tianziming building, they gathered around Su Nanshan, ready to bolster his confidence. Seeing this unfold, Han Qing chuckled. "How long has it been since you've mingled so harmoniously with a bunch of wastrels from the Huangziming building? Have you found common ground with them?" Su Nanshan's expression turned cold, while the so-called wastrels, including Lei Susu, wore looks of indignation but found themselves unable to retort. After all, compared to Han Qing from the Tianziming building, they indeed seemed inept. Han Qing's demeanor grew icy as he fixed his gaze on Su Nanshan, loudly commanding, "Shout out your ranking. Let me see if you truly feel at ease with your soft living." Han Qing's cronies readily joined in, expressing their disdain vocally. However, just as Han Qing's words fell, the expressions of the Huangziming students surrounding Su Nanshan shifted to something peculiar. The chubby Lei Susu's face quivered with excitement, as if he were gazing at an approaching punching bag. Su Nanshan finally grasped the source of Han Qing's aggressive demeanor. The news about Tao Qiai gifting him essence crystals had come to light. "I should feel at ease," Su Nanshan thought. The flame of anticipation ignited within Han Qing as Su Nanshan spoke. "Only 44th? You had Wei and expend her lifespan to exchange essence crystals for your cultivation, squandering her efforts. What do you have to say for yourself?" As Han Qing spoke halfway, he sensed a discordance. The pent-up anger he had held was suddenly doused, leaving him feeling cold. What ranking was Su Nanshan referring to? The overall ranking? No, it couldn't be. Han Qing felt his face flush, transforming into a shade akin to a bruised liver. Chapter 18. Bringing him to practice artillery, how audacious. Or could there be some truth to it? Impossible. Su Nanshan, the individual who consistently fails to secure a position within the top 500, how could he possibly rank 44th overall? If that were indeed the case, then the true fool would be Han Qing himself. The essence crystal provided by Tao Weian could never elevate Su Nanshan's performance from beyond the 500 mark to an astonishing 44th place. Even Han Qing, with his best efforts, has never breached the top 50, and he is acutely aware of the value of being in that prestigious tier. Yet Su Nanshan claims to be ranked 44th? How could that be possible? With so many absences in the subjects of talisman crafting and formations, an instantaneous improvement in knowledge is utterly implausible. As for his cultivation, being merely in the 4th layer of Qi refinement, one can easily surmise his performance in the Qi refinement examinations. What qualifies him to enter the top 50? Han Qing stepped back, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Su Nanshan, searching for any sign of deceit upon his countenance. However, he was met with disappointment. Su Nanshan's demeanor exuded no sign of panic. Instead, he regarded Han Qing as if he were a simpleton. Is there any need to lie about one's results? If one wishes to verify the claim of being ranked 44th, one need only glance at the red list at the entrance of the Fate Institute. Su Nanshan found himself at a loss for words. What advantage would lying hold for him? Beside him, Lei Susu erupted into laughter, teasingly inciting the crowd. Why the dramatic reaction? Come on, let's head to the entrance of the Fate Institute to check the red list. Let us indeed see what the red list reveals. Han Chang gritted through clenched teeth. Despite his understanding that Su Nanshan's audacity likely stemmed from the results announced by the instructors of the Yellow Character Fate Building, he remained unwilling to relinquish his skepticism. As Han Chang's words echoed, commotion erupted before the Yellow Character Fate Building. It was the peak time for classes to end, and with Han Chang's outburst, the students of the Yellow Character Fate Building grew animated and exuberant, rallying around Su Nanshan as they made their way toward the entrance of the Fate Institute. The scene resembled a grand procession. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Fate Institute, the red list affixed to the notice board was already encircled by throngs of eager onlookers. Each time the red list was unveiled, numerous students would flock to witness it, driven by the desire to inspire themselves to strive harder in the next assessment. Among the crowd were students from the Tianzi and Dizzy Fate buildings, who had never before encountered students from the Yellow Character Fate Building. Consequently, as this large contingent approached, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd, instinctively parting to make way. The chubby Lei Susu craned his neck, attempting to carve a path for Su Nanshan, ensuring he could approach the red list unhindered. Yet, Su Nanshan, with a smile, gently waved him off. I shall not go to take a look. You may check for me. I am well aware of my standing, Su Nanshan remarked with a smile. The jolly roundness of Lei Susu's cheeks quivered with laughter. Brother Nanshan, then I shall take the liberty of checking for you. As the words fell, the chubby boy skillfully squeezed his way into the crowd, while Han Chung and his close friends arrived beneath the red leaderboard. My heavens! It is indeed the 44th place on the overall ranking. Su Nanshan has truly made a mark. The once long-forgotten talent has risen again. Is this Su Nanshan's finest achievement to date? No. Just when Su Nanshan was sent to the Yellow Character Fate Building, he ascended the red leaderboard. Sun Qingquan, the instructor of the 7th courtyard, must be fuming. I hear he is contemplating a rather unpleasant fate. The murmurs of astonishment erupted among the crowd beneath the leaderboard, a cacophony of exclamations and gasps. Han Cheng's lips trembled, his face contorted in disbelief. How could this be? Why him? His gaze lost its focus, grappling with the reality that the supposedly discarded Su Nanshan had surpassed him. How could Su Nanshan, with merely 3 years of life left, possibly outshine him in the examination? He had diligently memorized talismanic texts and practiced formations, while Su Nanshan had frequently missed classes, even skipping for a whole week. Yet, this outcome left Han Chung with an unsettling sensation, as if all his efforts had gone to waste. The chubby boy Lei Susu beamed at Su Nanshan's ranking, ecstatic. The students of the Yellow Character Fate Building, for the first time, observed the red leaderboard from such proximity and spotted a familiar face. Even though Su Nanshan had only been their classmate for a day, he was still one of their own. News spread like a stone cast into the serene waters of Baibo Lake, sending ripples that swelled into waves across the entire expanse. Some even contemplated expressing their disbelief with colorful language. Amidst the astonishment of everyone, Su Nanshan remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated his results, and while not as high as the 44th overall, he was confident he would land within the top 100. The very person who astonished all stood quietly apart from the crowd, beneath the shade of a tree, a serene smile gracing his face. Aren't you the least bit surprised? A melodious voice, laced with joy, drifted towards him. Turning, Su Nanshan beheld Tao Weian, the icy beauty, approaching with her characteristic aloof demeanor. Her long, dark hair swayed as she walked, sunlight filtering through the strands, glimmering like stars. Just luck, Su Nanshan replied with a smile. Gaining entry into the top 50 is not merely a stroke of luck. A rare smile graced Tao Weian's face. She felt even happier than Su Nanshan about his success. It signified that he was genuinely committed to their past agreement, rather than merely indulging her. You're not still at the 4th level of chi refinement, are you? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Su Nanshan nodded. I just broke through to the 5th level of chi refinement before the examination. Pressed her ruby lips together, feeling a swell of joy within her, attributing it to the effects of the primordial crystal she had provided. However, she quickly masked her delight with a facade of icy indifference, raising her elegant neck like a proud swan, and remarked lightly, well, reaching the 5th level of chi refinement is acceptable. With a year left, if I exert myself, I still have a chance to attain the 6th level. Observing the blend of pride and concealed happiness on his face, Su Nanshan could not resist the impulse to pinch her slightly plump cheek. In an instant, her frosty demeanor crumbled, and she shot him a glare, retorting, Don't pinch me. Oh, remaining unperturbed and stagnant, replied with a hint of disdain. Su Nanshan cast her a sidelong glance and met his gaze, declaring, as the top of the leaderboard, there is no room for improvement. What a splendid stagnation. Su Nanshan rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated by her airs. Don't worry, wait for me. I will catch up soon, he said with a grin. His eye sparkled slightly as she locked eyes with Su Nanshan, her neck arching with pride. Then I shall await the day you stand shoulder to shoulder with me on the leaderboard. At that moment, Han Cheng, his eyes aflame with jealousy, squeezed through the crowd and spotted the affectionate exchange between and Su Nanshan. It felt as if invisible arrows pierced his heart, sending a chilling jolt through him. Han Cheng felt an inexplicable fury welling within him. Su Nanshan, such a master of pretense. You deliberately performed poorly on the previous test, didn't you? Your scheming runs deep, he thought, conjuring an excuse for himself. In truth, it was the only plausible explanation. You're ranked 44th overall? Do you dare accept my challenge? Being ranked 96th? Han Cheng's anger and jealousy clouded his judgment as he glared at Su Nanshan, words spilling from his clenched teeth. The examination conducted by the Fate Academy also included practical combat, albeit with a minor weight in the overall score. After all, during the Qi refinement stage, life and death battles are rare, and the focus is primarily on mastering foundational spells. Although practical scores hold less weight, they are crucial for those with commendable academic performance, as everyone benefits from practical combat points. Without them, one's overall ranking can significantly decline. Thus, the Fate Academy does not shy away from practical challenges. Regulations state that only those ranked lower may challenge those ranked higher, intending to instill a sense of urgency and competitiveness among students regarding practical skills. Was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite features cooling instantly. Han Cheng, you've crossed the line. Han Cheng, being at the 7th level of Qi refinement, daring to challenge someone at the 5th level. How shameless. Rest assured, Weiyan, I will not take advantage of him. I will suppress my cultivation to the 5th level and defeat him fairly, Han Cheng declared, clenching his fists. How absurd, replied coldly. However, Su Nanshan merely chuckled. Han Cheng's repeated provocations were clearly aimed at him, and the motive was undoubtedly, the allure of a beautiful woman can indeed bring trouble. Su Nanshan had just drawn a powerful Qi refinement spell, the finger cannon, from a lottery at the gambling den. Since Han Cheng sought combat, he would gladly use him as a practice target. Very well, I accept your challenge. Su Nanshan cast a gentle smile towards Han Cheng. Subsequently, he turned to Tao Weiyan and inquired, shall we go together? Tao Weiyan hesitated, her words caught in her throat, ultimately choosing silence as she trailed beside Su Nanshan, both making their way towards the entrance of the Fate Academy. Behind them, the onlookers among the students erupted in excitement. Su Nanshan had actually accepted Han Cheng's challenge. Tomorrow, there would be a spectacle to behold. At the entrance of the Fate Academy, the silhouettes of the young man and woman walked side by side, their elongated shadows stretching under the waning sun. Su Nanshan strolled leisurely, while Tao Weiyan, brow furrowed, followed closely at his side. Her head bowed as she silently stepped upon Su Nanshan's shadow with her boot. They exited the Fate Academy, and Tao Weiyan inhaled deeply, raising her head to voice her concern regarding Su Nanshan's impulsive acceptance of Han Cheng's challenge. However, her words remained unspoken, caught upon her lips. She gazed into the distance, her dark brows knitting together like a twisted braid. There, amidst the bustling street, stood a voluptuous woman in a striking red dress, remarkably conspicuous, akin to a resplendent flame blossom erupting from a volcano, a fairy of the mortal realm. This enchanting being was smiling radiantly at Su Nanshan. Chapter 19. A tinge of unhappiness upon encountering Ni Qingyan, Tao Weiyan felt an inexplicable surge of wariness. Was this woman here to seek Su Nanshan? Su Nanshan himself was taken aback to find Ni Qingyan waiting directly at the entrance of the Mingyuan. It seemed rather unexpected. Their relationship had not yet progressed to such familiarity. Ni Qingyan's presence at the door likely stemmed from her desire to observe his creation of the little spirit communication talismans. A chill ran through Tao Weiyan, and a sense of urgency permeated her being. They truly knew each other. Who was she? With a cold demeanor, Tao Weiyan casually inquired about Su Nanshan's purpose for the observation. An observation of the talisman-making process? Given Su Nanshan's level of skill, he could only draw the foundational talismans suitable for the Qi refinement stage. What was there to observe? This explanation felt woefully inadequate. Just as Tao Weiyan contemplated further questions, Ni Qingyan approached. Nanshan, I've already spoken to the 3 major trading houses on your behalf. You should receive a response shortly. Given the efficacy of the little spirit communication talisman, its popularity is inevitable. Ni Qingyan's red lips parted slightly, her voice tinged with a blend of allure and languor. She genuinely looked forward to gaining insights into the profound techniques of talisman crafting, and, unable to contain herself, she reached out to grasp Su Nanshan's hand, urging him toward the talisman shop. Tao Weiyan's long eyelashes fluttered, her gaze fixated on the slender hand that held Su Nanshan's, her luscious lips gently biting down. Su Nanshan was entangled with another. At that moment, Su Nanshan finally grasped the situation, discreetly extricating himself with a hint of helplessness. And Ni Qingyan, despite her many admirable qualities, was excessively enthusiastic. Allow me to introduce you. Su Nanshan intended to introduce Tao Weiyan to Ni Qingyan. However, Tao Weiyan interrupted his introduction, her aura growing increasingly frigid. This time, her demeanor was not feigned. She had truly transformed into an ice queen. She, Tao Weiyan, could not possibly be envious. She was merely experiencing a tinge of unhappiness. Turning her back to Su Nanshan, her lips pursed in a manner almost reminiscent of a pouting child, she quickened her pace, her graceful figure vanishing into the distance along the long street. Ni Qingyan, reveling in the unfolding drama, remarked, "How amusing. I never imagined this little one would be so popular at the Mingyuan." Su Nanshan shot her a sidelong glance, disinterested in further conversation, and continued walking ahead. As for the little Tao, he needed to find a moment to clarify matters. He was entirely innocent. This misunderstanding had to be resolved, lest it deepen further. Rest assured, once I finish observing the talisman-making process, I will pay a visit to the Tao family. Just in time to explain things to your young crush, Ni Qingyan said with a charming smile. Despite its understated presence in Jiagluo City, the Tao family possessed profound heritage. The current head of the family, Tao Sheng Tao Weiyan's father, was the leader of the second sect in Dongling County. It was rumored that he had already ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and the court had issued a decree to promote him to the position of elder at the first sect in Jingjian Prefecture. What truly captured Ni Qingyan's attention was the venerable patriarch of the Tao family, a figure of such significance that even her teacher held him in high regard, personally advising her to pay him a visit whenever she had the opportunity. Ni Qingyan found a chair, crossed her legs, and settled in, her supple limbs entwined, the fair skin forming a remarkable curve that spoke of elasticity. Seizing the moment, she indulged in the wine, the liquid cascading down her chin, tracing the alabaster of her neck and disappearing into the depths below. Su Nanshan acknowledged that he had cast but a fleeting glance. With everything in place, he approached the long table. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind. Ni Qingyan ceased her drinking, her long eyelashes quivering with anticipation, her dark pupils fixed intently on Su Nanshan's movements. As he opened his eyes, he retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper, anchoring it with a weight. And grasping a wolf hair brush, he dipped it into vermilion ink and began to inscribe symbols. The strokes of the transmission talisman were relatively straightforward. Su Nanshan had long since memorized them with ease. The vermilion flowed from the brush's tip, its rich fragrance permeating the air. As the Taoist brushwork took form on the talisman paper like a delicate curtain of pearls, Ni Qingyan found herself drawn to the table, her eyes sparkling with excitement and disbelief as she watched Su Nanshan. During his talisman drawing, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from him, not of physical strength, but of spiritual essence. In that moment, Su Nanshan seemed to embody the profound depths of the primordial void. This was divine resonance. It was no wonder Ni Qingyan felt incapable of replicating the small spirit talisman. It was this very essence that she lacked. Creating a talisman was not merely about marking symbols on paper. High-quality talismans required a synthesis of spirit, energy, and essence. Essence guided consciousness. Energy facilitated the flow of vital force during the drawing process, and spirit represented one's will. Ni Qingyan was astonished to perceive the aura of a master talisman maker emanating from Su Nanshan, a mere chi-refining talisman craftsman. The true allure of talisman crafting. The talisman shop fell into a profound silence. Su Nanshan was immersed in the process of drawing, experiencing a celestial journey of the mind, as if his entire soul were bathed in the cleansing light of the Tao. Meanwhile, Ni Qingyan was captivated, completely enraptured by the enchanting atmosphere he conjured. She endeavored to grasp the essence of Su Nanshan, knowing that even if she could only comprehend a fraction of it, the potential benefits would be immense. As the small spirit talisman was completed, Su Nanshan deftly concluded his strokes, exhaling softly, and turned to observe Ni Qingyin, who was lost in contemplation. Choosing not to disturb her. Instead, he activated the talisman, allowing his consciousness to enter the primordial void. Suddenly, he recalled that within the void's ethereal realm, a few unfamiliar stars seemed to have mingled. It was time for him to address that matter. At the Wansho Tower, a somewhat ailing youth covered his mouth to cough lightly as he stepped out of the carriage, his attendant immediately following, exuding utmost respect. Supervisor Chao. As the esteemed head of the Wansho Tower, Chao Xiu commanded a position of great reverence, overseeing the industries of Jiangluo City. His somewhat frail and sickly frame emanated an aura of authority that demanded respect without the need for anger. How have the sales of training resources at Wansho Tower fared this month? Chao Xiu inquired, delicately covering his mouth with a white handkerchief as he addressed the middle-aged man beside him, who resembled a steward. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and laid bare the sales performance of the Wansho Tower for the month. Stopping in his tracks, Chao Xiu's slender brows furrowed. The sales of talismans have decreased by such a significant margin? The headquarters of the Butian Pavilion had invited a third-grade talisman master to develop a new seventh-grade talisman, the 1,000-mile transmission talisman, which presented the spell of long-distance communication in talisman form. Upon its launch, it had taken the talisman market by storm. Now, the promotion of the 1,000-mile transmission talisman had led to a decline in talisman sales not just in Jiangluo City, but across the 13 states of Daliang, resulting in a decrease of 30 to 40%, particularly in the border states adjacent to the barbarian tribes, where battles were frequent and information transmission was crucial. The military had fervently adopted the 1,000-mile transmission talisman, causing talisman sales in those regions to plummet, with some experiencing a staggering drop of around 70%. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. Of course, it's not just Wansho Tower. The situation at Qingyuan Palace is quite similar. In this wave, Butian Pavilion has made a fortune. The 1,000-mile transmission talisman. Chao Xiu narrowed his eyes. Speaking of the transmission talisman, he recalled that Ni Qingyin had invited the heads of the 3 major trading firms solely to promote the transmission talisman. Initially, he had not given this matter much thought, but the emergence of the 1,000-mile transmission talisman prompted him to reconsider. With a flicker of inspiration, he retrieved a talisman inscribed with intricate script from his storage artifact. He remembered Ni Qingyin's fervent assurance that as long as one was within the confines of Dongling County, face-to-face communication without delay could be achieved. Could such a talisman truly exist? He grasped the talisman and handed it to the middle-aged man. Old Zhou, take this talisman to Sichuan County. Wait. Let me first experience this talisman. Chao Xiu recalled that Ni Qingyin had mentioned that to achieve instantaneous communication with 2 talismans, one needed to activate them with spiritual awareness and remember the route set by the other party. Old Zhou was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the talisman in Chao Xiu's hand. The script inscribed upon it was indeed stunning. However, upon closer inspection, wasn't this just a simple basic transmission talisman? What was there to experience? Arrange a quiet room for me, Chao Xiu commanded. Understood, Old Zhou replied with a slight bow and proceeded with the arrangements. Moments later, Chao Xiu, clutching the small communication talisman, entered the prepared quiet room. Inside, the air was fragrant with sandalwood, bathed in soft light. Chao Xiu meticulously admired the astonishing and mesmerizing script. After a moment of appreciation, his expression turned serious as he began to channel his spiritual awareness. Vital energy flowed along the script, activating the talisman. Chapter 20. Merely an ordinary sound transmission talisman within the tranquil chamber, the scent of sandalwood lingered gently. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chao Xiu opened his eyes, a pallid visage now suffused with a vibrant flush, while a flicker of astonishment and incredulity stirred deep within his gaze. Everything that Ni Qingyin had articulated was, astonishingly, true. This seemingly simple sound transmission talisman indeed established a connection with the primordial void. As the overseer of the Wansho Tower in Jiangluo City, Chao Xiu possessed no meager cultivation. Having reached the nascent soul stage, his proximity to the Dongshu realm was not beyond reach. Thus, he comprehended the significance of the primordial void. Unbelievable. Although the full extent of this talisman's capabilities remained unknown, the mere fact that it could communicate with the primordial void was enough to drive the entire Daliang dynasty into a fervor. Chao Xiu was well versed in matters of significance. As the representative of the Wansho Tower's commerce in the city, he understood what this talisman represented. It could allow cultivators below the Dongshu stage to experience the primordial void in advance, to engage with the very essence of the heavenly Tao. Such a phenomenon might usher in a transformative upheaval within the entire cultivation community. Xiao Shou clutched the small communication talisman, excitement radiating from him unabashedly. Like N.I. Qin. He was profoundly shaken. Indeed, as a merchant, his instincts were even sharper than hers. Regrettably, based on Miss Ni's description, it seemed this talisman could only be employed within Dongling County, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Xiao Shou rose, asserting, "Yet, the blemish does not obscure the brilliance. This talisman is undoubtedly a precious item. There's no need to concern ourselves with Qingyuan Palace and Butian Pavilion." A subtle smile graced his previously wan face as he exited the chamber, handing another talisman to Old Zhou. "Old Zhou, make haste to Qingchuan County tonight. Upon your arrival, activate this talisman and remember my guiding coordinates, 1163. Attempt to communicate with me using the talisman once you are there." Old Zhou was taken aback, unable to fathom the drastic change in Xiao Shou's demeanor upon his emergence from seclusion. This talisman might indeed be the savior of the Wanshou Tower's talisman sales. Xiao Shou mused with a sly smile. Such a lofty appraisal left Old Zhou feeling a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he accepted the talisman, departing the Wanshou Tower to embark on his journey to Qingchuan County. Qingchuan, situated at the farthest edge of Dongling County, lay approximately 900 miles from Jiangluo City. Even with Old Zhou's pinnacle of Dan realm cultivation, he struggled through the night to finally arrive. In the night's embrace, Old Zhou felt his vital energy surging, his feet upon a circular flying artifact as he breathed heavily. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he retrieved the talisman bestowed upon him by Xiao Shou. As his consciousness flowed into it, he trembled as if a door to a new world had been flung open. In Jiangluo City, Wanshou Tower, the lights flickered softly, dancing rhythmically. Suddenly, Xiao Shou felt a gentle impact upon his consciousness. The small communication talisman in his hand vibrated lightly, indicating a communication request from a fellow cultivator with the road guide number 4996. Xiao Shou's eyes sparkled momentarily, illuminating the darkness like a candle flame, and he swiftly connected his consciousness to the talisman. "Old Zhou?" Xiao Shou inquired softly. "Xiao, supervisor." Indeed, it is the voice of Old Zhou. The incredulity within Xiao Shou surged ever higher. "Are you truly in Qingchuan County, a distance of 1,000 miles from Jiangluo City?" "Yes, Supervisor Xiao. I have indeed arrived in Qingchuan County. This talisman, it is utterly fascinating." "Supervisor Xiao, I now believe what you have said. This talisman will undoubtedly alter the dismal sales trend of the Wanshou talismans. The 1,000-mile transmission talisman from Butian Pavilion is mere refuse." The voice of Old Zhou resonated with unparalleled excitement through the small communication talisman. Suddenly, Xiao Shou's tone grew cold and distant. The conversation with Old Zhou came to an end. Xiao Shou narrowed his eyes, immediately rising to his feet and striding towards the entrance of Wanshou. Upon reaching the doorway, he paused. "Someone, bring me a portion of the treasured Yuanqi rice wine that Old Zhou keeps." The members below were momentarily taken aback. "What?" Supervisor Qiao reassigned Elder Zhou just to procure a bottle of rice wine, knowing that N.I. Qingyan had a fondness for wine. Xiao Shou intended to use the drink to curry favor. However, just as he exited the grand doors of Wanshou, a shadow swiftly approached from the darkened street. The figure was none other than the head of Qingyuan Palace, a voluptuous woman adorned in palace attire. "Supervisor Qiao, at such a late hour, where might you be headed?" The beautiful woman inquired with a charming smile, eyeing Xiao Shou, who was carrying a large jar of rice wine. A heavy feeling settled in Xiao Shou's heart. This woman must have connected the dots through Old Zhou's late-night departure from Jiangluo City and reached out to N.I. Qingyan via the small communication talisman. Nevertheless, Xiao Shou maintained his composure, raising a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and softly coughing. "Ah, it is Aunt Shui. I was just about to seek out an old friend for a drink and a chat." The woman, referred to as Aunt Shui, smiled even more brightly. "A drink and a chat? How fortuitous. Has Supervisor Qiao completed his research on the talisman that Miss and I mentioned during the day? If so, I would like to examine it myself." And Shui rolled her eyes, stifling a laugh. "A man with weak vitality, how could one trust you?" Observing Xiao Shou's demeanor, she understood that the talisman given by N.I. Qingyan must indeed be extraordinary, perhaps even remarkable enough to unnerve Xiao Shou. Business is not conducted in such a manner. "Supervisor Qiao, let us proceed together," she said lightly. Xiao Shou glanced at the woman, paused for a long moment, and sighed. He knew that quietly seizing the sales rights of this small communication talisman would prove to be a formidable challenge. Within the talisman shop, Nanshan did not disturb Indifferent, who was lost in contemplation. 3 stars flickered gently, drifting within. They entered while Indifferent activated the small communication talisman, opening the gateway to the ethereal realm. Currently, the 3 stars shimmered unpredictably, fervently comprehending the profound principles contained within the ethereal domain. The construction of this ethereal realm was a synthesis of the will of the heavenly Tao combined with simple, yet fundamental runic pathways. With an exceedingly rich essence that profoundly nourished the primordial spirit, the 3 stars, manifestations of the primordial spirit, seized this opportunity to fervently grasp the profound principles, enhancing their primordial spirit's affinity for the great Tao. Before the ethereal mansion they had conjured lay a profound curiosity, for it was commonly understood that the creation of such a realm typically occurred through the automatic workings of the heavenly principles. Yet, this particular ethereal mansion, they witnessed firsthand, was an artificial construct. The might of the being capable of such a feat surpassed their wildest imaginations. It was even conceivable that this individual approached the level of the 5 ancestral beings who had long since ascended to the realm of eternal life. Forging paths within the primordial void, they were determined to forge an alliance with such a formidable figure. As the 3 stars continued to contemplate the essence of the Tao, Nanshan's consciousness officially entered the ethereal mansion, akin to a server administrator logging into an account. The entire mansion trembled, and a terrifying pressure surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing against the walls of the ethereal realm and stirring tumultuous waves. The 3 powerful beings, whose souls had formed the stars, suddenly quivered and ceased their meditation on the Tao's essence. They realized that above the ethereal mansion, an intangible silhouette began to take shape. Nanshan slightly bowed his body, and beneath his indistinct visage, a shroud of darkness loomed, seemingly eclipsing the skies as it loomed over them. "Ah, I have caught you. Little thieves of flow." Chapter 21. I once unintentionally accepted a disciple. Nanshan gazed down at the 3 flickering stars. These were the celestial bodies he had inadvertently plucked from the heavens after attempting to grasp the stars. If their boasts held any truth, these 3 stars represented the primordial spirits of 3 formidable practitioners of the Dongshu realm. In comparison to Nanshan, who had barely reached the 5th level of qi refinement, they could undoubtedly be considered as titans among mortals. Yet, at this moment, within the confines of the Void Mansion, the 3 stars appeared as anxious as a child caught in the act of mischief. Comprised of the essence of their primordial spirits, they traversed the primordial void and could sense the external atmosphere. To them, the immense visage hovering above the Void Mansion seemed to mock them. The distorted face, shrouded in the enigmatic void, was indistinct, yet the radiant light of the great Tao that encircled it, along with the ethereal wisps of Tao insights, spoke volumes of its unfathomable depth. The 3 stars dared not make a sound, even though they were immensely powerful beings of the Dongshu realm. At this moment, they were consumed by trepidation. They awaited judgment, for the Void Mansion was created by this formidable entity. They had trespassed without permission, seeking to comprehend the Tao insights, and their fate was all too predictable. Should this venerable elder be in a particularly irritable mood, it was entirely possible that he could extinguish their primordial spirits with a mere breath. Regret began to seep into the minds of the 3 stars. "Oh dear, venerable elder. Please allow me to explain. Might you grant us another chance?" The 3 stars flickered, each trembling as they implored for mercy. Nanshan found himself in a comical yet perplexing situation. However, he realized that maintaining his enigmatic silence was no longer a viable option. He began to ponder how best to engage in dialogue with these 3 stars and how to address their presence. Should he expel them? That seemed unnecessary, and it would be a waste to dismiss the primordial spirits of 3 such powerful Dongshu practitioners. What purpose would their spirits serve him? Nanshan fell into contemplation. Yet, from the perspective of the 3 stars, this scene was overwhelmingly oppressive. At that moment, the entire Void Mansion seemed to emanate an immense pressure, threatening to extinguish their starry brilliance. However, Nanshan quickly regained his composure and had already reached a decisive conclusion regarding the 3 stars. He spoke, channeling the power of the Tao to render his voice ethereal and profound. "The primordial void is vast and desolate. Only those who tread the path of Dongshu may set foot upon the essence of the primordial spirit. Although practitioners of the world are as numerous as fish in the sea, those who reach the Dongshu realm are few and far between. Thus, The primordial void has remained silent for countless ages. I am undertaking an experiment, seeking to allow practitioners beneath the Dongshu realm to traverse the primordial void through external mediums, to comprehend the Tao insights, and to illuminate this dark and silent void, one day igniting the brilliance of myriad homes like a sea of stars. First star, oh dear, this is the grand vision. Is this the realm of a true master? Second star, esteemed elder, your righteousness inspires profound admiration. If our human cultivators beneath the void can all enter the primordial void, perceiving the essence of the Tao, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance our cultivation, leading to the emergence of ever more formidable beings among our kind. In the war against the barbaric tribes, the demonic races, and the devourer of the primordial, we shall surely seize the initiative. The third star, your esteemed attempts serve to elevate our human race. I hold you in the highest regard. Should you find a need for my assistance, I shall willingly sacrifice everything. Nanshan. How quickly they accept, without requiring him to delve deeper into flattery. Moreover, are they truly this fervent? How has he so greatly exalted the human race? Nanshan found himself momentarily dazed. His vision was not as grand as the third star had articulated, even though he acknowledged a flicker of ambition toward illuminating the dark and desolate primordial void. Nevertheless, from the words of the third star, it was evident that his established interlinked celestial path bore positive significance for humanity. Nanshan fell silent once more, and within the void palace, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them anew. The three stars gradually fell into silence, yet at that moment, their trepidation transformed into profound respect. This was indeed a figure of immense vision. Once Nanshan regained his composure, he continued to gaze down upon them. With a mere thought, the surrounding scenery began to shift, resembling an ethereal illusion, as if time and space were bending and collapsing. Ancient, intricately patterned stone columns rose from the void, piercing the heavens, while a grand, sweeping roof, reminiscent of the legendary Kunping, overshadowed the clouds. Before this magnificent palace, the three stars felt exceedingly diminutive. Within the depths of the palace, they beheld a spectral figure, a Bodhi tree, a meditation mat, and a silhouette. An overwhelming essence of the Tao emanated from this vision, as if a master of the Tao were expounding upon heavenly truths. Beneath the palace, the meditation mats were scattered like stars. The three stars transformed, their primordial spirit energies coalescing into humanoid apparitions, akin to wisps of smoke. Three figures sat cross-legged on the mats beneath the palace, seemingly attentive disciples listening to the discourse on the Tao. Nanshan observed the earnest specters below, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he began to articulate his intentions towards these three entities. His soft voice lingered in the primordial void. Encountering one another is fate. You now have three choices. First, you may remain in the void palace, safeguarding its order, suppressing any intruders. None without the guidance of the void's Tao may step foot within, after assessment. You may have the opportunity to expand the connection between the void palace and the realm of eternal life, becoming its guardians. Second, you may be expelled from the void palace, never to return. Choose wisely. His words were understated yet brooked no contradiction. A choice between two options? In truth, it was but a single choice. Nanshan deliberately arranged this, leaving no room for their dissent, aiming to uphold the integrity of the situation. Though the visages of the three seated on the mats were indistinct, upon hearing Nanshan's words, their spirits shifted ever so slightly. Undoubtedly, the only viable option is to embrace the first choice. However, this implies that they may become mere laborers within the void mansion. Yet, upon contemplation, what is amiss in serving such formidable beings? Heeding the esteemed teachings, we are willing to illuminate the primordial void with unwavering dedication. They too dare not oppose this notion. Nor could they ever, as remaining within the void mansion to comprehend the essence of the Tao is an invaluable opportunity. Wandering through the primordial void is precisely about seeking fortuity, rather than venturing into perilous and uncharted territories of other void mansions. It is far more prudent to cultivate within this sanctuary, grasping the leg of an entity comparable to the sovereign of the great Tao. The prospect of transcending into divine transformation and even ascending to the realm of eternal life is no mere fantasy. Furthermore, an instinct whispers that they may be entangled in a grand endeavor that could alter the very fabric of the universe. This could indeed be a feat worthy of eternal renown. Nanshan is quite pleased with their attitude, especially since the void mansion requires management. As the celestial pathways are established, the influx of stars into the mansion will inevitably increase, necessitating order and governance. Additionally, in the short term, it seems unlikely that Su Nanshan's cultivation will advance significantly. The ambition to expand the Void Mansion across the entirety of the Eternal Life continent is fundamentally unattainable. He can delegate the task of establishing other Void Mansions to these powerful beings, merely granting them the requisite authority. With the aid of these transcendent entities, he could weave a vast net that envelopes the entire continent, swiftly realizing the interconnectedness of the celestial laws. Once these arrangements were made, Su Nanshan sensed his spiritual awareness waning. Altering the surrounding environment exacted a tremendous toll on his essence, rivaling the effort of plucking stars from the heavens. It was prudent not to linger here. Su Nanshan slowly raised his gaze, his eyes seemingly gazing into the profound and boundless primordial void. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "Alas, I cannot remain here for long. Otherwise, I would truly wish to witness the primordial void. A scene aglow with myriad lights akin to 1,000 homes ablaze with starlight. Fortunately, I have serendipitously acquired a disciple." At this juncture, his words fell abruptly silent. He spoke only halfway, leaving the rest to the boundless imagination of the three beings of the Void Realm. Within the Void Mansion, tranquility was restored. Su Nanshan's will gradually withdrew from the primordial void. The palace vanished, and all visions of Bodhi, cushions, and the Taoist ascetic dissipated into nothingness. Within the Void Mansion, only three indistinct figures remained, along with Su Nanshan, and I Qingyan, Chao Xiao, and the starlight of Old Zhou. The three figures exchanged glances. Unable to discern each other's appearances, yet it mattered not. Standing opposite each other, they performed respectful bows. "Henceforth, we shall be colleagues. It is a pleasure to meet you." Regrettably, the elder departed in haste, leaving no opportunity to inquire about his name. Next time, I must remember to ask, "Did you catch the elder's last words?" He mentioned having taken on a disciple. What became of that disciple? By the heavens, the elder is admirable in every regard, but leaving such words unfinished is quite vexing. Within the Void Mansion, the three began to engage in enthusiastic discourse. Inside the room, Su Nanshan suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, utterly spent in his chair. However, a waft of delicate fragrance drifted from the side, accompanied by a beautiful and exquisite visage that drew near to him, with large, captivating eyes fixed upon him. Su Nanshan felt a shiver run down his spine. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was I Qingyan. The room was enveloped in profound silence as the two exchanged glances for an extended moment. At length, I Qingyan broke into a radiant smile, her crimson lips gently pursed, reminiscent of a spirited sprite dancing amidst the flames of a mountain hearth, as she took a small step back. "Miss Anai, what are you doing?" Su Nanshan awkwardly wiped his face. I Qingyan replied with a dazzling grin, "I wish to learn your writing style. However, to master your technique, one must first embody the unique charm that you possess. Am I not, therefore, learning your essence?" She stated with an air of certainty. She, I Qingyan, was exceedingly eager to learn. Su Nanshan rolled his eyes. If she wanted to learn his charm, why must she come so close? Leading him to believe she was rather interested in him. Outside, the sky began to brighten, with the eastern horizon glowing with the soft light of dawn. As the morning radiance commenced its gentle embrace of the earth, I Qingyan glanced at the sky and decided not to linger any longer. She pushed open the shop's door, her skirt billowing as she stepped outside. "Little Nanshan, there are still 10 small spirit communication talismans left. Do remember to prepare them for me." Her voice floated back, while her graceful silhouette had already vanished into the morning mist. Just as Su Nanshan, drained of spiritual awareness in the primordial void, heard this disheartening news, the corners of his mouth twitched. This woman truly was a relentless tormentor. Even the donkey of the production team deserves a moment of respite. Chapter 22. Survive my wrath and depart? The Wanshou Pagoda. That night Qi, accompanied by Aunt Shui from Qingyuan Palace, sought out I Qingyan, but alas, their efforts were in vain. I Qingyan was absent from her residence, and both Chao Xiao and Aunt Shui harbored unspoken intentions, thus neither pursued further inquiries. Upon his return, Chao Xiao was devoid of any inclination for sleep or the desire to cultivate. His thoughts were wholly consumed by the little communication talisman. As the appointed leader of a city by the Wanshou Pagoda, Chao Xiao possessed a keen discernment. He recognized the immense practicality of this talisman. Although it was merely a fundamental talisman, akin to the basic communication talismans in Chao Xiao's eyes, even the worth of 3rd or 4th grade talismans paled in comparison to this little communication talisman. The speed of messages sent via carrier pigeons or even flying swords was far too sluggish. Of course, humanity also possessed means for rapid communication, such as transmission arrays. Yet the cost was exorbitant. The expenditure of essence crystals for a single activation amounted to thousands, rendering its use for mere messaging extravagantly wasteful. Unless it was a matter of imperial annihilation, the deployment of such lavish transmission arrays for communication was almost inconceivable. In contrast, the ability to engage in long-distance, instantaneous communication through the economical little communication talisman was simply irresistible. Regrettably, its current utility was confined to the borders of Dongling County. Should the communication range be expanded, the value of the little communication talisman would undoubtedly soar. Cao Xiu inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. The barbarian and demon tribes had recently launched frequent and sudden assaults on the borders of the 5 great human empires, and the vast expanse of the border fortresses made timely coverage by even the most powerful spirit cultivators' consciousnesses exceedingly difficult. Consequently, every year, formidable practitioners and border cities fell victim to the barbarian onslaught due to delays in information transmission. If the communication range of the little communication talisman were to be broadened, enabling it to relay battlefield intelligence, it could allow for prompt reactions to the barbarian and demon incursions and timely requests for aid, significantly reducing human casualties, thereby elevating the talisman's value to an immeasurable degree. The deeper he delved, the more Cao Xiu felt the talisman's worth was extraordinarily high, perhaps even beyond his imagination. Securing the agency rights for the sale of the little communication talisman was imperative. A sudden flush appeared on Cao Xiu's previously pallid face, his vitality surged, and his emotions remained in turmoil. As the first to grasp the true function of the little communication talisman, the Wanshou Pagoda had effectively seized the initiative. Should they secure the sales rights ahead of others, their profits would be boundless. With this thought in mind, Cao Xiu could no longer remain seated. Ni Qingyan had mentioned that the creator of this little communication talisman was a talisman master named Su Nanshan. Musing over this, Cao Xiu lifted his head and called out, "Come here." Outside the door, he hurried into the quiet chamber. It was indeed the creator of the little communication talisman. As Miss Ni had said, Cao Xiu urged eagerly. Old Zhou wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Does it have to be immediate? Even the production team's donkeys aren't treated this way. The talisman shop at the street corner. As the sun poured down its golden rays, Su Nanshan exhaled a heavy breath, surrounded by several fragments of transparent primordial crystals. These were the pure primordial crystals he had drawn from the lottery pool. After Ni Qingyan departed, Su Nanshan ultimately forsook sleep. In the early stages of his entrepreneurial journey, maintaining a good reputation was paramount. Moreover, given that Ni Qingyan was affluent, it was essential for him to secure her favor, ensuring that her project timeline was not disrupted. Thus, Su Nanshan devoted the night to absorbing the essence of the primordial crystals, replenishing his energy through cultivation in lieu of rest, hastily crafting the small communication talismans. At last, as dawn broke, he completed 2 small communication talismans. Su Nanshan had perhaps overestimated his capabilities, being merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. Crafting a single talisman required further restoration of his energy. With merely a day and a half remaining to produce 7 more talismans, he felt the weight of pressure upon him. Contemplating his predicament, Su Nanshan resolved to request a leave of absence from the Fate Academy, intending to work diligently to finish the remaining talismans and ensure timely delivery. For his inaugural venture into business, he believed that integrity was of utmost importance. After tidying up his workspace, Su Nanshan donned a clean, neat blue robe, slung his satchel over his shoulder, and locked the door to his shop. He enjoyed a warm bowl of tofu pudding at a roadside stall, accompanied by freshly fried, crispy youtiao, alleviating his hunger before he followed the flow of people towards the Fate Academy. Inside the academy, the atmosphere remained as lively as ever. Su Nanshan, a student who had been relegated from the Tianzi Fate Building to the Huangzi Fate Building, had suddenly surged from a rank beyond 500 to the top 50 on the overall leaderboard, almost becoming a miracle in the eyes of his peers. The fervor of discussion rivaled that of when he had first unlocked his Fate Lock, awakening a lifespan of 150 years. Many students gazed at him with bright eyes, expressing their admiration. As he approached the entrance of the Fate Academy, Su Nanshan spotted Tao Weian from afar. However, upon noticing him, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she slightly raised her chin, huffing lightly before striding away with an impassive expression. "I am not jealous, I am simply displeased," she seemed to convey. Su Nanshan's words of greeting caught in his throat as he watched the girl vanish, a wry smile forming on his lips. This girl had deliberately lingered, merely to inform him that she was upset, the kind that could not easily be soothed. Su Nanshan resolved to find a moment to explain himself to Tao Wan. Otherwise, the icy demeanor she projected might transform into a tempest of jealousy. Upon entering the Huangzi Fate building, amidst the eager and adoring gazes of his fellow students, Su Nanshan made his way to the 17th courtyard. As he stepped inside, the chubby Lei Su hurried over, a mix of excitement and concern on his face. Nanshan, how prepared are you? Accepting Han Qing's challenge must be quite stressful, right? Do you feel confident? Other classmates also gathered around, offering words of comfort, encouragement, and concern. Su Nanshan smiled, warmed by their kindness. Rest assured, I have it all under control. After a brief exchange, the instructor, Old Zhao, limped slowly towards them. Upon seeing Su Nanshan, a hint of melancholy flickered in his gaze. His complexion slightly pale, reminiscent of someone who had lost a considerable amount of blood. Last night, Old Zhao was once again engrossed in his meticulous imitation of the Tao of Heaven's brushwork. With each stroke he reproduced, he endured a backlash, spitting blood with every attempt. After a night of relentless exertion, even with Old Zhao's profound cultivation, he began to feel the strain. Thus, when he beheld Su Nanshan, his gaze resembled that of a forlorn woman in a secluded chamber. This look sent a shiver down Su Nanshan's spine, leaving him perplexed as to its meaning. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and approached Old Zhao to request leave. Are you seeking a day off? Old Zhao inquired, lifting his head from the book he had just taken out, but not yet opened. He was well aware of Su Nanshan's circumstances. With only 3 years of life essence left to wield, striving to extend his lifespan was entirely understandable. It was that girl and I who came to you for talismans, wasn't it? Old Zhao chuckled. Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing how Ni Qingyin had suddenly expressed a desire to learn the brushwork. She had evidently heard of the Tao of Heaven's technique from Old Zhao. Suddenly, Old Zhao's eyes narrowed as he thought of something. The talismans crafted with the brushwork you employed in your examinations? Su Nanshan nodded in affirmation. Old Zhao's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Might you spare an additional one for me? I shall compensate with my life essence. Su Nanshan smiled. Of course, that can be arranged. The smile on Old Zhao's face transformed into a benevolent expression, and with a wave of his hand, he granted the leave. Your request is approved. Today's lesson is merely a discussion of the examination topics, which should not greatly affect you. After expressing his gratitude to Old Zhao, Su Nanshan turned to depart. Unbeknownst to him, as he hastily traversed the stone-paved path of the Fate Academy, he encountered Han Qing and his cronies head-on. Han Qing was momentarily taken aback. Observing Su Nanshan's hurried departure toward the Academy's exit sparked a thought in his mind. Just yesterday, Su Nanshan had casually accepted his challenge. Yet now he was rushing away without having engaged in their practical duel. This fellow, is he trying to flee? In an instant, Han Qing's heart surged with excitement. Afraid? Wishing to escape? Not a chance. With a surge of energy, he accelerated, leaping like a gust of wind to position himself directly in Su Nanshan's path. Su Nanshan, do not forget our practical challenge, Han Qing declared, his azure robe billowing as he smiled confidently. Su Nanshan's haste only bolstered Han Qing's confidence. Upon seeing Han Qing, Su Nanshan recalled his agreement to the duel, and a headache began to form. I have urgent matters to attend to. Can we perhaps reschedule? Su Nanshan furrowed his brow. Reschedule? It seems you intend to run away. Han Qing sneered. You accepted my challenge, and today we must determine a victor. Otherwise, you shall not leave the Fate Academy a single step. Su Nanshan regarded Han Qing with a glance. His mind, preoccupied with deadlines, translated Han Qing's words into a dire ultimatum. Unless you defeat me, Su Nanshan, you shall not depart from the academy. Faced with such relentless insistence, Su Nanshan felt quite exasperated. A challenge, is it? Then let us commence without delay. I truly am pressed for time. Chapter 23. Having completed the affairs, he departed. The news of Su Nanshan's impending battle with Han Qing had already spread like wildfire the day before. Today, numerous students flocked to the Jianglu Academy, all eagerly anticipating this event. Among the students, practical challenges were not uncommon. After all, where there are people, there are conflicts. It was entirely natural for disagreements to arise among the students of the academy. Ultimately, the purpose of their studies was cultivation. And the most fundamental tenet on the path of cultivation is that the one with the greater strength prevails. Thus, when conflicts arise, they often resort to practical challenges to resolve them within the confines of the academy. However, the reason this particular challenge garnered such fervor was primarily due to Su Nanshan. Once a mere Longxing seed, he had been relegated to the yellow character command building but had astonishingly surged into the top 50 of the overall rankings during the recent assessments. Su Nanshan's rise was nothing short of remarkable, and many were filled with curiosity about him. Consequently, when the news of his immediate challenge against Han Cheng circulated, the entire academy erupted with excitement. Within the 4 command buildings, Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, voices were raised in a cacophony. Students could hardly contain themselves as they rushed out of their courtyards, hurrying toward the practice field. In the 17th courtyard of the Yellow Character Command building, Old Zhao was preparing to explain the test questions when he was startled by a commotion. A teacher from the adjacent courtyard approached him, wearing a peculiar expression. "Mr. Zhao, your student Su Nanshan is about to compete against Han Cheng from the Heaven Character Command building." Instantly, the 17th courtyard buzzed with excitement. The chubby Lei Su, with a flushed face, slammed his palm on the table. "We in the Yellow Character Command building cannot lose our momentum. Brothers, let's go and cheer for Brother Nanshan." The other students were equally stirred, and the entire courtyard became a whirlwind of activity. Why was he going to compete against Han Cheng? Old Zhao surveyed the scene, realizing that the students were no longer attentive to the lecture. With a decisive wave of his hand, he led the students to the practice field. In an instant, the Jianglu Academy seemed to come alive with fervor. When Old Zhao arrived, Sun Chenkuan, the instructor of the 7th courtyard in the Heaven Character Command building, was already standing beside the practice field, his face a mask of coldness. "Oh, you arrived quite early," Old Zhao greeted with a smile. Sun Chenkuan, however, showed no signs of friendliness toward Old Zhao. Su Nanshan's sudden ascent had caught him off guard, especially since he had personally seen to the expulsion of a promising student from the top 50. It seemed that in the entire academy, he was the only one to have done so. Sun Chenkuan felt that Su Nanshan was deliberately mocking him. Otherwise, why had the student consistently ranked beyond 500 during his time in the 7th courtyard, only to leap into the top 50 upon leaving? Was this not a deliberate affront? Sun Chenkuan's face, jiggling with excess flesh, bore a grim expression as his eyes narrowed ominously at Su Nanshan. Due to Su Nanshan, Sun Chenkuan had once sworn an oath in front of many students in the 7th courtyard that if Su Nanshan were to gain admission to the prestigious Dongling County's first external sect, he would swallow the academy's latrines whole. If Su Nanshan truly succeeded, where would he hide his face? Would he swallow the latrines or not? Disregarding Old Zhao's greeting, Sun Chenkuan approached the edge of the training ground and waved toward Han Cheng in the distance, intending to offer him guidance, preferably to incapacitate Su Nanshan. Given Han Cheng's status, even if he were to render Su Nanshan powerless, it would likely not result in significant repercussions. At this moment, Han Cheng was filled with exhilaration, already envisioning the scene of triumphantly defeating Su Nanshan before the crowd. As a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement, he held a considerable advantage over Su Nanshan, who was merely at the 4th level. Even if they were to be placed on the same level, a gap in ability would still persist, further amplified by Sun Chenkuan's guidance and support, intensifying the excitement on Han Cheng's face. The practical challenge required the presence of instructors from the Fate Academy to witness the event. Sun Chenkuan and Old Zhao, as the respective instructors, were perfectly positioned to serve as witnesses. Surrounding the training ground, a throng of spectators had formed multiple layers of eager onlookers. Tao Weian also arrived, her delicate brows furrowed in a manner that suggested she existed beyond the mundane, standing outside the training ground while observing the standoff between Su Nanshan and Han Cheng. She was aware of Han Cheng's prowess. As a 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner, coupled with a commendable lineage, he might possess spells beyond the Academy's curriculum, thus rendering Su Nanshan's challenge exceedingly arduous. As Sun Chenkuan and Old Zhao jointly announced the commencement of the practical challenge, the boisterous training ground gradually fell into a hushed silence. The earlier cacophony dissipated in an instant, replaced by an atmosphere of anticipation radiating from the students, all fixated on the arena. Su Nanshan was indeed pressed for time, not deceiving Han Cheng in that regard. However, Han Cheng remained skeptical. Su Nanshan felt confident about the challenge, as he possessed numerous hidden cards. Foremost among them was the recently acquired spell, the Finger Cannon, which had reached the entry level of precision. It is noteworthy that during the Qi refinement phase, most practitioners were merely beginning their journeys, and few had attained such a level of mastery over spells. Thus, Su Nanshan's Finger Cannon represented a formidable disparity for those at the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, Su Nanshan had 3 instances of the passive protection of Heavenly Tao, which, as the name suggests, could activate when faced with peril. This effectively placed him in an almost invincible position. The sole concern for him now was how swiftly he could conclude the battle, and he naturally hoped for a rapid resolution. As the surroundings quieted, Su Nanshan focused his mind, treating this challenge with the seriousness it warranted. This was to be his first battle in cultivation, and despite the pressing time constraints, it demanded his utmost attention. The training ground lay in a profound stillness, with a breeze stirring the sand and gravel, producing a distinct sound of friction. Han Qing's initial excitement gradually faded, and he composed himself. Could he truly suppress his abilities to the 4th level of qi refinement? That was inconceivable. It was mere talk. In genuine combat, Han Qing had no intention of restraining his strength. He simply wished to witness Su Nanshan's blunders. The practical challenge permitted the use of talismans, albeit only basic ones, such as fire ignition talismans and thunder sound talismans. Should any advanced talismans be employed, as per the Academy's regulations, it would result in an automatic forfeiture of the challenge. As Han Qing let a few talismans slip through his fingers, his long, slender digits grasped them firmly, his spiritual awareness radiating outward to lock onto Su Nanshan's form. The distance between them was approximately 10 meters, a safe range for a qi refinement stage practitioner. Suddenly, Han Qing sprang into action, his azure robe billowing as he dashed forward, feet pounding against the stone pavement. The energy of his 7th layer of qi erupted from within him. One of the talismans ignited in his hand. Attack talismans were one-time use, unlike auxiliary talismans which could be employed repeatedly. As the talisman burned, flames flickered around Han Qing, the air growing increasingly oppressive and heated. This was a fire-inducing talisman. It enveloped him like a crimson serpent, roaring towards Su Nanshan. Su Nanshan remained motionless, allowing Han Qing to unleash his assault. His gaze lowered, thoughts racing through his mind regarding the fingertip cannon technique. Vaguely, he sensed a shift in the scene before him. It was as though time and space had twisted, transporting him to the face of a cascading waterfall. He raised a hand against the torrent, his fingertip gathering energy into a bead-sized orb. Fingertip cannon. Fire. With a muted boom, a brilliant white light streaked across the air. The waterfall spray seemed to scatter significantly. Yet, Su Nanshan did not falter after a single failed attempt. He persevered, continuously channeling energy to launch more attacks at the waterfall, again and again. Finally, with a resounding explosion, a hollow burst erupted above the waterfall, marking the successful execution of the fingertip cannon. Was Su Nanshan in a daze? He neither activated talismans nor formed seals to cast spells. What was he attempting? Had he truly been intimidated? The onlookers surrounding the training ground expressed their bewilderment, while the students from Huangzi Ming building looked particularly pale and anxious. Han Qing had not suppressed his cultivation to the 4th layer. He had directly attacked with his 7th layer qi. This was excessive. It was evident he intended to strike with lethal force. Tao Wan could not help but show concern and paleness on her otherwise poised face. Old Zhao furrowed his brow, hesitating whether to intervene, while Sun Chen, his previously dark expression brightening, finally revealed a smile. Han Qing found amusement in the situation. Was this fellow truly stunned by the fluctuations of his qi? Nevertheless, Han Qing would not hold back. This was a golden opportunity to humiliate Su Nanshan before Tao Wan, and he intended to seize it. With a decisive step forward, the flames of the fire-inducing talisman coiled around Han Qing, ultimately lashing out like a blazing whip aimed directly at Su Nanshan's head. Should it strike, even a basic fire-inducing talisman would be enough to split Su Nanshan's skull. Outside the training ground, old Zhao felt a stir of energy within him. However, just as the fiery tongue was about to connect with Su Nanshan, he lifted his lowered gaze, calm and indifferent, fixing his eyes upon the incoming flame. Swiftly, he raised a hand, his index finger pointed directly at the approaching fire. The surge of vitality trembled within, gathering at the fingertips to manifest as a glimmer, reminiscent of the radiant sun rising from the horizon of a dark night. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as the fiery tongues summoned by the talisman were abruptly vanquished, scattering into a myriad of embers that dissipated into nothingness. Su Nanshan's index finger glided horizontally, aiming steadily at Han Qing. With a gaze fixed upon Han Qing, his lips parted slightly, uttering a soft sound. Bang! Pff. It was as if a piercing white light had sliced through the darkness, directly penetrating Han Qing's shoulder blade. Blood gushed forth, propelling Han Qing's bewildered form backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Shaking his slightly smoldering fingertip, Su Nanshan cast not a single glance at Han Qing. Indifferent, he turned away. leaving the training ground behind as he walked toward the precincts of fate. And within the training ground, until Su Nanshan's silhouette vanished, there remained an eerie silence, akin to that of death itself. Chapter 24. A 300-year lifespan bought out the practice arena of the Mingyuan Institute fell into an enveloping silence. It was uncertain when this stillness was shattered, as the crowd gradually emerged from their astonishment, their uproar tearing through the heavens. The students of the Huangziming building were all flush with excitement, their necks reddening with fervor. The outcome of the contest was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated Su Nanshan would be overwhelmed by Han Chang, perhaps even beaten mercilessly, given that Su Nanshan was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, while Han Qing wielded the full power of the 7th level. The disparity was immense. However, the result was far from what they envisioned. A swift defeat. Su Nanshan, employing incomprehensible techniques, had instantly vanquished Han Chang, 4th level of qi refinement. Had he truly defeated a 7th level opponent? This was utterly preposterous. Su Nanshan was no longer merely at the 4th level. The fluctuations of his vital energy indicated he had reached the 5th level. And judging by the intensity of that energy, he was not far from the 6th level either. Outside the practice arena, the ever-smiling old Zhao remarked with delight. With his keen insight, he discerned Su Nanshan's true cultivation level. Everyone assumed Su Nanshan remained at the 4th level, yet in reality, he had ascended to the 5th. However, even with this advancement, it seemed implausible for him to have so decisively defeated Han Qing. Clearly, the root of this astonishing outcome lay within Su Nanshan's spell. Was there a violation in the techniques Su Nanshan had employed? Han Qing lay on the ground, enveloped in a state of despondency. His loyal friends, however, stubbornly sought excuses for him. If Su Nanshan had indeed acted improperly, he would have chosen to remain silent. Surely, he would have stood up immediately to halt the contest. Yet, Su Nanshan had committed no infraction. Although the spell was unrecognizable, the fluctuations of vital energy indicated it was indeed a technique of the qi refinement stage. There was no violation. The spell Su Nanshan cast was somewhat akin to a gesture, a technique that tested one's control over vital energy. Given Su Nanshan's skill in talisman crafting, it was not surprising that he could master such a technique. Old Zhao continued to smile, his spirits soaring. Sun Qingquan had never anticipated Han Qing's defeat would be so absolute. He had even prepared talisman spells for the foundational realm, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike Su Nanshan. If he could severely injure Su Nanshan, it would at least set him back for 6 months. With that much time wasted, Su Nanshan would have no hope of entering the prestigious Dongling Prefecture's outer sect. He might as well forget about it. But now, all his plans lay in ruins. Taking a deep breath, Sun Qingquan felt as though the very toilet was swaying before his eyes. What are you asking? Hurry and save him. He snapped at Han Qing's friends who were inquiring incessantly. Among the crowd, Tao Weiyan's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. When Su Nanshan departed from the Mingyuan Institute, Tao Weiyan had stealthily followed him. From a distance, she gazed at Su Nanshan's tall figure, her lips pursed slightly, and a dimple blossomed on her cheek, her mood brightening. The spell that had just overwhelmed Han Chang could not have been executed so expertly without extensive training. It turned out Su Nanshan had not deceived her. He had been diligently striving for the promise they once made. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Fate Institute, the smile on Tao Weiyan's face swiftly vanished, her lips pouting slightly, as her mood transformed from sunny to tempestuous. For there, at the gate, she beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a crimson dress, her figure alluring. Casting a glance down at her own chest, which still had ample room for enhancement, Tao Weiyan pursed her lips in discontent. That insufferable man. Su Nanshan seemed to sense someone praising his handsomeness. With the navet of youth, he scratched his head and turned towards the radiant Inai Qingyan, who greeted him with a blooming smile. Miss Inai, what brings you here again? Inai Qingyan secured the cork in her gourd and cheerfully replied, Of course, I have matters to discuss with you, little Nanshan. Do you remember I promised to seek out the 3 major trading houses for the promotion of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman? Wan Shuda and King Yuangong have reached out to me, eager to converse with you regarding the promotion. Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback. With such a delay, it was certain he could not complete today's tasks, thereby missing the opportunity to deliver to Inai Qingyan tomorrow. Yet, the discussions concerning promotion with the trading houses were undeniably crucial. However, it appeared that Inai Qingyan discerned his inner turmoil, and with a smile, she teased, You truly are an adorable little man. Come now. Call me sister, and I might grant you an extension on your delivery. Unable to resist the playful banter, Inai Qingyan jested with Su Nanshan. He gazed intently at her before finally conceding, "Sister." Once he uttered the word, a palpable relief washed over him. "I've called you that now. You must honor your word and postpone the delivery by a day." Qingyin was taken aback by Su Nanshan's unhesitating declaration, wondering if he couldn't be a bit more reserved. It was her first encounter with someone so unabashed. Yet, with that one word, the barriers between them seemed to dissolve, allowing their interaction to grow increasingly casual. "I won't let you call me sister for free. Let us go. I shall assist you in dealing with those merchants from Wanchida and Qingyuangong. They are not easily managed," Qingyin declared with a smile. With a sway of her hips, she led Su Nanshan toward the most opulent restaurant in Zhongluo City. This establishment was the venue of her previous meeting with the leaders of the three major trading houses. Upon their arrival at the private room upstairs, Chao Xiao and Aunt Shui, who had been waiting for some time, exchanged glances and promptly rose to their feet. Their eyes swiftly darted from Qingyin to Su Nanshan. The sight left them momentarily stunned. Young, indeed, he was exceedingly youthful, clad in the attire of the Fate Institute. The talisman maker behind the Little Spirit Communication Talisman was truly a student from Zhongluo Fate Institute. Despite having conducted prior investigations, the reality of Su Nanshan's youth struck them with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Nevertheless, both were seasoned players in the business realm, well aware not to be easily swayed by appearances. Even if Su Nanshan was merely a student of the Fate Institute, they would still engage in earnest negotiations. For the value of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman was indisputable. Chao Xiao, with a pallid countenance, offered Su Nanshan a gentle smile. "I never anticipated that the maker of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman would be so young. Indeed, a new generation replaces the old." Su Nanshan chuckled, unperturbed by the business discourse. Though he had traversed the digital landscape in his previous life, he was equally adept at navigating the world of commerce. Having spent years honing his negotiation skills, even to the point of exhausting himself through excessive revelry. Yet, his proficiency in business was undeniably forged through genuine experience. Aunt Shui maintained a serene smile, largely uncertain of the true capabilities of the Little Spiritual Communication Talisman, fearing that Chao Xiao had perhaps laid a trap for her. Indeed, Chao Xiao was capable of such cunning. As everyone settled in, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of dishes being served. Chao Xiao orchestrated the jovial atmosphere, encouraging all to indulge in food and drink. Su Nanshan feigned reluctance, claiming he was not a drinker. However, he felt it necessary to partake in a toast with the head of the Wanshou Tower. He raised his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. The wine in this realm was mild, even slightly sweet, reminiscent of fruit wine, enveloping him in warmth without any adverse effects, almost healthful in nature. Compared to the spirits of his former life, the rice wine and beer here were far superior. Su Nanshan's spirited demeanor only amplified the smile on Chao Xiao's face as they engaged in a lively exchange, their glasses clinking together. Their conversation was ablaze with enthusiasm. Leaving Qingyin, who was observing, utterly perplexed, she was concerned that Su Nanshan might be taken advantage of, yet he appeared to swim effortlessly, as if he were a fish in water, casting doubt on her worries. As the two continued to drink, Qingyin felt her own thirst for wine ignited, clamoring to join their revelry. However, Chao Xiao subtly set down his glass, ceasing to drink, and began to steer the conversation towards discerning Su Nanshan's terms regarding the authorization of the Little Spiritual Communication Talisman for promotion by Wanshou Tower. Noticing the shift, Su Nanshan followed suit, reclining in his chair, and engaged in a detailed discussion with Chao Xiao. Qingyin, holding her glass, felt overlooked and simmered with indignation, resorting to drinking alone in silence. The more Chao Xiao conversed with Su Nanshan, the more astonished he became, perceiving that he was not merely speaking to a student from the Enlightenment Academy, but rather to a leader of a significant chamber of commerce in some city. Eventually, Chao Xiao abandoned his air of mystery. He cleared his throat a few times, covering his mouth with a silk handkerchief, and with a feeble demeanor, turned his gaze to Su Nanshan, saying, "Brother Su, our conversation has been most delightful, and I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. How about we negotiate a deal for a 300-year lifespan to secure the sales rights of the spiritual talismans for the next decade?" The head of Qingyuan Palace, Aunt Shui, raised her glass with Qingyin, preparing to drink, but upon hearing his proposition, she was momentarily taken aback, gasping in astonishment. Chao Xiao's offer was indeed audacious, a 300-year lifespan to monopolize the sales rights of a communication talisman for 10 years. Had Chao Xiao lost his senses? Was he gravely ill? Inside the private room of the restaurant, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, heavy and thick. Nanshan leaned back against the opulent redwood chair. His gaze lowered as he delicately swirled the blue and white porcelain wine cup. 300 years for the sales rights of talismans over the next decade? A decade. It felt interminably long. After a prolonged pause, Nanshan met Chao Xiu's gaze, set down his cup, and with a smile, replied, "I see no reason to accept. I must decline." Chapter 25. A miracle or a joke? Refused? The voice of Nanshan, though not loud, resonated sharply in the otherwise silent private room. Shui. The head of Qingyuan Palace raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. She seemed unprepared for Nanshan's rejection. After all, the conditions presented by Chao Xiu were indeed rather generous. 300 years of lifespan in exchange for a 10-year sales right to a communication talisman was, for Nanshan, an aspiring practitioner in the qi refinement stage, akin to a windfall from the heavens. Shui could not fathom why Nanshan would decline. On what basis could he possibly refuse? Did he believe the value of this talisman to be even greater? Did Nanshan possess such unwavering confidence in this talisman? Upon this thought, Shui narrowed her eyes. And I Qingyan, however, was not particularly surprised by Nanshan's refusal. To expect 10 years of promotional rights in exchange for 300 years of lifespan was, in Nanshan's words, akin to chasing after mirages. Chao Xiu, too, exhibited only mild surprise at Nanshan's refusal, having anticipated the possibility, which hinged on Nanshan's level of confidence in the Xilingtong talisman. "Oh, what are your thoughts, young brother Nanshan? Do share. Let us engage in a conversation." Chao Xiu remarked, covering his mouth with a handkerchief and smiling softly. "To offer 300 years of lifespan for a communication talisman, this price is already exorbitant. You claim it to be exorbitant, yet I remain unconvinced." Nanshan continued to toy with the cup in his hand, casting a glance at Chao Xiu. As the first merchant to negotiate with him, Nanshan's demeanor was relatively amicable. "I do have some opinions. The Xilingtong talisman is the culmination of my painstaking efforts, and I am loath to part with it at a pittance. Therefore, I shall present 3 points to illustrate its value beyond the immediate. Firstly, I trust that you have experienced the activation of the Xilingtong talisman, which grants access to the primordial void. Though the encounter is fleeting for many practitioners, it is an invaluable opportunity. Secondly, once the Xilingtong talisman is utilized, it will create a trend, establishing a communication network. If a circle of acquaintances employs the talisman for discourse, and you do not, would that not set you apart? You would inevitably be compelled to adopt the Xilingtong talisman, ensuring its marketability. Thirdly, the current iteration of the Xilingtong talisman is merely the first generation. In the future, I shall unveil subsequent generations, expanding the scope of communication, potentially encompassing the entirety of the Chaoshan continent. Leaning back in his chair, Nanshan held up 3 fingers, articulating each point with conviction, closing a finger with each completed idea. Once he concluded his 3 points, the private room fell into a profound silence. Chao Xiu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, while Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. If Nanshan claimed that the talisman could indeed connect to the primordial void, then Chao Xiu's lack of denial suggested that everything N.I. Qinyan had previously stated was, in fact, true. This talisman, could it truly perform such extraordinary feats? Suddenly, Shui grasped why Chao Xiu had been willing to propose such an outrageous buyout price from the outset. At this moment, and Shui's heart began to waver. She was even contemplating calling out a price. However, she restrained herself, eager to observe how Nanshan and Chao Xiu would negotiate. Finally, Chao Xiu lifted his head, shrugged his shoulders, and with an air of resignation, said, "Well then, young brother Nanshan, please state your price." It was not impossible for Supervisor Chao to consider a buyout, but 10 years was too long. "I can offer you a 1-year buyout period, merely to allow you to experience the capabilities of the Xilingtong talisman," Nanshan replied. "A year? That is far too brief," Chao Xiu exclaimed, his brow furrowing in disbelief as he waved his hands vehemently. "To purchase a year's sales rights with a lifespan of 300 years? This is utterly absurd." Despite Nanshan outlining 3 advantages of the Xilingtong talisman, it remained merely a concept, not yet a reality. It was merely Nanshan painting an extravagant picture. If Chao Xiu were to actually decide on a 300-year buyout for just 1 year of sales rights, it would be akin to gambling. Should the sales of the talisman prove lackluster, the potential costs for Chao Xiu could be substantial. 300 years for a 3-year sales qualification, Chao Xiu proposed. Su Nanshan shook his head, stating, "Only 1 year. I won't sell for more." To be frank, Supervisor Chow, opting for a 300-year buyout would be quite disadvantageous for me. He placed his cup on the table and, with a smile, laid his cards on the table. If Supervisor Chow cannot agree to this, then so be it. If I were to establish a good reputation for the talisman and sell it myself, I should still be able to earn a considerable amount of lifespan. At least enough for my own needs. Xiao Shou coughed lightly, his complexion turning crimson as he covered his mouth and fixed his gaze on Su Nanshan. If you sell it yourself, the volume will not be substantial. Enough for your needs is all well and good. But once the talisman evolves into its second and third generations, expanding its communication range across the entire Great Liang dynasty, do you not think selling it will become effortless? The Butian Pavilion and Qing Yuan Palace would surely be eager to collaborate, and at that point, I could even raise the price and reap substantial profits. Xiao Shou narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Nanshan's confidence was audacious, although the records indicated that Su Nanshan's lifespan was limited. Possessing the skills to craft the Shaoling Tong talisman ensured that his life would not be in jeopardy. Xiao Shou looked at Su Nanshan once more and asked, "Are you not concerned about the potential suppression from the Wanshou Tower? I could ensure that you do not sell a single talisman." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Nanshan chuckled, leaning back in his chair, remaining silent. Nearby, Ni Qingyan, who was indulging in her drink with fervor, cast a sidelong glance, her alluring, elongated eyes shimmering with a hint of danger. "Why not give it a try?" Ni Qingyan challenged, her gaze piercing. I had forgotten about this woman." Xiao Shou's mouth twitched slightly. "I have been presumptuous." He found it difficult to decipher the relationship between Su Nanshan and Ni Qingyan. While he could afford to disregard Ni Qingyan, he could not ignore the formidable teacher behind her, a figure of great significance throughout the entire Jingyun prefecture. "Young brother Nanshan, cannot we negotiate a more favorable price? This amount feels as though I am being roasted over an open flame." Xiao Shou lamented with a heavy heart, expressing, "If the 3 conditions you mentioned cannot be met, and the sales of the small spirit communication talisman fall short, I may very well be expelled from the Wanshou Tower, bearing an insurmountable burden." Su Nanshan poured a glass of wine and raised it towards Xiao Shou with a confident gesture, stating, "If any of the 3 conditions are unmet, I shall compensate you with 300 years of lifespan." His words resonated with a resounding clarity and strength. Given such a declaration, what more could Xiao Shou say? "Very well, on behalf of the Wanshou Tower of Zhongluo City, I agree to collaborate with you," Xiao Shou replied earnestly as he stood. Su Nanshan rose as well, downing his drink in one gulp, and with a faint smile, assured, "Trust me, a year from now, you will be begging to renew our contract." The profound confidence in his words momentarily stunned Xiao Shou, who then broke into laughter, poured another glass, and clinked it with Su Nanshan before drinking it all. With their business concluded, the atmosphere in the private room became noticeably more relaxed. A flush of vibrant color appeared on Xiao Shou's ailing face, embodying anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, Shui from Qingyuan Palace stood aside, utterly astonished. Had he truly agreed? Did Xiao Shou really barter 300 years of lifespan for a mere 1-year sales qualification for the small spirit communication talisman? A year. The establishment of sales channels in Dongling County might not even be fully realized within that time frame. Such a fantastical condition. Xiao Shou must have lost his senses. Could a basic sound transmission talisman, merely enhanced, truly possess such value? At this moment, Su Nanshan also turned his gaze towards the elegantly dressed Shui. Aware that she was the head of Qingyuan Palace, holding a status comparable to Xiao Shou's, Su Nanshan awaited her bid. However, silence reigned as she remained speechless. Clearly, the decision to use 300 years of lifespan to secure a 1-year sales qualification for a sound transmission talisman was one she could not commit to. Of course, this hesitation stemmed from her lack of experience with the small spirit communication talisman's efficacy. Merely observing Xiao Shou's demeanor, she found it difficult to make a decisive bid. Ultimately, she opted to withdraw. A year was a brief span. She felt it prudent to wait. After that year, when the exclusive rights of the Wanshou Tower expired, there would still be opportunities for Qingyuan Palace to enter the fray. During this year, she could observe whether Xiao Shou's decision would prove to be a miracle or a folly. Chapter 26. The demand for the head of that wretched child, the head of the Qingyuan Palace, and Shui remained silent, her demeanor unmistakably conveying her stance. Su Nanshan chuckled softly, comprehending the response of the elegantly attired lady of the palace. He nodded slightly, rose from his seat, and cast his gaze towards Xiao Shou. Xiao Shou, in turn, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely concerned that the woman, Xueqin, would intervene and elevate the price, which would have been quite vexing for him. Initially, he had wished to exclude Xueqin from this transaction. But since Ai Qingyan was seeking the heads of 3 trading houses, he found it impossible to sideline her. Conversely, the Butian Pavilion showed no interest in the matter due to Ai Qingyan's recommendation, which eased Chao Xiu's burden considerably. Young brother Nanshan, shall we proceed to sign the heavenly Dao contract? Chao Xiu said eagerly, fearful of any unforeseen complications. Su Nanshan glanced at the contract, finding it akin to those from his previous life. Brother Nanshan, please, Chao Xiu urged, tucking away his command plate with a solemn expression. Boom, as the seal was affixed. A resonant sound reverberated through the void, and Su Nanshan felt a tremor within his consciousness as a peculiar essence flowed into him. With the heavenly Dao as witness, the contract is established. May our cooperation be fruitful, young friend Nanshan, Chao Xiu said, bowing respectfully. The two exchanged smiles. Han Qing felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, akin to an arrow piercing through his being, delivering a dual blow to both body and spirit. He had been defeated. The 7th layer of qi refinement had succumbed to the 5th layer of Su Nanshan. He had been utterly powerless, vanquished in a single strike. This occurred despite his unrestrained cultivation level and the use of talismans. Su Nanshan had effortlessly overcome him with a simple spell. Before the multitude of onlookers, all filled with anticipation, he had been swiftly and decisively annihilated. This was tantamount to nailing Han Cheng to the pillar of shame. Han Cheng hailed from an illustrious lineage. Although his family was not as prominent as Tao Weian's, it held a respectable status in Jiagluo City. His father, Han Qinghe, was the head of the Butian Pavilion in Jiagluo City, enjoying a position equivalent to that of Chao Xiu and Xueqin. As one of the formidable trading houses with a presence throughout the human realm, even a city head within the Butian Pavilion held considerable esteem. Qinghe, Han's mother screamed, her eyes fixed on her son, whose shoulder was shattered and bloodied. A piece of her heart felt as though it had been ripped away. Who did this? Who harmed my Qinghe? Han Qing's close friends, confronted by the fierce demeanor of his mother, fell utterly silent, daring not to speak, laying bare the entire truth. Su Nanshan? What insolent wretch dares to harm my Qinghe? A servant hurriedly rushed out of the estate, making his way towards the Butian Pavilion. Within the Butian Pavilion, the head, Han Qinghe, furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the intelligence before him, news relayed from his informants embedded in the Qingyuan Palace in the Wanshou Tower. Chao Xiu is hosting a banquet at the Zui Xiang Lu, intending to discuss collaboration with the talisman master recommended by Miss Ai. Han Qinghe fell into deep contemplation. Based on his understanding of Chao Xiu, Ai Qingyan's recommended talisman master may indeed possess considerable skill. Supervisor Han, are we heading to the Drunken Fragrance Tower now? Asked a gracefully adorned woman, her demeanor both alluring and gentle. It would be prudent to pay a visit, especially since the talisman master recommended by Miss Ai. Even if we do not collaborate, warrants our acknowledgement, Han Qinghe replied, casting a fleeting glance at the captivating woman's ample bosom and slender waist, his throat dry. Yet, mindful of his formidable wife at home, he discreetly shifted his gaze. He dusted off his attire and prepared to accompany the beautiful woman to the Drunken Fragrance Tower. However, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a servant from his household. Han Qinghe furrowed his brow, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes. Isn't Qinghe studying at the Command Academy? How could he sustain injuries? As his son, Qinghe's injury stirred a sense of concern within Han Qinghe, prompting him to reconsider going to the Drunken Fragrance Tower. The Heaven Repair Pavilion was currently fervently promoting the 1,000-mile transmission talisman and had little inclination to compete with Chao Xiu over a lesser-known transmission talisman. Even if Chao Xiu held high hopes for that ordinary 9th-grade transmission talisman, it paled in comparison to the 7th-grade 1,000-mile transmission talisman that the Heaven Repair Pavilion was championing. Arrange it swiftly. I want that little scoundrel who harmed Qinghe to pay dearly. Han Qinghe glanced at Han Mu, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Madam, Qinghe was injured during a practical challenge at the Command Academy. It is not others' fault. Is it acceptable to be so harsh during a practical challenge? They are just children. How could that little scoundrel harbor such malice? Han Mu retorted fiercely, resembling a lioness defending her cub. I don't care. This injustice cannot be borne by Cheng. With this injury, his studies will surely suffer, making it increasingly difficult to be admitted to the prestigious outer sect of Dongling County in a year. This is all thanks to that little scoundrel. As his father, shouldn't you stand up for your child? Han Mu glared at Han Qinghe, her anger palpable. With a sigh, Han Qinghe responded, Is it not normal to be heavy-handed in a practical challenge? After all, it is a real combat scenario, not a child's game. Besides, it was evident that the opponent held back. Had that strike been aimed at the heart, it could have been fatal. He felt increasingly agitated, the incessant buzzing in his ears becoming unbearable. He was not afraid of his wife. Rather, he found her sharp and domineering demeanor intolerable. Very well. I shall confront the Command Academy and seek an audience with the Dean to demand justice for Chinger. Enough of this uproar. Focus on accompanying Chinger and ensuring he recovers well, he waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Hanmu's fury escalated. You say I am causing a ruckus? Have you grown bold enough to accuse me of such? Listen carefully. If you will not take responsibility for our son, I shall. I will ensure that little scoundrel pays for his actions. In this small place of Jiang Luqing, who dares to harm the son of Jinling? Hanmu's voice became increasingly shrill. His position as the head of the Heaven Repair Pavilion in Jiang Luqing was significantly influenced by his wife's background, and a serious discord with her could jeopardize his future. Let us not go too far. Causing a fatal incident would complicate matters with the Command Academy, he cautioned. Han Qinghe slowly unclenched his fist. Is it hard to explain? I still demand an explanation from the hospital. It is merely a small-town hospital. What does it matter if a life is lost? You are so fearful, lacking even the slightest courage. No wonder you have only managed to be a mere head of a city until now. How foolish I was to have been deceived by your wretched facade and to have married you. Hanmu Jinling cast a contemptuous glance at Han Qinghe, dismissing him entirely. As she moved closer to Han Cheng, soothing him in gentle tones, Han Qinghe remained expressionless, offering no rebuttal, swallowing the humiliation from his wife. Mother, it hurts so much. Han Qing opened his eyes, gazing at Hanmu, his voice filled with grievance. Hanmu's heart softened as she tenderly caressed Han Qing's cheek. Do not worry. My child, I am here for you. I understand your distress. I will avenge you. Do you wish for that little bastard to lose a leg or an arm? Just tell me. Even if you want his head, I will bring it to you. Chapter 27. The sixth layer of Qi refinement, a call for help. As the sun dipped low, casting a fiery glow upon the world, the day gradually waned. Su Nanshan and Chao Xiao, having met after a long separation, exited the tavern, with Chao Xiao, appearing rather unwell, departing in a carriage. After watching Chao Xiao leave, Su Nanshan exhaled deeply. A gentle evening breeze swept by, refreshing his spirit. Due to his cultivation, ordinary wine hardly affected him. His vital energy circulated, causing the alcohol to naturally dissipate through his pores, thus enveloping him in a rich aroma of wine. Although the wines of the Drunken Fragrance Tavern were exquisite, they were not made from spiritual materials and could not intoxicate a cultivator. Su Nanshan was indifferent to this fact and harbored no fear of Chao Xiu reneging on their agreement, for they had signed a heavenly Dao contract. Should Chao Xiu breach it, the repercussions would be far more severe. And I Qingyan, sipping from a gourd filled with the exquisite ice heart jade pot wine, displayed a radiant complexion, her cheeks blushing like the dawn sky. With a tipsy hiccup and flirtatious eyes, she draped her slender arms around Su Nanshan's neck, saying, Shao Nanshan, do accompany me for another drink. This wine is crafted by Master Zhao, a rare delight that most cannot access. I'm planning to procure more shortly. Master Zhao has grown increasingly stingy, fearing he may not have any wine left to offer in the future. Su Nanshan paused, taken aback. Master Zhao? Was he referring to the limping old instructor from the yellow character Fate Tower? Indeed, it was Master Zhao. Taking a deep breath, Su Nanshan discerned from Ni Qingyan's description that Master Zhao must be a formidable cultivator. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had taken refuge in the Jiagluo Fate Academy, assuming the inconspicuous role of an instructor at the yellow character Fate Tower. After a moment's contemplation, Su Nanshan retrieved 2 small talismans he had crafted that very morning. I promised Master Zhao one of these. Are you intending to seek him for more wine? Please deliver this talisman to him on my behalf. In doing so, I'll owe you 8 more talismans, which should be ready by the day after tomorrow. You may come to collect them then, he said with a smile. Ni Qingyan raised an eyebrow, not refusing Su Nanshan's request, but playfully responded, Let me hear you call me sister. Sister, Su Nanshan replied without a moment's hesitation, his composure unwavering, prompting Ni Qingyan to roll her eyes in feigned exasperation. You truly are shameless, she chuckled, accepting the 2 talismans. Waving her hand, her gaze brightened significantly, and soon she vanished into the bustling street illuminated by the fiery sunset, merging with the hurried passers-by. Su Nanshan stretched lazily. Having finalized the buyout contract with the Wanshou Tower, he considered his initial plans to be complete. What awaited now was the promotion of the one-show tower and the cultivation of the small talismans. As more users began to utilize the small talismans, the internet would soon be ready to ascend to the stage of this cultivation world. The internet Su Nanshan envisioned would exist in harmony with the heavenly Tao. The primordial void could essentially be seen as a pre-existing virtual network. The various virtual estates could be created through the heavenly Tao's penmanship, with these estates likened to websites or mini-programs. As long as this foundational structure was in place, it would merely be a matter of time before Su Nanshan could lay out the interconnected heavenly Tao. Certainly, the interconnected world of the celestial path remains merely in its infancy, and Su Nanshan must remain steadfast and patient, allowing for gradual growth. In high spirits, Su Nanshan hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the talisman shop nestled in a bustling area. Upon reaching the entrance, he took a step back to scrutinize the establishment, muttering to himself, "This shop lacks even a name. I must find the time to commission a sign. It should possess a poetic charm. Perhaps I shall name it Nanshan Pavilion." Pushing the door open and securing it behind him, Su Nanshan approached his desk, selecting a sheet from the stacked talisman paper. After smoothing it with a weight, he began the meticulous process of grinding and preparing vermilion ink. Once the ink was ready, Su Nanshan's spirit stirred, and a fist-sized essence crystal thudded onto the table. This was a mid-grade pure essence crystal, the only one he had managed to obtain from the white card. Tonight, Su Nanshan intended to work through the night, crafting talismans while cultivating his skills. He discovered that after producing a talisman, his energy was completely depleted at that moment. Operating the basic method of refining chi allowed him to absorb energy into his body at an accelerated pace, enhancing his capacity for acceptance. In simpler terms, his cultivation speed had notably increased. As the sun gradually descended, veiled by the horizon, darkness began to envelop the world. Su Nanshan lit a lamp, preparing to work late into the night. With a brush in hand, saturated with the vermilion ink, he faced the yellow talisman paper. This time, he planned to employ the celestial pen technique to draw a chi sword talisman, his sole method of creating an offensive talisman thus far. However, just before he began, a thought struck him. He would use a cultivation acceleration voucher. Su Nanshan spoke softly, and as his words faded, he noticed one of the 3 vouchers in his inventory vanish from the lottery panel. A gentle breeze seemed to flow through him, and he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. The lines of the chi sword talisman became vividly distinct in his thoughts. With his pen moving fluidly, the essence smoothly surged from his dantian, guiding it onto the lines of the talisman. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast shadows all around. After utilizing the cultivation acceleration voucher, Su Nanshan felt as if he were flying. His speed in crafting the talisman surged, and his success rate doubled. In no time, with the final stroke akin to a blade slicing through darkness, the chi sword talisman was completed. Thanks to the enhancement of the acceleration voucher, it was flawless. Executed in one breath. Su Nanshan's eyes sparkled with delight. Was this the effect of the cultivation acceleration voucher? He was utterly enchanted, gently holding the finished chi sword talisman. He examined it closely. The intricate lines formed by the celestial pen technique remained as profound and mysterious as ever. He wondered about the talisman's power, but lacking the means to test it, he placed it on the table, weighed down by a paperweight. Su Nanshan then retrieved another sheet of yellow talisman paper, continuing his work, this time crafting a small communication talisman, as he needed to fulfill an order for an I Ching Yin. With the assistance of the cultivation acceleration voucher, his success rate in crafting talismans soared, and his proficiency with the celestial pen technique continued to ascend. The cultivation acceleration voucher amplifies all matters related to cultivation, including talisman crafting, which is indeed a form of cultivation. That night, Su Nanshan became utterly absorbed in the art of talisman crafting. The success rate was astonishingly high. Out of 3 talismans crafted, only 1 would fail. Once his vital energy was depleted, Su Nanshan promptly seized a mid-grade essence crystal, utilizing the basic chi refining method to absorb vital energy. The mid-grade essence crystals produced from the lottery panel allowed for a remarkably smooth absorption, as if there were no barriers at all. Within a short span of time, Su Nanshan successfully replenished his depleted vital energy after several cycles of the basic chi refining method. He continued crafting talismans. After exhausting his energy, he resumed the absorption of vital energy. The effects of the cultivation acceleration voucher lasted for approximately 3 hours. During this time, Su Nanshan completed 1 chi sword talisman and 5 minor communication talismans. In truth, he could have crafted even more minor communication talismans, yet he chose not to pursue further. Instead, sitting cross-legged on his chair, cradling a mid-grade essence crystal in his palm, the vital energy surged forth from it, forming a faint azure halo around Nanshan's body. Boom! An invisible gust of energy stirred, causing the talisman paper on the table to flutter. The flickering candlelight seemed to be extinguished by a gentle breeze. The cold moonlight streamed through the intricately carved red wooden window, illuminating Nanshan. He opened his eyes, and a fleeting azure light flickered in the darkness, accompanied by a soft, complex murmur of emotions. He had reached the 6th layer of chi refining. Indeed, his feelings were somewhat complicated. Achieving the 6th layer of chi refining qualified him for acceptance into external cultivation sects, ensuring his graduation from the Enlightenment Academy and entry into the external cultivation sect. Moreover, the 6th layer of chi refining represents a watershed moment, marking the transition from enlightenment to true cultivation. Each breakthrough in cultivation would yield rewards from the heavenly Tao in the form of an increase in lifespan. For instance, advancing from the 6th to the 7th layer of chi refining grants a minimum extension of 3 years to one's life. Reaching the 6th layer signifies that Nanshan has finally taken a firm step in this unfamiliar world. From this night onward, I am a mature cultivator, Nanshan mused. The night was profoundly tranquil. The cold moonlight was obscured by drifting dark clouds, unable to drape the world in its silken veil. Nanshan was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. Suddenly, he raised his head. Having reached the 6th layer of chi refining, his senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive some indistinct sounds in the darkness. A blade, glinting with cold light, abruptly pierced through the crack of the door. With a swift motion, it sliced downwards. A soft crack echoed as the door latch was severed. Nanshan stared at the glimmering blade, his mind buzzing as if struck by thunder. In the dark night, with a blade severing the door latch, it was undoubtedly not a friendly greeting. Someone intended to kill him. This thought flashed through Nanshan's mind. Fortunately, his recent ascension to the 6th layer of chi refining, symbolizing a mature cultivator, provided him with the courage to quickly regain his composure. Without hesitation, he grasped a minor communication talisman. As the consciousness surged into the primordial void, the stars twinkled, and immediately, the connection was established with the number 1377. After a series of crisp sounds, the communication was connected. From the other end of the spiritual communicator, a voice emerged, a lazy and alluring tone tinged with a nasal quality. However, Nanshan had no time to savor the enchanting and languid nuances of her voice. He shouted into the communicator with all his might, "Sister, save me. Someone is trying to kill me." Chapter 28. The sword chi transforms into a long river, unusual phenomena in heaven and earth in the quaint courtyard of the instructor's residence. Enai Qingyin was contentedly pouring the exquisite ice-heart jade pot wine from old Zhao's wine vat. Meanwhile, old Zhao sat solemnly in a chair, earnestly and almost reverently holding the small communication talisman. As old Zhao activated his primordial spirit, he was immediately drawn into the primordial void, appearing within the service area of the virtual realm. At the moment of contact with the primordial void, tears welled up in the corners of old Zhao's eyes. After so many years, a surge of emotions filled his heart, leaving him astonished by the mysterious power of the communication talisman. This seemingly simple talisman, transformed from a sound transmission symbol, was capable of connecting to the primordial void. Suddenly, the tranquility of the courtyard was disrupted. Enai Qingyin received a distress call from Nanshan, and her previously languid gaze sharpened instantly. Someone intended to kill Nanshan. In an instant, Enai Qingyin's drunkenness evaporated, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped her. "Where are you?" Enai Qingyin asked with gravity. "At the talisman shop," Nanshan replied before abruptly severing the communication. Enai Qingyin wished to inquire further, yet her spiritual sense encountered only a busy signal. Who could it be? Why would they wish to kill Nanshan? A few shades of deadly resolve flickered across Enai Qingyin's enchanting visage. Could it be the 3 major commerce guilds? Just after Nanshan had signed the heavenly Tao contract with Chao Xiao, assassins appeared, intent on taking his life. The assassins could not have been sent by Chao Xiao. Both the Butian Pavilion and Qing Yuan Palace were highly suspect. The Butian Pavilion and Qing Yuan Palace truly tyrannical. A cold smile crept across Enai Qingyin's lips. Without further hesitation, she seized her gourd, channeling her vital energy, and struck it. A burst of crimson grain erupted from the gourd, the sword chi swirling restlessly. On the other side, old Zhao sensed the murderous intent emanating from Enai Qingyin and emerged from the primordial void. "What is the matter, girl?" Old Zhao inquired. Someone is attempting to kill Su Nanshan. I must go to his aid, and I Qing Yin replied succinctly. Seeking death. Who dares to harm my disciple, Zhao Tianlei? Upon hearing that someone intended to kill Su Nanshan, a fierce killing intent ignited in old Zhao's eyes. Just as he had joyfully acquired the communication talisman, he now regarded Su Nanshan as a treasured pupil. I shall accompany you, he declared, and with that, a terrifying and formidable aura erupted from him, enveloping Ni Qing Yin as they soared through the pitch-black night sky. At the Han residence, Han's mother lit a lantern, wandering through the gardens. The flickering light illuminated her features as she dismissed those around her, walking alone. Soon, in the darkness, a figure cloaked in black, resembling a swirling ink blot, materialized behind Han's mother. Miss, the black-clad figure greeted with a bow. Have the arrangements been made? I want the head of Su Nanshan, the one who injured Cheng. Han's mother said coldly. The figure remained respectful. My subordinate has dispatched number 13. He should soon retrieve the head for you, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, the coldness and murderous intent on Han's mother's face diminished considerably. The Jin family oversees the affairs of the Buitian Pavilion in Jingzhen Prefecture, standing as one of the prominent clans with formidable strength and a prestigious status bolstered by their affiliation with the pavilion. Initially, she was resolute in her desire to marry Han Qinghe, despite her family's opposition. However, her affection for him was not solely based on love. She was also captivated by his promising future, concerned for her well-being. Her parents arranged for a personal squad to accompany her, not only for her protection but to ensure she maintained the upper hand over Han Qinghe, thus safeguarding her interests. While this squad was not the elite force meticulously cultivated by the family, it was nonetheless quite formidable. At the very least, it kept Han Qinghe in check and allowed her to firmly grasp the authority within her household. You must go in person. I demand you bring me Su Nanshan's head, Han's mother declared coldly. The figure cloaked in black hesitated, sensing the order seemed somewhat excessive. With a cultivation level of the Foundation establishment realm, dealing with a mere fifth-tier Qi refinement disciple would be a trivial task. As the leader of the squad, whose own cultivation had reached the life pill realm, he felt that such an endeavor would be beneath his dignity. Nevertheless, he would not dare defy Han's mother's command. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he replied, "Understood." In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night. Han's mother gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with a chilling resolve. Throughout her life, she had never laid a hand on Han Cheng, yet this Su Nanshan had dared to bring bloodshed upon him. He deserved to die. Su Nanshan extinguished the candlelight, his body tense with apprehension. He could hardly fathom that so little time had passed since his arrival in this realm, and already he had attracted assassins intent on his demise. After severing communication with Ni Qing Yin, he took a deep breath, relieved that he had successfully crafted a communication talisman, which would allow him to call for help. Otherwise, facing such dire circumstances would have been utterly despairing. The distress signal had been dispatched. Yet Su Nanshan remained uncertain of when Ni Qing Yin would arrive to rescue him. However, he knew he could not place all his hopes upon her. He needed to learn to save himself. His gaze fell upon the table, where the newly created Qi sword talisman lay, pressed under a weight. He had not anticipated that he would so soon have the opportunity to test the talisman inscribed with the heavenly Tao's brushwork. In truth, Su Nanshan would have preferred to forego this chance. He was unaware of the cultivator lurking beyond the door. But the audacity to kill under the cover of night and openly challenge the security of Jiangluo City indicated a formidable opponent. With a surge of spiritual awareness, he infused the Qi sword talisman with energy, igniting it in flames. Outside the door, the assassin, who had been cautiously tampering with the bolt, seemed to sense the surge of energy from the activated talisman. Realizing he had been exposed, he abandoned all pretense and moved with alarming speed. With a sharp crack, the bolt was severed in two. The door shattered, and a figure cloaked in black surged through, wielding a gleaming sword that glinted ominously. Its tip aimed directly at Su Nanshan's throat. The air was thick with unmasked intent to kill, sending chills down Su Nanshan's spine, his skin prickling with fear. Yet, what truly weighed heavily upon him was the oppressive aura radiating from his adversary. The energy coursed along the sword's tip, hissing forth like a venomous serpent. This was indeed a practitioner of the Foundation establishment realm. The fingertip cannon of the refined level may prove ineffective against the foundational realm. Nonetheless, it could serve to buy some time. He initially unleashed the Qi sword talisman for offense, then employed the fingertip cannon to delay, awaiting the arrival of Ni Qing Yin, at which point the crisis would be averted. In an instant, Su Nanshan's mind conjured a strategic response. He took a step back, allowing the Qi sword talisman to burn away completely, yet his movements faltered. In a vague sense, he felt his consciousness sinking into the primordial void. Within the boundless darkness, he beheld an endless avenue stretching across the shadowy expanse, resembling a river that surged ceaselessly. Each droplet within that river manifested as razor-sharp sword energy. Amidst this flowing stream of sword qi, a lotus formed entirely of brilliant sword light emerged, upon which sat a figure in meditation. As Su Nanshan's awareness drifted closer, the figure atop the sword lotus slowly opened its eyes, revealing a hint of surprise, which soon transformed into a smile. With a delicate gesture, a droplet of water floated at the tip of its finger. Within that droplet, sword energy erupted in countless cycles of creation and destruction. In the realm of reality, as the Qi sword talisman, inscribed with the penmanship of the heavenly way, was activated, a droplet of water materialized before Su Nanshan. This water seemed infused with surging sword energy. Su Nanshan gazed at the droplet, momentarily entranced. In the next moment, he raised his hand, positioning his thumb against his index finger, hovering it before the Qi sword droplet. With a flick of his finger, the droplet exploded into a mist of energy. Su Nanshan felt the essence within his dantian instantaneously deplete. The vapor surged forth like a deluge, engulfing the black-clad intruder. In an instant, the black-clad figure of the foundational realm was overwhelmed, flesh and blood rendered indistinguishable. In his final moments, only one thought lingered in his mind. Damn, is this the Qi sword talisman? Boom. On the long street, a thunderous roar erupted as two figures soared into the air, traversing the void. Old Zhao, accompanied by Ni Qingyan, hastened towards Su Nanshan's talisman shop, covering the distance of several miles in mere breaths. However, as they approached the shop, Old Zhao's expression shifted. His gaze abruptly lifting, heart racing. There, in the inky night sky, loomed a white, undulating river brimming with boundless sword energy, faintly visible, suspended above the talisman shop. It coiled like a great white python. A celestial phenomenon unfolded. Chapter 29. The instructor aids inventing anger. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded across the heavens, rendering the entire night restless. A long river, resembling a coiled white python, stretched across the night sky, shaking the very foundations of Jiagluo City. In the city lord's mansion of Jiagluo, a middle-aged man clad in an official robe soared into the sky, his eyes blazing as he fixated on the river that spanned the heavens. A river of sword qi? How could such a thing manifest within the borders of the great Liang dynasty? Could it be that a swordsman from the Great Zhou has entered Liang? In the Jiagluo Fade Institute, figures began to rise into the air. The institute's head, along with Han Qinghe, who had just met with him, stared intently at the river in the night sky. Given their status and position, they were acutely aware of the bizarre nature of the sword qi river appearing in the Great Liang dynasty. At the Tao residence, a surge of formidable spiritual energy swept through, propelling an aged figure from his secluded chamber. The members of the Tao family were all stirred. How could a sword qi river manifest within the borders of Liang? This would surely disrupt the peace of Jiagluo City. By the heavens, I can no longer cultivate in tranquility. The elder hovered in the air, grumbling. However, the Tao family members were filled with excitement, bowing respectfully to the elder. Tao Weihan, with bright eyes, cheerfully waved and called out, "Grandfather." The presence of the long river caused a stir among the various factions in Jiangluo City. Meanwhile, Lao Zhao and Ni Qingyan, who were making their way to Chong Street, also looked up, their eyes reflecting the white river that spanned the sky. It was an extraordinary sight indeed. Mr. Zhao, this river seems to be the sword qi river? Ni Qingyan, possessing considerable knowledge, spoke with incredulity. Lao Zhao's expression was exceedingly complex. Indeed, it was the sword qi river, a pathway forged by the most powerful beings of humanity within the primordial void, representing a path of cultivation. In the primordial void, 5 great rivers of the Tao were established by 5 supreme beings of humanity, corresponding to the cultivation systems of the 5 great dynasties. Among these dynasties, only the practitioners of the Great Zhou followed the path of the sword, able to commune with the sword qi river. The practitioners of the Great Liang, the scholars of the Great Tang, the swordsmen of the Great Zhou, the warriors of the Great Chu, and the monks of the Great Fan. They represented the 5 cultivation systems of humanity: Tao, Confucianism, sword, martial, and Buddhism. Each of the 5 great dynasties cultivated a distinct path, remaining mutually exclusive, such that one who cultivates one path cannot delve into another. Lao Zhao, being experienced, spoke slowly, contemplating. Could it be that Xiao Nanshan is truly a swordsman from the Great Zhou? That is certainly improbable. as a swordsman must at least comprehend the essence of sword intent. Lao Zhao faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. The two fell silent, hastening their pace, as if riding the winds, until they arrived outside the shop. There, they beheld a bloodied figure collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. Su Nanshan was cautiously emerging from within the shop. Ni Qingyan and Lao Zhao descended in unison. "Miss Ni, you have arrived," Su Nanshan exclaimed upon seeing her, his spirit lifting with relief. However, upon noticing Lao Zhao beside her, he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, sir. You have severely injured him?" Old Zhao, with an eccentric expression, pointed to the black-clad figure lying feebly on the ground. Su Nanshan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. After all, given the current circumstances, even denial would be futile. "You, at the 5th level of Qi refining, have wounded a cultivator at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment?" Ni Qingyan detected the aura of the black-clad man, her red lips pursing in disbelief, feeling that it was simply preposterous. Even when she was at the 5th level of Qi refining, encountering a 3rd level Foundation establishment cultivator would likely lead to her own demise. "I used a Qi sword talisman, and he ended up like this," Su Nanshan shrugged, feigning innocence. "It's drawn using the pin technique taught by my master." After a moment's thought, he added this clarification. Upon hearing this, old Zhao's eyes brightened. "So that's it. Everything is clear now. Su Nanshan isn't merely a swordsman. The true catalyst for the sword energy's emergence is the Qi sword talisman he crafted with that mystical pin technique. Such a technique is truly extraordinary. It can actually communicate with the river of sword energy. If this talisman becomes widespread, it would mean that the cultivators of the Great Liang dynasty could connect with two paths of the Tao simultaneously." Old Zhao's breath quickened at the thought. If this pin technique were to be disseminated, or if the talismans crafted with it were to gain popularity, the overall strength of the cultivators in the Great Liang dynasty would experience a significant enhancement. This would enable them to confront the encroaching barbarian and demon races with greater ease, thereby fortifying the borders. Therefore, to him, Su Nanshan appeared as a precious gem. Anyone who dared to harm this gem would invoke his wrath. Ni Qingyan, equally astonished, marveled at the Qi sword talisman drawn with the heavenly Tao pen technique, which could actually draw upon the river of sword energy. What kind of divine penmanship was this? How I longed to possess it. Her desire to learn the heavenly Tao pen technique intensified. Old Zhao remarked with a sense of reverence, "If given the chance, I, Zhao Tianlei, shall certainly pay a proper visit." Su Nanshan awkwardly smiled and continued to spin a tale. "My master has gone on a journey. I do not know when he will return." "Never mind." Old Zhao waved his hand with a grin. However, just as he finished laughing, his expression turned abruptly grave. "I shall see who dares to attack my student, Zhao Tianlei, in the dead of night." There are still laws within Jiangluo City. He could hardly tolerate such lawless individuals. Old Zhao, dragging his injured leg, appeared before the feeble black-clad man as if traversing the very fabric of space. As his gaze landed, his brow furrowed, and he suddenly turned to the darkness nearby. "Sneaky, come out." His stern voice seemed to shatter the night. From the shadows came a muffled grunt, followed by a spray of blood, as a shadowy figure erupted with vitality, darting away like a startled bird. "Nanshan, someone has attempted to assassinate you. You must be harboring some pent-up anger. Tonight, I shall help you vent that frustration," Old Zhao said calmly. His intent was not solely to honor Su Nanshan's master, but also to seek retribution for his own student. Ni Qingyan stood by, eager to join the fray. Upon hearing the words, Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Who, indeed, would wish to take his life? His curiosity was piqued. Old Zhao then raised his hand, making a vague grasping motion. The faintly breathing figure on the ground was instantly lifted, and with a surge of vitality, like clouds swirling, he enveloped Su Nanshan and Ni Qingyan, soaring into the sky with an ethereal grace, tracking the shadow that had slipped away. Ni Qingyan remarked on Zhao's concealed prowess. Yet she had not anticipated such formidable strength. Below, as the shadow vanished into a mansion, Old Zhao let out a cold chuckle. In the next moment, his hair and beard billowed, and a powerful aura erupted forth. A tremendous wave of energy, unrestrained, surged from within him, resembling a brilliant beam of light piercing through the night, ascending to the heavens and traversing the earth. The entire Jiangluo city seemed to tremble as if the very ground shook. The powerful figures within the city lord's mansion, the Jiangluo Life Institute, and the Tao residents all changed countenance, for what Old Zhao unleashed was the essence of void energy. At the Han residence, the shadow fell from the darkness, collapsing to the ground, coughing blood incessantly, eyes wide with horror and shock. Inside the mansion, Han's mother held a lantern, gazing at the fallen figure in black, momentarily stunned. She spoke sharply, yet the figure only managed a bitter smile, astonished that at such a moment, Han's mother did not inquire about his injuries. Her mind solely fixated on the task at hand. Swallowing the blood that surged forth, the figure in black shook his head, struggling to articulate, "Miss. Quickly contact the main family." Just as his words fell, Han's mother furrowed her brows, preparing to question him. However, before the inquiry could escape her lips, a terrifying presence loomed above the Han residence, descending like a mountain. Han's mother felt her legs weaken, and she could not help but kneel on the ground. Chapter 30. Apology to Young Master Su. The night in Jiagluo City has lost its tranquility. A terrifying aura looms overhead like a furnace, causing every practitioner to tremble in fear. The soaring pillar of vitality seems to uphold the heavens and the earth. This is the oppressive might of a Dongshu realm expert. Within Jiagluo City, the countenance of all changes. A Dongshu realm figure releasing such immense pressure undoubtedly signals an impending conflict, an act of ire. Who has incited the wrath of a Dongshu realm master? Within the city lord's residence, Lord Lu Tao can no longer remain calm. Earlier, the phenomenon of the Sword Chi River appeared, and though he initially dismissed it, he realized that the Sword Chi River posed no threat to Jiagluo City. His only task was to report it. However, the emergence of a Dongshu realm master unleashing such potent energy within the city could lead to catastrophic consequences, jeopardizing his political achievements. Consequently, an aura surged from Lu Tao, manifesting the ethereal image of his nascent soul behind him. With vitality billowing and his official robe fluttering, he strode through the air towards the source of the energy. Meanwhile, in the Jiangluo Fate Institute, the director wore a peculiar expression. This aura is unmistakable. Who has angered this individual? As a powerful figure who had retired from the front lines and now resides in the Jiangluo Fate Institute, he is privy to certain insights. The frequent visits of Ni Qingyin to that location have also provided him with some deductions. Han Qing had glanced towards the direction where the pillar of vitality descended, his expression shifting dramatically. Wasn't that the direction of his own residence? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his face darkened. He shot a glance at the director of the Jiagluo Fate Institute before ascending rapidly towards his residence. Not only them, but all the formidable beings in Jiangluo City sensed the change and soared into the night sky. Su Nanshan felt a surge of emotions. He was drawn by a force of vitality, suspended high above, gazing down at the residence below. Upon arriving above this estate, Su Nanshan understood who sought to take his life. The Han residence. Among those recently offended, only Han Qing bears the surname Han. Therefore, the one intent on his demise is Han Qing? This realization complicated Su Nanshan's feelings. At this moment, he comprehended that he was immersed in the world of cultivation, a realm where strength reigns supreme. Life and death conflicts are commonplace. Even disputes among students could escalate to fatal encounters. Su Nanshan had believed that his conflict with Han Qing was merely a trivial squabble among students. Although Han Qing had been defeated, he assumed that the latter would not resort to extreme measures, as the challenge had been initiated by Han Qing himself. During the confrontation, Su Nanshan had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. His fingertip cannon had merely pierced Han Qing's shoulder. He could have aimed for Han Qing's heart. After all, it was a challenge among students, meant to be restrained. Had Han Qing seized the upper hand, Su Nanshan's fate might have been far more dire. For Han Qing had employed fire-igniting talismans without mercy. Yet, he never anticipated that Han Qing would resort to assassination, intending to kill him. A practitioner of the Foundation Establishment realm could easily eliminate someone in the Qi refinement realm with overwhelming certainty. Reality had imparted a harsh lesson to Su Nanshan. Su Nanshan comprehended that in this world, his mindset must undergo a transformation. Old Zhao, with his hands clasped behind him and dressed in coarse garments that rustled in the wind, turned to glance at Su Nanshan, whose expression was a tapestry of emotions, and remarked nonchalantly, "It is best to grow accustomed to it. Cultivation is inherently such. A cultivator, with profound abilities, naturally finds it challenging to submit to authority. Strength can easily lead some astray from their true selves." Han Qing hailed from the Han family, which was backed by the Btian Pavilion, one of the three great merchant houses. With the might of Btian Pavilion, they harbored no fears and regarded the law with a disdain that surpassed that of ordinary folk. However, you need not worry. Your teacher wanders the world, and in Jiangluo City, I shall act on your behalf. After all, you are considered one of my disciples, Old Zhao stated with a smile. High above, amid light-hearted banter. This ease of demeanor left Su Nanshan in awe. Such is the essence of a formidable cultivator, truly graceful. Below, within the Han residence, a formidable aura erupted. These were all practitioners at the Fate Pill realm. In a city like Zhongluo, those of the Fate Pill realm are already regarded as the pinnacle of strength, and yet the Han residence boasted such a multitude of them. These powerful figures donned black attire and bore solemn expressions. They surged from the side courtyard, converging around Han Mu, forming a black-clad contingent dispatched by her family to support her. For individuals at the Fate Pill realm, 8 at the Foundation Establishment realm, along with the assassin who had narrowly escaped death after failing to kill Su Nanshan, amounted to a total of 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators. What a formidable Han residence! Old Zhao chuckled. With a single step, he descended as if walking upon invisible stairs. The cultivators surrounding Han Mu felt an overwhelming pressure, succumbing to the terrifying aura that compelled them to kneel. Their faces paled, for they sensed from Old Zhao the essence of a blood-soaked battlefield. He was a void realm expert, emerging from the depths of peril. Han Mu's complexion had long since turned ashen, her mind a blank slate. She realized she had encountered an insurmountable obstacle in her desire to avenge Han Qing. She had not anticipated that a mere student from the Huangzi Ming building would be supported by a battle-hardened, iron-blooded expert of the Void Realm. How could such a student have fallen to the Huangzi Ming building? Han Mu's heart seethed with bitterness, feeling utterly deceived. Senior, we are the bodyguards of the Jin family, tasked with protecting the young lady. Please, show mercy. One of the black-clad individuals, previously grievously injured by Old Zhao's mere thought, hastily called out. The Jin family? The very family that oversees the Tian Pavilion's Jingyan Prefecture branch? Old Zhao advanced step by step, as if descending from the celestial realm, and spoke coolly. Indeed. Old Zhao glanced at her, letting out a cold snort. Han Mu felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion paling as she spat out a mouthful of blood. With her Foundation Establishment cultivation level, she was akin to an ant in Old Zhao's presence. Even the Jin family must provide an explanation for attempting to assassinate my disciple. Old Zhao declared, casually tossing the assassin who had sought to kill Su Nanshan down, where he crashed within the confines of the Han residence. Han's mother gazed at the near-death assassin, hardly daring to breathe. Meanwhile, numerous powerful figures hastened from all directions. Su Nanshan hovered in the air alongside Enai Qingyan, inhaling sharply as he observed the gathering strength from all corners, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Is this the grandeur of Jialuo City, the pinnacle of the cultivation realm? Those capable of flight must at least possess the life Dan. Indeed, there are quite a few formidable individuals. The city lord, Lu Tao, the head of Zhangluo's Life Academy. Han Qinghe, Chao Xiao, and Shui, as well as the elder Tao, who accompanied Tao Wen, and the head of the Tao family. HM? Su Nanshan suddenly froze, his gaze drawn to the distance. There, Tao Wen stood, her expression frosty, suspended beside an elderly gentleman radiating vitality. Tao Kuei. Su Nanshan's eyes sparkled with surprise at encountering Tao Kuei in such an assembly, prompting him to greet her. This greeting shattered the stillness of the night, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. The gazes of numerous powerful individuals involuntarily fell upon Su Nanshan and Tao Wen. Tao Kuei. How could she be addressed in such a manner before so many people? Tao Wen's icy demeanor faltered, her frosty aura crumbling like a landslide, revealing a flustered and flushed visage. Su Nanshan. How vexing. How could he call her that in front of so many? Elder Tao's eyes widened, his beard quivering, casting a suspicious glance at Su Nanshan. Was his beloved granddaughter being pursued by a ruffian? Goodness, this rascal actually dared to tease his granddaughter publicly. Behind Elder Tao stood a strikingly handsome man with a resolute countenance, streaks of white at his temples. He regarded Su Nanshan with an impassive expression. He recognized Su Nanshan, astonished at how much the child had grown. In their youth, Tao Wen had been close to this boy. He had advised Wen to maintain her distance, knowing they belonged to different worlds. Little did he expect that this boy still harbored feelings for Wen. Naturally, the man bore no fondness for anyone who might covet his precious cabbage, especially in such a public manner. How uncouth. This scene was but a minor interlude. The gazes of the many powerful figures returned to Old Zhao hovering above Han's residence. Goodness, it's him, Zhao Tianlei. Who would have thought that this old man had been hiding in Zhongluo's Life Academy as an instructor? Elder Tao recognized Old Zhao and sighed. The Han family had inadvertently unearthed a major figure. Meanwhile, City Lord Lu Tao bore a complex expression, having also recognized Old Zhao's identity. He had intended to speak, but chose silence. his attention shifting to Han Qinghe not far away. This matter could not be biased. Han Qinghe must handle it himself. Amidst the crowd, Cao Xiu, upon learning of the assassination attempt on Su Nanshan by the Han family, broke into a cold sweat, his expression turning grave. Could it be that Han Qinghe was aware of the Wanshou Pagoda's monopoly on the sales of the minor spirit communication talismans, thus prompting the assassination? However, he quickly dismissed that possibility. Han Qinghe was evidently unaware of the Shaoling Tongfu, which had yet to be launched in the market, thus posing no threat to the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman of the Butian Pavilion. Consequently, Han Qinghe had no justification for ordering an assassination. The fury of a powerful being from the Dongshu realm, along with the identity of Old Zhao, rendered any intervention by the onlookers unnecessary. Han Qinghe's countenance darkened considerably. He took a deep breath and swiftly made his way back to the Han residence. Despite possessing formidable prowess at the 9th level of the Dan realm, he felt utterly insignificant before Old Zhao, as weak as an ant, though his feelings for his wife had waned, and he bore resentment towards her for leveraging the family against him. She remained his wife nonetheless. Upon his arrival, Han Qinghe clasped his fists in a deep bow towards Old Zhao, imploring, "Esteemed elder, my foolish wife acted impulsively out of concern for our child. I beseech you, grant her another chance." Another chance? If the assassination had succeeded, my disciple's life would have been forfeit. What kind of chance are you speaking of? Old Zhao replied indifferently. His words elucidated the circumstances for all present. It was revealed that Han's mother had dispatched individuals to assassinate Su Nanshan, resulting in failure and inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. The atmosphere grew peculiar, with gazes shifting towards Su Nanshan, who stood beside Nai Qingyin. It was this young man who had stirred such commotion throughout the city in Old Zhao's defense. Under the weight of numerous stares, Su Nanshan felt an uncomfortable pressure, as he appeared almost too unscathed for someone who had been targeted for assassination. Thus, amidst the scrutiny, he furrowed his brow and summoned his internal energy, forcefully expelling a mouthful of blood. With a splatter, he slumped in midair, embodying the essence of grave injury, silently signaling his plight. Below, Han Qinghe remained silent for a moment before rising to approach the barely conscious assassin. He raised his hand, energy converging at his palm, and struck down decisively. The assassin-s had exploded instantaneously, ensuring his demise. Han Qinghe, you! Han's mother exclaimed in outrage upon witnessing the execution of her guard. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Han Qinghe, exasperated with his willful wife, who seemed incapable of assessing the situation, retorted, "Silence." In an instant, he appeared beside his wife, Jin Ling, and delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving her utterly bewildered. The sound of her gasp was caught in her throat. Han Qinghe then turned his gaze towards the night sky, where the injured Su Nanshan lay, and addressed the stunned Han mother with a calm demeanor. Apologized to young Master Su. Chapter 31, Nyang Shipi. So you are the senior disciple. A resounding slap echoed sharply in the air. Han Mu was utterly bewildered. Over the years, Han Qinghe had never raised his hand against her, thus she was taken aback by the fact that this man would dare to strike her. Apologized to young Master Su. Han Qinghe said coldly, his face betraying little emotion. Indeed, his relationship with his wife was strained, yet she was still his wife. And when trouble arose, it was his duty as a husband to stand up for her. This was a matter of principle. Han Qinghe recognized Old Zhao, the head of the Butian Pavilion in Jiaoluo City, a man of considerable experience. He had not anticipated that this individual would choose to conceal himself in Jiaoluo. Ironically, his wife had managed to offend such a person. Zhao Tianlei, a formidable figure who once guarded the northern borders of the great Liang dynasty, was known for his unyielding temperament. Although rumors spoke of him being severely wounded on the battlefield by a tribal high priest, even with his spirit injured, he remained a powerful presence in the Dongshu realm, one who could dominate Jiaoluo City. Moreover, Zhao Tianlei hailed from the military, where he had little tolerance for those who trampled upon the laws of the great Liang. His wife had employed an assassin to eliminate a student of his, a heinous act that defied all moral codes. Should she further provoke Zhao Tianlei, given his temperament, he might indeed resort to lethal measures. Even the influence of the Jin family from Jingzhen Prefecture might not deter his murderous intent. Therefore, Han Qinghe had no choice but to relent. Failure to do so could very well cost his wife's life that very night. Han Mu, struck and dazed, could utter not a single word. Clutching her face, she sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, feeling as though the world had lost its worth. As for offering an apology, She would never concede to a wretched creature who had harmed her son. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures exhaled in relief, glad that Han Qinghe had some grasp of the situation. Had he stubbornly confronted Zhao Tianlei, the outcome could have been dire. Senior Zhao, this incident is indeed my wife's fault. It originated from a dispute among students. Yet my wife, overly indulgent of our child, could not bear to see him harmed, leading her to dispatch an assassin. I, Han Qinghe, accept full responsibility, he declared. Bowing deeply towards the hovering old Zhao, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. To young Master Su, Han Qinghe expressed his willingness to compensate, hoping for his understanding. He also paid his respects to Su Nanshan, despite having discerned that the latter had sustained no real injury. The blood he had coughed up was merely a ruse for compensation. Nevertheless, compensation was indeed necessary. At that moment, Han Qinghe found himself unable to fully grasp Su Nanshan's true nature. With Ni Qingyan standing up for him, and Zhao Tianlei seeking retribution on his behalf. Such a person was not to be trifled with. I am willing to offer young Master Su 50 years of lifespan as compensation, and I hope for your understanding. Han Qinghe proclaimed. 50 years of lifespan as compensation? Such an offer could hardly be deemed insignificant, especially considering Su Nanshan had not been harmed at all. In fact, it was Han Mu's guard who had met his demise. Han Qinghe's offer was merely a gesture of goodwill. Was 50 years of lifespan truly the measure of Han Qinghe's regard? Young Master Su has now made a transaction with my Wanshou Tower, and I have acquired his qualifications for talisman sales. Therefore, matters concerning young Master Su are also affairs of our Wanshou Tower. If Supervisor Han maintains this attitude, then I, Chao, am willing to seek justice for young Master Su. Chao Xiao, coughing lightly in midair, chuckled softly. Han Qinghe turned his expressionless face to glance at him, feeling a slight shock. The background of Su Nanshan, now another layer is added with Wanshou Tower. Han Qinghe is quite aware of Chao Xiao's character. He would not stand up for Su Nanshan without sufficient incentive. This indicates that Chao Xiao holds Su Nanshan in high regard. Old Zhao cast a sidelong glance at Chao Xiao, who appeared somewhat frail yet had a rather dark disposition. He then looked at Su Nanshan, realizing that Su was in dire need of longevity. Thus, with a faint smile, he addressed Han Qinghe, a compensation of 100 years of longevity, along with the delivery of the mastermind behind the assassination to the city lord for judgment, would conclude this matter. Young Su, what is your opinion? Upon hearing this, Su Nanshan no longer spewed blood. His complexion returned to normal as he bowed to old Zhao. Thank you for upholding justice on my behalf, esteemed teacher. I shall abide by your guidance. Han Qinghe's heart bled. 100 years of longevity is no trivial sum. Moreover, this compensation would be deducted from his own life essence, which currently barely totals 800 years, and he was about to part with 100 years in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he stood in the small courtyard of the Han residence, clasping his hands. I will adhere to Senior Zhao's words. Old Zhao was somewhat satisfied with Han Qinghe's attitude. He did not pursue the matter to the extreme, handing over Han's mother to the city lord, thus providing a way out for the Jin family of Jingyun Prefecture. Below, Han's mother regained consciousness, her complexion pale but her eyes betraying an uncontainable bitterness. She loathed Han Qinghe and Su Nanshan alike. Her son was injured, her guards perished. And yet she was expected to compensate Su Nanshan. This night, she had lost all face, as a young lady of the Jin family. She had never endured such humiliation. Han Qinghe, in pain, retrieved his life token and transferred 100 years of longevity to Su Nanshan. This act constituted a compensation, a transaction witnessed by the heavenly principles. After the compensation concluded, the onlooking city lord, Lu Tao, had no choice but to intervene, sending someone to escort Han's mother away. Of course, he would not treat her harshly, for the status of the Jin family in Jingyun Prefecture was still quite formidable. Lu Tao was merely doing Zhao Tianlei a favor, detaining Han's mother while awaiting someone from the Jin family to come and redeem her. My apologies for the spectacle this evening, Han Qinghe said with a faint smile to the gathered crowd as all matters were settled. Old Zhao smiled lightly, enveloping Su Nanshan and Ni Qingyan in his aura, and proceeded toward the talisman shop. The onlookers gradually departed. Chao Xiao greeted Su Nanshan. Young Master Su, I shall complete the transaction for the buyout tomorrow. Will you come to Wanshou Tower, or shall I seek you at the Mingyuan? Su Nanshan pondered for a moment. I will go directly to Wanshou Tower. Chao Xiao smiled. Then tomorrow, I shall await your esteemed presence. With that, Chao Xiao departed with Old Shou and the others. Old Master Tao, accompanied by Tao Wan and the indifferent Tao Xing, arrived at the talisman shop. Old Zhao glanced at Master Tao and clasped his hands in greeting, remarking, Brother Tao, you seem to be in excellent condition, making further strides towards the divine transformation. Master Tao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's still uncertain, my friend Zhao. You, however, are in remarkable form. That aura emanating from you startled me, making me think a divine transformation expert was enraged. You jest, Brother Tao. I have injured my primordial spirit and shall never have the opportunity to attain divine transformation in this lifetime, old Zhao lamented. At this point, both parties fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Tao Weiyan's large eyes were fixed on Su Nanshan, who had just spat blood in midair. Although she was aware it was an act, her heart still tightened. Seizing the moment, she set aside her irritation with Su Nanshan and asked with concern, "Are you seriously injured? Do you want me to fetch my father's healing elixirs for you?" Meeting Tao Weiyan's caring gaze, Su Nanshan immediately broke into a gentle smile. Cough, cough, cough. Tao Xing, standing behind Tao Weiyan, wore a dark expression. This little cotton-padded jacket is letting in too much wind. Doesn't your father's healing elixirs cost money? Why are you so eager to dispense them? Tao Sheng was quite displeased. He would never consent to this marriage. Old Master Tao also noticed this scene, his brow furrowing slightly in discontent. However, with old Zhao present, he chose to remain silent, engaging in amiable conversation with old Zhao. Both being top-tier figures in Zhongluo City, they found ample common ground. After conversing with Tao Weiyan for a while, Su Nanshan turned his attention to Ni Qingyan, saying, Miss I have completed 5 of the minor communication talismans and owe you 3 more, which I should be able to finish by tomorrow. Shall I give you these 5 now? Ni Qingyan's eyes lit up. Were you using the minor communication talismans to call for help just now? I must say, the communication was remarkably timely. Su Nanshan had indeed demonstrated the proper use of the talisman. Oh, is that the talisman associated with the contract to buy out the Wanshou Tower? Old Master Tao expressed interest. Intrigued that a Mirchi refinement student could create a talisman compelling enough for the Wanshou Tower to purchase, it undoubtedly held unique merits. Tao Weiyan was taken aback. Realizing that Su Nanshan's words were true, Ni Qingyan was indeed his significant client. Brother Tao, this talisman of Young Su's is quite intriguing. You might find it beneficial for your breakthrough to divine transformation. Old Zhao chuckled heartily, stroking his beard and limping as he invited Old Master Tao into Su Nanshan's shop. A stirring thought crossed Old Master Tao's mind, and he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. The small shop quickly became crowded with so many visitors. Inside, remnants of the previous battle lingered in the air. Tao Sheng's white hair fluttered slightly as he sensed the residual aura of the Sword Qi River. Was that Sword Qi River phenomenon you invoked? Tao Xing inquired, directing his gaze at Su Nanshan. Su Nanshan smiled and clasped his hands in respect, to be candid. Uncle Tao, it was indeed me. However, it was the talismans I crafted that triggered the phenomenon. Su Nanshan spoke truthfully, feeling it necessary to make a favorable impression on Tao Xing. However, it appeared that Uncle Tao did not regard him with any warmth. This reaction was understandable. Who could maintain a pleasant demeanor towards a swine intent on devouring one's own cabbage? Upon entering the shop, the esteemed elder Tao strode forward and beheld a small talisman, pressed down by a paperweight on the table. His gaze fell upon the intricate script that adorned the talisman, a mystical yet familiar style that washed over him like a tide. Elder Tao's lips began to tremble, and his eyes shimmered with intensity. It seemed that the enigmatic predecessor who had constructed the ethereal abode had employed this very arcane script that guided the heavenly principles. And now, he had chanced upon such a script within a young man's talisman shop. What could this signify? Elder Tao recalled the last words left by that predecessor, who had once serendipitously taken on a disciple. My goodness, this meant that the predecessor's disciple was Su Nanshan, the very Su Nanshan who had been exchanging glances with his granddaughter. My heavens, this union I wholeheartedly endorse. Abruptly lifting his head, Elder Tao's eyes sparkled as if ignited by fireworks, fixing his gaze upon Tao Xing, who was casting a disapproving look towards Su Nanshan. In an instant, Elder Tao materialized behind Tao Xing and delivered a resounding slap to the back of his head. Tao Xing was left in a daze. The child was merely innocent and playful, growing up together, sharing tender affections. Why the sour expression? Quickly, smile at young friend Su. Tao Xing. Father, could you please be mindful of your demeanor? Chapter 32. Old Zhao's aspirations. Old Master Tao firmly believed that Su Nanshan was indeed the disciple of the enigmatic elder capable of creating a virtual abode within the primordial void. This unique and profound path of literary expression served as the testament of their lineage. Thus, when Master Tao gazed upon Su Nanshan, it was as if he beheld a golden son-in-law radiating with divine light. In contrast, he viewed the impudent young rascal, Tao Sheng, who intended to disrupt the budding romance. With palpable disdain, Tao Sheng was left speechless, unable to comprehend the sudden and dramatic shift in his grandfather's demeanor. Meanwhile, Tao Weian found herself both amused and exasperated. She knew her grandfather had a playful side, but this level of mischief was beyond her expectations. The notions of innocent childhood friendships and tender affections were indeed a source of embarrassment for her. Her cheeks flushed a delicate hue, as if they were about to bleed from the intensity of her bashfulness. Nanshan, too, was perplexed by the transformation in Master Tao's attitude. It wasn't until the utterance of a certain phrase that clarity dawned upon him. Damn it. Now, he understood who Master Tao was, the very first star he had plucked from the primordial void, a celestial being who claimed to have been playfully mishandled. Naturally, Nanshan had to feign ignorance. Master Tao, what brings you to this conclusion? Nanshan innocently inquired. Master Tao turned to him, displaying a genial smile. Ah, young Su. Fret not. Your childhood bond with Weian is well acknowledged by me, and I shall not allow any interference in your affection. By the way, young Su, I am somewhat acquainted with your master. Where might he be? Nanshan's face lit up with realization. Ah, so Master Tao knows my master. Unfortunately, he is currently traversing the world in search of enlightenment. That is splendid. Seeking the Tao and questioning the heavens is indeed a lofty ambition for our kind. Master Tao mused with a hint of nostalgia. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Old Zhao turned to Master Tao. You are familiar with Nanshan's master? Master Tao stroked his beard with a smile. He is an unfathomable existence, his might surpassing even my own. Old Zhao felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed. The power to create such intricate talismans was formidable. The atmosphere shifted to one of harmony. Laughter and conversation flowed freely, and the collective attitude towards Nanshan subtly transformed. With the exception of Tao Sheng, who remained bewildered and resentful. How could his father support an outsider in courting his beloved? It was utterly incomprehensible. Nanshan, could you spare one of those talismans for Master Tao? He asked, pointing to the 5 small talismans displayed on the table. Master Tao smiled broadly, indicating the talismans. Nanshan glanced at Qingyan, who shrugged nonchalantly. If you wish to gift it, go ahead. Just ensure you deliver my goods on time tomorrow. Nanshan chuckled. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Ni. Ah, how convenient it was to refer to her as Sister when in need, yet Miss In when not. Such is the nature of men. Qingyan lifted the gourd, chuckled softly as she took a sip of wine, and then smiled as she bowed to old Master Tao. Senior Tao, my master often speaks of you, which prompted my visit to the Tao residence. I did not expect to encounter you here. Old Master Tao regarded Qingyan, his face still adorned with a serene smile. Is your master the esteemed Madame Yun, the head of the first sect of Jingyun Prefecture? Qingyan returned the gesture respectfully. Indeed it is. Old Master Tao laughed heartily. Ah, so you are a disciple of Madame Yun. She is always discerning when it comes to taking on students. Your talents must surely be remarkable. Please feel free to visit the Tao residence. I would be delighted to host a banquet in your honor, replete with fine wine and exquisite delicacies. Qingyan responded with a smile, then bid farewell. Old Zhao also took his leave, and together they exited the small shop, gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Old Master Tao continued to exchange pleasantries with Nanshan for a few more moments before picking up a small communication talisman, departing with the scowling Tao Sheng and the blushing Tao Wei. Inside the shop, tranquility returned. The assassination attempt had thus concluded. However, that night, the entire Jiaogluo city would no longer be tranquil. Nanshan stood at the shop's entrance, gazing into the dim night. The smile that lingered on his lips began to fade slowly. This world was more perilous than he had anticipated. This incident had arisen merely from a dispute among students. Yet should Nanshan later introduce the interconnected celestial way, the formidable capability to amass wealth would undoubtedly incite envy in others. At that time, danger would surely follow. This realization made Nanshan acutely aware of the urgent need to bolster his own strength. Closing the door behind him, he settled back down. Calming his emotions with a deep breath, he retrieved a crystal core and approached his writing desk, resuming his practice of talisman crafting. That night was destined to be sleepless. So, he resolved to embrace the wakefulness. In Jiaogluo City, under the shroud of night, Qingyan walked alongside Old Zhao. Old Zhao, limping along at a leisurely pace, cast a sidelong glance at the silent and contemplative Qingyan and chuckled lightly. Little girl and I, are you feeling discomfort? I heard old Master Tao mention that Nanshan and that young lady from the Tao family share a childhood bond, a relationship filled with innocence and affection. Have you been stirred? Old Zhao's tone was teasing. I merely regard Su Nanshan as a younger brother, Ni Qingyan replied. Old Zhao chuckled again. Ah, so he is merely a brother to you. What a pity. Ni Qingyan was somewhat at a loss for words, thinking, what a nonsense old man. How can his thoughts be so convoluted? They had only just met, and she was several years his senior. Ni Qingyan remarked. Old Zhao, upon hearing this, nodded slightly. That is indeed correct. With the imperial examination approaching, it is of utmost importance. If you can achieve success and enter the Imperial Academy to study, your future will be truly boundless, living up to the expectations and teachings of your master and father. Matters of romance can wait. Young Su has plenty of time. As old Zhao continued, his words took on a different tone. Ni Qingyan rolled her eyes, thinking, enough already. Su Nanshan is still so young. What thoughts could she possibly harbor? Old Zhao seemed to have discerned Ni Qingyan's thoughts and chuckled. For practitioners like us, age is of little consequence. The stronger one's cultivation, the less age matters. The younger, the more desirable. Little Su possesses considerable potential. With a nostalgic smile, old Zhao reflected on the joys of youth. However, soon his expression became solemn. I wonder when Su Nanshan's little communication talisman will extend its range. If it could be employed atop the Great Wall at the frontier, the casualties among the soldiers would surely diminish significantly. It has been a decade since I departed from the frontier wall. With a sigh, old Zhao's body seemed to hunch with the weight of time. Jiangluo City was not far from the Great Wall, yet news remained scarce. He was utterly unaware of the reports from the front. Oftentimes, the news he received was merely of a comrade's sacrifice, which only added to his sorrow. Rest assured, I have inquired about Su Nanshan. He mentioned that the communication range of the little talisman will gradually expand with future updates of the talisman itself, Ni Qingyan stated earnestly. And how long must we wait for that? Old Zhao raised his head, his pallid, withered hair fluttering as he gazed at the moon obscured by dark clouds. His eyes murky and turbulent. Beyond the Great Wall lay thousands of cities and families, prosperous and harmonious, with time flowing gently. Yet all of this was secured by the countless cultivators and comrades upon the wall, who stained the yellow sands with their blood and shattered bones in exchange for peace. I too am nearing that day. Now that I can access the primordial void and the methods for restoring my primordial spirit, I shall soon find the means. Once my spirit is restored, I will return to the battlefield and relish in the blood of the barbaric tribes. Old Zhao squinted, embodying the indomitable spirit of an old general. Ni Qingyan gazed at the stooped figure of the seemingly towering elder, her eyes momentarily lost in thought, evoking memories of her father, who had steadfastly guarded the Great Wall. Her heart stirred with an inexplicable emotion. She bowed respectfully to old Zhao and, in her crimson dress that blazed like fire against the night, turned abruptly and made her way towards Su Nanshan's talisman shop. Chapter 33. Do not take advantage of me as night falls as the night deepened. The Han residence found itself enveloped in a profound silence and oppressive gloom after enduring a series of tribulations. Han Qinghe did not attempt to intervene when his wife was taken, for he understood that Zhao Tianlei was already showing leniency. Otherwise, given his status and position, he could not withstand the wrath of a formidable Void Realm cultivator. The price his mother would have to pay could have been far greater. Below, the several black-clad guards brought by Han's mother, Jean Ling, remained equally silent. The leader, a severely injured Fate Pill Realm cultivator struck down by old Zhao's furious snort, turned pale and cast a wry smile towards Han Qinghe. There is no need for explanations. Your loyalty lies with Ling Er. However, this incident was a result of her recklessness, as she acted without fully understanding the situation. Han Qinghe remarked, waving his hand dismissively. His expression was grave. While he had suffered a hidden loss, it was the extensive influence behind Su Nanshan that truly astonished him. Zhao Tianlei, Chao Xiao, and Ni Qingyan, the Tao family. How could this mere student from the Fate Academy possess such profound connections? He pondered whether the buyout contract he signed with Chao Xiao was facilitated by that talisman recommended by Ni Qingyan. What was the cost of the lifespan buyout? With his mother taken by the city lord's mansion, he no longer worried for her safety. Instead, Han Qinghe's thoughts shifted to business matters. He was well aware of Chao Xiao's character. He was not one to suffer losses easily. The audacity to buy out a talisman crafted by a Qi Refinement Realm student indicated that this talisman must possess significant value. Han Qinghe felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for tonight's events, he might have been able to negotiate further business with Su Nanshan. However, following the outbreak of tonight's incident, it was unlikely that Su Nanshan would readily open sales qualifications for the Budian Pavilion. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The first batch of 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans had already arrived in Jiangluo City and was about to be put on the market. Given the nature of the 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans, they would easily overshadow any other talisman. When the Wanshou Tower began selling talismans, the Butian Pavilion would then introduce the 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans. A smile crept across Han Qinghe's face. It would be disingenuous to say he was not angered by this hidden loss. However, with Zhao Tianlei present, he dared not confront Su Nanshan openly. Thus, he resolved to suppress him through business means. Given Zhao Tianlei's character, it was improbable he would stand up for Su Nanshan due to business pressures. If he did, the Butian Pavilion would not remain passive either. I have done all I can. A void realm cultivator is beyond my means. The black-clad leader understood Han Qinghe's sentiments. As a mere fate pill realm cultivator, maintaining composure and judiciously protecting Jin Ling's life was commendable. The black-clad figures clasped their fists and departed from the residence. Once the black-clad figures had completely vanished, Han Qinghe's expression turned icy and dark. He gazed at the increasingly dense night sky, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. My lifespan is not something to be trifled with. Sooner or later, you will pay dearly for it. Su Nanshan did not anticipate that Ni Qingyan would return once more, having just completed the crafting of the talisman. Su Nanshan halted his absorption of vital energy and opened the door to his shop. Ni Qingyan gazed at Su Nanshan, whose complexion was pale, a flicker of concern dancing in her eyes. Have you not rested? Are you working overtime? Su Nanshan nodded, rubbing his throbbing temples before turning back inside. Seated in a chair, he poured himself a cup of tea and drained it in one gulp, inquiring, I have a question I wish to pose, hence my return. Ni Qingyan, well acquainted with the space, entered and chose a spot to sit, crossing her long, fair legs with a tension that drew Su Nanshan's inadvertent glance. Speak, he urged, casting another glance her way. The current application range of the Xiaolingtong talisman is limited to Dongling County. Is there a way to expedite its usage in other regions? Ni Qingyan's ruby lips parted as she posed this question, laced with expectation. Su Nanshan paused, his brow knitting together slightly. If we were to expand into other regional markets in the future, the coverage would naturally extend. For now, however, it is sufficient to focus solely on Dongling County. His meaning was clear. He needed to understand the rationale behind expanding the service area. Ni Qingyan leaned back in her chair, stretching languidly, her crimson dress accentuating her curvaceous figure, as if two stars were gently trembling. You are familiar with Mr. Zhao, I presume? He was once a deputy general stationed at the Great Wall of the Daliang dynasty, possessing cultivation in the Void Realm. Having slain countless barbarian foes and thwarted the beasts summoned by the demon clans beyond the wall. Regrettably, 10 years ago, he was gravely wounded by the barbarian high priest, leaving his primordial spirit in tatters, unable to enter the primordial void to comprehend the essence of Tao. His cultivation has stagnated, and these years have seen a steady decline. Ni Qingyan recounted. Su Nanshan nodded in acknowledgement. Is there any method you could employ to enable the Xiaolingtong talisman to be utilized on the border wall ahead of schedule, allowing the soldiers to communicate instantaneously? You understand the profound impact this could have on warfare, and how many lives of the human soldiers could be spared. Her earnest words momentarily caught Su Nanshan off guard. He was acutely aware of how crucial the expedience of information could be in the theater of war. A single significant message could alter the course of battle. Even in a world of cultivation, where the mighty could soar through the skies, once information flows freely, the tides of war can shift in an instant. If you possess a solution, I earnestly beseech you. I owe you a tremendous favor. Ni Qingyan implored with sincerity, her tone imbued with earnestness. This was the most heartfelt expression Su Nanshan had ever heard from her since their acquaintance began, stirring something deep within him. The soldiers safeguarding the border were indeed magnificent. Deserving of profound respect, they bore the weight of the long wall to ensure the brilliance of the homes behind them remained unscathed by the ravages of war. While Su Nanshan could indeed expand the service area, he had previously deemed it unnecessary, for he had not yet fully established himself in Dongling County. To venture into other regions at this juncture felt somewhat premature. Su Nanshan intended to steady his footing, methodically laying the foundation of the heavenly path across the vast expanse of the Changshan continent. Yet, at this moment, confronted by Ni Qingyan's sincere gaze, he felt compelled to take action, for if he possessed the ability, he ought to do something meaningful. To him, it was merely a trivial effort. Yet this seemingly insignificant action could potentially alter the course of the border conflict, allowing many soldiers to survive the ravages of war. Throughout history, how many warriors have returned home safely? Most have met their demise, ensconced in the shrouds of horsehide, their blood staining the battlefield. Moreover, establishing a service area in advance was, for him, a surefire investment. With guaranteed profits and the opportunity to cultivate goodwill, why not seize the moment? Su Nanshan inhaled deeply, his resolve crystallizing. He raised his gaze to Ni-Ching-yen. Very well, I shall attempt to contact my master, Su Nanshan declared. Ni-Ching-yen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What assistance do you require? Speak freely. Su Nanshan cast a sidelong glance at her. Do not disturb me, nor take this opportunity to impose upon me. Ni-Ching-yen retorted. How shameless. Was she the kind of person to behave in such a manner? She felt her chest swell with indignation. Su Nanshan chuckled softly. Although he could traverse the primordial void at will, he still retrieved a small communication talisman in Ni-Ching-yen's presence. With a mental shift, he used the talisman as a conduit to enter the primordial void. Establishing a new ethereal domain was beyond Su Nanshan's current capabilities. However, he was not alone. He commanded 3 employees of the Tao of Illumination. It was time to persuade his team to expand their horizons. Chapter 34. Please learn to be open-minded like me. Once again entering the primordial void, Su Nanshan felt an uncanny familiarity. In truth, due to the Tao of Heaven's calligraphy, he seemed to have forged an ethereal connection with it, enabling him to effortlessly traverse the primordial void even without the aid of the minor spiritual communication talisman. The Void Palace loomed in the desolate blackness of the void, where the celestial brilliance was sparse. Only 3 radiant stars, transformed from the souls of the void realm, shone magnificently. As Su Nanshan descended upon the Void Palace, a mere thought instigated a transformative illusion within its confines. The 3 stellar souls resonated, deeply contemplating the profound mysteries and Tao essence woven into the creation of the Void Palace. Suddenly, they sensed a disturbance in the void. In the next instant, the scene before them shifted dramatically. The essence of the Tao surged forth like a cascading waterfall, ancient stone pillars rising amidst the ethereal clouds, while a time-worn palace, enigmatic and profound, appeared as if perched at the edge of time and space, weathered by the passage of ages. Beneath the palace, cushions bloomed like plum blossoms. Resplendent in their beauty, the 3 celestial bodies transformed into smoky silhouettes, seated upon the cushions. A chill ran through them as they recognized this place, the mysterious palace, imbued with an abundance of Tao essence. Indeed, deep within the palace, a figure gradually became discernible, shrouded in an impenetrable mist. A Bodhi tree, a silhouette, and a cushion. Greetings, esteemed elder. It is a pleasure to see you again, elder. I believe I have spotted your disciple, Tao Changkong exclaimed with immense excitement. However, as his words fell, a pair of eyes pierced through the dense fog, locking onto him. It was as if the very weight of the Tao of Heaven bore down upon him, silencing Tao Changkong's voice abruptly. I spoke out of turn, he murmured, lowering his head. Su Nanshan, well aware of the principle that too much speech leads to misfortune, refrained from elaborating on himself. With a mere thought, his spiritual consciousness began to dissipate. He raised his hand, and the Tao of Heaven seemed to respond. One after another, the lines of the Tao converged, ultimately coalescing into a fine brush. He wielded it in the void, using the essence of the Tao as ink. The pathways of the Tao materialized, intertwining in the emptiness. In truth, Su Nanshan's plan was quite simple. He intended to craft the seed of the Void Palace within the primordial void using the Tao's calligraphy, allowing the soul of a powerful being to carry this seed to the frontier Great Wall. There, once the seed blossomed, it could establish a service area for the Void Palace, thus facilitating the use of minor spiritual communication talismans. While it sounded straightforward, transporting the seed to the corresponding region of the frontier Great Wall in the primordial void proved to be a formidable challenge, at least. Su Nanshan could not accomplish it alone and would need his subordinates to undertake the journey. Below, the 3 powerful beings seated on their cushions were entranced. The flowing essence of the Tao enveloped them, making them feel as if they were bathed in celestial energy. Indeed, their astonishment was palpable. With the Tao lines as the brush and the essence of the Tao as ink, this epitomized the might of a great practitioner. As a palm-sized embodiment of the Tao essence-infused Void Palace materialized in midair, the 3 beings gazed in rapt awe. They felt the immense essence contained within the diminutive virtual mansion, recognizing it as a genuine ethereal abode. Astonishingly, the senior had created this virtual mansion right under their noses. However, confusion soon enveloped the trio. What purpose could the senior have in crafting such a small ethereal dwelling? My unremarkable disciple reached out to me, and I simply lent him a minor assistance. After the creation of the virtual mansion, Su Nanshan's hazy eyes, shrouded in mist, fell upon the familiar Tao Chong Kong. And he said softly, "Deliver this palm-sized virtual mansion to the border fortress area. It shall be your task." Tao Chong Kong was momentarily taken aback. But in the next instant, elation surged within him. By the heavens! This was an opportunity. An extraordinary opportunity. The other two felt their eyes redden. What a treasure this palm-sized virtual mansion must be, its essence undoubtedly unfathomable. Most importantly, did possessing this virtual mansion signify that Tao Chong Kong would become its master? What extraordinary fortune had befallen Tao Chong Kong? The two others, both in the void realm, felt an unsettling agitation within, casting glances at Su Nanshan, eager to utter something. Yet, their words became lodged in their throats. For Su Nanshan merely regarded them with a dispassionate glance, one that was chillingly indifferent, tinged with mockery, apathy, and a warning. Then, without further utterance, he simply vanished. From appearance to disappearance, he spoke only a single, designated phrase. In the presence of the three stars. The senior's demeanor was exalted. The ancient and mysterious palace faded away, along with countless meditation cushions. Aside from Tao Chong Kong, the other two's primordial spirits were formed into stars. Meanwhile, Tao Chong Kong remained in his indistinct form, cradling an ethereal mansion entwined with essence in his palm. Observing the two envious stars, he could scarcely restrain himself from howling in triumph. By the heavens! Tao Chong Kong had successfully clung to the senior's leg. Was it not merely a task of delivering the palm-sized virtual mansion to the border fortress area? Although traversing the primordial void was fraught with peril, Tao Chong Kong was brimming with determination, emboldened by the senior's trust. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure the virtual mansion reached the border fortress. Su Nanshan, pale-faced, withdrew from the primordial void. He had broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, significantly enhancing his spiritual awareness and extending its duration. However, the creation of the palm-sized virtual mansion had drained his spiritual awareness, forcing an immediate exit. N.I. Qing-yin, witnessing Su Nanshan regain consciousness, felt a surge of excitement. How did it go? N.I. Qing-yin inquired eagerly. Su Nanshan slumped in his chair, glancing at him wearily. "I made contact with my master. A powerful being from the void realm has been arranged to establish the virtual mansion at the border fortress. Once it is established, the communication talisman can be utilized in that region." N.I. Qing-yin rose, his beautiful eyes fixed on Su Nanshan. "Is that truly the case? Why would I deceive you?" Su Nanshan rolled his eyes. Observing the weakened Su Nanshan, a complex emotion flickered across N.I. Qing-yin's face. Were it not for his request, Su Nanshan would not have had to exert himself so desperately. In her contemplation, N.I. Qing-yin surmised that Su Nanshan's communion with that master in the primordial void must have incurred a considerable cost. Otherwise, why would he appear so frail? This thought stirred a wave of emotion within her. She solemnly clasped her fists and offered a respectful bow to Su Nanshan. "This time, sister, I sincerely thank you," N.I. Qing-yin declared earnestly. Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback and waved his hand with a smile. After a brief moment of seriousness, N.I. Qing-yin returned to her usual demeanor. She stretched languidly and, with a charming demeanor, remarked, "Is Su Nanshan preparing to leave?" With a promise to finish the work by tomorrow, Su Nanshan assured her. N.I. Qing-yin let out a light laugh, casting a lingering gaze at Su Nanshan before turning away. Her crimson dress blazed like fire, and in the night, she resembled a fleeting mirage, gliding through the streets, leaving no trace behind. Su Nanshan watched her disappearing figure, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The exhilarating sensation of cultivation surged within him. Once replenished with vital energy, he commenced the creation of talismans, continuing until his energy was depleted. Then resuming the drawing of symbols. This cycle persisted, immersing his entire being in the pursuit of cultivation. In Jiangluqing, within the Tao residence's secret chamber, Old Master Tao, Tao Chong Kong, sat poised in a grand chair. Withdrawing from the primordial void, he suddenly opened his eyes, an aura of energy erupting around him, filling the chamber. "Ha! By the heavens! Could it be that my goodwill towards Su Nanshan was sensed by his master? Is this fortuitous event truly falling upon me?" he exclaimed, nearly bursting with laughter. TSK. It seems my precious granddaughter is indeed of great use, while my son is merely a spendthrift. Old Master Tao was almost beside himself with joy. However, he quickly regained his composure. "The elder has entrusted me with the virtual estate in my hands, sending me to the primordial void. This must be a test for me. Should I falter midway, I shall undoubtedly lose my chance to become the master of the virtual estate, and the two rascals will surely take my place. But if I succeed, perhaps I could grasp this virtual estate, become its master, and comprehend the supreme essence of the Tao. Breaking through the divine transformation will no longer be a mere dream. This is an immense opportunity. The gleam in old Master Tao's eyes shone brightly. He was determined to complete the task bestowed upon him by the elder. Retreat was solely for the purpose of fulfilling the elder's challenge. However, after some consideration, old Master Tao summoned Tao Sheng before announcing his retreat. Weiyan has grown up. Do not meddle in her affairs, he said calmly. Tao Sheng furrowed his brow. Father, how can you say that? I am Weiyan's father. How can I disregard her feelings? That child, her background is unclear. How could Weiyan easily associate with him? Moreover, you once said that the boy is unworthy of Weiyan, Tao Sheng insisted. Old Master Tao's beard bristled as he glared at his son, who was so resolutely opposing him. By the heavens, when did I ever say such a thing? Do not speak nonsense. I command you to refrain from interfering. Must you not be more open-minded like me? Boom. Tao Sheng was left dazed as a tremendous force propelled him out of the secret chamber, crashing against the wall, embedding him deeply within it. Tao Sheng, if you manage to please me, I shall reward you. If not, I shall reprimand you once more. Nanshan is such a delightful child. He is truly to my liking. I implore you to embrace the same open-mindedness that I possess. By the heavens, the door to the chamber closed amidst the old man's incessant tirade. Tao Sheng wore a look of frustration, pondering how the old man's enlightenment had surely deteriorated. Chapter 35. Is young Master Su not afraid that we might steal his learning? As the night gradually faded, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the horizon. Inai Qingyin, resembling a brilliant red firework, gracefully made her way to the teaching courtyard. The dim lights flickered, and old Zhao had yet to succumb to slumber. For cultivators in the void realm, sleep is often superfluous. However, due to the damage to his primordial spirit, old Zhao, like an ordinary mortal, adhered to the rhythm of day and night. His spirits were exceedingly high as he endeavored to sketch the small spirit communication talisman. Despite failing each time and spitting blood, he remained utterly unconcerned. With time, he had grown accustomed to this bloodshed. Upon Inai Qingyin's entrance into the courtyard, old Zhao, with a face full of satisfaction, expelled a mouthful of blood. Concluding his sketching session, he felt at ease. Spitting out blood, he reveled in the moment. Inai Qingyin, taken aback, remarked, Mr. Zhao, could it be that you are unwell? Mr. Zhao, I have inquired with Su Nanshan. He communicated with his master in the primordial void, and his master has agreed to establish a virtual abode at the Great Wall of the Frontier, allowing the small spirit communication talisman to be utilized. Inai Qingyin stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in old Zhao's eyes. Is that true? Inai Qingyin raised her crimson lips into a smile. Su Nanshan has yet to deceive me. Thus, it is credible. It seems my return to the Great Wall is not far off. Old Zhao gazed at the gradually brightening night, a smile blossoming on his face, etched with wrinkles and the marks of time. It bore a hint of anticipation, mingled with nostalgia. It appeared that Su's master had acquiesced to his request, indicating that Su held significant importance in his master's heart. As old Zhao's reminiscence concluded, he chuckled while stroking his beard, casting a teasing glance at Inai Qingyin. Dear girl, you ought to seize this opportunity. Inai Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, and then realization dawned upon her, causing her chest to swell with indignation. How could old Zhao be so disrespectful? She and Su Nanshan were entirely innocent. As the night drew to a close, Su Nanshan straightened his posture from his desk, stretching lazily. His bones crackled with a satisfying sound. On the table, the originally brilliant azure mid-grade spirit crystal had been completely depleted, leaving only its transparent, glimmering shell. Letting go of the remnants, they disintegrated into white ash. After sensing the surging spirit energy within him, he acknowledged that although he had not yet broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he had made significant strides within the 6th layer. The results were quite commendable. On the table, beneath a paperweight lay several talismans. Aside from those designated for Inai Qingyin, he had also crafted an additional Qi sword talisman. Initially, he had intended to create 2, but regrettably, after the effect of the cultivation acceleration coupon waned, the second attempt at the Qi sword talisman resulted in failure. He was still not sufficiently familiar with the Qi sword talisman, and without the enhancement of the cultivation acceleration coupon, the failure rate was notably high. As dawn broke, Su Nanshan decided against further talisman crafting. One would suffice for self-defense. In the future, he would find time to create additional special Qi sword talismans. After washing up, he donned a new azure robe, gathered his talismans, and exited the shop. He contemplated briefly before diverting his path, choosing to head towards the Wanshou Tower instead of the Jiang Luo Ming Academy. The Wanshou Pagoda is not far from Su Nanshan's modest shop, situated in a truly bustling area where rents are exorbitantly high. The affluent Wanshou Pagoda has directly purchased the land here. This magnificent 7-story octagonal tower exudes grandeur. As Su Nanshan approached the entrance, the ever-watchful old Zhou spotted him from a distance, his eyes brightening with recognition. The commotion stirred by Su Nanshan the previous night had made him a well-known figure throughout the city. Old Zhou, familiar with Su Nanshan's reputation, understood that his visit to the Wanshou Pagoda was for business negotiations, having experienced the mystical powers of the Shaoling Tong talisman. Old Zhou recognized the worth of Su Nanshan and was acutely aware of the substantial wager that Supervisor Chow had placed on him, 300 years of lifespan bought for a mere year of sales qualification. In a letter, the head of the state city vehemently reprimanded Supervisor Chow, declaring him foolish for jeopardizing the interests of the Wanshou Pagoda, threatening to report him to headquarters and prepare for impending punishment. Old Zhou felt his blood pressure rise at the news. In any competitive environment, he, as a long-time aide to Chow, was well-versed in his superior's capabilities and foresight. Regrettably, Chow had always been relegated to a minor role, unable to ascend to a position of authority over a larger jurisdiction due to his conflicts with the head of Jingyun Prefecture. Although Chow dismissed the scathing criticism with a smile, incinerating the letter in the oil lamp's flame, Old Zhou knew that his superior harbored frustration and a desire to prove himself. "Please, young Master Su," Old Zhou said warmly, leading the way up the crimson staircase to the 7th floor. Each level of the Wanshou Pagoda offered different items for sale. In the Wanshou Pagoda of Jiagluo City, one could procure resources needed by practitioners at the Fate Pill realm. However, for resources required by those at the nascent Soul realm, one must venture to the Wanshou Pagoda in Dongling Prefecture. Practitioners of the Void realm and above typically sought resources in the capital, as smaller locations dared not cater to their needs. "Young Master Su, come, let me show you around the Wanshou Pagoda," Old Zhou exclaimed as Su Nanshan arrived on the 7th floor. There, he encountered Supervisor Chow, whose pallor suggested fatigue, yet his cultivation was formidable. Having ascended to great heights the previous night, Chow's aura resonated powerfully, rivaling that of Han Qinghe, clearly marking him as a practitioner at the 9th level of the Fate Pill realm. "There is no need for a tour, Supervisor Chow. I am here to fulfill the terms of our contract. Once our transaction is complete, I shall explore the Wanshou Pagoda at my leisure," Su Nanshan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Chow raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with renewed enthusiasm. The prospect of Su Nanshan intending to spend after acquiring the buyout sum was indeed promising. "Very well. Our agreement stipulates the acquisition of a 1-year sales qualification for the Shaoling Tong talismans, during which time no collaboration with other merchants is permitted. Otherwise, it shall be deemed a violation," Chow stated earnestly, scrutinizing Su Nanshan. "Next, we shall proceed to the talisman-making area to craft the master talisman." Chow led the way, with Su Nanshan curiously following. Soon, they arrived at an elegant and tranquil study, imbued with the subtle fragrance of sandalwood and the interplay of shadows cast by the folding screen. A long table made of yellow pearwood stood quietly within, adorned with wolf hair brushes and rich ink. At the center of the table lay a meticulously processed, smooth animal hide. This hide, derived from a 7th-grade demon beast, possessed a unique scent and remarkable resilience, capable of withstanding the impact of the imprint formation. It was upon this hide that the mother talisman needed to be crafted. Once completed, the hide would capture the essence of young Master Su, ensuring that even after replication, his aura would linger upon the talisman, serving as a testament to the craftsmanship of the Wanshou Pagoda. Chow Xiu introduced this with enthusiasm. Su Nanshan could not help but chuckle. Was this not a mark of authenticity? Truly, the great merchants were professionals. Approaching the table, Su Nanshan extended his hand to gently caress the animal hide, experiencing the creation of a talisman on such material for the very first time. The purple bamboo brush felt comfortable in his grip, light and agile, while the transmission of spiritual consciousness was extraordinarily smooth. "What an exquisite brush!" Su Nanshan marveled inwardly. Then, Old Zhou ventured cautiously, "Young Master Su, are you not concerned about us secretly learning your talisman-making techniques?" As the words fell, Su Nanshan seized the wolf hairbrush, saturating it with ink. With his garments fluttering and a brilliant smile illuminating his face, he replied, "Learn, feel free to learn. If you can master it, I shall concede." With that, the brush descended onto the animal hide, ink flowing freely as his strokes danced like a dragon. Old Zhou and Chow Xiu exchanged glances. This young man was remarkably audacious. allowing them to observe and potentially learn his craft. Was this confidence or arrogance? A subtle smile crept upon Xiao Xiu's lips with his cultivation. Witnessing Su Nanshan create talismans and mastering the minor spirit communication talisman should not prove difficult. Subsequently, both Old Zhou and Xiao Xiu shifted their focus. Their gazes fixated upon the table. Their spiritual senses expanded, entering a mode of stealthy learning, their eyes wide as saucers. Chapter 36. On the 36 postures of vegetable cutting, Xiao Xiu and Old Zhou initially exuded confidence. How amusing. Could two practitioners of the Dan realm truly be unable to master the talismanic techniques drawn by a mere Qi realm novice? Yet, the truth revealed itself. They indeed could not. Old Zhou's consciousness surged, attempting to inscribe every subtle movement of Su Nanshan into his mind, but midway through, an uncontrollable surge of reverse blood erupted from his chest. Old Zhou's face turned ashen as he clutched his chest, staggering back in shock at the sight of Su Nanshan pinning on the animal hide. Why did I vomit blood? Both Old Zhou and Su Nanshan found themselves perplexed. The talisman that could commune with the primordial void was undoubtedly extraordinary. Xiao Xiu, feeling the taste of blood in his mouth, sighed inwardly. It was no wonder Su Nanshan had the audacity to allow them to observe, even before their eyes. They were unable to learn, let alone steal his techniques. What sort of existence was the talisman master capable of creating such artistry? The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread. Old Zhou, undeterred, glared with reddened eyes, continuing to observe, his consciousness swirling stubbornly. However, the more he watched, the more blood he expelled. Xiao Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Old Zhou, rolling his eyes in exasperation, choosing to remain silent. He patiently awaited Su Nanshan to complete the talisman on the hide using his divine technique. The process was seamless, leaving no waste of material. Thank you, young Master Su, Xiao Xiu remarked, stepping closer to admire the talisman. The difference between this and the ones drawn on Xinyuan talisman paper was negligible, save for the variation in material. With this master talisman, they could proceed to imprint it, which could then be distributed to the Wanshou Tower and various cities for sale. Xiao Xiu spoke with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Having expended 300 years of lifespan for merely a year of sales rights weighed heavily on him. He found himself even more eager than Su Nanshan for the Xiling Tong talisman to achieve great success. Manager Qiao, you should first imprint a Xiling Tong talisman to see if there are any functional deficiencies, Su Nanshan advised. While most talismans retain their functionality during the imprinting process, the Xiling Tong talisman was an exception. Su Nanshan could not guarantee it would not lose its ability to communicate with the primordial void after the imprinting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiu's expression shifted slightly. Su Nanshan's words indeed served as a reminder. He turned to Old Zhou, who was still leaning against the wall, continuously coughing up blood, and said gravely, Old Zhou, you must go to the imprinting chamber immediately and retrieve the imprinting talisman for the Xiling Tong. Old Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a resentful glance at Xiao Xiu. Did he not see him expelling blood? If there was no concern, could he not allow Old Zhou a moment's respite? Always treating him like a beast of burden. You, Xiao Xiu, lack humanity. All right then. In response to Xiao Xiu's gaze, Old Zhou curved his bloody lips into a smile, carefully grasping the master talisman before hastily departing. Xiao Xiu furrowed his brows, inviting Su Nanshan to the reception room for a moment of rest. Before long, Old Zhou returned with the small communication talismans, which had been replicated through the imprinting array. The imprinted talismans were inscribed on mysterious yellow talisman paper. In total, Old Zhou had replicated 10 talismans, which he distributed one each to Xiao Xiu and Su Nanshan. Upon receiving the imprinted talisman, Su Nanshan felt his spiritual awareness surge and activate the talisman. In an instant, he sensed his consciousness vaguely entering the primordial void. However, he noticed a distinction when compared to the talismans he had crafted himself. This difference was immediately perceptible to him as the creator. Firstly, the consumption of spiritual awareness when entering the primordial void had increased, and the experience lacked the fluidity of the original talisman. Additionally, the brilliance of the starlight within the void appeared dimmer, leading to a weaker comprehension of the Tao's essence. Furthermore, utilizing the imprinted talismans would elevate the route number into the 5-digit realm. As the frequency of imprinting increased, the route numbers would only continue to escalate, rendering the initial 4-digit route numbers exceedingly precious. Perhaps only the talismans crafted by my own hand would remain as 4-digit routes. Moreover, the lifespan of the small communication talismans had diminished, allowing a maximum of only 10 entries into the primordial void. Su Nanshan quickly deduced several insights. Xiao Xiu, however, was immensely satisfied, exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as they were functional, he feared the imprinted talismans might fail, leaving him bereft of means to connect with the primordial void. That would leave him in despair, having wasted 300 years of longevity on Nanshan. Therefore, upon confirming the usability of the small communication talismans, Qiao Xiu felt a weight lift from his heart. He turned to Nanshan, a smile gracing his face. "Young Master Su, now that we have established their functionality, I shall instruct for mass production. The first batch will consist of 8,000 talismans, to be simultaneously launched for sale across 9 cities and Dongling Prefecture in 5 days. Additionally, do you have any suggestions regarding the pricing of the talismans?" Qiao Xiu inquired. He recalled that Nanshan had initially suggested a price of 30 days of longevity per talisman. For Qiao Xiu, this price seemed modest considering the value of the small communication talismans. The Wanshou Tower intended to price them at 180 days of longevity each. Qiao Xiu's gaze flickered as he looked at Nanshan, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Nanshan felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth. This price was truly exorbitant. It was a 6-fold increase. Although the small communication talismans warranted such a price, the imprinted versions were, after all, consumables, allowing only 10 entries into the primordial void, equating to merely 10 communications. This pricing would undoubtedly deter many cultivators, hindering the expansion of internet users. Nanshan carefully chose his words. "Director Qiao, I believe the price is still too high. Setting it at 30 days per talisman seems more prudent." Qiao Xiu squinted, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. "Young Master Su, we are in the business of trade. You must understand that business is about generating profit. The cost of acquiring the sales rights from you, coupled with the creation of the main talisman and each imprinting session, is not insignificant. Therefore, could you provide me with a rationale?" Qiao Xiu pondered the situation, suspecting that Nanshan was fully aware of the immense value of the Shaoling Tongfu talisman. The low pricing must surely have its rationale, and he yearned to uncover this reasoning. Nanshan, attuned to the unspoken nuances in Qiao Xiu's words, smiled knowingly. For he was a merchant with a keen instinct. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Director Qiao should be aware that my mentor has constructed the Void Mansion within the primordial void. This mansion is the crux that enables the Shaoling Tongfu talisman to fulfill its potential. Can you envision a day when multitudes engage in discourse about the cosmos within the Void Mansion, effortlessly conversing across vast distances, regardless of the separation of land and sea?" The imagery Nanshan painted caused Qiao Xiu to inhale sharply. Countless individuals engaging in dialogue within the primordial void? Such a notion seemed unfathomable. The Shaoling Tongfu talisman merely serves as a conduit for humanity to access the primordial void and enter the Void Mansion, a key that unlocks the gates to an expansive realm, allowing everyone to traverse the primordial void. Our ultimate ambition is to conquer the primordial void. Nanshan began to elucidate his vision, and indeed, Qiao Xiu found himself swayed by the proposition. The idea of conquering the primordial void was nothing short of monumental. It was a domain accessible only to those of transcendent strength, shrouded in mystery and depth. Could humanity truly subdue it? Noticing Qiao Xiu's growing intrigue, Nanshan decided to drop a bombshell. Moreover, have you considered that if individuals could merely expend a fraction of their lifespan, they would be able to explore the primordial void? Would they refuse? Would they not flock to it in droves? Additionally, maintaining the instantaneous communication between Shaoling Tongfu talismans requires a small expenditure of lifespan. This seemingly trivial cost should not be dismissed lightly. Little accumulates into much. Leaning back in his Huangliwood chair, Nanshan spoke with a deep and meaningful tone. Qiao Xiu, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been struck by a thunderous revelation. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. He gazed at Nanshan as if a door to a new world had swung open. The talisman itself was not the crux, rather. It was the additional value it encapsulated. No wonder Nanshan had set such a low price. It was a strategy to broaden its appeal. Once the audience grew, reaping the rewards would become effortless. As Nanshan had articulated, little by little adds up to a multitude. When the number of Shaoling Tongfu users swells, even a minuscule gain from each would culminate into a vast ocean of profit. Qiao Xiu's eyes ignited with fervor, and he suddenly envisioned the myriad ways to reap these rewards. "Young Master Su, I have a question that I hope is appropriate to ask." He suppressed his excitement. "If we were to implement a secondary fee structure, what percentage of the profits would the Wanshou Pagoda receive?" Qiao Xiu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Nanshan chuckled inwardly, amused by Qiao Xiu's business acumen. creating the Void Mansion and allowing humanity to wander the primordial void. Collecting a modest fee for exploration and communication hardly constitutes exploitation. It is a service to the masses, heralding a new era. I, Nanshan, am but a conscientious merchant. Chapter 37. The glory of the younger generation. At the pinnacle, Nanshan promised the Wanshou Tower a 10% profit. The division was such that Tian Dao took 6 parts, Nanshan 3, and Wanshou Tower 1. This was what Nanshan referred to as profit sharing, akin to a charitable offering. Initially, when Xiao learned that only 1/10 of the profits would be allocated, his expression soured, believing Nanshan to be overly demanding. However, once Nanshan elucidated that Tian Dao would claim the majority of the profits, a sense of equilibrium settled within Xiao. Setting aside Tian Dao's share, Nanshan's additional 1% was indeed justifiable. Moreover, by granting Wanshou Tower a portion of the profits, Nanshan stood to gain significantly. For Wanshou Tower would exert every effort to promote the Shaolin Tong Talisman. The greater the number of users, the more substantial the profits would become, ensuring Nanshan's substantial gain. Xiao found this distribution satisfactory. Nanshan's willingness to offer a share indicated his formidable ambition and foresight, instilling in Xiao a greater sense of confidence in their collaboration. Furthermore, although the concept of secondary fees for the Shaolin Tong Talisman was still in its nascent stages, a general framework had already been conceived. Thus, without much hesitation, Xiao acquiesced to Nanshan's pricing demands. The final price was set at 30 days of lifespan per talisman, not too exorbitant, yet not overly cheap. The two engaged in a lively discussion, establishing the price and outlining the general direction for their future cooperation, both wearing expressions of regret for not having met sooner. Naturally, the continuation of their partnership would hinge on the sales performance of the Shaolin Tong Talisman once it was launched. Xiao was particularly eager about the potential for secondary and even tertiary consumption stemming from the talisman. Achieving secondary consumption would require a considerable number of users to reach a significant scale. Therefore, Nanshan's strategy to lower the sales price was fundamentally aimed at making the talisman accessible to a wider audience, thereby casting a vast net. If every individual in the Great Liang dynasty possessed a Shaolin Tong Talisman, each instance of secondary consumption could result in substantial returns. Moreover, as Nanshan suggested, the secondary fees were likely tied to usage duration, with charges incurred for every call made, ensuring a continuous stream of revenue. The more Xiao contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, as Nanshan's words seemed to unlock new possibilities. Luring individuals in and then reaping profits in an irresistible manner. What a cunning little rascal. The more he observed Nanshan, the more he found him agreeable. This young man was indeed suited to be a merchant at Wanshou Tower. However, as one of the 3 premier trading houses, entry into Wanshou Tower required a level of cultivation that Nanshan had yet to attain. He would need to earn a cultivation mark from one of the top 10 sects in Jingyan Prefecture. In contrast, Xiao had obtained the mark from the foremost sect in Jingzun, yet alas, he had failed in the imperial examinations and had ultimately been relegated to a city supervisor, suffering further suppression from the provincial officials, causing his spirit to dwindle. However, the emergence of the little spirit token this time bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. Should he manage the situation adeptly, he might still qualify for promotion. If the little spirit token were to sell remarkably well, perhaps Xiao could be transferred and elevated to the position of head at the Wanshou Tower in Dongling County, or even in Jingzhen Prefecture. Nevertheless, should he fail, Xiao might irrevocably lose his aspirations for advancement. Young Master Su, please take out your life token. I shall transfer the 300 years of lifespan that I have purchased to you. Taking a deep breath, Xiao, with a pale countenance, cast a nonchalant glance at Nanshan and spoke. Nanshan's eyes flickered with anticipation. All right. He retrieved his life token. Xiao likewise produced his own life token, which he had applied for the 300 years of lifespan he had acquired. A flash of brilliance enveloped them, and the laws of heaven trembled. Your life token has received 300 years of lifespan. The life token shimmered faintly, and a notification appeared. He cast a fleeting glance at the life token. Name, Nanshan. Age, 15. Cultivation level, 6th layer of Qi refining. Remaining lifespan, 413 years, 7 months, 29 days, 5 hours, and 1/4. Guaranteed lifespan, 10 years. Nanshan chewed his lips, captivated as he toyed with the life token. With the additional 100 years of lifespan compensated by Han Qinghe, Nanshan's life token now astonishingly contained 413 years of wealth. It was nearly equivalent to two-thirds of the affluent in Qingyin. Although he had expended 300 years of lifespan, he felt no regret. The only lamentation was that this 300 years of lifespan had merely secured him a year's worth of sales eligibility. The lottery panel that Su Nanshan possessed required him to expend lifespan in reality. Only after consuming the lifespan would it recharge the lottery panel. Thus, Su Nanshan needed to find an opportunity to utilize his lifespan within the Wanshou Tower, and not through trivial expenditures. Once he had refined all the essence crystals obtained from the lottery, he would return to the Wanshou Tower to indulge in shopping. Bidding farewell to Cao Xiu, Su Nanshan departed from the Wanshou Tower, with Cao Xiu personally escorting him to the entrance. There, he encountered Qingyin, dressed in a flowing red gown. A wine gourd tied at her waist, leaning against the wall with a bemused smile as she regarded him. "Xiao Nanshan, how does it feel to be suddenly wealthy?" Qingyin inquired playfully as she approached Su Nanshan. Su Nanshan rolled his eyes. "You're merely seeking an excuse to drink, aren't you? You ought to toast to me. Will you not offer me a sip? If I hand you the gourd, would you dare to drink?" Qingyin scoffed lightly, taking a sip of wine. Her crimson lips parted as she exhaled deeply. "Indeed, let us drink," she declared. Su Nanshan hesitated. "Now?" Qingyin nodded. "Yes, let us toast." With that, she ambled ahead toward the city gate. Su Nanshan said nothing, matching her pace. Despite their brief acquaintance, Qingyin had shown him considerable kindness, being his first customer, helping him earn his initial fortune, and introducing him to 3 major trading firms for support. Without her assistance, given his cultivation level, he would have never encountered Cao Xiu, let alone opened the market for the little spirit token. In times of crisis, she stood up for him. Su Nanshan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Qingyin. This sister is someone worth befriending. She truly comes through when it matters. As twilight descended, the sun hung low on the horizon. Beyond the city gates, bathed in golden hues, it appeared as though the ground was gilded with gold. Qingyin, clad in a fiery red dress, walked alongside Su Nanshan. "Once the Shaolin communication talismans are available for sale, your future will be assured, and you need only focus on your studies. In the remaining year, strive to surpass your peers and gain admission to the foremost sect of Jingzhen Prefecture," Qingyin advised. Though the sects in Dongling County were commendable, they paled in comparison to those in Jingyan Prefecture. If you aspire to excel in the imperial examinations, merely enrolling in a sect from Dongling County will not suffice. The head of the Tao family, Tao Sheng, has been appointed as an elder at the premier sect of Jingyan Prefecture. Consequently, the young girl from the Tao family is destined to join that sect, and if you do not exert yourself, you may find yourself left far behind. Su Nanshan sauntered lazily beside Qingyin, his azure robe fluttering, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Fear not, I shall apply myself. I yearn to experience the splendors of the upper echelons of the cultivation world." Qingyin, with her long legs, kicked at the gravel beneath her feet and teased, You wish to behold the grandeur of the cultivation elite? If that is the case, you must put in more effort. The first sect of Jingzhen Prefecture is just the starting point. You need to make a mark in the imperial examinations to catch the emperor's attention and gain entry to the celestial abode. The celestial abode is a gathering place for the prodigies of the Daliang dynasty, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation in the realm of cultivation. "I'll be waiting for you at the celestial abode," Qingyin encouraged, giving Su Nanshan a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Well, this is where I take my leave," she said, coming to a halt. Su Nanshan retrieved the completed Shaolin communication talismans from his robe and handed one to Qingyin. With the transaction settled, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It is a pity that the Shaolin communication talismans cannot be used outside Dongling County. Otherwise, I could still talk to you from time to time, Qingyin remarked, surprised that Su Nanshan had indeed managed to finish the task on time. A flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes, and a captivating smile blossomed upon her lips as she tucked the talisman away with a sigh. Su Nanshan chuckled lightly. Soon? Soon? What do you mean by soon?" Qingyin queried, puzzled by his words. However, Su Nanshan offered no explanation. The notion of soon actually referred to the imminent expansion of the service area for the Shaolin communication talismans as Su Nanshan's cultivation level increased. So too would the range of their communication, potentially enveloping all of Jingyan Prefecture before long. At that point, conversing with Qingyin would no longer pose a challenge. Outside Jiaoluo City, at the 10-mile pavilion, fragrant grass stretched endlessly towards the sky. The pavilion cast a long shadow, elongated by the setting sun. Qingyin, stepping into the shadow, waved goodbye to Su Nanshan. With a surge of spiritual awareness, a red light erupted from the gourd in her possession. She flashed Su Nanshan a radiant smile before leaping into the air, riding the crimson glow as she soared into the void. Little Nanshan, I will be waiting for you at the first sect of Jingzhen Prefecture. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the hem of Su Nanshan's azure robe. Looking up, one is greeted by the fiery horizon painted with crimson clouds. The woman in red resembles a flame, darting into the blazing sky, tearing through the heavens before vanishing from sight. Su Nanshan stands rooted to the spot, gazing at the burning firmament, a faint smile playing upon his lips. What a magnificent world it is! The foremost sect of Jingzhen Prefecture, the imperial examinations, the splendor of the young elite. I, Su Nanshan, shall inevitably set out to behold it all. Chapter 38. The inaugural sale of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman. As the bell signaling the end of classes echoed within the Fate Academy, the students, who had been tense throughout the day, finally exhaled a long breath, stepping out of the Fate building amidst laughter and joy. Ever since bidding farewell to Ni Qingyan, Su Nanshan's life appeared to have settled into a tranquil routine. By day, he immersed himself in the study of talismans, metal forging, and chi refinement. Su Nanshan intended to apply his knowledge in practical situations, particularly during moments of stagnation in his cultivation. In addition to his cultivation, he delved into the study of talismans. Whether they were supportive or combat-oriented, he devoted considerable energy to their exploration. He found that the utility of supportive talismans surpassed that of mere offensive ones. For instance, he had diligently researched the Shadow Capture Talisman, one of the 7 foundational talismans, and discovered its principles resembled that of a camera from his past life, capable of capturing both static and dynamic images. However, the pixelation and frame rate left much to be desired, falling short even of some ancient films from his previous existence, largely due to the inventor's lack of emphasis on these aspects. Consequently, Su Nanshan focused on enhancing both pixel quality and frame rates. Recognizing that most projects in the digital realm are closely tied to video, an indispensable element, he ranked the significance of the Shadow Capture Talisman just below that of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman. If he could elevate its pixel resolution to a pristine 4K, the possibilities would be greatly expanded. Alongside his research on the Shadow Capture Talisman, Su Nanshan also explored the fundamental theories of talisman creation. What exactly imbued talismans with their diverse and extraordinary functionalities? Were all the capabilities he desired attainable through talismans? This presented an immensely profound inquiry that would require a considerable investment of time for thorough exploration. Before he realized it, for days had slipped by, and after expending 12 pure low-grade elemental crystals, Su Nanshan finally encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, stalling at the 6th level of chi refinement. This 6th level serves as a transitional phase between enlightenment and advancement. Achieving this level implies a tacit acceptance by external cultivation sects. For a breakthrough to the 7th level would yield heavenly rewards and an increase in lifespan, a true hallmark of entering the realm of cultivation. Upon exiting the Huang character Fate building, Su Nanshan beheld Tao Wan, clad in a flowing green dress and a half-skirt, her delicate legs revealed to the gentle breeze, standing serenely by the stone path. Noticing Su Nanshan's presence, she regarded him with a frosty demeanor and beckoned him over. Su Nanshan approached with a smile, and the two walked side by side along the academy's path, flanked by lush bamboo groves, where the verdant stalks swayed gently and bamboo leaves danced in the cool breeze, allowing sunlight to filter through and cast playful dapples on the ground. The scenery was exquisite. As Su Nanshan savored this picturesque moment, feeling his body and mind relax, Tao Wan inquired, I heard that tomorrow marks the day when you signed the contract with the Wansho Tower for the sale of the talisman? She lightly stepped on a fallen, mottled bamboo leaf, gazing down at her toes as she posed the question. Su Nanshan squinted his eyes slightly, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze. Indeed, why do you appear so utterly unperturbed? Tao Wan turned her head to glance at him. Being anxious serves no purpose. It's the first day of launch, and sales may not necessarily soar. You lack confidence? She inquired. There are 3 reasons. Firstly, I am merely a chi refinement practitioner, lacking competitive edge among the many high-ranking talisman masters. Secondly, the Shaolin Tong talisman is a communication talisman, which cannot be altered and may deter many. Thirdly, the price is somewhat steep. 30 days of longevity per talisman is not considered inexpensive, and many may hesitate. Su Nanshan smiled as he elucidated to Tao Wan. Thus, it is reasonable to expect that the sales on the first day will not be particularly high. Tao Wan's delicate brows furrowed into a frown. Shall I assist you? My father still possesses a measure of influence. I could have him promote your talismans or arrange for him to purchase 100 at once to bolster your standing. What a thoughtful companion you are, he replied. The two engaged in lively banter as they approached the entrance of the Fate Institute. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and Su Nanshan felt an intense gaze piercing through the air. In the distance, Tao Wei's father, Tao Sheng, stood clad in white garments, exuding an air of coldness as he fixed his eyes upon Su Nanshan with a vigilant stare. This deathly glare. Father, Tao Wei pouted reluctantly, calling out. She then turned to wave farewell to Su Nanshan. Su Nanshan, see you tomorrow. You must have faith in yourself. I wish you great success with your talismans. A fleeting smile illuminated her otherwise frosty demeanor as she asked one last time, Are you certain you don't want my father to purchase talismans to support you? Tao Sheng's expression darkened further. His daughter had clearly changed, frowning at her own father while smiling radiantly at other men. Yet, unable to be angry with his daughter, he redirected his ire towards Su Nanshan, his sharp gaze issuing a silent warning, as if to say, Young man, keep your distance from my little girl. Goodbye, Uncle Tao. Su Nanshan replied with an amiable smile. Tao Sheng turned away, his face set in a grim expression, though his elder respected Su Nanshan greatly. With his father currently in seclusion, the Tao family was under Tao Sheng's dominion, and he was determined to keep a close watch on Su Nanshan. The father and daughter departed down the long street, their figures gradually fading from view. Su Nanshan shook his head with a smile and turned towards the talisman shop. In the Wanshou Tower, the atmosphere was somewhat grave. Within the study, Chao Xiu wore a serious expression as old Zhou reported the situation. Director Chao. The first batch of 8,000 Shaoling Tong talismans has been successfully printed and dispatched to the major cities of the Wanshou Tower and Dongling Prefecture. Old Zhou stated respectfully. Chao Xiu, seated in a Nama chair, picked up a cup of steaming tea, gently blowing away the wisps of vapor before taking a sip. All arrangements have been made for the Wanshou Towers and Dongling Prefecture, correct? Everything is in place. We simply await the favorable winds, he remarked with feigned ease. Old Zhou hesitated, his face betraying a lack of relaxation. Lao Zhou was acutely aware of the significance this little communication talisman held. When Chao Xiu agreed to allow Su Nanshan to purchase a year's sales qualifications with 300 years of his lifespan, it was tantamount to wagering everything. This defeat could very well lead to utter ruin, irrevocably compromising Chao Xiu's future. Observing Chao Xiu, Lao Zhou pondered for a moment and cautioned, Director Chao. The supply of the 1,000-mile communication talismans from the Butian Pavilion arrived in Jiagluo City a few days ago. Han Qinghe has announced that the talismans will be available for sale tomorrow. Chao Xiu turned to Lao Zhou, his brows knitting together. Tomorrow? The Butian Pavilion is launching the 1,000-mile communication talisman tomorrow? This implication is rather evident. It was an unabashed act of obstruction, just 5 days prior. Chao Xiu had informed that today would mark the inaugural sale of the little communication talisman. However, Han Qinghe chose not to sidestep, but rather to confront them directly. The intention was unmistakable, to undermine the sales of the little communication talisman. Director Chao, Han Qinghe's actions are evidently directed at us, or rather, at young Master Su. Lao Zhou remarked. Is it because of that incident from that night? Chao Xiu pondered. Lao Zhou nodded. That evening, although Han Qinghe appeared most respectful, it was merely a facade in the presence of Elder Zhao, a formidable figure in the Void Realm, whom he dared not offend. Lao Zhou sighed. In matters of commercial competition, Elder Zhao would certainly remain uninvolved. After all, this was a dispute between the Butian Pavilion and the Wanshida. Chao Xiu's frown deepened. He had not anticipated his oversight regarding Han Qinghe. Han Qinghe, Xueqin, and he, Chao Xiu, represented the three leading figures of their respective commercial enterprises, having engaged in numerous dealings. However, this direct confrontation was indeed a first. Lao Zhou, what do you believe our chances of success are? Chao Xiu leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, his pallid complexion revealing his unease. The very act of posing this question indicated his lack of confidence. Lao Zhou regarded Chao Xiu, hesitating to speak. But do not hesitate, Chao Xiu gestured dismissively. To be candid, the odds are slim, less than 30%. Firstly, the 1,000-mile communication talisman is crafted by a third-tier talisman master, whose reputation carries weight. Whereas our little communication talisman creator, young Master Su, is merely an aspiring practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. We are at a significant disadvantage on that front. Secondly, the 1,000-mile communication talisman has already established a formidable reputation, celebrated in other cities and even the capital, revered by many practitioners. Its acclaim is well known. while the little communication talisman remains obscure. In the third point, Xiao Xiu coughed lightly, interrupting Lao Zhou's discourse. He cast an irritable glance at Lao Zhou. How dare you bolster the confidence of others while diminishing our own? Lao Zhou suppressed his frustration. Wasn't it you who asked me to speak? I merely inquired about our odds. Who prompted you to analyze it? Xiao Xiu glared at him. Lao Zhou retorted, Goodness, you are more difficult to please than a woman. Old Zhou's words were well known to Xiao Xiu. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiu had faith in the efficacy and reputation of the Xiao Ling Tong talisman. He believed that once it was unleashed, it would undoubtedly become a sensation in the talisman market. This conviction was the very reason he was willing to spend 300 years of his lifespan to secure the sales rights. However, the fermentation of reputation requires time. What if, before it successfully matured, it was prematurely extinguished? Observing the turmoil on Xiao Xiu's face, Old Zhou took a deep breath and said, Supervisor Qiao, should we consider postponing the launch of the Xiao Ling Tong talisman? Perhaps we might evade the brilliance of the Qian Li Chuan Yin talisman for a while. Evade brilliance? Xiao Xiu turned to Old Zhou, a spark of madness igniting in his eyes. Evade? No, I shall not cower. The plan remains unchanged. The Xiao Ling Tong talisman will be launched as scheduled in the 9 cities of Dongling tomorrow. Since Han Qinghe is determined to clash, let it be a thorough collision. Perhaps the Xiao Ling Tong talisman could carve out a bloody path even amidst the onslaught of such a blockbuster as the Qian Li Chuanin talisman. Chapter 39. The frenzy of popularity and the desolation of abandonment. As deep autumn settled in, the air turned brisk. The temperature in the early hours plummeted abruptly, hinting at the imminent arrival of snowflakes. Above, dark clouds loomed ominously, as if preparing to unleash a torrential downpour, adding another layer of chill to the world below. In the faint light of dawn, numerous figures flitted about, hurriedly making their way towards the pavilion of mending heaven. Not long after the curfew was lifted, a long queue had already formed outside the pavilion. Under the thick veil of autumn, many cultivators, unable to withstand the cold, shivered slightly, exhaling warm breaths while rubbing their hands together. These individuals had come to procure the renowned 1,000-mile communication talismans. Crafted by a third-tier talisman master, these talismans had swiftly gained immense popularity. They encapsulated the power of the legendary communication ability within their inscriptions, allowing cultivators to harness its strength through the talismans. Consequently, the Pavilion of Mending Heaven experienced a surge in sales, amassing a considerable amount of longevity essence. When the 1,000-mile communication talismans finally arrived at the pavilion in Jialuo City, the cultivators went into a frenzy. They congregated outside, each desperate to acquire a single talisman. As the crimson doors of the pavilion swung open, the orderly queue erupted into a cacophony, with everyone jostling to secure their chance at purchasing a 1,000-mile communication talisman. On the upper floor, Han Qinghe, adorned in fine garments, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the bustling scene below with a smile. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The 1,000-mile communication talisman, being a blockbuster at the pavilion, had already garnered attention throughout Jiangluo City. Thus, it sparked such an overwhelming purchasing frenzy, as everyone yearned to experience its effects. Behind Han Qinghe, a graceful woman approached, her hips swaying gently. Manager Han, I have discovered something, she began, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Xiao Xiu has acquired the sales rights for Su Nanshan's talismans, spending 300 years of longevity essence, and he has secured it for only 1 year. 300 years of essence. To purchase sales rights from a mere qi refinement novice seemed utterly unfathomable. Was it truly worth such a gamble for a talisman created by an elementary cultivator? Bold, yet rather foolish. 300 years for a 1-year contract. Xiao Xi was acting irrationally. He was gambling. If he succeeded, he would soar to great heights. If he failed, he would plummet into obscurity. Han Qinghe was taken aback, momentarily surprised. Yet, after the initial shock, he grasped Xiao Xiu's intentions. In truth, Xiao Xiu's situation mirrored his own, with the sole difference being that Han Qinghe had the support of the Jin family, whereas Xiao Xiu did not. Thus, Han Qinghe could proceed steadily, while Xiao Xiu could not afford such a luxury. To stake everything on the talisman of a mere qi refinement cultivator. How utterly foolish. Han Qinghe shook his head, reiterating how foolish Xiao Xiu truly was. He simply could not comprehend the rationale behind Xiao Xiu's decision and actions. As the promotional efforts intensified, Han Qinghe mused that if Xiao Xiu was so confident, he might as well let him face the consequences of his folly. The 1,000-mile transmission talisman. having been validated in the capital, is destined to captivate the entire Liang dynasty. Qiao Shou's attempt to confront it with a talisman from a qi refinement practitioner will undoubtedly lead to a disastrous outcome. Han Qinghe exudes confidence. A testament to his faith in the 1,000-mile transmission talisman, which has proven to be a market sensation. The voluptuous beauty beside him also chuckles. Their laughter a derisive mockery of Qiao Shou's folly. The rest is up to you. I shall take my leave, Han Qinghe remarked, casting a glance at the beautiful woman. Although a hint of curiosity flickered in her sultry eyes, she refrained from speaking. She understood her subordinate role. Matters concerning men were not hers to meddle in. Especially since she lacked the authority held by Jin Ling. Han Qinghe was pleased with her demeanor, as it was precisely this quality that he admired in her. I intend to visit the Wanshou Tower to assess the sales of the so-called Little Spirit Talisman, Han Qinghe explained succinctly. Despite the opponent being merely a qi refinement cultivator, he still regarded the situation with seriousness. He then strode out of the Butian pavilion, hands clasped behind his back. Upon stepping outside and beholding the lengthy queue, a smile blossomed upon his face, dispelling the gloom and frustration that had clouded his spirit for days. Su Nanshan, having seized a century of my lifespan, shall find that your talisman will yield nothing in return. Han Qinghe chuckled coldly, making his way down the long street towards Wanshou Tower. Meanwhile, Su Nanshan sat with closed eyes, his consciousness drifting. Before him lay several depleted essence crystals, their transparent remnants devoid of luster. By absorbing the essence within these crystals, he aimed to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Ever since he acquired a pure essence crystal through the lottery, his cultivation speed had accelerated significantly, climbing from the 4th to the 6th layer in just a few days. Now, he stood on the brink of reaching the 7th layer. In the Zhongluo Fate Academy, achieving the 7th layer would mark him as one of the most talented young practitioners in the Tianzi Fate building. However, breaking through to the 7th layer is no simple feat. The accumulation required for the 6th layer demands a considerable passage of time. Had Su Nanshan not drawn a pure mid-grade essence crystal, he would have been incapable of achieving the 6th layer in such a brief span. Yet, the transition from the 6th to the 7th layer proved to be an insurmountable barrier. Is this bottleneck truly so difficult to overcome? He pondered as the essence crystal slipped from his palm and clattered onto the table. Opening his eyes, a trace of helplessness flickered within. He had initially believed that absorbing 3 essence crystals would suffice for his breakthrough, but after consuming 9, he still found himself ensnared at the threshold, unable to advance to the 7th layer. This barrier felt akin to an abyss, incessantly siphoning away his essence. Of course, should Su Nanshan choose to force his way through, he could utilize his final cultivation acceleration voucher. However, Su Nanshan ultimately refrained from utilizing the acceleration voucher, choosing not to continue his pursuit of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Perhaps the moment had not yet arrived. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, where the sky loomed dark and dreary. Despite the fact that it was daytime, the overcast clouds obscured the heavens, rendering the light dim. A heavy rain was imminent. Su Nanshan exhaled deeply, pondering the elusive breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi refinement, which left him in a state of perplexity. Gazing out at the scenery, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, recalling the vivid images from the days following his arrival in this world. His extraordinary ability to retain memories made each recollection remarkably vivid. He mused softly, the Shaolin Tong talisman should be available for sale today. I wonder how it's faring? According to his estimation, the initial sales would likely be lackluster. A talisman like the Shaolin Tong required the enhancement of a good reputation, and it necessitated a shared atmosphere among users. He hoped that Supervisor Qiao would maintain his composure, for the initial bleakness did not preclude a future resurgence. Su Nanshan chuckled. Yet he sensed that Qiao Xiu's demeanor was bound to falter. Just as Su Nanshan entertained thoughts of Qiao Xiu's potential outburst, he was suddenly struck by a resounding echo in his mind, reminiscent of the tolling of distant bells. It was a wave emanating from the primordial void. It seemed that the palm-sized void estate had been activated. Had old Master Tao discovered the corresponding location of the Great Wall in the primordial void? A flicker of surprise sparkled in his eyes. Without the aid of the Shaolin Tong talisman, Su Nanshan concentrated his thoughts and directly entered the primordial void. Pitter-patter, the rain that had been pent up at last descended. Han Qinghe held an oiled paper umbrella, raindrops striking its surface and bursting forth, each droplet seemingly reflecting an entire world. He moved leisurely, the water splattering and soaking the cuffs of his trousers. Strolling through the rain, he found himself outside the Wanshou Tower. In stark contrast to the bustling scene outside the Butian Pavilion, where crowds thronged and excitement buzzed. The area surrounding the Wanshou Tower appeared desolate and deserted, an empty shell, despite the Shaolin Tong talisman being launched for sale today. It seemed to garner little interest or attention. There was not a single soul in line to purchase the talisman, drawing from his years of experience. Han Qing has surmised that not a single talisman would be sold at the Wanshou Tower today. The corners of his lips curled into a sardonic smile. As expected, a talisman crafted by a Qi refinement practitioner could hardly incite a shopping frenzy. With no assurance of quality, who would be willing to expend 30 days of lifespan to purchase and experiment with it? Supervisor Chow's future appeared perilously tied to this talisman. Such a pity. How ludicrous. Han Qing had chuckled softly, his words rippling through the rain-soaked atmosphere. Suddenly, the smile vanished from his face, for outside the Wanshou Tower, a limping figure emerged. Propped up by an umbrella, approaching with a noticeable hobble. It was none other than Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Tianlei cast a glance at Han Qinghe, and in that instant, Han Qinghe found himself rendered speechless. This is a matter of great significance for Su Nanshan, who fears that his smile may provide Zhao Tianlei with a pretext to provoke him. However, old Zhao merely cast a fleeting glance his way, showing little interest. Filled with excitement, old Zhao was elated that the Shaolin Tong talisman was finally available for sale. He contemplated purchasing several to send to the border regions of the Great Wall. If Su Nanshan's words held any truth, the border areas would undoubtedly benefit from the Shaolin Tong talisman. It was evident that there was an urgent need for talismans in those regions, and he felt compelled to send a batch. Han Qinghe hesitated momentarily before entering the Wanshou Tower. He brushed off the raindrops from his attire and shook his umbrella. His gaze fell upon the interior of the tower, where Zhao Tianlei confidently approached the sales counter for the Shaolin Tong talisman and placed an order without a hint of hesitation. He purchased 600 talismans, expending 50 years of his lifespan. Such a substantial order was remarkable. Han Qinghe gasped in astonishment. Surely, there couldn't be such fervent support for a product? What purpose could Zhao Tianlei have for acquiring so many Shaolin Tong talismans? Han Qinghe found himself perplexed. With Ni Qingyin's personal promotion, Chao Shou's decisive bulk purchase, and now Zhao Tianlei's significant order, a wave of curiosity surged within Han Qinghe regarding the mysterious allure of the Shaolin Tong talisman. As Zhao Tianlei took the talismans and tenderly cradled them, he brushed past Han Qinghe, who respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Tianlei paused for a moment, inclined his head slightly, and then swiftly departed. Watching old Zhao's retreating figure, Han Qinghe took a deep breath and suddenly resolved to make an important decision. He approached the counter and, almost as if compelled by fate, spent 30 days of his lifespan to purchase a single Shaolin Tong talisman. After exiting the Wanshou Tower, he sought out a tea house and ordered a pot of hot tea. As the cup was filled, he activated the Shaolin Tong talisman. Before long, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 40, Senior. Save me. Su Nanshan felt a subtle reminder emanating from the primal void. Upon entering this ethereal realm, he silently descended into the Void Palace. Inside the palace, the sparse starlight flickered. Old Tao had departed from the Void Palace, wandering through the cosmos in search of the border fortress. Thus he was absent. Only 2 brilliant stars remained, shining resplendently. As Su Nanshan arrived, the entire Void Palace trembled, seemingly to welcome his presence. The 2 stars reacted promptly, radiating their brilliance. Welcome, esteemed senior. Has the senior come to the Void Palace again? What are your commands? The 2 stars, manifestations of the spirits of powerful beings in the Void Realm, expressed their warm enthusiasm. The benefits obtained by Tao Changkong filled them with envy, as he was on the verge of becoming the master of the Void Palace, a position that would grant him boundless insights into the Tao. This was akin to having one foot firmly planted in the realm of divine transformation. How could they not feel jealousy? After all, they were all mere stars brought forth by the senior, so why should Tao Changkong be the one to soar and receive such immense rewards? This time, Su Nanshan did not manifest a palace, nor did he conjure a Bodhi tree or meditation cushion. In the eyes of the 2 stars, he appeared exceedingly ethereal, like a wisp of mist entwined with the primal void. An inexplicable aura of mystery and power enveloped him. Sparing few words, he minimized the risk of miscommunication, thereby maintaining an air of enigma. Suddenly, Su Nanshan's spirit stirred, and he raised his hand, fingers curled like hooks, gesturing above the Void Palace. In the next moment, the intricate pathways of the shadow-nurturing talisman unfurled like a dragon coiling through the void, casting an obscure celestial canopy over the palace. It is done. Su Nanshan's spectral form remarked, hands clasped behind his back. The two stars paused, bewildered. What is done? They pondered, only to discover that images began to unfold upon the celestial canopy shrouding the Void Palace. Within these images stood Tao Chang Kong, the one who supported the Void Palace. The primal void, vast and boundless, is steeped in secrets for every cultivator. It is the world of the Tao's origin, believed to be the very source of the eternal life continent. Even the upper realms of eternal life are inextricably linked to the primal void. This realm is the sacred domain of the human race, both mysterious and exalted. Those of the void realm, having birthed their divine spirits, can traverse the primal void, yet they risk becoming lost. For cultivators within this stage, wandering the primal void serves as a means to refine their divine spirits. The divine transformation realm is indeed a formidable stage. With only a handful of such beings in the entire Great Liang dynasty, Tao Chang Kong aspired to break through to this realm. Yet unfortunate years of failure had marred his attempts. Fortunately, he was still relatively young, with ample lifespan remaining, and his physical body had yet to decay, retaining a remarkable vitality. He had thought that he would need to endure within the primal void, gradually exploring its depths to uncover the opportunity for his breakthrough to the divine transformation. Little did he anticipate that, by a twist of fate, his primordial spirit would be captured and toyed with by a mysterious and formidable entity. Although his spirit became tainted as a result, he seized the opportunity to align himself with a senior figure who placed great expectations upon him, designating him as a pioneer tasked with the establishment of a new ethereal realm, with the potential to ascend as its sovereign. What an extraordinary opportunity this was! In a fit of exhilaration, Tao Chang Kong uttered a string of expletives to relieve his emotions. In the days that followed, he devoted himself tirelessly to seclusion and rigorous cultivation. His spirit plunged into the primordial void, relentlessly seeking the region corresponding to the border wall as described by his mentor. At last, he discovered it. A rumble echoed as Tao Chang Kong's expression shifted slightly. Through the hazy mist, his corporeal form gazed upon the primordial void, where the border wall region lay, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. The starry sky appeared to be cleaved in two, a vast crimson chasm stretching across the void, resembling a slightly opening eye, emanating an inexhaustible aura of malevolence. The border wall neighbored the domain of the barbaric tribes. Within that blood-red chasm should lie the entrance to the celestial realm of the barbarian world. Tao Chang Kong's countenance grew solemn. The struggle for the celestial path had long instigated hostilities between humanity and the barbaric tribes, a conflict that had persisted for countless millennia. A life and death struggle, a ceaseless war. Humanity and the barbaric tribes stood opposed due to the celestial path, locked in a deadly embrace, akin to fire and water. This was a war that every member of humanity could not evade. It was a fundamental opposition. Enduring the pressure from the crimson chasm, Tao Chang Kong inhaled deeply, recognizing that he was within the confines of the border wall of the Daliang dynasty, corresponding to a real-world location. This was the very place his mentor had instructed him to seek. Now, he had found it. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he turned to regard the ethereal realm in his palm, which shimmered faintly, the essence of the celestial path swirling within like ethereal mist. As soon as he released the ethereal realm from his grasp, the task entrusted by his mentor would be fulfilled, and the trial would conclude. Tao Chang Kong eagerly anticipated the day he would ascend as the sovereign of the ethereal realm. With a mere thought, the power of his spirit was drawn forth, and the ethereal realm voraciously absorbed his primordial energy, causing his expression to shift subtly. The released ethereal realm surged in the void, expanding rapidly. A resonating hum filled the air as the celestial script manifested, intertwining in the void, akin to blossoms of auspicious clouds unfurling, suffusing the cosmos with a refreshing essence. Tao Chang Kong felt an overwhelming sense of awe. His emotions were palpable. What a magnificent sight! In the future, when fellow cultivators inquired, he could proudly proclaim, "On that day, I, Tao Chang Kong, took action under the witness of the celestial path, forging the ethereal realm." He laughed heartily. The ethereal realm's area expanded progressively, soon enveloping the entire border wall region. However, the smile that adorned Tao Chang Kong's face gradually faded, for the consumption of his primordial energy was immense. His visage appeared to grow gaunt, as if his very essence were being drained. "By the heavens, I am being utterly depleted," Tao Chang Kong murmured. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He abruptly raised his head, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Before him, the blood-red chasm that spanned the primordial void seemed to writhe at that very moment. As it undulated, a terrifying miasma of blood surged forth, causing the entire void to tremble. Within this sanguine atmosphere, peculiar totems appeared to twist and contort, filling the air with an eerie energy that assailed the soul. These totems transformed into dark, inky orbs, their crimson hue resembling the eyes of malevolent spirits, swirling within the chasm before finally fixing their gaze upon Tao Chang Kong. This was the will of the barbarian's celestial path. Tao Chang Kong's complexion turned ashen. In an instant, his primordial spirit felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss of ice. He was engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Why have I provoked the barbarian celestial path? His primordial spirit teetered on the brink of collapse under the oppressive weight of the barbarian's celestial will, which threatened to extinguish him entirely. He had merely cast forth the void realm gifted by his predecessor. How could this have drawn the ire of the barbarian's celestial path? He was but a humble cultivator of the void realm. Boom. From the blood-red chasm, a stream of blood energy pierced through the barrier and surged downward. In an instant, it manifested as a blood-soaked arm, reaching out towards the void realm. At that moment, the primordial void appeared to be riddled with cracks, as if the very heavens were on the verge of shattering. Despair washed over Tao Chang Kong as he grasped the reason behind the sudden eruption of the barbarian's celestial path. He knew with certainty that he was not the cause of this upheaval. It was tied to the void realm bestowed upon him by his predecessor. The barbarian's celestial path would not permit his predecessor's realm to be established in the borderlands of the Great Wall. Gasped. What a formidable standing his predecessor possessed, capable of inciting fear in the barbarian's celestial path. Who exactly was this predecessor? Faced with the oppressive force of the barbarian's celestial path, the descending blood-red hand brimmed with the aura of annihilation. Tao Chang Kong found himself utterly unable to resist it. Instead, he resolved not to resist at all. A surge of audacity welled up within him. He threw back his head and laughed heartily. What of the barbarian's celestial path? Today, I, Tao Chang Kong, shall battle the barbarian heavens in a blood-soaked struggle. I am willing to share fate with the human celestial path. After all, death was inevitable. Might as well put on a grand show. Even in death, Tao Chang Kong shall not perish disgracefully. Boom. Meanwhile, the disturbance of the blood-red chasm and the tremors of the primordial void had already drawn the attention of powerful beings in the surrounding area. Brilliant starlight tore through the heavens like a comet, illuminating the sky. The radiance of these stars was far more resplendent than the primordial spirits of the void realm. Clearly, mightier beings from the human race were hastening to their aid. However, for Tao Chang Kong, it was all of little consequence. His primordial spirit flickered, pale and weak, as he spread his arms wide and laughed into the void. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. To his astonishment, within the vast expanse of the void realm that enveloped the entire borderland of the Great Wall, a brilliant light erupted. The air crackled with vitality, and the heavens roared. Ancient palaces rose from the ground, soaring into the clouds, while the vault above shimmered with resplendent hues, and blossoms of primordial energy unfurled in magnificent bloom. A Bodhi tree and a round meditation cushion. A shadow, elusive and ethereal, gazes serenely at the sky. When Tao Chang Kong turned his head and beheld this scene, tears streamed down his face in a torrent of emotion, his previous bravado crumbling like a landslide. "Senior, save me!" Tao Chang Kong cried out, his voice cracking with desperation. He sensed the arrival of his mentor. Hope ignited within him. In the next moment, the portal to the Void Manor slowly opened, and Tao Chang Kong's primordial spirit was irresistibly drawn into its depths. Meanwhile, far away in the Void Manor of Dongling County, Nanshan felt the celestial dance of time and space shift. Unbeknownst to him, his spiritual awareness traversed the vast starry skies, crossing the boundless void, arriving at the northern frontier's Void Manor. Chapter 41. The protection of the heavenly way in the ethereal expanse above the Su Mansion of Dongling County. Nanshan wove a celestial tapestry with the intertwining shadows of runes, vividly presenting the scenes of the border wall region. 2 stars observed as Tao Chang Kong floated in the primordial void, a serene smile gracing his lips as he casually tossed forth the Su Mansion. The mansion spanned the void, expanding instantaneously, dominating the cosmos while continuously encircling its realm. In that moment, they seemed to hear Tao Chang Kong's triumphant laughter echoing through the celestial drapery. The 2 stars were consumed by envy and jealousy. However, their expressions swiftly shifted to alarm as they noticed a crimson chasm from which a blood waterfall descended. With their profound understanding, they comprehended the implications. This signified the tumult of the barbarian heavenly way, forcibly breaching the blockade of the human heavenly way to enter the primordial void. The target was Tao Chang Kong? No, he was unworthy. It was the Su Mansion he had cast away. Yet, it mattered little. For Tao Chang Kong was also ensnared within the impending doom of the barbarian heavenly way. As they beheld Tao Chang Kong, ruffled by the winds and trembling in despair, their envy and jealousy dissipated, replaced by a flicker of sympathy. Nevertheless, his audacious demeanor in the face of death evoked their admiration. Tao Chang Kong laughed heartily, defiantly rebuking the will of the barbarian heavens, unperturbed and unapologetic, embodying the valiant spirit of a practitioner from Daliang. "Ah, you recognized him as Tao Chang Kong?" One star queried. How could one not recognize his infamous catchphrase? Yet, we shall not expose him. They both sighed in unison. In truth, they each speculated about the other's identity. However, unlike Tao Chang Kong's brazen demeanor, their understanding of one another remained obscure, despite their conjectures lacking certainty. "Alas, Tao Daoyu, what a pity," one star lamented, and the other echoed the sentiment. Such is the pursuit of the Tao, where life and death are left to fate. The senior bestowed upon him this opportunity, yet it was unfortunate that old Tao could not seize it. Just as the two stars finished speaking, an unexpected transformation occurred in the heavens. The anomalies within the Su mansion vanished, and the venerable figure seated upon the palace throne disappeared. The Bodhi tree, the meditation cushion, and the palace itself all had dissipated. Yet, the celestial tapestry remained. The two stars gazed upward, witnessing the return of the venerable figure. Meanwhile, the essence of the Tao within the mansion continuously permeated Tao Chang Kong's primordial spirit, facilitating its swift restoration. Tao Chang Kong was momentarily taken aback, then elated. The ease with which he absorbed the essence of the Tao indicated a shift in his standing. He had likely gained the recognition of the Venerable One, becoming the master of the Su mansion. Surviving great adversity surely heralds future blessings. Tao Chang Kong, possessed the demeanor of an immortal. After reveling in his joy, Tao Chang Kong turned to regard the venerable figure, seated gracefully within the ancient palace, resting upon the meditation cushion beneath the Bodhi tree, exuding an ethereal calm. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your salvation." Amidst the twinkling starlight, Tao Chang Kong expressed his gratitude. At this moment, it was not that Su Nanshan was adopting an aloof demeanor. Rather, he was inwardly engulfed in turmoil. He had inexplicably materialized from the illusory mansion of Dongling County to this very illusory mansion. This signified that Su Nanshan had unlocked a new capability, beyond the ability to traverse the primordial void without the aid of the spirit communication talisman. He could now freely descend upon any illusory mansion he had established. This ability was indeed remarkable. However, at this very moment, it proved somewhat unfortunate. To appear in the illusory mansion meant that Su Nanshan had to confront the onslaught of the barbarian clan's heavenly Tao. How could he not be in a state of panic? After all, Su Nanshan was acutely aware that he was far from an exalted being. He was merely a diminutive cultivator at the chi refinement stage, akin to a novice player in a new village. Facing the assault of a level 100 boss right from the onset, he feared he might be obliterated into nothingness. Why had this transpired? Su Nanshan was perplexed as to how constructing an illusory mansion could provoke the wrath of the barbarian clan's heavenly Tao. Why was the barbarian clan's heavenly Tao so petty? He had established the illusory mansion within the primordial void, not within the confines of the barbarian clan's territory. What grounds did they have for such pettiness? Boom. Nevertheless, no amount of inner monologue could halt the impending assault of the barbarian clan's heavenly Tao. In the instant the blood-red hand of the barbarian clan's heavenly Tao breached the primordial void, the will of the human race, wandering amidst the stars of the primordial void, surged forth. Of course, only the true masters among the human cultivators were capable of sensing this clash in time. Surrounding the illusory mansion, terrifying sword energy cascaded down, and the myriad sounds of swords echoed, tearing through the firmament and dimming countless starlights. To the east of the illusory mansion, a river of sword energy surged forth. Upon this river, a figure clad in white sat cross-legged, with a bronze sword laid flat between his knees. As he opened his eyes, his gaze radiated like the light of a sword, reaching across the ages. He beheld the barbarian's palm in the vast illusory mansion, a flicker of unusual light flashing deep within his eyes. To the south of the illusory mansion, the sound of resounding reading reverberated through the void. Some recited verses, others chanted melodies, and still others composed poetry from afar, creating a cascade of literary brilliance and righteous spirit. The river of righteousness flowed downward, within which stood a mountain, surrounded by the thunderous sound of reading, where a figure in a Confucian robe stood atop the peak, gazing far and wide. To the west of the illusory mansion, the radiance of the Buddha illuminated the surroundings as a solitary smoke in the vast desert manifested. The Buddha's light, akin to golden sand, transformed into a golden river, Suspended in the void, where the ethereal image of a Buddha sat serenely within the river of light, palms joined in reverence. To the north of the illusory mansion, a terrifying surge of vital energy crashed like colossal waves against rocky shores, producing a roaring sound akin to the world's mightiest waterfall cascading downwards. Beneath the waterfall stood a towering figure, his vital energy profound, a peerless warrior. The closest to the illusory mansion was within the realm of the great Liang dynasty. Here, purple mist coalesced into a violet river swirling, where a figure of a cultivator stood amidst the purple haze, gazing calmly upon the scene. From 5 directions, 5 rivers hung suspended in the primordial void. In the realm where the sword's aura dances, where the light of Buddhism radiates, where scholars immerse themselves in their studies, where warriors roar with fury, and where Taoists lightly chant verses, the resplendent brilliance, akin to a rainbow, illuminates the once desolate and pitch-black primordial void, transforming it into a realm of daylight. Within the ethereal palace, Tao Chong Kong felt an exhilarating surge throughout his being. Despite the frailty of his primordial spirit, a fervent vitality seemed to course through his veins. At that moment, the 5 great rivers of humanity manifested in unison, seemingly for his sake. This scene was nothing short of magnificent. It is crucial to acknowledge that such a grand spectacle had not graced the realm in countless years. Unless the heavenly Tao of the barbarian and the heavenly Tao of the demon simultaneously assailed the primordial void, the emergence of the 5 great rivers, which are pivotal to the cultivation system of humanity, would be an exceedingly rare occurrence. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful figures above the rivers gazed with fiery intensity, astounded by the barbarian heavenly Tao as it emanated a flicker of will, materializing into a blood-red hand that descended with lethal intent. This was utterly unreasonable. Could it be that a new path sought to be established, a new river of the great Tao was on the verge of coalescing? Yet, no such signs were evident. Regardless, they would not permit the barbarian heavenly Tao to act with such impunity. Furthermore, witnessing the barbarian heavenly Tao's aggression against their kin, they could not turn a blind eye. Above the 5 rivers, some drew swords, some turned pages, some clenched their fists, and others plucked flowers. The offensive forces were poised to unleash their might. The ethereal palace stretched across the primordial void, occupying a vast expanse. Yet the blood energy cascading down from the crimson chasm transformed into a blood-red hand, imbued with the will of the barbarian heavenly Tao. The very fabric of the void seemed to tear apart, fracturing into chaos. Turbulence surged. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Su Nanshan looked up, his hair whipping in the air, his garments billowing. As the hand descended relentlessly, the initial panic that had gripped Su Nanshan dissipated, replaced by a profound calm. The turmoil vanished into thin air. The stars, manifestations of Tao Chang Kong's primordial spirit, trembled with excitement as they gazed toward the ancient palace and the hazy figure beneath the Bodhi tree. In the face of the terrifying onslaught from the barbarian heavenly Tao, it seemed as though a senior was smiling. In that moment of gentle laughter, a delicate flick of the sleeve ensued, as the blood-red hand, born of the will of the barbarian heavenly Tao, struck above the ethereal palace. The crimson arm shattered inch by inch. The murky blood energy swirled chaotically within the primordial void, coalescing into a sweeping blood mist. The arm exploded, reduced to ash and smoke. A fragment of the barbarian heavenly Tao's will was also obliterated by an irresistible force, vanishing into silence. Boom. The primordial void reverberated with thunderous roars, as if an inscrutable celestial might were unleashing its wrath. Within the ancient palace, beneath the Bodhi tree, Su Nanshan sat quietly upon his mat, serene as a maiden, steadfast as a mountain, unperturbed by the tumult around him. His countenance, shrouded in mist, bore a lowered gaze. Beneath the surface, a lottery panel flickered to life. On the panel, the rewards previously obtained were visible, including 3 instances of heavenly Tao protection. But one was missing. Chapter 42, My Path. The interconnection Su Nanshan gradually exhaled, a breath of relief. It was then that he realized. This was the protection of the heavenly Tao. By directly invoking this ability, it rendered him invincible during this period. Even those who dared to attack him would suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao, leading to their utter annihilation. Not even the heavenly Tao of the barbarian tribes could escape its grasp. A blood-red arm, formed from a wisp of the barbarian Tao's will, attempted to push through the void mansion, yet under the shelter of Su Nanshan's heavenly Tao protection, that very wisp of will could not evade and was reduced to ashes. This starkly illustrated the terrifying nature of the heavenly Tao's protection. The only lament was that it was a passive ability, not something he could activate at will. Moreover, Su Nanshan was left with only two more opportunities. At this very moment, within the primordial void, silence reigned. Above the five rivers, the human race's powerful beings sparkled with brilliance in their eyes, as if gazing into the distance. Regardless of who they were, the depths of their eyes flowed with astonishment. With a single strike, the barbarian's palm was turned to dust, and even the will of the barbarian could not escape. Simple, direct, and domineering. Who, exactly, was this person? The five powerful beings fixed their gazes upon Su Nanshan, yearning to break through the barriers and perceive the essence and visage of Su Nanshan within the Void Mansion. Yet, the fog was impenetrable. The mist, woven from the threads of the heavenly Tao, was enigmatic and unfathomable. Should they delve too deeply, they might experience an inexplicable sense of danger. Perhaps they would meet the same fate as the barbarian's will and be obliterated. Is this person from the upper realm of eternal life? Someone murmured. This notion seemed to garner unanimous agreement, yet it also faced insurmountable contradictions. After all, within the primordial void, the upper realm of eternal life possessed its own designated area. Separated by barriers of the heavenly Tao, even they could not transcend these confines, just as it was exceedingly difficult for mortals to enter the upper realm of eternal life. So too were there rules of the heavenly Tao that could not be transgressed. Before them stood an existence that could, in the blink of an eye, reduce the barbarian's will to nothingness, one seemingly capable of invoking the power of the heavenly Tao, with an understanding of the Tao's essence that was profoundly inscrutable. Such beings were believed to exist solely within the upper realm of eternal life. Suddenly, the Void Mansion appeared within the void, and the barbarian sought to obliterate it. Why would a mere mansion provoke such a formidable response from the barbarian to the extent of crossing boundaries? And how could this individual annihilate the will of the barbarian with a cultivation level that remained unfathomable? Perhaps, indeed, they were a formidable immortal from the upper realm of eternal life, above the five rivers, as the five human powerhouses grasped the crucial elements. Their gazes towards Su Nanshan carried a hint of reverence. The warrior atop the river of sword chi gazed intently, and in a fleeting moment, he sensed a familiar aura. Yet, this sensation quickly dissipated like mist. Subsequently, their attention returned to the Void Mansion. Upon closer inspection, the five were struck dumb, meticulously observing the mansion. 4. This Void Mansion was, astonishingly, a creation of human hands. In the depths of the mansion, it seemed to harbor an essence akin to that of the grand Tao rivers they inhabited. This ethereal mansion seems to harbor a new path. No wonder the barbarous celestial will has suddenly crossed boundaries to launch an assault. It appears to be the advent of a novel avenue. Regrettably, the grand river of this path has yet to take shape, and there is no indication of a desire to coalesce into a grand river of principles. The so-called new path remains a distant prospect. If this truly signifies the opening of a new avenue, then the incursion does not merely represent a thread of barbaric celestial intent, but rather the entirety of the barbaric realm, advancing with aggression. The realms of barbarism and demons will no longer permit humanity to forge a new path. Five formidable beings communicated across the vast expanse of the void. Ultimately, their discourse ceased. They bowed towards Su Nanshan within the ethereal mansion, and as the grand rivers of principles faded from sight, they too vanished alongside the rivers. As for the sanguine chasm, having been shielded by the celestial will, its intent was momentarily quelled by the overpowering aura of the grand rivers released by the five beings, thus preventing any further incursions for the time being. With the disappearance of the five grand rivers, the primordial void once again returned to tranquility. A few stars twinkled. Observing the ethereal mansion, their gazes filled with curiosity and delight. The mansion that could repel the barbaric realm must be brimming with mysteries and opportunities. The being seated in the ancient hall beneath the Bodhi tree was undoubtedly immensely powerful. This ethereal mansion beckoned them to explore. In a fleeting moment, numerous stars drifted closer to the ethereal mansion. Tao Changkong trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by despair as he witnessed the collapse of the barbaric celestial will, which had been utterly annihilated, its essence dispersed. Initially, Tao Changkong perceived his predecessor as formidable, yet the strength of his predecessor surpassed all his expectations. By the heavens, how could he, Tao Changkong, possess the merit to be ensnared and toyed with by such an esteemed figure? What an incredible honor! Predecessor, Tao Changkong inhaled deeply, the starlight flickering, and exclaimed with fervor. Beneath the ancient hall, Su Nanshan sat quietly, the branches and leaves of the Bodhi tree swaying gently in the breeze, coupled with the ethereal aura swirling around, creating an otherworldly ambience that left Tao Changkong hesitant to speak loudly. The formidable protection of the celestial will filled Su Nanshan's heart with joy and astonishment, instilling him with a sense of security regarding his own safety. However, with only 2 instances of celestial protection remaining, an inexplicable anxiety and unease took root within him. This ignited an impulsive desire to continue seeking rewards. Yet, the pursuit of further rewards also bore the risk of not being able to draw the celestial protection once more. Su Nanshan sighed, relinquishing his worries. After the celestial protection shattered a fragment of the barbaric celestial will, the remnants of that obliterated intent dispersed throughout the primordial void. Su Nanshan sensed that the majority of the barbaric celestial will had been absorbed by the celestial forces, while an almost imperceptible trace was returned to him. It felt like a delightful morsel bestowed by the celestial will. Indeed, it was akin to an unexpected windfall. The celestial will is quite benevolent. Feeling the overwhelming surge of willpower that nearly threatened to burst forth, Su Nanshan realized he needed to retreat and properly refine this newfound essence. He had not anticipated that the ethereal mansion, which had allowed the venerable Tao to establish the border wall, would provoke such monumental events. Fortunately, everything has been resolved satisfactorily. The primordial void at the border of the Great Wall has been established, allowing the use of the Xiaolingtong talisman in this region. Su Nanshan feels that his journey has not been in vain. Senior, Tao Changkong whispers, his voice imbued with increasing reverence. Indeed, Su Nanshan praises. Tao Changkong's face lights up with a sweetness akin to tasting honey. Did you see that? The senior has praised me. You shall control the Void Manor. You are appointed as its administrator, Su Nanshan states calmly. Upon hearing this, Tao Changkong's entire being trembles with joy, soon overwhelmed by boundless ecstasy. He has been chosen. The administrator. By rounding up, does that not make him the lord of the Void Manor? The senior has designated him as the master of the Void Manor. Tao Changkong is so excited that he wishes to exclaim 10 times, "Oh my goodness." Su Nanshan nods in satisfaction and prepares to exit the primordial void. His consciousness is taut and strained. He needs to release some pent-up energy. However, just as he is about to log off, Tao Changkong hastily and respectfully inquires, "Senior, I have yet to learn your esteemed name. May I have the honor of hearing your name?" This question momentarily stuns Su Nanshan. After a brief pause, he smiles softly. Beneath the Bodhi tree, leaves flutter, and the ancient palace begins to dissolve into ethereal shadows. At the moment when all hope fades, a faint and ethereal voice floats above the Void Manor. "I am the interconnection." Boom. As the words interconnection resonate, they seem to amplify, rippling outward from the Void Manor, creating wave-like sound waves that spread throughout the primordial void. The name interconnection reverberates throughout the primordial void today. It seems to elicit a resonance from the heavenly path. Interconnection, Tao Changkong murmurs. In the next moment, the starlight disperses, coalescing into a human figure. He respectfully bows towards the vanishing ancient palace and Bodhi tree, performing a 90-degree bow. Bidding farewell to the celestial lord of interconnection, Tao Changkong is unsure how to address the senior, so he adds the title Celestial Lord. The title is generally reserved for powerful beings in the realm of eternal life. Tao Changkong thinks, given the senior's extraordinary prowess, it's only fitting to extol him as such. After all, praising someone is his forte. In Jiagluo City, at a small tea house by the street, Han Qinghe sits in a daze. The cup of tea before him long since lost its warmth, now rendered cold and piercing in the autumn chill, much like Han Qinghe's current state of mind. He slowly opens his eyes, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Looking at the Xiaolingtong talisman in his hand, the mysterious and magical strokes resemble a spear, piercing sharply into his heart. Just moments ago, he activated the Xiaolingtong talisman, his consciousness drawn into the Void Manor within the primordial void. Inside that manor, he gazes upward, witnessing the grand spectacle of 5 celestial rivers of the Great Tao suspended in the sky. As Su Nanshan effortlessly extinguishes the barbaric celestial will with a mere snap of his fingers. With trembling hands, I grasp the quivering teacup, from which the tea spills forth in a chaotic dance. A sip of the chilled brew sends a shiver through my teeth. Were there music to accompany this moment? It would undoubtedly be that haunting melody, as snowflakes flutter and the northern winds whisper. Han Qinghe gazes towards the direction of the Wanshou Pagoda, murmuring softly. The sound transmitting talisman across the 1,000 miles. It seems it is nearing its end. Chapter 43, the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the first extension of life. Han Qinghe finally comprehended why Cao Shou possessed such audacity, spending 300 years of his lifespan to acquire a talisman crafted by a Qi refinement cultivator. The talisman was simply extraordinary. it could genuinely connect to the primordial void, while Han Qinghe was momentarily unaware of its other capabilities. The mere ability to commune with the primordial void made many talismans pale in comparison. It could dominate the majority of talismans, even those of the 5th rank and above, which might not withstand such a dimensional assault. However, the impact of the little spirit talisman on Han Qinghe was not as profound as one might think. His slightly fractured mindset, believing the talisman to be invincible, stemmed from an accidental glimpse he had during his entry into the primordial void, witnessing a celestial battle. The enigmatic interconnected celestial, with the protection of the heavenly Tao, had vanquished a strike from the barbarian celestial's heavenly Tao. Such a confrontation was something an ordinary person like Han Qinghe would find nearly impossible to witness in a lifetime. Yet, because of the little spirit talisman, he had seen it, which inflicted a considerable shock upon his psyche. Following the shock came despair, leading him to believe the little spirit talisman was unbeatable. It took him 3 cups of icy, piercing tea to regain his composure. My relationship with Su Nanshan has soured, making it impossible to request the sales qualifications from him. Moreover, Su Nanshan had entered a heavenly Tao contract with Cao Xiao, rendering the transfer of sales rights unfeasible. Thus, the Heaven Mending Pavilion was destined to engage in a hard confrontation with the Wanshou Tower over talisman sales. Han Qinghe rose, his expression grave. He sensed the onset of a tumultuous battle. The marketplace was akin to a battlefield. Initially, the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman dominated the little spirit talisman thanks to its reputation. However, as time progressed, the little spirit talisman's reputation would undoubtedly rise. As its unique selling point, the ability for cultivators beneath the void realm to connect with the primordial void was simply unparalleled. Nevertheless, the Heaven Mending Pavilion was not without opportunities. The little spirit talisman was indeed formidable, yet its reputation had yet to flourish, and nurturing such a reputation required time. Furthermore, the little spirit talisman faced an awkward predicament. While its capacity to access the primordial void was impressive, cultivators below the void realm needed to enter the primordial void in advance to comprehend the Tao's essence, which only those in the nascent soul, qi refinement, foundation establishment, and life-nurturing realms could achieve. Thus, the demand for this selling point was not substantial. Since they had not reached that level, they could not grasp the Tao's essence. Therefore, entering the primordial void served little purpose aside from curiosity. Conversely, cultivators in the void realm could directly access the primordial void without the aid of talismans, indicating that the void realm cultivators were not the target audience for the little spirit talisman. Consequently, in the short term, the sales of the little spirit talisman were unlikely to flourish. If a year could be delayed, allowing the contract between Cao Xiao and Su Nanshan to expire, then it would present an opportunity for the Heaven Mending Pavilion to recuperate. Although my relationship with Su Nanshan was strained, I could arrange for the pavilion master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion to personally visit the state city. By purchasing the sales qualifications at a premium, the tide could be turned. Han Qinghe had made up his mind. The clash is unavoidable. However, the Butian Pavilion's 1,000-mile transmission talisman has swiftly captured the market, seizing the initiative. It signaled the gathering bell of the Butian Pavilion, notifying the upper echelons of Jiangluo City to convene in the study. The Butian Pavilion must take the Shaoling Tong talisman seriously. In a quaint shop nestled within Nanshan, yellow talisman paper swirled chaotically. Su Nanshan's countenance turned ashen as he sat cross-legged on a chair, cradling his head, feeling as though it were about to explode. Although it was merely a faint trace of the barbaric Taoist will, it was sufficient to induce immense hardship for him. Gritting his teeth, he activated the basic qi refinement method and extracted pure primordial crystals to begin absorption. As he channeled his technique, streams of spiritual energy intricately enveloped his body, drawing the primordial energy from the crystals and flooding into his dantian, causing the already overflowing energy to reach a critical limit. Crystals shattered into transparent remnants, scattering across the table. When the primordial crystal clasped in his palm had been drained of half its energy, a thunderous sensation coursed through Su Nanshan's entire being. It felt as though a surging wave of energy began to ripple around him, his garments billowing and hair dancing. A flicker of joy ignited in Su Nanshan's eyes as he shattered the bottleneck that had hindered him for days. Ascending from the 6th to the 7th layer of qi refinement, officially transcending the realm of foundational cultivation, suddenly an enigmatic aura of Tao enveloped him. A beam of white light flickered, and a faint life force transformed into a misty vapor, shrouding Su Nanshan. Every pore of his being opened wide. Akin to a whale engulfing its prey, inhaling the life-infused mist into his body. He felt his spirit becoming remarkably clearer, as if both his physical form and soul had undergone a refining process, akin to a baptism of rebirth, a metamorphosis of life's essence. Each cell within his body awakened, vitality surging forth. Transitioning from the 6th to the 7th layer of qi refinement grants a reward of extended lifespan. It appears that this longevity reward is intricately linked to the Tao. This extension of life not only increases lifespan, but also enhances the body's vitality, achieving a true prolongation of existence. For a young man like Su Nanshan, the benefits of enhanced vitality may seem minimal. Yet for those who have reached the limits of their cultivation and whose physical vitality has begun to decay, the purpose of longevity is to embrace that life-infused mist, to rejuvenate their bodily vigor. Having recently engaged extensively with the Tao, Su Nanshan grasped the essence of this longevity as the Taoic energy manifested. However, this state did not persist for long. Perhaps due to the longevity effect, Su Nanshan, whose spiritual awareness teetered on the brink of explosion, sensed the remnants of the barbaric Taoist will begin to compress, ultimately coalescing into a crimson orb within his sea of consciousness. This orb floated serenely, imbued with tremendous spiritual power, which Su Nanshan could choose to harness. The barbaric Taoist will had thus been subdued. As the gentle breeze dissipated, the room was left in disarray and silence. The heat of breath surged forth as Su Nanshan slowly opened his eyes. He was drenched in beads of sweat, tinged with a hint of darkness, the result of impurities expelled from his body. Su Nanshan felt his senses sharpened, his clarity of sight and hearing heightened. Leaning back in his chair, he smiled softly as he retrieved his life token. The lifespan inscribed upon it had increased from 413 years to 428 years. Thus, this surge in vitality had granted Su Nanshan an unexpected 15 years. Such an increase in longevity would undoubtedly incite envy and admiration among countless students in the Life Institute. Typically, practitioners at the qi refinement stage, upon advancing from the 6th to the 7th level, would gain only 7 to 8 years of additional life. Yet, Su Nanshan's 15-year boon felt almost like a cheat. This was not merely due to his innate longevity. Even those similarly classified as long-lived rarely achieved such a remarkable ratio of renewal on their first increase. Although the 15 years gained was of little consequence to Su Nanshan, who already possessed over 400 years of lifespan, the mere addition brought him great joy and elation. It was akin to the satisfaction of acquiring wealth. No one would ever deem their riches insufficient. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily, the sound of cracking bones resonating throughout the room. With his formal entry into the 7th level of qi refinement, Su Nanshan sensed a profound shift in his mindset. If the 6th level represented a moderate standing within the Life Institute, the 7th level afforded him a commanding presence, with only the top 10 geniuses of the 8th level able to truly challenge him. Su Nanshan felt a wave of nostalgia upon his arrival in this world. Despair had enveloped him, the skies darkened, for he had merely 3 years' worth of resources for cultivation, while his own abilities languished at the 4th level. The blows he endured felt as if they came from all directions, leaving him utterly disheartened. Yet now, clarity emerged, and the darkness obscuring his vision was torn asunder by his own hands. With his successful advancement to the 7th level, he had truly earned the right to contend for the title of the foremost sect in Dongling County during the Life Institute's comprehensive examination. Sunshinkuan. Prepare to be swallowed whole. Su Nanshan felt elated, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The room lay in impenetrable darkness, save for the cold moonlight streaming through the intricately carved red wooden window. Approaching the window, Su Nanshan looked up, realizing it was already deep into the night. The breakthrough to the 7th level had consumed half a day's time. Fortunately, the outcome was splendid. Seizing the moment of clarity and heightened awareness, Su Nanshan employed the techniques of the heavenly Tao to inscribe a qi sword talisman. Remarkably, he accomplished this without the aid of any cultivation acceleration vouchers, completing the drawing in one fluid motion. He placed a weight upon the finished talisman, allowing the ink to dry. Just as Su Nanshan lifted his brush, preparing to continue inscribing under the flickering oil lamp, he sensed a subtle tremor in his spiritual awareness. A hum resonated within. A message from a fellow cultivator with the identification number 1163 beckoned him. 1163. This was the number once reported to him by Chao Xiao. At the Wanshou Tower, Su Nanshan and Chao Xiao called upon the communication route token, thus enabling Chao Xiao to ascertain Su Nanshan's token number. The night had grown deep, and the initial sales figures for the Shaoling Tong talisman should now be available. Su Nanshan pondered for a moment, setting down his wolf hair brush, and chose to connect to Chao Shou's communication route token. Su Nanshan was also quite curious about whether the sales performance of the Shaoling Tong talisman on its first day was good or bad. Chapter 44. The disheartening first-day sales. With the advent of the Shaoling Tong talisman, the transmission of information has become significantly swifter than ever before. Dongling County is home to 9 cities, and Chao Xiao, leveraging his connections, planned to launch the Shaoling Tong talisman for sale simultaneously across all 9 locations. As dusk fell, Chao Xiao found himself anxiously awaiting in his study, unable to sit still, as if the chair were pricked with needles. He paced incessantly, the atmosphere thick with tension. Within the study, apart from Chao Xiao, the venerable old Zhou and numerous employees from the Wanshou Tower in Jiagluo City had gathered, each one palpably anxious. They understood all too well the implications of the sales performance of the Shaoling Tong talisman for Chao Xiao. He had staked everything on this venture. A lackluster performance would spell disaster for his future. It's here. It's here. Old Zhou suddenly shuddered, his eyelids shooting up as he exclaimed with fervor. Chao Xiao halted his pacing, fixated on old Zhou, while the other employees turned their gazes toward him, holding their breath in anticipation. Old Zhou strode purposefully to the desk, seized a sheet of white paper, and grasped an ink-laden brush, inhaling deeply. Having activated the Shaoling Tong talisman, he established communication with the heads of the Wanshou Towers in the other 8 cities. After concluding their business for the day, they relayed their sales data regarding the Shaoling Tong talisman to old Zhou, who compiled the figures at the Jiangluo City Wanshou Tower. For the first city, the sales figure of the Shaoling Tong talisman amounted to 2 units. Old Zhou, listening to the awkward report, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He cast a glance at Chao Xiao, his heart plummeting. He recorded the sales number on the white paper before terminating the communication. The connection to the second city was promptly established. Then the third, fourth, fifth. Old Zhou diligently noted the sales figures from each city, and with every entry, his spirit grew increasingly burdened. Upon completing the 8th city's sales data, old Zhou's hand trembled, the veins beneath his skin bulging. The study was enveloped in an eerie silence, a palpable stillness that fostered an atmosphere both oppressive and mournful. Excluding Jiagluo City, the total sales from the 8 cities in Dongling County for the first day of the Shaoling Tong talisman's launch amounted to 24 units. This averages to 3 units per city. In truth, the sales situation from Jiagluo City also offered a disheartening glimpse. Aside from the 600 talismans purchased in one go by Zhao Tianlei, the remaining sales scarcely surpassed 10 units. Thus, the total sales for the first day of the Shaoling Tong talisman stood at 634 units. While the figures may seem commendable at first glance, the reality is stark. Excluding the friendship sales, only around 30 units were genuinely sold. Staring at the total sales figure on the white paper, old Zhou took 2 steps back, his expression one of profound distress. He sighed heavily, the weight of the moment pressing down upon him. It was over. Everything was over. This first day's sales performance was utterly abysmal. To be aware. In preparation for the launch of the Xiling Tong talisman, Chao Xiao exerted considerable resources to promote it. Inside the study, there was an oppressive silence. Upon learning the final outcome, Chao Xiao felt a momentary heaviness in his heart. Although he had anticipated this, the reality of the sales figures still struck him profoundly. It appeared that the talismans crafted by Qi refinement cultivators were far more challenging for the public to accept than he had imagined. This current blow remained painfully resonant. Director Chao, should we inform young Master Su about the first day sales figures? Old Zhou looked at Chao Xiao, caught in a dilemma, hesitating to speak. After experiencing the initial gloom, Chao Xiao's mood had settled considerably, his expression calm as he faced the dismal sales situation with equanimity. Why not inform him? I will personally speak with young Master Su, Chao Xiao replied. With that, he activated the Xiling Tong talisman, his consciousness entering the primordial void, dialing Su Nanshan's number, 9527. Hello. Is this Director Chao? A languid voice echoed from the talisman. Chao Xiao glanced at the others, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, and said, Young Master Su, it's me. Old Chao. The sales figures for the Xiling Tong talisman in Dongling's 9 cities have come in for the first day. Should I share them with you? Please do. In Dongling's 9 cities, aside from the 600 talismans purchased in one go by Mr. Zhao, the first day's sales amounted to 34 talismans. 34? That is not too bad, huh? Chao Xiao was taken aback, momentarily stilled by Su Nanshan's response. Not too bad. 34 talismans sold on the first day, can that truly be deemed satisfactory? Chao Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. After all, Su Nanshan was still young. Merely a novice at the chi refinement stage, lacking a substantial grasp of commercial sales. To sell 34 on the first day, that signifies a flop. Old Chow, relax. The Xialing Tong talisman relies on word of mouth and relational networks. This is merely the beginning. Just wait. Let the situation unfold for a while longer. Of course, the Wanshuda could host a trial event to allow cultivators to experience the effects of the Xialing Tong talisman. Su Nanshan's comforting voice and small suggestions resonated from the talisman. In his perception, while the commercial system in this world was advanced, the methods of promotion were rather rudimentary. Upon hearing this, Chao Xiu's body relaxed somewhat. Yes, just as Su Nanshan said, the Xialing Tong talisman depends on the fermentation of its reputation. In due course, it will surely rise later on. After ending the call with Su Nanshan, Chao Xiu felt much more at ease, for he had long anticipated such a situation. Of course, he had expected the sales figures to be somewhat better, considering the considerable resources he had invested in promotion. The selling point of the Xialing Tong talisman, being able to connect to the primordial void, might not hold much allure for those beyond the Dongshu stage. However, for those at the 9th level of the Yuaning stage, who found themselves at a bottleneck, the attraction was immense. Regrettably, this selling point is unlikely to be taken seriously by anyone. Furthermore, Su Nanshan's cultivation at the chi refining stage has deterred many, while those at the nascent soul stage would dismiss it as child's play with a mere inquiry. Of course, the primary issue lies in the fact that Han Qinghe has launched a targeted attack. The introduction of the highly sought-after 1,000-mile transmission talisman by the has captivated the attention of numerous cultivators, severely diminishing the promotional effectiveness of the Wanshuda. Otherwise, the sales of the little communication talisman should not be so dismal, and its reputation should have garnered momentum more swiftly. In the study, Elder Zhou and the others turned their gaze toward Chao Xiu. Manager Chao, should we consider cutting our losses? Someone suggested, gesturing as if to wield a knife. Elder Zhou shot a glance at that individual, thinking that such an employee was unsuitable, especially on the very first day, already contemplating drastic measures. Chao Xiu had signed a heavenly Dao contract with Su Nanshan. Regardless of the circumstances, the 300 years of lifespan had already been expended. He raised his hand, observing the expressions and emotions of those present. As the supervising manager, he could not afford to panic. Rest assured, the first day's sales are inconsequential. This is a long-term endeavor. Let us at least test the waters for a month before passing judgment, Chao Xiu asserted. During this period, everyone must remain composed and not allow their spirits to be dampened. Additionally, he proposed that they enhance their advertising efforts and organize an experiential event, allowing customers to try the features of the little communication talisman for free. Chao Xiu was enlightened by Su Nanshan's suggestion and readily accepted it, despite their prior promotional efforts. Words alone hold little weight. Why should people believe the claims made in advertisements? Most promotional messages are often insubstantial. However, personal experience is something that cannot be deceived. Su Nanshan decided not to continue his cultivation after breaking through to the 7th layer of chi refining. He felt as if he had undergone a transformation. Yet at that moment, a sense of emotional lethargy washed over him. Continuing to cultivate seemed unwise, as the benefits would likely be minimal. The path of cultivation indeed lies in balancing tension and relaxation. After concluding his conversation with Chao Xiu, Su Nanshan stood by the window, gazing into the hazy night, his expression remaining largely unchanged. The unsatisfactory sales of the little communication talisman on its inaugural day were anticipated. Chao Xiu should have foreseen this as well. Yet it appeared that the sales performance was even worse than he had expected. From their discussion, it was evident that Chao Xiu's demeanor might be somewhat frayed. He also explained the situation to Su Nanshan. They were facing suppression and sabotage from the Han Qinghe had launched the popular 1,000-mile transmission talisman in the capital simultaneously with the little communication talisman, causing a majority of cultivators to flock to purchase the former, thus exacerbating the already dire sales situation for the latter. Initially, Su Nanshan had intended to remain uninvolved, confident that the little communication talisman would eventually succeed with time. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. However, Han Qinghe's malicious sabotage left Su Nanshan feeling quite vexed. Moreover, it could be said that the sales of the little communication talisman were adversely affected because of him. Consequently, Su Nanshan ultimately resolved to devise a strategy to ensure the little communication talisman achieves explosive success in a short span of time. Han Qinghe sought to suppress the little communication talisman, and in doing so, aimed to undermine Su Nanshan himself. Yet Su Nanshan was resolute in his ambition to achieve remarkable success. Naturally, he yearned for the Xiling talisman to thrive in the market. For the very foundation of the internet lies in its users, whose presence is inextricably linked to the sales of the talisman. However, devising a method to ignite a meteoric rise in the talisman sales within a short time frame proved to be a formidable challenge. Observing the wolf hair brush swaying on the pen rack, it dawned upon him that the scholar's pen serves as the finest means of promotion. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Su Nanshan's eyes as a rather audacious promotional idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 45. Aubin's Enlightenment. The results from the Enlightenment Institute were less than satisfactory. Su Nanshan grasped a wolf hairbrush, eschewing the traditional Xianwang talisman paper, and instead procured a plain sheet of white paper, laying it flat upon the table. The oil lamp flickered softly, casting shadows that danced gently. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Nanshan's lips as he found himself intrigued by the perilous notion of promoting the little spirit talisman. The marketability of a product hinges not solely on the quality of the item itself, but equally on the efficacy of its promotion and advertisement. Chao Xiao claimed to have undertaken the promotion of the little spirit talisman, leveraging the enticing allure of its ability to grant access to the original void as a selling point. While this promotional angle held merit, it strayed far from reality. The original void, a realm of elevated grandeur, could only be accessed by cultivators who had attained the Dao spirit in the Dongshu realm. For those beneath the Dongshu level, few possessed true knowledge of the original void. Thus, utilizing this as a selling point felt akin to playing a lute to a cow. It was utterly lost on the audience. It would be comparable to suggesting that elementary school students could enter a space research center to develop rockets. Most would deem it absurd. Consequently, this selling point failed to resonate with potential customers. For cultivators in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, it was entirely unappealing, even bordering on the ridiculous. What benefit would they derive from accessing the original void? It would not elevate their cultivation levels, while they might grasp the essence of Tao. What meaningful understanding could a Qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivator attain? They sought something that could genuinely aid in their cultivation, something of practical value within reach, or elements that could ignite their inner desires, thereby fostering a genuine longing to purchase. In essence, the promotional strategy employed by the Wanshou Tower was fundamentally misaligned with its target demographic. Su Nanshan conducted a straightforward user analysis for the Little Spirit Talisman, determining that his audience should encompass the entire spectrum of the cultivation realm, from the Dongshu level down to Qi refinement. Thus, a different promotional approach was warranted. Su Nanshan conceived a method that was not overly complex, perhaps even bluntly straightforward, a brainwashing style of promotion, the distribution of flyers. Naturally, a conventional flyer would not suffice. It must be distinct, possessing a captivating quality that could directly stir the desires within people's hearts. Seated in his chair, Su Nanshan gently closed his eyes, allowing his remarkable memory to operate autonomously as images from his past flickered through his mind like a fast-moving carousel. He delved into the archives of his previous life's memories, and upon opening his eyes, with pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight, he poised his brush above the white paper, ready to inscribe. However, this time, it was not a talisman he sought to create. The results from the Enlightenment Institute were indeed disappointing. Vivid and evocative words flowed seamlessly from the tip of his brush. A nostalgic smile graced Su Nanshan's lips as he reimagined the renowned youthful literature of his past life, adapting it to fit the current context. He penned an entire piece with fluidity and grace. Upon reaching a pivotal moment, Su Nanshan decisively halted his writing. After completing his manuscript, he gently blew upon the ink to hasten its drying, and with careful hands, he examined the white paper by the candlelight, savoring and rereading his work until he felt thoroughly satisfied with the final draft. As long as emotions can be stirred, it indicates that the market has been pried open. Dusting off the paper, Su Nanshan felt quite satisfied. As for the specific effects, tomorrow, I shall venture to the Fate Institute to test it out. With such a crude and direct advertisement, it should significantly boost the sales of the little communication talismans. Stretching lazily, Su Nanshan was filled with anticipation. As night deepened, the sky became increasingly somber, shrouded in thick clouds that prevented the moonlight from gracing the earth. In the repairing heaven pavilion, Han Qinghe wore a grave expression. The atmosphere made even the beautiful woman below and the members of the pavilion dare not breathe. They exchanged bewildered glances, feeling utterly perplexed. Han Qinghe's serious demeanor left everyone on edge. Could it be that the sales of the 1,000-mile communication talisman on its first day in Jiagluo City were disappointing? That shouldn't be the case. The sales data had been reported, indicating that on the first day alone, the talisman sold 2,000 units in Jiangluo City, which was quite remarkable, warranting celebration and joy. Yet, Han Qinghe's expression was far from jubilant. After a long silence, the enchanting woman could no longer withstand the tension in the air. Parting her red lips, she leaned closer to Han Qinghe and gently inquired, "Supervisor Han, are you dissatisfied with the sales results? Or perhaps they have not met your expectations?" All eyes turned to Han Qinghe. He shook his head and, in a low voice, asked, "Do we have the first-day sales figures for the little communication talismans from the Wanshou Tower?" Yes. She was aware that Han Qinghe had chosen to release the 1,000-mile communication talisman today specifically to counter the Wanshou Tower. Thus, she had made it a point to inquire about the sales figures. In the 9 cities of Dongling, the first-day sales of the little communication talismans amounted to 634 units, with Mr. Zhao from the Enlightenment Fate Institute purchasing 600 at once, leaving only 34 units sold in reality. The Wanshou Tower is doomed. The beautiful woman couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. There was simply no comparison. The 1,000-mile communication talisman utterly crushed the little communication talismans of the Wanshou Tower. In the study, the other members also chuckled, reveling in the misfortune of Chao Xiao. This overt suppression of the Wanshou Tower brought them much delight. However, Han Qinghe remained stern, his palm clenched into a fist as he repeatedly struck the table. What is there to laugh about? What is there to be happy about? This is merely the first day's sales. It means nothing. Let us wait another 7 days, another month, and then we shall see, Han Qinghe said coldly. The beautiful woman and the members of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion were all left dumbfounded. Was this something Han Qinghe should even say? He was selling the 1,000-mile communication talisman, not the little communication talisman. Han Qinghe could not be bothered to explain. He simply turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Tomorrow, you all shall go to the Wanshou Tower and purchase the little communication talismans to experience them for yourselves. Tonight, I want you to suppress your joyous emotions. We are far from the time for celebration. The true flames of war have just begun to ignite. And the real adversary of the 1,000-mile communication talisman has only just revealed its fangs. I need you to find a way to completely obliterate the little communication talismans, rendering them incapable of rising again. Do not be frugal with your funds. Spend generously. In any case, crush the little spirit talisman." Han Qinghe's words were laced with cold severity. The members of the Butianga could only click their tongues in astonishment. What enmity could provoke such fervor? They were unaware of Han Qinghe's underlying concerns, but they could discern his unwavering desire for retribution. The suspicion of private vendetta loomed large. However, extinguishing a languishing little spirit talisman would be effortless for them. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. For Chao Xiao, for Han Qinghe, and for old Zhao. Slumber eluded them, all due to the little spirit talisman. Old Zhao, clutching 600 little spirit talismans, was overwhelmed with excitement. He planned to leave Jiangluo City and journey to the Great Wall at the border, not for any other reason, but to escort these 600 talismans there. Ever since he learned from Ni Qingyan that the little spirit talismans could also be utilized at the Great Wall, Zhao Tianlei had made this decision. Despite old Zhao's cultivation still being in a state of recovery, with his primordial spirit still injured, he had managed to enter the primordial void and regain a sense of the Tao's essence. His injuries had completely ceased and even begun to mend. As his primordial spirit's vitality returned, he would soon be able to re-establish his former state. Old Zhao had been elated for quite some time, not merely for the restoration of his injuries, but for the prospect of returning to the battlefield and fighting alongside his old comrades. With a heavy heart, gray hair cascading down, and a stoop back, old Zhao cast a complex glance at the teaching courtyard before finally turning away. He swiftly arrived outside Su Nanshan's talisman shop. The sky was overcast, devoid of moonlight. Old Zhao, limping, gazed at the establishment. Just as Su Nanshan finished writing a tale about Aben, he seemed to sense something and opened the shop door, encountering old Zhao. Upon seeing him, Su Nanshan exhibited a hint of surprise. "Master Zhao, what brings you here?" "I am departing for the Great Wall," old Zhao replied. "Your master has opened the Void Mansion, allowing the little spirit talismans to be used at the Great Wall as well. I am immensely grateful. Please convey my thanks to him." Old Zhao clasped his hands in a bow. "You are too kind, Master Zhao. It was but a small effort for my master. No need for such formality. The debt of gratitude is etched in my heart. If I return safely from the border, I shall do my utmost to repay this kindness." Su Nanshan's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. Standing tall, he placed his palms together in front of him and bowed deeply. May you triumph, Master Zhao. Old Zhao burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, I appreciate your well wishes. I never expected to return to the battlefield in this lifetime and vanquish the barbarian foes once more. I am utterly satisfied. Until we meet again. His laughter gradually faded, and old Zhao's figure transformed into a streak of light as he departed the city. Chapter 46. I did not expect you to be such a Su Nanshan at the city gate. Three figures had long been waiting. The city lord Lu Tao, the dean of the Jiagluo Academy Su Qing, and Tao Sheng. Old Zhao burst forth from the city walls, his form materializing in midair. His vital energy swirling around him like a coiling dragon, his eyes flashing like thunder, his presence as formidable as mountains and seas. Now that I depart, take good care of Su Nanshan. I am aware that the Jin family is already en route to Jiangluo City. They may arrive in a few days. Should they trouble Su Nanshan, be sure to protect him. Do not let him suffer any loss. His future is unimaginable. Old Zhao laughed heartily. I am off, heading to the Great Wall to slay the barbarian foes. His laughter thundered, resonating throughout the city, causing a stir within. In the Butian Pavilion, Han Qinghe, as if jolted by electricity, suddenly dashed out, landing atop the roof. Old Zhao's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, settling upon him, weighing heavily on Han Qinghe's shoulders. Zhao Tianlei, even before his departure, sought to exert pressure upon him. Ha 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 ha. Safe travels, Daoist Zhao. By the heavens, in Jiaoluo City. With me, Tao Changkong present, who dares to bully Su Nanshan must carefully consider their own capabilities. At the Tao family estate, a surge of fresh energy ascended to the skies. Old Zhao glanced at Tao Changkong's position, clasped his hands in respectful salute, and then turned, transforming into a streak of brilliance, akin to a sharp, gleaming sword, cleaving through the endless night, vanishing without a trace. The thunderous sound faded away, and old Zhao's figure was completely engulfed by darkness. At the city gate, City Lord Lu Tao, the dean, and Tao Sheng gazed in the direction of old Zhao's disappearance, bowing in reverence. Farewell, esteemed senior. Old Zhao departed, leaving Jiangluo City behind. Yet, Su Nanshan's status within the city appeared increasingly secure. That night, Su Nanshan slept soundly. The following morning, in the crisp dew, frost clung to the tips of green leaves, reflecting the autumn morning light. Su Nanshan stretched lazily, rising with a refreshing spirit. He tidied his books, stowed away 10 completed advertisement flyers in his satchel, and donned a clean blue robe before nonchalantly leaving the shop. Having signed a sales contract with the Wanshou Pagoda, Su Nanshan's shop had become almost superfluous. When to open for business depended solely on his mood. With little foot traffic to begin with, Su Nanshan found it quite agreeable to remain closed. After enjoying a warm bowl of tofu pudding from a street stall around the corner, Su Nanshan leisurely made his way to the academy. The students in their green attire, radiant in the sunlight, embodied youthful exuberance. Converging like a flowing river as they began their day of study, Su Nanshan strolled languidly, occasionally admiring the fair legs of female students beneath their gauzy skirts, which brightened his spirits throughout the day. Tao Weiyan was still waiting for him at the academy gate. Upon seeing Su Nanshan's gaze wandering to the legs of a female student, her icy demeanor grew even more frigid. I thought you would be in a foul mood. It seems you are quite well, not at all affected by yesterday's lack of sales of the talismans. You are truly unconcerned. Tao Weiyan remarked coldly. Su Nanshan smiled radiantly. I have already devised a plan. What kind of plan could you possibly have? Maintained her frosty demeanor, embodying the essence of an iceberg. Upon hearing this, Su Nanshan shyly smiled and produced a flyer filled with youthful literary musings from his satchel, offering it to Tao Weiyan. Here, this is my solution. Take a glance and see if it stirs any desire to purchase a little spirit talisman. Tao Weiyan was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she accepted the flyer. As her gaze fell upon it, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. Essays? No, it was youthful literature, Su Nanshan corrected solemnly. Tao Weiyan shot him a glance but patiently continued to read. Gradually, her grip on the flyer began to tremble. Her fair complexion, reminiscent of a plump shrimp, flushed a vivid crimson, as if her ears might emit steam from the heat. The iceberg persona once again crumbled like a landslide. Tao Weiyan's speech began to falter. Upon reaching the conclusion, her face was so flushed it seemed ready to drip with water, and her beautiful eyes quivered. Oh my, what happened to the rest? She exclaimed in astonishment, nearly letting slip her surprise as she recognized her own uncharacteristic response. Hastily, she turned to Su Nanshan. I never expected you to be this kind of Su Nanshan. You are a rogue. You. Su the rogue. With her cheeks aflame, she muttered a curse and, in a flurry, turned to leave. Su Nanshan couldn't contain his laughter. Goodness, how fittingly adorable Tao is. If you think I'm a rogue, kindly return the flyer to me. The results seem promising. Even Tao nearly revealed her family as catchphrase. His anticipation began to build as he leisurely made his way to the 17th courtyard of Huangzi Minglu. Just as he settled in, the plump Lei Susu approached with a beaming face. Su Gu, what is you in such high spirits? Su Nanshan glanced at Lei Susu, who was just the person he needed to transcribe the flyers. The smile on his face deepened as he pulled Lei Susu closer and inquired, Susu, are you interested in a lucrative venture? Upon hearing the prospect of business, Lei Susu's eyes brightened dramatically. Brother, tell me, I am willing to go through fire and water. Nothing is too daunting. Su Nanshan chuckled. I have signed a contract with Wanshao Tower. The talismans went on sale yesterday, but the sales have been disappointing. I'm thinking of a way to boost the numbers. Lei Susu was utterly astonished. Su Gu, you are indeed remarkable. With your qi refinement level, you managed to secure a contract with a grand establishment like Wanshao Tower. It is my honor to assist you. I can surely afford a couple of talismans. I'll support you after class. No need for that. Purchasing talismans is purely voluntary. What I require is your help with promotion. Transcribe 100 pieces, and I will compensate you with a day's worth of lifespan. How does that sound? Su Nanshan waved his hand with a smile. Friendship does not require purchasing talismans. I seek your willingness to contribute. Hearing this, Lei Susu trembled with excitement. 100 pieces for a day's lifespan? That totals to earning 6 days of lifespan, right? For practitioners in the qi refinement stage, accruing lifespan is an arduous endeavor. However, Su Nanshan has presented him with an extraordinary opportunity. Su, say nothing more. My hands, no. My entire being are yours. Lei Susu declared earnestly. Su Nanshan smiled as he extracted a flyer from the midst. Susu instinctively accepted it and began to read. Becoming utterly captivated, unconsciously, he saw himself within the words. After all, did the underperforming youth in the Life Institute not mirror his own plight? His body began to tremble with increasing frequency, his eyes brightening, glowing with fervor. Upon finishing the reading, Su Nanshan, with a smirk, inquired, So, what do you think? Can you replicate it? Lei Susu, crossing his legs, shyly smiled. Su, count on me. But first, I must make a quick visit to the restroom. With that, Lei Susu deftly darted away, disappearing in an instant. Su Nanshan remained unperturbed, seated quietly at his desk, where he began to peruse the Chronicle of Longevity. Yet, after only a short while, a throng of figures gathered around him, all seeking to obtain flyers for transcription. Now in possession of over 400 years of lifespan, Su Nanshan, in a grand gesture, agreed to their requests. Transcribing 100 pieces would yield 1 day's worth of lifespan, while disseminating 100 pieces would be valued at 5 days' worth. This amounted to merely 54 days of lifespan for the 9 individuals involved, trivial for Su Nanshan. The word count of youthful literature was not extensive. In a mere quarter of an hour, one could transcribe 3 or 4 pieces. Thus, within half a day, Lei Susu and his companions completed their task. As the 9 responsible for transcription presented the neatly stacked flyers before Su Nanshan, he cast a satisfied glance at them. With a grand flourish, he declared, Go forth and spread the essence of youth. Lei Susu and the others, their faces flushed with embarrassment yet spurred on by the allure of extended lifespan, exited the Huangzi Ming building and commenced their mission to disseminate the spirit of youth throughout the entirety of the Jianglu Life Institute. Su Nanshan's intentions were straightforward. The more advertisements that circulated, the greater the potential catch. Even if among 100 individuals, merely 10 glanced at the flyer and decided to purchase the small communication talismans, it would still be a profit for him. Nevertheless, Su Nanshan ultimately underestimated the profound impact that youthful literature would wield over the innocent scholars at the Life Institute. On this day, the restrooms of Jianglu Life Institute were utterly overwhelmed. This day witnessed students emerging from the lavatories, their spirits rejuvenated, racing under the setting sun. Commemorating the fleeting essence of youth, they sprinted towards the Wanshao Tower. Their objective, the small communication talismans. Chapter 47. The phenomenon of the Shaolin Tongfu as the sun dipped low in the western sky. Its fiery rays bathed the earth in a radiant glow, draping the land in a cloak of crimson light. The Wanshao Pagoda stood illuminated by this ethereal brightness, its elongated shadow stretching across the cobblestone streets of Jiangluo City, as if the entire structure were aglow. Old Shou, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood at the entrance, gazing at the emptiness before him, a sigh escaping his lips. Indeed, the sales of the Shaolin Tongfu today were unlikely to show any significant improvement. Just yesterday, bolstered by the support of Elder Zhao, 600 charms had been sold in a single wave. However, today there were no such substantial clients in sight. Securing 600 charms equated to a lifespan of 50 years, a considerable sum that most cultivators could scarcely afford. The clerk at the Shaolin Tongfu counter rested his chin in his hands, teetering on the brink of slumber. It seemed everyone believed that Supervisor Chow had made a grave miscalculation. Having committed 300 years of lifespan to secure a year's worth of sales for such a talisman, an investment that felt utterly foolish. It was only a matter of time before Chow would face repercussions from the headquarters of the Wanshou Pagoda. When that moment arrived, the tides in Jiaoluo City might very well shift dramatically. Have we intensified our promotional efforts? Has the message regarding the free trial been disseminated? Old Zhou inquired. Uncle Zhou. The message has been sent out, but people are reluctant to come. Upon learning that these talismans are crafted by Qi refining realm students, their interest wanes. Even to the point of disdain, came the reply. It was a well-known fact that Qi refining cultivators occupied the lowest tier of the talisman-making hierarchy. Talismans from the Qi refining realm, not even a dog would deign to use them. Old Zhou interjected. You are being overly blunt. This is nothing but prejudice. Even the Wanshou Pagoda finds it challenging to alter such ingrained consumer habits in a short span of time. Patience is essential. We must rely on time to cultivate our reputation. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to turn away. However, just as he pivoted, a wave of azure figures emerged at the far end of the long street. Old Zhou stared in astonishment as these students, clad in the blue garments of the Enlightenment Academy, approached, their faces flushed with excitement and youthful exuberance, charging forward like a herd of wild buffalo on the prairie. What could they possibly want? Surely not. Old Zhou murmured to himself, sensing an inexplicable premonition. Soon enough, these blue-clad students reached the front of the Wanshou Pagoda, and the tranquility of the evening shattered into a cacophony. Quickly, one charm, don't dawdle. Is this how one conducts business? Where are the Shaolin Tongfu? Bring them out for sale. Shopkeeper, one Shaolin Tongfu, hurry. I can hardly contain myself. One after another, the students clamored. Old Zhou thought. What does your itch have to do with purchasing a charm? Do you think the Shaolin Tongfu is a remedy for itching? Yet, the fact that there were buyers was all that mattered to him. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he beheld the endless stream of blue-clad figures, resembling an azure tide surging forth. A smile blossomed on Old Zhou's face. Clerks, prepare the charms. Boom. As if the waters of a river surged and crashed against the rocky shore, the area before the Wanshou Tower instantly transformed into a bustling scene, teeming with people. A cacophony of voices rising to a fever pitch. This commotion reverberated throughout the entire long street, drawing the attention of passers-by, who were left in a state of bewilderment. The beautiful woman from the Butian Pavilion, seated at a nearby tea house, had been observing the dismal sales of the Xiaoling Tong talismans throughout the day. Taking a deep breath, her ample bosom rising as she leaned slightly forward to gaze at the throngs of scholars, she incredulously raised her hand to cover her lips, murmuring to herself, is this a commissioned act? Yet, could it truly be a commission? These individuals were students from the Jiaoluo Academy, not mere hired hands. Could it be that the Xiaoling Tong talisman was on the verge of becoming popular? The woman's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that Han Xinghe's concerns would materialize so swiftly. Unable to remain seated, she rose promptly, swaying her alluring figure as she made her way towards the Wanshou Tower. She needed to investigate the matter further. This flurry of activity persisted until dusk. Old Zhou, drenched in sweat, worked tirelessly yet joyfully. His face beamed with a radiant smile, never having imagined that the Xiaoling Tong talisman would suddenly gain such popularity. Although, relying on these students, the overall sales might not rival the Qianli Chuanyin talismans from the Butian Pavilion, at least this represented a breakthrough, signifying that the Xiaoling Tong talisman was no longer obscure. Chao Xiao, upon hearing the news, descended from the pavilion and encountered a group of scholars clad in blue robes blocking the entrance. No more, no more. The talismans are sold out, the vendor exclaimed, perspiring profusely as he waved his hands. Below, some students who had just emerged from the restroom rushed over, their faces filled with regret. How could they be gone? How could they possibly sleep tonight? Their minds likely consumed by the continuation of Aubin's youthful tales. Bah! This wretched Wanshou Tower lacks business acumen, offering so few talismans as if to deceive. No talismans left? Then let us return tomorrow. If there are no talismans, how about we rendezvous at the Jiaofeng office tonight? I wish for Miss Ah Xiang to portray the role of the landlady. Do you think I should rent a place outside? Perhaps I too could ignite my youth and meet my landlady. Indeed, perhaps the landlady would be fond of a student from the academy who struggles academically. The disappointed scholars gathered together, whispering among themselves, their faces flushed with excitement as they eagerly set off towards the Jiaofeng office. Chao Xiao and Old Zhou exchanged bewildered glances. Landlady? What on earth is that? What relevance does a landlady have to the purchase of Xilingtong talismans? They were utterly perplexed. Old Zhou hurriedly stopped one of the academy students, offering a day of lifespan as a reward to glean some information. Youth literature? The tale of a student named Aubin that circulates within Jiagluo Academy? Old Zhou was baffled. To learn about Aubin's youthful narrative, one could derive insights from the Xilingtong talisman? Old Zhou remained in a state of confusion, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The student exhibited a hint of impatience as the old man obstructed his path to the brothel. Delaying meant he might miss the chance to find the charming maiden to play the role of the landlady. Thus, he produced a copied flyer and waved it at Old Zhou. Once again, Old Zhou extracted 5 days of his lifespan to purchase the flyer. The student swiftly fled, as if fearing Old Zhou might have a change of heart. After all, he had acquired the flyer without any cost. Whispers circulated in the Life Institute that he had resold it for 5 days of longevity, a tremendous profit. However, Old Zhou remained unfazed, scrutinizing the flyer with furrowed brows. As he continued to gaze, his expression began to waver, and his countenance subtly flushed, sensing the disapproving stares around him. He hastily infused his gaze with a fervent critique, such a disgrace to decency. At some point, Chao Xiao appeared at his side, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Old Zhou, who momentarily froze and reluctantly handed the flyer to Chao Xiao. With an impassive expression, Chao Xiao regarded the flyer, his ailing visage devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The method of bundled sales was indeed ingenious, a harmonious exchange of mutual desire. This promotional strategy was exceptional. Aside from Su Nanshan, Chao Xiao could not fathom who else might conceive such a marketing approach. Only Su Nanshan possessed the interest and motivation to pursue such promotion. Chao Xiao, who had initially been anxious, suddenly found solace. Once the Xilingtong talismans began to circulate, favorable word of mouth would surely follow, leading to successful sales. No more worries. Old Zhou, take note. This method should be applied to the other 8 cities of Dongling as well. The students at the Life Institute would surely resonate with Aubin's youthful charm, Chao Xiao remarked with a smile. He then patted Old Zhou on the shoulder, saying, keep up the good work. The future of the Xilingtong talisman rests on your shoulders. Be sure to inform me of today's sales data. With that, Chao Xiao turned away without a second thought, leaving Old Zhou feeling as though he might burst from frustration. Upon returning to the 7th floor study, he observed that the space was empty before quietly opening the Xilingtong talisman and logging into the primordial void. Chao Xiao, that scoundrel. He even pilfered from his employees. He turned to his assistant, quickly, bring me a Xilingtong talisman. The assistant, bemused, replied, Uncle Zhou, we're out of talismans. Old Zhou slapped his forehead, realizing in his youthful excitement that he had completely forgotten about this. Then hurry and instruct the printing shop to produce more, he scolded, before storming away with great fervor. However, it seemed that there would be no available spots at the brothel that night. Old Zhou sighed, deciding to focus on his work instead, redirecting his path to Su Nanshan's talisman shop. Chao Xiao had tasked him with promoting in the other 8 cities of Dongling. But before proceeding, he needed to contact Su Nanshan. This promotional method was undoubtedly Su Nanshan's idea, and he required Su Nanshan's approval and consent. With this thought, Old Zhou's eyes ignited with fervor once more. To leverage such an innovative promotional strategy was truly the mark of a genius. He felt an inkling of certainty. The Xilingtong talisman was destined for success. The spark of a flame had already ignited, and its momentum would inevitably sweep across the land. Chapter 48. Let the internet flourish. When Old Zhou arrived at Su Nanshan's shop, the night had already deepened. The cold autumn leaves rustled in the chilling wind. However, within the quaint little shop, warm vapors billowed forth, reminiscent of smoke from a blazing fire, intertwined with delightful aromas. Old Zhou gazed at the thick smoke for quite some time, suspecting something unusual might be amiss. Su Nanshan opened the door and paused upon seeing Old Zhou, recognizing him as the sycophant of Chao Xiao and one of the staff members of the Wanshou Pagoda. What a coincidence! Su Nanshan smiled, ushering Old Zhou inside. The table where talismans were crafted had been cleared, replaced by a copper pot heated from beneath, surrounded by neatly arranged, prepared ingredients. Care for a taste? Nanshan, seated on a chair, poured himself a cup of fruit wine and smiled at old Zhou. Old Zhou eyed the peculiar ingredients on the table, his expression revealing his skepticism. How do we eat this? He watched as Nanshan picked up a slice of meat as thin as a cicada's wing, plunged it into the bubbling, fragrant pot, and shortly thereafter retrieved it, dipping it in sauce before savoring it. Old Zhou swallowed hard, noting Nanshan's delight in the dish, and could not resist taking a seat. The two began to enjoy the hot pot amidst the chilly autumn leaves. While dining, old Zhou conveyed the purpose of his visit to Nanshan. It seems the promotional effect is quite commendable, Nanshan chuckled, swallowing a piece of the cooked meat. Old Zhou quickly adapted to the culinary experience, mastering the art of cooking meat in no time, even managing the timing with remarkable precision. He chuckled sheepishly. It's all rather splendid, based on today's sales. Approximately 500 of the Xilingtong talismans have been sold. If the print volume were greater, the sales would undoubtedly soar. The results are exceptional, old Zhou remarked. With over 10,000 students in the Jiagluo Academy, Nanshan's unique promotion attracted 500 purchasers of the Xilingtong talismans, a remarkable outcome indeed. I wonder how long the sustained effect of this promotional method will last, old Zhou sighed. Nanshan laughed heartily. This is not a one-time transaction. With the quality of the Xilingtong talismans, the good reputation will only foster further interest, drawing in more and more individuals to purchase them, creating an ever-expanding circle of enthusiasts. After the landlord's aunt, there will be the teaching sister, the head of the guard, a plethora of connections. Nanshan took a sip of fruit wine, his smile imbued with profound significance. Since it is effective, let the storm come with even greater intensity. Old Zhou, upon hearing this, suddenly felt invigorated. If that were the case, his spirits would surely lift. This is truly the case. His youthful exuberance overflowed. Would I deceive you? Nanshan replied with a grin, taking another sip of fruit wine. Subsequently, old Zhou and Nanshan discussed plans to extend this promotional strategy to other cities in Dongling County. Nanshan wholeheartedly agreed, as his aim was to expedite the dissemination of the Xilingtong talismans, indifferent to the method employed. Old Zhou relished the meal, feeling that Su Gongzi was truly an ingenious individual, delightfully intriguing. After bidding farewell to old Zhou, the evening continued. Nanshan tidied up the hot pot and sat quietly at his desk. With a shift in his mind, he entered the primordial void. However, this time, Nanshan did not enter as the heavenly sovereign of connectivity, but rather as his own self. He arrived at the illusory manor in Dongling Prefecture. Upon entering, Nanshan noticed that the illusory manor had undergone significant changes. The number of stars had increased. Originally, there were only a few scattered star glimmers, but now, with the sale of the little spirit communication talismans, the number of star glimmers had surged by hundreds. This indicated that those who had purchased the talismans were eagerly entering the primordial void. Within the illusory manor, the star glimmers were continuously flickering, creating a lively atmosphere. Many individuals had even unlocked communication methods, engaging in spirited conversations as their star glimmers collided. At the sight of this increasingly vibrant scene, Nanshan smiled, his anticipation growing. Perhaps the grand declarations of that day, which illuminated the entire primordial void, would indeed come to fruition. Nanshan's consciousness transformed into a beam of star glimmer, floating within the illusory manor. Although the number of star glimmers had increased, there was no chaos, as two resplendent stars were suppressing them. These were the primordial spirits of two powerful beings from the void realm, whom Nanshan had bound. He had appointed them as administrators, and they were managing the order quite effectively. The presence of their primordial spirits exerted a considerable sense of pressure upon the young practitioners of the qi refining stage. Nanshan was quite satisfied with the steadily developing illusory manor. The next step was to await the increase in the number of users, which he anticipated would come soon. It was time to continue Aubin's story. Otherwise, he would be criticized for lacking integrity, and in business, integrity was of utmost importance. Nanshan chuckled softly. With a shift in his mind, his consciousness automatically formed pulsating text within the primordial void. Compared to writing in the physical realm, composing in the primordial void was significantly faster, utilizing thoughts instead of a pen. The speed of composition was no longer constrained by hand speed, but rather by the mind. With a mere thought, the words flowed forth effortlessly, akin to a literary website. Moreover, Nanshan had another purpose for establishing this section: to set an example. He wished to help others understand the true dynamics of the illusory manor, encouraging them to explore, develop, and even proactively create sections. The development of the internet could not solely rely on him, Nanshan. Diversity and richness flourished through the collision of various thoughts. Nanshan did not employ the techniques of the heavenly Tao, but instead utilized his knowledge of talismans along with some understanding of the literary paths of the heavenly Tao. His star glimmers shimmered with brilliance as his consciousness was continuously extracted and poured into the illusory manner. Lines of text began to take shape, resembling basic, improved rune paths rather than the enigmatic literary paths of the heavenly Tao. Similar to programming code, each individual character was recognizable, yet when gathered together, it became incomprehensible to the average person. However, such talismans followed a discernible pattern, and with an study and learning, others could swiftly master them. This was a pit that Nanshan had dug for others to explore, as if the entire ethereal realm had been transformed into a talismanic parchment. Intricate paths of runes were inscribed within this mystical domain. The weaving and layering of these pathways generated a considerable stir, promptly capturing the attention of the two overseers. Their spiritual essences swept through the area, swiftly identifying the peculiar phenomenon surrounding Nanshan's starlight. Unlike the others, Nanshan's starlight was incessantly entwined with the threads of runes. They almost mistook it for the presence of an elder, yet the absence of any heavenly Tao essence suggested otherwise. Moreover, the commotion was rather subtle. Had it not been for their formidable spiritual senses, they might have overlooked it entirely. What could this mean? This starlight was capable of creating pathways within the ethereal realm? These pathways appeared to be foundational yet, when combined, eluded their comprehension. My friend, one queried. Could this starlight be that of an elder's disciple? The two celestial spirits exchanged glances, a mixture of astonishment and wonderment apparent. They observed in silence, curiosity piqued. As Nanshan's starlight continued its enigmatic endeavor, in a short while, a modest two-story building materialized, entirely woven from the intricate pathways of runes. In comparison to the grand ethereal realm, this small edifice seemed insignificant. However, the ability to construct such a structure within the ethereal domain astounded the two overseers. Was it possible that an ordinary starlight could achieve what was once thought to be the province of the elders? Did this imply that they, too, could create edifices and develop the ethereal realm? The formation of the building posed no significant burden for Nanshan. Yet, at that moment, he was merely an ordinary starlight, a practitioner of the chi refinement stage, and could not appear at ease in the eyes of the two overseers. He made his starlight flicker erratically, as if on the verge of collapse from the strain of his spiritual essence. Just before his essence waned, Nanshan transformed the narrative of Abin's youthful tale into a tome and uploaded it into the newly constructed building. Upon completing this task, a wave of relief washed over him, and his starlight dimmed, signifying his withdrawal. However, after his departure, numerous twinkling starlights sensed the sudden emergence of the small building. They beheld the tome radiating golden light within. Instantly, the frequency of their flickering intensified to an almost combustible pace, and one by one, they surged towards the edifice, connecting to the tome and embarking on an exhilarating reading experience. Abin pushed open the intricately carved wooden door left ajar by his aunt. A waft of rouge perfume enveloping him as the flickering red candles cast a warm glow, perfuming the air with an enchanting aroma. There, upon the wooden bed, lay a graceful figure, breathing softly. Abin whispered his aunt's name, summoning courage as he approached the bedside, his gaze fixed intently upon the enchanting silhouette. Flushed with an ember-like hue, the reading concluded. The starlights flickered at a pace so rapid they seemed on the verge of ignition. An unspoken cacophony of exclamations surged forth, crashing like a mighty wave against hidden reefs. Cursed author, you are no true son. And once again, it was severed. Chapter 49, Tao Sheng, the Talismans of Nanshan? I shall never employ them in this lifetime. That night, Nanshan made appearances in the dreams of many, most of whom were brandishing knives in pursuit of him. However, within the confines of the talisman shop, Nanshan enjoyed a state of tranquility. With the conclusion of this promotional wave, the reputation of the Shaoling talisman would surely flourish, alleviating any concerns regarding its future sales. Furthermore, within the realm of the Void Manor, a library had been established. This initiative was bound to attract the attention of those with discerning minds. It is hoped that someone will grasp the correct methodology of engaging with the Void Manor, enriching its essence and realizing the true nature of interconnectedness. Exiting the primordial void, Nanshan did not delve into any form of cultivation. After logging out of his secondary account, he intended to switch to his primary account and re-enter the primordial void. with his cultivation having ascended to the 7th level of chi refinement, coupled with the infusion of a willpower rocket gifted by a friend from the barbarian realm. Nanshan's spiritual awareness had significantly intensified. With this enhancement, Nanshan's aim was to expand the scope of the Void Manor, extending its reach so that an increasing number of locales could be enveloped by his interconnected will. He resembled a solitary pioneer, wielding a sickle, cutting through thickets, and tilling the vast, boundless primordial void, breathing life into the endless silence. In Jiagluo City, at the Tao residence. How utterly embarrassing. Was there some hidden meaning behind this? Like a tempest, it left her heart in disarray. Upon returning to her chamber, Tao Weian bit her crimson lip. Gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, her face was flushed, her earlobes nearly blood-red. If Nanshan were to witness this, he would surely call her Tao Cutie once more. Ah, how mortifying. Tao Weian covered her face, letting out a soft exclamation, then dashed towards her intricately carved wooden bed. Throwing herself onto the bedding, her delicate legs thrashing wildly, utterly devoid of any semblance of her usual icy demeanor. After thrashing for a while, she cautiously retrieved the folded flyer from her bosom. By the flickering candlelight in her room, she bit her lip, her cheeks aglow, peeking at it discreetly. The heart of the young girl within the room was in turmoil. Outside, her father, Tao Sheng, wore a grim expression. His heart felt icy. All was lost. Utterly lost. Had his daughter succumbed to some kind of poison? She appeared to be infatuated, perhaps even besotted by a swine. A wave of melancholy washed over Tao Sheng. His teeth ground in frustration. What on earth had Nanshan done to Weian to elicit such a demeanor, one that had never before adorned her countenance? This was intolerable. He must intervene. Taking a deep breath, Tao Sheng's expression grew unusually solemn. Even if it cost him dearly, he would not allow Nanshan to succeed. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Weian, open the door. Your father wishes to have a word with you, Tao Sheng declared, observing his daughter's flushed face. His heart sank. There was no recourse. Tao Sheng could only engage in earnest conversation with Tao Weian, expressing heartfelt concern, his words imbued with a singular intent. Dear Vivian, you are still young, and our primary objective at this moment is not to indulge in romantic pursuits, but to diligently pursue the path of cultivation and strive for supremacy in the first outer sect of Jingjian Prefecture. Tao Sheng spoke earnestly, yet Tao Weian listened with a palpable air of indifference, feigning seriousness merely to show respect for her father. She had heard those very words countless times before. Nevertheless, Tao Sheng was quite satisfied, convinced that his daughter must have absorbed some of his wisdom. Rest well. I shall take my leave, Tao Sheng remarked as he rose and approached the door. Suddenly, Tao Weian spoke up. Father, could you assist me with a small favor? Please help me purchase a talisman from the Wanshou Tower. Tao Sheng was momentarily taken aback. A talisman? What kind do you require? I can draw it for you. However, the thought of her purchasing it herself, under the scrutiny of onlookers, filled her with embarrassment. Tao Sheng's heart plummeted. It was yet another instance involving Nanshan. It seemed that despite his heartfelt counsel, his daughter had absorbed not a single word. A child who cannot be taught, he declared coldly. Then go buy it yourself. Tao Weian grew increasingly bashful and hesitant. But, I am shy. What nonsense. How could I, Tao Sheng, have such an unambitious daughter? He retorted angrily, sweeping away in a huff. However, after a brief departure, Tao Sheng, feeling helpless, found himself making his way back to the Wanshou Tower. As night fell, the Wanshou Tower was no longer in operation. Yet, as the head of the Tao family and a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent Soul Realm, his status commanded respect. Upon his arrival, the attendants immediately relayed the news to Cao Xiu. Cao Xiu personally came to greet Tao Sheng. What brings the head of the Tao family here? He inquired, a hint of a smile lighting up his ailing face. My daughter wishes to purchase a talisman known as the Little Spirit Communication Talisman. My father had previously obtained one from Nanshan, but he concealed it and refused to let her use it. Now, my daughter desires one, hence my visit. Tao Sheng replied, his demeanor stern. A peculiar expression flickered in Cao Xiu's eyes at the mention of the talisman. You wish to buy a talisman? After he had exposed his vulnerabilities, Nanshan merely presented him with this. Cao Xiu chuckled lightly. Might the head of the Tao family also wish to acquire one? He asked. Tao Sheng snorted disdainfully. I shall never use that rascal's talisman in my lifetime. Cao Xiu paused, sensing the underlying tension, evidently. The relationship between young Master Su and Tao Sheng was rather complex. All talismans have been sold out today, but I have instructed the engraving workshop to work overnight. They should have completed some by now. I shall send someone to retrieve one, Chao Xiao said, avoiding any potential conflict. He spotted old Zhou returning from Su Nanshan's talisman shop and quickly beckoned him over. Old Zhou, go fetch a talisman from the engraving workshop. Old Zhou rolled his eyes, grumbling. Even the donkeys from the production team wouldn't be made to work like this. Can I get a moment's rest? As old Zhou went to procure the talisman, Tao Shang sat in cold silence, exuding an atmosphere of palpable tension. In that moment, youth seemed to ignite anew. It has been proven that practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. After obtaining the small communication talisman handed over by old Zhou, Tao Sheng discreetly sought a secluded spot after leaving the Wansho Pagoda. He gazed at the talisman for a long while before silently activating it. By the heavens! He truly entered the primordial void? Unbelievable. Through the talisman, his spiritual awareness directly penetrated the ethereal realm. It was remarkably smooth. In his nascent soul stage, he could only perceive a mist within the primordial void, yet with the aid of the talisman, he could effortlessly tear through the fog. This talisman was crafted by Su Nanshan? Moments later, Tao Sheng, having used the small communication talisman, could no longer maintain his serious demeanor. His family's catchphrase slipped out in exasperation. Years of cultivation knowledge had been utterly shattered. He felt as though the door to a new world had swung open. His spiritual awareness transformed into starlight. Wandering within the ethereal realm, Tao Sheng marveled at the incredible experience. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions. This talisman was unexpectedly made by Su Nanshan. It seemed Su Nanshan was not entirely devoid of merit. Indeed, he possessed some talent. Perhaps the old man's matchmaking was not entirely misguided? How disgraceful! Su Nanshan, that scoundrel! How shameless! Keep your distance from my daughter. Inside the small building, Tao Sheng's serious expression was filled with resentment towards Su Nanshan. How could he write such things for Wei Yan to read? It was no wonder Wei Yan appeared so smitten, so bashful. Su the scoundrel! That rascal! Tao Sheng was furious, casting a critical gaze 3 times over. As for the small communication talisman he had purchased for Tao Wei Yan, it was promptly confiscated. The following day, as the entire Zhongluo city emerged from the dawn, a cacophony swept through like a tidal wave. On the long street, the crowd surged, clad in blue robes. The students from the academy hurried to the Wansho Pagoda shop, forming a long line, eagerly awaiting its opening. This scene had only been witnessed the previous day, coinciding with the sale of the sky-replenishing pavilion's long-distance communication talismans. These students had failed to purchase the small communication talisman yesterday. Consequently, they arrived early to acquire the talisman, their anticipation palpable. Furthermore, those who had successfully obtained the talismans described how using the small communication talisman allowed entry into the primordial void, confirming that the promotions from Wansho Pagoda were indeed true. This revelation left some students unable to remain still. What was the primordial void? While some students lacked the cultivation level to comprehend it, they sensed its significance. It was a realm only accessible to those in the void transcending stage. In these times, if one had not stepped into the primordial void, they would feel embarrassed to engage in conversation. Thus, the reputation of the small communication talisman began to flourish, and the students were filled with desire for it. They were not interested in the trivial imperial edict. They merely wished to experience the profound emptiness. Chao Xiao did not anticipate that upon the Wansho Pagoda's opening, the additional 1,000 small communication talismans would sell out within a mere hour. Some students even purchased 5 or 6 at once. The purchasing power of the students was truly astonishing. Chao Xiao could hardly contain his laughter. He seeks to ignite the flames of youth throughout the entire Zhongluo city and even the whole Dongling prefecture, reveling in the spirit of the Xiao Ling Tong symbol. Meanwhile, the initial purchasing frenzy at the Butian Pavilion has subsided, leaving its entrance considerably quieter in stark contrast to the bustling Wansho Tower. Within the study, the senior members of Butian Pavilion have gathered, yet the atmosphere inside is eerily silent. Han Qinghe occupies the main seat, his countenance as dark as if smeared with soot. Chapter 50. The atmosphere within the Butian Pavilion was decidedly peculiar. Just yesterday, the upper echelons of the pavilion had dismissed Han Qinghe's decision with disdain. But at this very moment, they were rendered utterly speechless. No one could have anticipated that in just a day, the Xiaoling Tong talisman would achieve such remarkable popularity. Although its sales could not yet rival those of the Qian Li Chuanin talisman, it was undeniable that the Xiaoling Tong had indeed gained traction. Han Qinghe had stated only the day prior that he would thoroughly suppress the Xiaoling Tong talisman, denying it any opportunity to flourish. Yet, Before the Butian Pavilion could even take action, the Shaoling Tong was already on an upward trajectory. A beautiful woman sat in a chair, fidgeting nervously. Even though Han Qinghe had foreseen the potential success of the Shaoling Tong, the speed at which it was rising was astonishing. The pavilion was unable to quell it in time. This was utterly inexplicable. The woman had conducted her investigations thoroughly, meeting Han Qinghe's gaze. She lowered her head slightly and timidly spoke, "Supervisor Han, the primary reason may be the promotional efforts for the Shaoling Tong talisman." Promotional efforts? I am well aware that the Wanshou Tower has always engaged in advertising, yet the results have been far from remarkable, Han Qinghe replied coolly. The woman shook her head and produced a neatly folded flyer, which she had purchased from a student of the Fate Institute at the cost of 6 days of her lifespan. This was indeed the promotional strategy of the Wanshou Tower, choosing to open sales channels from within the student body. One must admit, they had succeeded, she mused, feeling a sense of disbelief. Is this truly possible? Han Qinghe cursed under his breath as he perused the flyer. The atmosphere among the senior members of the Butian Pavilion grew increasingly tense. Such a promotional strategy was unprecedented in their experience. Han Qinghe, oblivious to the woman's sorrowful gaze, remarked, "You must devise a plan to suppress this. Perhaps you have not experienced the functionalities of the Shaoling Tong talisman, but in terms of capability, it surpasses the Qianli Chuan Yin talisman. Within the entire Dongling Prefecture, the Shaoling Tong allows for instantaneous communication, a feat that the Qianli Chuan Yin cannot match. Therefore, once the Shaoling Tong gains widespread acceptance, the sales of the Qianli Chuan Yin will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow." Han Qinghe spoke with grave seriousness, and the atmosphere in the Butian Pavilion's conference room mirrored that gravity. The senior members, who had previously underestimated the Shaoling Tong, now recognized the potential threat it posed. If the Shaoling Tong truly impacted the sales of the Qianli Chuan Yin, it would spell disaster for them. Moreover, as the origin of the Shaoling Tong was Jiangluo City, being situated in that very city would certainly affect them, potentially jeopardizing their future prospects for advancement. The Wanshou Tower had only secured sales rights for the Shaoling Tong for 1 year. Thus our objective must be to suppress the Shaoling Tong for that duration. Once the year has passed, the Butian Pavilion will regain the right to compete for the sales of the Shaoling Tong. Therefore, I now require you to propose a countermeasure to this promotional approach of the Shaoling Tong. However, as Han Qinghe finished speaking, the room fell into an ominous silence. Such a promotional strategy was utterly unmanageable. The primal desires within a person, how does one suppress them? The beautiful woman proposed. Han Qinghe pondered for a moment. It is feasible. I shall pay a visit to the Institute of Fate. In any case, the long-distance communication talisman must not falter against the little spirit communication talisman. Once the long-distance communication talisman was unveiled, it swept across the entire great Liang dynasty. Both the capital and the borderlands were inundated by its influence, causing the sales of the Talisman Pavilion to consistently overshadow those of the Eternal Longevity Pagoda and the Pure Origin Palace. Should any mishap occur on Han Qinghe's part, he would not escape unscathed. In contrast to the fervent sales of the Eternal Longevity Pagoda and the Talisman Pavilion, the sales at the Pure Origin Palace were rather tepid, with even basic talismans going unsold. Aunt Shui stood atop the loft of the Pure Origin Palace, her exquisite visage adorned with a solemn expression amidst the eaves and ridges of the palace garb. To her surprise, the little spirit communication talisman had indeed gained popularity, but in such an unprecedented manner. This method of breaking through was truly unparalleled. What could possibly be occupying young Master Su's mind? Leaning against the railing, Aunt Shui's skin, as smooth as cream, flushed slightly. On the table behind her, a flyer lay displayed. It can be said that the 3 major trading houses have competed for so many years, each boasting their own areas of expertise. The Talisman Pavilion has consistently outpaced the Eternal Longevity Pagoda and the Pure Origin Palace in the realm of talismans. Meanwhile, the Eternal Longevity Pagoda excels in formations, and the Pure Origin Palace specializes in crafting. However, it is improbable for any trading house to limit itself to a single line of business: talismans, crafting, formations. Most have ventured into multiple fields. Yet now, the Eternal Longevity Pagoda had managed to seize a piece of the Talisman Pavilion's market share in talismans, which was indeed astonishing. The little spirit communication talisman. Aunt Shui's expression was complex as she handled the talismans she had procured. Having already experimented with the little spirit communication talisman, she felt profound regret. Regret for not intervening during the price negotiations. She should have contended with Cao Xiao at that moment. She had sensed the issues surrounding Cao Xiao. Alas, she lacked the decisiveness that he possessed. However, her finely arched brows lifted slightly. Her red lips pressed together. Entering the primal void through the little spirit communication talisman to access the library within the void seemed to hold significant promise. Aunt Shui took a deep breath, her keen business acumen revealing insights to her, while Cao Xiao reveled in the success of the little spirit communication talisman. Han Qinghe was troubled by how to suppress it. Only Aunt Shui, in her calmness, discovered a delightful surprise. She was certain that the small building was undoubtedly connected to Su Nanshan, reading within the primal void. This was indeed a groundbreaking initiative, one that could not only refine one's spiritual awareness, but also cultivate one's character, a perfect endeavor. There were surely vast benefits hidden within. Having missed the opportunity once, and Shui hesitated no longer. She exited the Pure Origin Palace, filled with excitement, and made her way towards Su Nanshan's talisman shop. Su Nanshan concluded a night of cultivation. His consciousness restored to its peak as he welcomed the rays of the morning sun streaming through the window. He logged into the primordial void with a new account. And in an instant, the entire expanse of the virtual palace transformed incessantly. A mysterious and enigmatic gray mist enveloped the atmosphere, from which grand palaces emerged, their flying eaves and curling corners imbued with an ethereal aura. Within the palace, a figure sat in serene contemplation, shrouded in mystery. A Bodhi tree, a sage, and a meditation cushion. This extraordinary scene left many holders of the small spirit communication talisman, who logged into the virtual palace, utterly astounded. They felt as if they were witnessing immortals. Two luminous figures, born of the essence of the void realm, flickered excitedly, transforming into two silhouettes seated upon meditation cushions. They bowed in reverence, their demeanor a blend of sincerity and awe. Enveloped in the mist, Su Nanshan maintained his customary reticence, casting a faint glance at the two before nodding slightly. Subsequently, he fell silent once more. Closing his eyes, he raised his hand, as if the will of the heavenly Tao was resonating. Su Nanshan sensed his consciousness being drawn away with a swiftness akin to flight. As the paths of writing formed by the heavenly Tao intertwined above the virtual palace, it seemed as if a rainbow-hued radiance enveloped the entire sky, an extraordinary spectacle. The primordial void, this was indeed the primordial void, a place where one could witness true masters of cultivation up close. After the initial shock, only delight remained. They yearned to log off immediately, rushing to the Fate Academy to share their experiences with the students. They had even devised a phrase to share. Having never set foot in the virtual palace, what are you cultivating? Even more astonishing was the sight of that figure seated within the ancient hall, resembling an immortal, who gently waved his sleeve. The entire virtual palace began to tremble. The roar echoed like thunder, as if the void itself was being rent asunder. The virtual palace was expanding ceaselessly, pushing outward. A powerful surge overwhelmed the onlookers, leaving them dazed and bewildered. In the depths of their hearts, many began to entertain a terrifying thought. Could it be that one day this virtual palace would encompass the entire primordial void? Chapter 51. A question that requires resolution. The heavens appeared to be fracturing, an event reminiscent of the primordial act of creation, capturing the attention of countless cultivators. The spiritual consciousness of these practitioners entered the primordial void through the small spiritual communication talismans, transforming into radiant starlight. The intensity of this starlight corresponded to the strength of their cultivation. Within the illusory mansion, two particular beams of starlight shone exceptionally bright. This dazzling starlight coalesced into indistinct human forms. Although not as clear as the two seated on the meditation cushions, their shapes were nonetheless discernible. Clearly, the cultivation levels of these two were formidable, likely not far from the realm of the void. These two individuals were Tao Sheng and Lu Tao, the Lord of Jiangluqing. They gazed in profound astonishment, feeling the intertwining pathways of the heavenly Tao above the illusory mansion, as if the entire primordial void had become a mere plaything for the venerable figure seated within the ancient hall, toying freely with the primordial void. Who could this esteemed elder be? Tao Sheng began to comprehend why his father displayed such servility. Were he in the same position, he too would willingly embrace such humility. What he witnessed next was utterly astonishing. Was this an expansion of the illusory mansion's domain? Observing the ethereal figure seated beneath the Bodhi tree, exuding an otherworldly aura, Tao Xing and Lu Tao's starlight-formed silhouettes exchanged glances before cautiously approaching the meditation cushions beneath the ancient hall, reverent and humble. They sought to draw closer to the elder, yearning to listen to the voice of the heavenly Tao. Su Nanshan cast a glance at the two. The two beings of the void seated upon the cushions immediately sensed something, as if they understood the situation. A wave of spiritual fluctuation descended, akin to an invisible barrier, severing the connection between heaven and earth. Tao Sheng and Lu Tao felt their spiritual consciousness tremble, yet they could not advance even an inch. Step back. Only those of the void may ascend to the cushions. The faint voice echoed, belonging to one of the powerful beings of the void. Tao Sheng and Lu Tao's expressions shifted, fear prompting their retreat. Before such formidable cultivators, they dared not act recklessly. Their attempt had merely been a trial. Yet they had not anticipated that one truly needed sufficient cultivation to approach the cushions. Moreover, the nascent soul realm was far from adequate. Only those of the void had the privilege to sit upon the cushions and witness the Elder's monumental act of creation from a close distance. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in awe of the situation. Tao Xing and Lu Tao could only observe from afar, their reverence intensifying. Soon Nanshan recognized both Tao Xing and Lu Tao. Having sensed their auras before, with an impeccable memory, he could easily discern them within the illusory mansion. Seeing Tao Xing, who was usually stern and aloof, now exhibiting such humility within the illusory mansion made Su Nanshan feel an inexplicable urge to chuckle. If only Tao Xing knew that the venerable elder he revered was none other than Su Nanshan, the very figure he had regarded with disdain. Uncle Tao might find himself in a rather precarious position. Naturally, Su Nanshan had no intention of exposing this, nor did he intervene in the actions of the two stars. The rule that one must possess sufficient cultivation to ascend the cushions was rather commendable. As thought surged, the pathways of the heavenly Tao descended, intertwining in the primordial void. Inscribed with the ink of spiritual consciousness upon the paper of the void mansion, under the relentless efforts of Su Nanshan, has seen an ever-expanding service area. A devoted reader of the Chronicles of Longevity, Su Nanshan has meticulously utilized his remarkable photographic memory to inscribe the entire map of the Great Liang dynasty. Presently, with the spiritual awareness afforded by his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he has centered his expansion approximately 10 miles outward from Dongling County, encompassing parts of 3 neighboring counties. As for the endeavor to fully develop the region corresponding to Jingyan Prefecture, Su Nanshan believes it is not a formidable task. He estimates that upon reaching the Yuan building realm, he could easily extend the Void Mansion's reach to cover the entirety of Jingzhen Prefecture. Of course, Su Nanshan could opt to create a palm-sized Void Mansion, akin to the frontier Great Wall region, to be entrusted to a trusted cultivator of the Dongshu realm, or even a god-transforming realm practitioner, leveraging their primordial spirits for expansion. However, Su Nanshan deems such a course of action unnecessary. The previous attempt at establishing a palm-sized Void Mansion had already attracted the attention and aggression of the barbarian Heavenly Tao. Should he engage in such actions repeatedly, he might indeed find himself under the watchful gaze of the barbarian Heavenly Tao. With only 2 more protections from the Heavenly Tao remaining, Su Nanshan resolves to proceed with caution, quietly expanding without drawing the attention of the barbarian celestial forces. After successfully advancing the Void Mansion, Su Nanshan withdrew his consciousness from the primordial void amidst the reverent gazes of numerous starlit beings, bidding farewell to the interconnected celestial sovereign. 2 stars of the Dongshu realm resounded with their voices, echoing throughout the entirety of the Void Mansion. Su Nanshan mused at how swiftly he had grasped the essence imparted by Old Master Tao. The atmosphere within the Void Mansion had transformed. The 2 Dongshu realm powerhouses called out, prompting the surrounding starlit beings to instinctively join in the chorus. In an instant, the Void Mansion was illuminated, shimmering like a river of stars. Su Nanshan cast a glance around, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a single word, he maintained his customary demeanor of silent prowess and directly logged off. The palaces, Bodhi trees, and meditation cushions vanished without a trace. Having concluded the expansion of the service area for the interconnected Heavenly Tao, Su Nanshan opened his eyes to the reality around him. Today, he had no intention of visiting the Fate Institute. Old Zhao had departed from the Yellow Character Fate Tower, and the Institute had reassigned a new instructor to the 17th courtyard. This instructor's capabilities were truly reflective of what one would expect from a teacher at the Yellow Character Fate Tower. Yet they were merely a lethargic individual waiting for the inevitable. Their explanations of the materials consisted solely of reciting the written content, devoid of any personal insight. Su Nanshan found it far more beneficial to study independently. With his remarkable memory, he was able to absorb knowledge more profoundly than the instructor's monotonous readings. Clearing his desk, Su Nanshan contemplated briefly before selecting a piece of the stacked Xian Huang talisman paper. He laid it flat upon the desk, intending to draw the fire conduit talisman, one of the 3 fundamental attack talismans. He had already mastered the Qi sword talisman, but the fire conduit and thunder sound talismans eluded him for the time being. Now, he was determined to attempt it himself. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he sought to transform the runes into their respective talismanic pathways through the heavenly Tao script. With clarity in mind, he dipped his wolf hairbrush in blood ink and began to inscribe upon the talisman paper. Boom! Flames spontaneously ignited. Just after a few strokes, it became evident that the drawing of the fire conduit talisman had ended in failure. Su Nanshan did not succumb to discouragement. After tidying up the ashes, he prepared anew and began to draw talismans once more. Following 4 consecutive failures, he ultimately decided to relinquish his efforts. Rubbing his temples, he mused, indeed, I must personally craft a little communication talisman to gift to Tao Kawai, for it would facilitate our correspondence. Should any uncertainties arise, I can summon her directly. A smile crept upon Su Nanshan's lips. With the rising popularity of the little communication talisman, the talismans he personally hand-painted would undoubtedly become highly sought after and scarce. Moreover, his hand-drawn little communication talisman was a 4-way guide, which could potentially evolve into a luxury item in the future. Without further ado, Su Nanshan set aside the frustrating fire guide talisman and commenced the familiar strokes of the little communication talisman. However, just after the talisman was completed, a knock echoed through the shop. Su Nanshan paused, placing the wolf hairbrush on the stand, and approached the door to open it. Before him stood a beautifully dressed woman in palace attire, somewhat familiar. It was none other than Xue Qin, the head of Qingyuan Palace. Xue supervisor? Su Nanshan pondered, somewhat perplexed by the unexpected visitor. He had not anticipated that the one knocking would be this elegant lady. Last time at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Xue Qin had relinquished her claim to the sales rights of the little communication talisman. Now, had she come to express regret? Unfortunately, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret, as Su Nanshan had entered into a celestial contract with Chao Xiao, making collaboration with Qingyuan Palace impossible for a year. Young Master Su, I bring you greetings, Xue Qin said, adorned with a gentle smile as she addressed him. After a brief conversation, she eventually revealed her purpose. You seek the usage rights of that small building within the Void Mansion? Xue Qin was forthright, understanding that Su Nanshan had previously felt disappointment in her. Thus, she approached this dialogue with sincerity. Su Nanshan marveled at her business acumen. Indeed, her perceptive nature was remarkable. While others were still lost in the delights offered by youthful literature, Xue Qin had already discerned some commercial potential. However, she still lacked the boldness required. Su Nanshan needed to present something substantial to broaden her horizons. What he proposed was akin to the literary website from his past life. Reading within the small building would incur a fee and lifespan, albeit a modest amount, which could accumulate over time, representing a long-term investment. Merely transcribing text from reality would not suffice, as many cultivators might lack interest in reading. Establishing a small building where fellow practitioners could enjoy reading while refining their spiritual awareness and charging just a small amount of lifespan for it, was that excessive? Su Nanshan chuckled as he shared his previous literary experiences, believing that he should not be the sole author. Moreover, he felt a flicker of anticipation. For in the primordial void, there would be no piracy. Wherever such a thing emerged, he would extinguish it. Thus, the financial prospects could indeed be quite promising and worthy of anticipation. The more Xue Qin contemplated this proposition, the brighter her eyes sparkled. However, her brow soon furrowed slightly. Young Master Su, you truly are a commercial genius. Should this vision materialize, it could potentially give rise to an entirely new vocation for the Liang dynasty. A feat worthy of nobility and elevation. However, within young Master Su's grand design, there lies a significant conundrum that necessitates resolution. Without addressing this issue, all aspirations remain mere rhetoric. Xue Qin gazed intently at Su Nanshan and stated earnestly that pertains to the matter of transactions. Is it feasible to conduct lifespan exchanges within the primordial void using life tokens? If life tokens cannot manifest in the primordial void, how then can we ensure the seamless execution of such transactions? How shall we guarantee their security and confidentiality? Xue Qin's penetrating gaze bore into Su Nanshan as she posed this dilemma, akin to a soul-searching inquiry. Su Nanshan found himself momentarily stunned, realizing he had overlooked such a crucial aspect. Perhaps it was time to devise a solution, to create a celestial version of a payment platform for the cultivation realm. Chapter 52. A 500-year lifespan for rent on the first floor. Xueqin maintained a stoic expression, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. The proposal put forth by Su Nanshan heralded the advent of a novel profession, signifying an additional means of acquiring lifespan. It is imperative to understand that within the Liang dynasty, occupations that generate lifespan were predominantly fixed. Professions such as talisman makers, alchemists, and weaponsmiths, those steeped in technical expertise, served as the primary avenues for amassing lifespan, representing the aspirations of countless cultivators who strove tirelessly. However, Su Nanshan's introduction to Xueqin effectively birthed an entirely new vocation, one that emerged from the primordial void. As a city leader of Qingyuan Palace, Xueqin possessed a discerning vision. The emergence of a new profession bears the potential to influence the entire dynasty in the broader realm of cultivation, as it could spawn a multitude of new cultivators. A new vocation signifies a pathway to accrue lifespan, providing desperate cultivators with fresh avenues to enhance their skills and prolong their lives. From a macro perspective, this holds long-term implications, potentially augmenting the dynasty with a plethora of formidable cultivators, and perhaps even giving rise to top-tier masters. What truly captivated Xueqin's attention was that this profession was rooted in the primordial void. Should the primordial void indeed give rise to a means of generating lifespan, the ramifications would be profound. The primordial void is vast, even more so than the longevity continent, suggesting an abundance of opportunities and the potential for professions beyond what Su Nanshan had delineated. Xueqin felt a surge of excitement, while Su Nanshan fell into contemplation. Her insights led him to realize that establishing online payment was imperative. Online payment is a crucial catalyst for the prosperity of the interconnected celestial pathways, a fundamental element that intertwines reality with the virtual realm, much like the advent of online shopping in the past, which undeniably spurred the flourishing of the internet by transforming the lifestyles of an entire generation. Online payment, indeed, Su Nanshan mused softly, his gaze drifting downward to the dark talisman hanging at his waist. The implementation of online payment would undoubtedly be inextricably linked to the talisman. He recalled the moment when Xiao Xiao had transferred 300 years of lifespan to him, during which the talisman had seemingly emanated a celestial aura. Undoubtedly, the breakthrough for online payment lies within the talisman. Xueqin's inquiry was sharp yet crucial. I shall consult my mentor regarding this matter, which should not pose much difficulty. Su Nanshan concluded his thoughts and turned to Aunt Shui with a confident smile. Su Nanshan's mentor, you say? Xueqin felt a shiver run through her. She had certainly heard of the enigmatic figure behind Su Nanshan, a presence so esteemed that even the patriarch of the Tao family willingly played the sycophant. With such a distinguished mentor involved, there should be no issues. If that is the case, does young master Su have any thoughts regarding my proposal? Are you willing to collaborate with Qingyuan Palace? Xueqin inquired with a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Certainly, but how shall we divide the benefits? Su Nanshan inquired. Collaboration is certainly possible, yet it must be accompanied by a distribution of benefits that satisfies me. Moreover, I am not entirely beholden to partnering with you at Qingyuan Palace. Supervisor Chao maintains a cordial relationship with me and would likely be interested in this venture as well. Su Nanshan's words rendered Aunt Shui's expression grave. Leaning back in his chair, Su Nanshan fixed his gaze upon Aunt Shui, intensifying the stakes of profit distribution. Although the small building had been established, emulating the literary websites of the past would entail a myriad of cumbersome tasks. It was excessively intricate and bothersome. Su Nanshan merely wished to be a hands-off proprietor, reaping the rewards effortlessly. Aunt Shui pondered for a considerable time, reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. Her situation was not significantly better than that of Xiao Xiao, who had irked the head of Jingzhen Prefecture, thus hindering his advancement. Aunt Shui's plight was even more dire. Having originally worked and cultivated her skills at Qingyuan Palace in the capital, she had been demoted to Jiangluo City due to the ire of the powerful elite. Initially, she had given up hope, but Su Nanshan's arrival rekindled her aspirations. With this thought, she gently bit her plump crimson lips, determination flickering in her eyes. Opportunities must be seized by her own efforts. Young Master Su. Qingyuan Palace is willing to rent the small building at Su Mansion for a lifespan of 1 year each month. Furthermore, after deducting the share for the original author, the profits generated by the small building shall be split evenly between Qingyuan Palace and yourself. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Shui articulated the best terms she could offer. Inside the talisman shop, a profound silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the sound of their breathing. Aunt Shui fixed her gaze on Su Nanshan, who after a lengthy pause, offered a gentle smile and shook his head. Let us forego the rental arrangement. I propose selling the small building to Qingyuan Palace for 500 years of lifespan, with the remaining terms unchanged, he stated calmly. Su Nanshan's proposal left Aunt Shui utterly astonished. He was unwilling to entertain a rental agreement and instead intended to sell her the small building? This was a structure constructed within the Su mansion, essentially a golden goose. To be candid, constructing a building within the Su mansion is not exceedingly difficult. As long as one masters the application of the runic paths within the mansion, anyone can erect a small building. However, I can assure you that for at least 3 years, no one will surpass my expertise and stability if I were to accept your rental payments. Once others acquire the skill to create small buildings, a rift would surely develop between us, and the collaboration would falter. A business devoid of sincerity holds little appeal for me. I, Su Nanshan, value integrity in commerce, and I would never deceive a friend. With a serene smile, he concluded. Aunt Shui was taken aback, not anticipating Su Nanshan's candor. It became clear why he was reluctant to rent the small building. The revelation that anyone could construct edifices within the Su mansion stirred her intrigue. Such news was indeed invaluable. Young Master Su, you are truly a forthright individual. However, 500 years of lifespan is no trifling sum. Acquiring an ethereal building requires considerable resolve. You speak wisely. Then let us formalize our collaboration. I shall draft the celestial contract forthwith. After much contemplation, Shui Qinxi gritted her teeth and resolutely made a decision. If the Qingyuan Palace refused to approve, she would cover the expenses herself. When a woman is determined, she can be more ruthless than anyone else. Her resolve surpassed even that of Cao Xiao. However, there was a condition. The transfer of 500 years of lifespan to the young master could only occur once the mechanism for lifespan transactions within the Void Palace was truly established. This was the prerequisite for their collaboration. Shui Qinxi remained cautious, for if the lifespan transfer in the primordial void proved unfeasible, the literary building that Su Nanshan had described would be nothing but an illusion. Su Nanshan nodded slightly in agreement, witnessing his swift consent. The tension in Shui Qinxi's heart eased immediately. Subsequently, she forged a heavenly contract and, after signing it with Su Nanshan, bid farewell, gracefully departing while holding the hem of her palace gown. As Su Nanshan watched her leave, his gaze fell upon the fate plate, prompting him to scrutinize it closely, pondering how to navigate the realm of cultivation akin to a version of Alpei. Just as he was deep in thought, a faint stirring in his spiritual awareness caught his attention. It was a disturbance emanating from the Void Palace in the primordial void, reminiscent of a call for help. Su Nanshan furrowed his brow slightly. The sensation was not particularly strong, clearly not originating from the Void Palace of Dongling County. If it was not from there, then it must be from the Void Palace situated along the border's Great Wall. Recalling the Void Palace at the border, Su Nanshan realized that since the last time he had opened the Void Palace and effortlessly obliterated the barbarian's heavenly will, he had not paid it any further attention. The current plea for assistance reminded him that he still possessed another Void Palace. After putting away the fate plate, Su Nanshan seated himself and directly immersed his spirit into the primordial void. Boom. It was as if he traversed the vast expanse of the universe, the stars shifting in their cosmic dance. In an instant, he transitioned from the Void Palace of Dongling County to that of the border's Great Wall. As his consciousness landed, he was met with a fervent and ecstatic wave of spiritual energy from Old Master Tao. For heaven's sake, Senior, please, save me once more. Chapter 53. Temptation comes with a price. In recent days, Tao Chong Kong has been enveloped in a sense of profound satisfaction, feeling as though he has reached the zenith of his cultivation journey. Even during his ascent to the Dongshu realm, he had never experienced such pride. As the master of the Shufu, he felt as if he stood atop the highest pinnacle of the cultivation world. The Shufu at the Great Wall of the Frontier had become his domain. Recently, Tao Chong Kong's prominence surged. The will of the barbarian heaven, in a bid to eliminate him, crossed the boundary and ultimately disintegrated into nothingness. The 5 great rivers of human cultivation converged in the void, all drawn to him. Tao Chong Kong. With such an impressive standing, he could be deemed the foremost figure of the Great Liang. He even sensed that he was on the verge of touching the realm of divine transformation, anticipating a metamorphosis of his primordial spirit into the shadowy essence, thereby achieving true divine change. However, just as he prepared to focus and break through, perhaps a remnant of the recent upheaval lingered on. Numerous powerful spirits from the primordial void began to traverse toward the Shufu, lurking outside, waiting and observing. Initially, Tao Chong Kong dismissed their presence, even reprimanding a few. Although the elders were absent as the master of the Shifu, he believed that as long as he did not open the doors, none could enter. Surely, they would not dare to force their way in, especially after the elders had effortlessly obliterated the barbarian will. Thus, he remained confident, convinced that these individuals would not dare to intrude upon the enigmatic Shifu. Yet, what Tao Chong Kong never anticipated was that, as time passed, an increasing number of formidable beings began to converge. Initially, most were the primordial spirits of those in the Dongshu realm, gathering by the hundreds within a single day. And this was merely the beginning. The following day, the spirits of those in the divine transformation realm arrived. The shadowy beings, radiant as the full moon, hovered in the void, casting endless darkness, while the radiant beings, as brilliant as the blazing sun, shone with an intensity unmatched. Outside the Shifu, the number of these celestial entities surpassed 10. Even more alarming were several cultivators, enveloped in a shimmering aura, stepping gracefully across the void as if they were immortal beings treading upon clouds. They were the exalted beings of the Xiaju realm, a level of power that represented the pinnacle of strength among mortals, a rarity among the 5 great dynasties. Tao Chong Kong began to feel a sense of unease. How could he not be anxious with so many powerful figures gathering outside the Shifu? After all, he was not an elder, he was merely a little star, snatched away by an elder and subjected to ridicule. The multitude of gazes and wills seemed to intertwine, forming a vast and imposing mountain above the Shifu, threatening to crush him beneath its weight. Tao Chong Kong nearly shed tears, momentarily feeling as though the world were arrayed against him. The world against him? He was merely a humble administrator of the Shifu. Nevertheless, there remained an innate resilience within him. He refused to yield. Even under the pressure exerted by so many formidable beings, determined not to open the grand doors of the Shifu for them to probe within, Tao Chong Kong remained steadfast, refusing to relinquish his stronghold. Despite the mounting pressure, it only served to ignite his indomitable spirit. Come on, if you're capable, dare to enter and confront me. Outside the ethereal mansion, numerous cultivators of the radiant ascendancy, enveloped in shimmering auras, gazed with cold, flickering eyes. They were acutely aware of the mansion's enigmatic nature and the formidable presence within that had once quelled the barbarian's celestial will. However, after several attempts to probe, it appeared that this powerful entity had long departed, leaving the mansion shrouded in mystery. Thus, after a few days of caution, they were compelled to explore the mansion, enticed by the dense and pure essence of the celestial law that beckoned them like an irresistible allure. Furthermore, the attention it drew from the barbarian celestial realm suggested that there might be significant opportunities within. The fortunes of the primordial void were undoubtedly intertwined with the celestial law. The temptation was simply overwhelming. However, to their astonishment, the solitary cultivator within the mansion, despite enduring their immense spiritual pressure, steadfastly refused to open the door. One of the radiant ascendancy cultivators took the initiative to confront him. Approaching from the void, he looked down upon the mansion with a terrifying spiritual presence, his indifferent voice resonating like the tolling of a distant bell. This mansion is not the domain of a single individual, it belongs to all beings. What right do you have to monopolize it? Open the door, or we shall force our way in. Should that occur, it will surely harm your spirit as a lesson. The indifferent tone of the voice seemed to disregard Tao Chong Kong entirely. Although Tao Chong Kong possessed the cultivation of the void realm and was a notable figure in Dongling County, his status paled in comparison within the grand expanse of the great Liang dynasty. Moreover, in the primordial void, the void realm was merely the initial step. Tao Chong Kong trembled with rage, feeling a chill throughout his being. Is this truly how one speaks? Such unreasonable threats, and they would inflict harm upon me. Despite being a cultivator of the void realm, he was not to be trifled with. He had powerful allies behind him. In that moment, he began to call out for his elder. Tao Chong Kong was uncertain if his plea would reach the elder. But since he had been appointed as the master of the ethereal mansion, surely there would be a way to connect. Boom! As a profound and formidable will descended, Tao Chong Kong felt tears of grievance nearly spill from his eyes. Without hesitation, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Elder, save me once more. Nanshan was left speechless. Why was the old man once again calling for help? Every time they entered the primordial void, it seemed he was always in a state of distress. Was there no dignity befitting a cultivator of the void realm? Boom! An ancient and majestic palace materialized, suffused with ethereal energies as figures flickered within, seated upon meditation mats, the branches of a Bodhi tree swaying gently. The sudden appearance of this scene made the gathered cultivators outside the ethereal mansion tense with anticipation. The many formidable beings had never witnessed Nanshan extinguishing the barbarian heaven with a mere snap of his fingers. The tales that circulated among them conveyed the might of this enigmatic powerhouse. Originally intent on forcefully advancing, the Xiajue realm expert halted his movements, radiating an ethereal glow. His gaze deep and penetrating as he fixated on the mysterious palace within the void mansion. He yearned to pierce through the mists and behold the figure seated within the palace, beneath the Bodhi tree. However, he found himself unable to see through. The fog appeared as the manifestation of the great path, and even when he exerted every ounce of his strength to observe, all he could perceive was the obscuring haze. This incited a sense of vigilance and reverence within him. Esteemed elder, within the primordial void, the void mansion exists for the exploration of our human cultivators. Hence, I believe it should be open to our kind, declared the Xiajue realm expert gravely, standing before the portal. His opening words were imbued with righteousness. Evidently accustomed to employing such tactics, within the void mansion, Nanshan, shrouded by the mist, regarded him with indifference, remaining silent as he simply observed. Due to his mysterious identity and the impenetrable fog, the Xiajue realm expert felt as if a pair of eyes were intently fixed upon him beyond the mist. An inexplicable pressure gradually enveloping him. Under this oppressive force, he found himself in a dilemma. Having taken the lead, retreating now would subject him to ridicule. Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. With a deep breath and a resolute heart, the Xiajue expert summoned his primordial spirit and raised a hand, striking toward the tightly closed door of the void mansion. This strike was a probe, a test of Nanshan's prowess. He rationalized that it was merely an experiment. At worst, he might sustain some injuries, as surely the powerful being within the void mansion would not ruthlessly strike him down. Within the ancient hall, Nanshan exhaled a deep sigh. This sigh resonated throughout the hall, causing the Bodhi branches to sway and echo across the entire void mansion, spreading through the vast emptiness. Why must it be so? The heavenly Tao protects. He found himself unable to restrain his feelings. Try if you dare, and you shall meet your end. Greed, at times, is the deadliest poison. Nanshan could not comprehend why, having already extinguished the barbarian's heavenly Tao will. It was insufficient to deter others from testing him. Was it for the profound principles within the void mansion? Or perhaps to gauge his authenticity? The human heart is ever insatiable. Boom. The moment the Xiajue realm expert's palm struck the door of the void mansion, the portal shuddered violently. An intricate web of the heavenly Taoist literary paths manifesting across its surface. In the next instant, the entire void mansion seemed to awaken, the principles within boiling fervently. The protection of the heavenly Tao had been activated, and the primordial void became overwhelmingly oppressive, as if the heavenly Tao was incensed. Puff. The Xiajue realm expert's countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, he felt himself ensnared by an inexorable killing intent of the great path. At that moment, he comprehended the ruthlessness of this mysterious powerhouse. Esteemed elder, I was wrong. Without hesitation, the Xiajue expert exclaimed loudly, instantly conceding defeat. He believed that upon yielding so swiftly, this esteemed predecessor would relent. Yet, he was mistaken. The specter of death swiftly enveloped his essence, and the radiant glow surrounding him dimmed, as if shrouded in shadows. The primordial void erupted with an unprecedented aura of menace, as if the entire expanse of the cosmos conspired solely against him. He was on the brink of demise. The formidable figure of the Xiajue realm was seized by terror. In a frantic bid for survival, he hastily retreated, soaring like a shooting star. The brilliance of his aura transforming into a comet as he fled through the primordial void. Within the virtual abode, Tochnjk exhaled a great sigh of relief upon witnessing the once mighty figure of Xiajue, now fleeing like a stray dog. Instantly, his heart swelled with a sweetness akin to honey. Indeed, he was the favored progeny of the interconnected predecessors. They could not bear to see Tochnjk suffer even the slightest grievance. At that very moment, within the primordial void, an endless river of vibrant purple surged forth, spanning the heavens and the earth. Upon this violet river of the great Tao, a Taoist clad in feathered robes sat serenely, wielding a whisk to sweep gently. The river of the great Tao surged defiantly, enveloping the figure of the panicked escapee. The protective force of the heavenly Tao descended with a resounding crash upon the river of the great Tao. The river quaked, sending forth torrents of splashing water. The Taoist upon the river's surface paled slightly, and unobtrusively shifted the river aside, leaving the once mighty figure of Shi completely exposed to the force of heavenly protection. No, I am of the Golden Clan of the Butian Pavilion. The Golden Clan has powerful protectors in the realm of eternal life. Esteemed predecessor, think twice. In desperation, the Shi figure could only invoke his background to seek refuge. Within the virtual abode, XNNSHN's eyelids fluttered slightly. His mind is tranquil as an ancient well. The Butian Pavilion. Golden Clan? They harbored enmity against him, but that was of no consequence. Prevention was impossible, and moreover, XNNSHN could not obstruct the heavenly protection. The adversary was merely courting death. To test would require the payment of a testing price. Boom. A wretched hell abruptly ceased. The essence of the Golden Clan Shi was instantaneously extinguished within the primordial void, as if erased by an unseen hand, wiping away all traces and auras within that realm. The price of the test was annihilation in an instant. When the essence of a Shi figure was utterly extinguished, the entire void fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 54. My thoughts and wishes. The entire primordial void lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Numerous stars flickered, their light wavering. A manifestation of heightened emotions. The primordial spirit of a formidable being at the celestial ascendance realm was extinguished within the void, erased from existence. Such dominance, such strength, was truly awe-inspiring. Initially, many cultivators, tempted by the profound Tao essence and opportunities within the Void Mansion, contemplated probing further, yet each fell into a profound silence, their hearts wavering. No matter how abundant the Tao essence or favorable the opportunities, one must possess the life to enjoy them. This human powerhouse did not seem amenable to negotiation. His strike was lethal, and his temperament was exceedingly volatile. Offending him meant facing dire consequences with no chance for mercy. Within the Void Mansion, Elder Tao expressed his sentiments. True predecessors act with decisiveness. In the presence of a supreme being overseeing the great Tao River, he effortlessly obliterated the primordial spirit of a celestial ascendance cultivator, and that was after the latter had boldly proclaimed his lineage. The Jin family of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion. That esteemed family is among the pinnacle of the great Liang dynasty's cultivating clans, rumored to have an inseparable connection with the realm of eternal life. Their depth of heritage and power is unfathomable. Though the Jin family also exists in Jingzhen Prefecture, they are merely a collateral branch. Yet even that branch holds sway over the region, casting a long shadow over all. However, in the presence of the predecessor, all was rendered inconsequential. The celestial ascendance cultivator might have remained silent, but upon uttering the Jin name, the predecessor's response seemed even more resolute. The reputation of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion, one of the three great merchant houses of the continent, held no weight whatsoever. The silence did not endure for long. The stars that had gathered around the Void Mansion began to drift away, frightened. Nanshan's overwhelming might deterred many celestial bodies from lingering, fearing a fate akin to that of the obliterated celestial ascendance cultivator. The vibrant, purple-hued Great Tao River spanned the void. Above the river, the feathered garment Taoist sat, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He had intended to intervene, but, upon invoking the Great Tao River, felt a vague sense of unease within. Thus, he resolutely chose not to obstruct. His initial aim was to mediate, yet it was clear that this situation was not one to be trifled with. This mysterious entity was evidently setting a precedent, and after weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided against involvement. After all, there was little to gain for him. Who, then, was the interconnected celestial sovereign? The river shimmered with purple mist as the Taoist murmured. Even though he commanded the river, he still could not penetrate the enigma of Nanshan's identity, which filled him with dread. Despite being able to discern the identities of beings from the realm of eternal life through the power of the Great Tao River, the shroud surrounding this individual was impenetrable, akin to the very essence of the heavenly Tao itself. Within the Void Mansion, silence reigned supreme. Nanshan sat quietly within the ancient temple, the branches of the Bodhi tree gently swaying, as if a soft breeze had risen, causing his garments to flutter gracefully. The protection of the heavenly Tao had been invoked once more. Only one instance of divine safeguarding remained on the lottery panel. Nevertheless, Nanshan's demeanor remained largely unchanged. This invocation of divine protection was indeed essential. Just as the ethereal Taoist atop the great river of the Tao believed, Nanshan was executing a warning. Any who dared to approach must weigh whether they could withstand his wrath. A single act of retribution could spare him considerable trouble. Human nature is inherently greedy. Only fear can restrain such avarice. With a slight lift of his gaze, his countenance shrouded in mist seemed to project a substantial intensity, casting its focus upon the great river of the Tao. Did you just obstruct me? The atmosphere in the void instantaneously turned ominous. Fleeing celestial spirits trembled in fear. What was his intent? To hold accountable the formidable cultivators on the great river of the Tao? This individual was indeed formidable. On the resplendent river, the ethereal Taoist was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, a grave expression emerged in his eyes. He fixated upon the ancient temple within the void, upon the enigmatic figure therein. Ultimately, he rose above the great river of the Tao and performed a respectful bow, adopting a humble stance to express his contrition. Thus, the dynamics were set in motion. Nanshan looked on calmly. The obliteration of the barbarian will of the heavenly Tao and the swift defeat of the formidable spirit of the Xiaju realm imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure to Nanshan's gaze. Let this serve as a warning. After a long pause, Nanshan finally spoke, his voice resonant like a thunderclap, echoing through the ages. The ethereal Taoist upon the river exhaled lightly and once again bowed to Nanshan. Those who stand within the void and possess talismans may enter freely. Any trespassers will face death. Nanshan continued, his words sending ripples of astonishment throughout the vicinity. The many celestial spirits observing this place seemed to have their eyes alight with intrigue. This void has no restrictions? Entry is granted solely with a talisman? What manner of talisman is required? What I envision is that all may enter the primordial void. My desire is for the void to shine like a sea of stars. A simple statement, yet it imbued the gathered cultivators with a sense of grand aspiration. This elder intends to allow everyone access to the primordial void? How could that be possible? The prerequisites for entering the primordial void necessitate the birth of a spirit, at the very least requiring the realm of Dongshu. How could one achieve entry for all? To illuminate the void like a sea of stars, does he intend to use the spirits of cultivators to create constellations? The vastness of the primordial void is boundless. How could such a vision be realized? Among the stars, astonished exchanges unfolded. On the great river of the Tao, the ethereal Taoist slightly closed his eyes, envisioning the scenes described by Nanshan. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, filled with profound emotion. Friend, what a magnificent vision! If that day were to truly arrive, our human race would surely rise, unafraid of the barbarians, the demons, or the devouring celestial fiends. May I witness such a scene in this lifetime. Nanshan sat gracefully within the ancient hall, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His soft voice, ethereal and elusive, dissipated like wisps of smoke throughout the void palace. The ancient hall, the Bodhi tree, the meditation cushion, and the shadow of a figure all vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed, appearing and disappearing in a shroud of mystery. Within the void palace, the ever-obsequious Tao Chang Kong rose from his cushion, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "Hail to the celestial sovereign." With the power of his primordial spirit, he conjured a vision of blooming flowers and vivid hues. After all, was not his esteemed predecessor fond of grand displays? He, Tao Chang Kong, sought to indulge that preference. Under the watchful gaze of numerous powerful figures, Nanshan gradually faded from sight. Yet, once Nanshan had vanished, a multitude of faint starlights began to flicker into existence outside the void palace, seemingly materializing from thin air. These starlights were numerous, densely clustered. Upon cursory inspection, one would discern at least several hundred. With a thunderous rumble, the grand doors of the void palace swung open, welcoming these starlights, which appeared rather feeble in the eyes of many cultivators. These starlights were the very essence sent by Zhao Tianlei to the border city, distributed among comrades who activated them, their consciousness drawn into this celestial glow. The starlights streamed in, guided into the void palace. In an instant, the once dim and desolate interior of the void palace, previously lit by only Tao Chang Kong's solitary brilliance, now shimmered with the resplendent glow of countless starlights. On the grand river of purple intent, the feathered garment Taoist stood in contemplation, gazing at the scattered, luminous starlights, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. After a lengthy pause, a spark of clarity ignited in his eyes. It became evident that the words of his fellow cultivator were not mere boast. Indeed, it was possible for all to enter the primordial void. This was a boon for humanity. Nanshan's consciousness withdrew from the primordial void, leaving him momentarily dizzy and disoriented. From the crimson sphere in his mind, a surge of spiritual energy emanated, swiftly restoring his expended consciousness. Although summoned by Tao Chang Kong to the void palace at the border city, Nanshan found his visit fruitful. Primarily, He demonstrated the consequences of folly to several restless cultivators, dousing their fervor with cold reality. He had extinguished the path of the barbarian's celestial way and swiftly eliminated a formidable figure in a single stroke. Two displays of celestial protection served to instill a profound sense of fear in any cultivators harboring designs on the Void Palace, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. This was indeed a victory. Had he allowed continuous probing by others without intervention, suspicions would have inevitably arisen. Such an action could complicate the establishment of the Void Palace, making it a target for many. One must never underestimate the avarice of the human heart. The only drawback remained. The celestial protection had but one opportunity left. Nanshan inhaled deeply, an inexplicable sense of unease bubbling within. There could be no further delay. He must visit the Longevity Tower and expend some of his lifespan. He murmured to himself, contemplating the prospect of drawing the grand prize once more, even though the likelihood of obtaining celestial protection again was uncertain. However, at the very least, having touched upon the rewards brought a sense of reassurance to Nanshan, and perhaps even the prospect of acquiring other hidden assets. Nanshan currently possesses a lifespan of over 400 years in his life token, while the 500 years agreed upon with Shueqin have yet to be transacted. He could not wait for that 500 years to be credited before indulging in expenditures. After organizing his thoughts, Nanshan stretched lazily. He retrieved the life token and, after examining the balance of over 400 years of lifespan within, he stepped out of the shop with great anticipation. He was ready to head to the Wanshou Tower to embark on the exhilarating and highly anticipated venture of spending his lifespan. For a novice in the qi refining realm, to consume 400 years of lifespan in one go is truly unprecedented. Chapter 55, the budget of 400 years of lifespan in the grand realm of the Great Liang Dynasty, within the territory of Zhongmingzhou, stands the ancient city besieged by the relentless winds and etched with scars of blades and axes, the northern border of the Great Wall. As the venerable Zhao once again set foot upon this time-worn stronghold, emotion surged within him, yearning to erupt. He crouched slightly, grasping the yellow sands beneath his feet, as if he could extract blood from the grains. Throughout the years of his absence, the wars along the border had not ceased. They continued unabated. Some had risen to maturity, others had suffered grievous wounds, and many had found their eternal rest here. This was a city steeped in sorrow, yet it pulsed with fervor. Rising to his full height, the stooped figure of Zhao gradually straightened, a smile gracing his lips. A hearty laugh erupted from him, reverberating like thunder, resounding throughout the city. Within the confines of the northern gate, waves of formidable energy surged forth. Shadows clad in armor darted out with a fervor akin to the blazing sun. Above, warriors adorned in gleaming armor gazed upon Zhao, their laughter ringing out. Zhao Tianlei, has your primordial spirit been restored? You dare to return to the northern border? Are you not afraid of death? To hell with it. When have I ever feared death? Had it not been for the general pushing me out of the city, I, Zhao, would have long since trampled the sands and vanquished the barbarian king. Upon entering the city, Zhao ascended the watchtower, where several figures clad in frost-laden armor awaited him. Beneath the tower, a mighty army had gathered, their armor glinting in the sunlight, exuding a chilling brilliance. General, Zhao saluted the imposing man clad in silver armor and a white cape, executing a military salute. The silver-armored man, with eyes aglow, regarded Zhao with a mix of emotions. Has Qingyan been pestering you? I see your primordial spirit is not yet fully restored. Why choose to return to the battlefield? Did Qingyan implore you once more? The man in silver armor and white cape was none other than the esteemed General Enai Songhai, the commander stationed at the Great Liang's northern border. Zhao recounted the wonders of the Xiaolingtong talisman to Enai Songhai. In Zhao's imagination, he anticipated the general's excitement. However, upon hearing the tale, Enai Songhai received the talisman Zhao offered, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. Zhao, the effects of the talisman you described are quite similar to that of the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. Somewhat redundant. We have procured a substantial quantity of the 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans from the Butian Pavilion, with each soldier possessing one. Your talisman, for the time being, is not needed. Enai Songhai proclaimed, nonetheless, I shall accept this one you have given me, and you may distribute the rest among the old comrades within the city. At this, Zhao's expression shifted, the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. However, Zhao believed the Xiaolingtong talisman was far superior. He prepared to offer his counsel, but was interrupted by Enai Songhai. The world is not at peace. Recently, turmoil has erupted among the barbarians. resulting in a bloody conflict at the borders of the Great Tang Dynasty, claiming the lives of numerous scholars. Furthermore, the tribes have begun to mobilize, amassing an army that presses into our Great Liang territory, placing immense pressure on the border guards of the Great Wall. Reports from the Thousand-Mile Sound Transmission Talisman indicate that outside the Ximen Pass, the demon tribes have unleashed a beast tide, allying with the barbarian forces to besiege the city. The Ximen Pass has called for aid, and thus, we plan to proceed to their assistance. Enide Songhai gently patted Lao Zhao on the shoulder. Choosing not to utter another word, Lao Zhao remained silent, acutely aware that he could not sway Enide Songhai's resolve. The army assembled. The clamor of armor clashing resonated through the air. Gazing upon the tens of thousands of silver-armored soldiers below, Lao Zhao exhaled a heavy sigh. He could only take a step back and clasp his hands in salute towards Enide Songhai, murmuring, "General, may you return in triumph." The sound of the horn echoed, and a vast swirl of yellow sand descended like a dragon, piercing the heavens. The chilling sound of grinding chains reverberated as the colossal gates descended with a thunderous crash. As the gates fell, the silver-armored army surged forth from within. Dust and sand engulfed the ground, now a sea of silver armor. Watching the army depart, Lao Zhao felt a sense of helplessness. He had come with 600 small spirit communication talismans, only to discover that Enide Songhai had opted for the 1,000-mile communication talismans instead. Had there been time, Enide Songhai would likely have chosen the small spirit communication talismans after experiencing their efficacy. Alas, Lao Zhao understood Enide Songhai's temperament. Once he made a decision, it would not be altered. Moreover, leading the army to provide support was of utmost urgency. To delay would be a grave sin. All he could do was gradually persuade General Enai later. With a deep sigh, Lao Zhao steadied himself, adorned his face with a smile, and turned to engage in hearty conversation with the old soldiers who remained in the city. This time, Enide Songhai had taken the entire army to support the Ximen Pass, leaving only the seasoned veterans to defend the Wangbei Pass. These old soldiers had faced countless battles. Even if the barbarians attempted a sudden attack during a moment of distraction, their wealth of combat experience would enable them to withstand the assault while awaiting reinforcements. Lao Zhao exchanged jovial banter with his old comrades, distributing the small spirit communication talismans and recounting their remarkable properties. Naturally, the veterans held Lao Zhao in high regard, showing little resistance. Activating the talismans with their spiritual awareness, they entered the primordial void. Upon entering this ethereal realm, the old soldiers were immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of novelty. Captivated by the breathtaking sights within the primordial void, the scattered starlight of spiritual awareness illuminated the void. Unbeknownst to Su Nanshan, the promotion of the small spirit communication talismans had temporarily been overlooked at the Wangbei Pass along the border fortress. However, even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. Establishing a presence in the primordial region of the border fortress was beyond the initial plan. Relying solely on Lao Zhao's 600 talismans to penetrate the market was unrealistic. Furthermore, the border fortress was primarily a stronghold for the promotion of the 1,000-mile communication talismans. The military's tactical reliance on the 1,000-mile communication talismans was not something that could easily be undermined by the small spirit communication talismans. To broaden the sales of the small spirit communication talismans at the border fortress, not only effective promotion was required, but also a fortuitous opportunity. At this moment, Su Nanshan lacked the energy to ponder these matters. After leaving the shop, he made his way directly to the Wanshou Tower. The reputation of the small spirit communication talismans was burgeoning. The daily sales of talismans had now surpassed 1,000. Although this figure still paled in comparison to the thousands sold of the 1,000-mile communication talismans, the gap was undeniably narrowing. Xiao Xiu's face was alight with joy. The small spirit communication talisman was radiating vitality, showing signs of becoming a trending talisman, which naturally delighted him. From a distance, he spotted Su Nanshan. "Young Master Su." Xiao Xiu greeted with a smile. He had not expected Su Nanshan to visit the Wanshou Tower. Currently, Xiao Xiu held a deep concern for Su Nanshan, regarding him as a veritable treasure. Who could tell how many more valuable things could be unearthed from him? "Manager Qiao," Su Nanshan acknowledged with a nod. "What brings you to the Wanshou Tower, young Master Su? Are you interested in the sales status of the small spirit communication talisman?" The smile on Xiao Xiu's face had not faded since Su Nanshan's arrival. Su Nanshan did not conceal his purpose. "Manager Qiao, I have just received an influx of 400 years' worth of lifespan, and I intend to spend it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiu was not overly surprised. You have indeed come to the right place, for everything related to cultivation can be found within the Wansho Tower. May I ask, what is the budget for your expenditure this time, young Master Su? Chao Xiao personally guided Su Nanshan into the Wansho Tower. As they walked, they engaged in casual conversation. Su Nanshan gazed at the dazzling array of items within the tower and casually remarked, "The budget? 400 years of lifespan." Initially, Chao Xiao did not take it to heart, but soon, his smile began to stiffen and his eyes slightly narrowed. He suspected he might have misheard. He halted his steps. "Young master, could you kindly repeat your budget?" Chapter 56, The Old Emperor and the National Master in the City of Jiangluqing at the Wansho Tower. Chao Xiao found himself somewhat bewildered. Upon learning that Su Nanshan intended to visit Wansho Tower for a purchase, he felt quite optimistic. However, when he heard the budget Su Nanshan proposed, it was as though a thunderbolt had struck him, and he could barely maintain his composure. A budget of 400 years of lifespan? Chao Xiao gasped in astonishment. What on earth did Su Nanshan wish to accomplish? For a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage, spending 100 years of lifespan while cultivating in the Enlightenment Academy was already considered extravagant. After all, excessive expenditure was merely wasteful. The essence of cultivation within the Academy lay in mastering knowledge, with the ultimate goal being the Academy's unified examination. The consumption of lifespan was solely in service of this objective, aimed at enhancing one's performance. Spending more than necessary held no significance. Indeed, 400 years of lifespan. Please introduce to me some intriguing items, Su Nanshan said with a smile, clearly relishing the shock evident on Chao Xiao's face. It turned out that the sensation of spending money felt like this. 400 years of lifespan felt akin to declaring a desire to spend 4 million in a marketplace in a previous life. Although Su Nanshan had achieved financial freedom in his past existence, he had not lived to enjoy or indulge in it. In this life, due to the uniqueness of his circumstances, he felt liberated, no longer bound as a miser, and fully capable of indulging in expenditures. Chao Xiao scrutinized Su Nanshan, noting that his expression bore no semblance of pretense. It became clear that Su Nanshan was genuinely committed to such a bold expenditure. Previously, Han Qinghe had compensated him with 100 years of lifespan, and with the 300 years acquired from purchasing the exclusive sales rights for the minor spirit communication talismans. It amounted to a total of 400 years. Was Su Nanshan truly planning to spend it all? What had prompted such a decision? As a cooperative partner, Chao Xiao dutifully expressed his concerns, only to find Su Nanshan reassuring him to freely recommend products. With no further hesitation, Chao Xiao escorted Su Nanshan to ascend the Wansho Tower. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a variety of elemental crystals, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade. An extensive assortment was available. These elemental crystals were sourced directly from the headquarters of the Wansho Tower, harvested by powerful individuals who ventured to the borders of the human territories to extract them from elemental crystal mines, proving immensely beneficial for cultivation, Chao Xiao explained. However, when Su Nanshan picked up a crystal and examined it, he immediately shook his head without hesitation. No need for that. I have no interest in elemental crystals, nor do I require them. I have already broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, and my master has prepared specialized elemental crystals for me. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chao Xiao's eyes. Su Nanshan had advanced to the 7th level of Qi refinement. According to his information, Su Nanshan had previously only been at the 4th level. Achieving such a breakthrough in a short span was indeed remarkable. Yet, Chao Xiao could comprehend this, as Su Nanshan had seemingly not dedicated much effort to cultivation previously, and now he had the support of a mysterious and powerful teacher. Rapid progress in cultivation was understandable. It would have been strange had it been otherwise. Not interested in elemental crystals? Chao Xiao suddenly comprehended that Su Nanshan's enigmatic master must have provided superior quality yuan crystals, possibly sourced from the realm of longevity. Yuan crystals come in various grades. As the city overseer of the Wansho Tower, Chao Xiao was well aware of their classifications. Ordinary yuan crystals, laden with impurities, are not easily absorbed. These crystals are relatively inexpensive due to their abundance, with numerous mines scattered across the territories of humanity, serving as a fundamental resource for cultivators. Higher quality yuan crystals, however, are found at the borders between the realms of barbarians, demons, and humans. The mines there, owing to the convergence of the 3 races' heavenly laws, have had many impurities eliminated, rendering them exceptionally pure and costly. The most exquisite yuan crystals, originating from the realm of longevity, are exceedingly rare, Only those from esteemed families with profound backgrounds are privileged enough to utilize such crystals for their cultivation. Accompanying Su Nanshan to the third level, where talismans were sold, he was greeted by an array of various talismans, as well as notes from master talisman makers and tools for talisman crafting. Among these were talisman brushes made from the tails of high-ranking demon beasts, exceptionally smooth demon beast hides, premium barbarian bones, and potent demon blood, among other materials. Upon arriving at this level, Su Nanshan was completely uninhibited, even fretting over how to spend his 400 years of lifespan. This talisman brush is worth 3 years of lifespan? I'll take it. This demon beast hide feels splendid and costs half a year's lifespan? I'll have 50. This demon blood ink enhances the success rate of talisman crafting? Excellent. I'll take £1. Su Nanshan's face radiated excitement. As a professional talisman maker, how could he not possess a set of high-end crafting equipment? The wolf hair brush in the shop, a remnant from that incompetent old man, was worn to the nub. No wonder he always failed when drawing fire talismans. It was not Su Nanshan's fault. It was the brushes. Chao Shou trailed behind Su Nanshan, witnessing his unrestrained shopping spree, which struck him with profound astonishment. Initially intending to say something, he now gazed at Su Nanshan, who seemed to emanate a golden aura, akin to a Buddha who had attained a golden body, exuding an air of opulence. In the great Liang dynasty, within the capital city, the imperial palace lay resplendent. The white jade railings extended infinitely, and along the long corridor, 2 figures strolled leisurely. One, clad in a Xianyuan dragon robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back. Though an elderly man with half-white hair, he possessed an unparalleled majesty. A mere glance from him could command the world. This man was the emperor of the great Liang dynasty. Beside him stood a Taoist in feathered garments, who slowly opened his eyes, revealing profound depths within. Scholars from various states had gathered in the capital, preparing for the imperial examinations. The old emperor cast a glance at him and inquired, "National Master, what has prompted your sudden entrance into the primordial void?" However, unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked another question. The National Master exhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. He did not conceal anything from the emperor, recounting the events that transpired within the primordial void. The interconnected celestial sovereign. When did humanity acquire such a figure? Surely, they do not belong to the cultivators of our great Liang dynasty. Such arrogance, merely because others sought to investigate the ethereal realm. He annihilated a formidable being from the celestial pavilion, a master of the radiant ascendancy. How can I possibly feel such unrestrained joy? The old emperor spoke. Yet his words dripped with schadenfreude. The National Master stroked his beard, stifling a chuckle. There exists an inherent discord between the dynasty and the 3 major trading houses. Though the trading houses boast numerous powerful individuals, they refuse to submit to the dynasty's authority. These mighty figures are ever reluctant to venture to the border fortifications, defending against the incursions of savage tribes and demonic races. Merchants prioritize profit, should they be persuaded to act. Even the vast treasury of the Great Liang would struggle to accommodate their demands. Some powerful figures from the trading houses outright refuse conscription, disregarding commands entirely. Alas, their failure is evident. The foundational strength behind the 3 major trading houses far exceeds the emperor's imagination. Now, with the fall of a master from the radiant ascendancy, the old emperor inexplicably finds delight. This interconnected celestial being possesses a mysterious origin, yet his deeds benefit humanity far more than those cold-hearted figures from the trading houses. Should everyone truly gain access to the primal void, the strength of humankind would experience a meteoric rise. Some gifted cultivators, nurtured from a young age in the essence of the Tao, would achieve even greater heights in the future, the National Master stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's expression softened. Is it truly so? Every word spoken by your humble servant is indeed truthful, the National Master asserted with fervor, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, he soon sighed. Alas, I cannot personally witness that ethereal realm. The interconnected celestial being has established rules. To enter the ethereal domain, one must possess a talisman. Yet, what exactly is that talisman? I have yet to ascertain its nature. The National Master expressed a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, the old emperor, with his frost-white brows, raised an eyebrow. Speaking of talismans, I seem to recall. The National Master was taken aback. The daughter of General Ni. The old emperor replied with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back, the daughter of Ni Songhai is currently studying under Madame Yun of the first external sect in Jingyan Prefecture. She has just arrived in the capital yesterday to participate in this imperial examination and presented the 7th princess with a talisman. The seventh princess found the intricate calligraphy of the talisman extraordinary, recognizing it as the work of a master, and knowing my fondness for collecting, she gifted it to me. As they walked along the white jade corridor, they unknowingly reached its end. At the railing, the old emperor gazed upon the majestic scenery of the imperial city, chuckling lightly. However, I have yet to examine it properly. Would the national master care to join me in studying this talisman? The emperor extended an invitation to the national master. The latter's eyes sparkled with interest. He was eager to discover the manner in which one might enter the ethereal realm. Thus, he accepted the emperor's invitation and accompanied him to the imperial study. Within the study, the old emperor and the national master leaned in close, their gazes fixed upon the quiet, enigmatic talisman resting on the table. A mere glance set the national master's heart racing. The old emperor, with his face nearly pressed against the talisman, felt as though its mysterious strokes intertwined with the path of heaven and earth. It was merely a talisman, yet it exerted an extraordinarily profound impact on the hearts of men. The artistry of this symbol was indeed remarkable. The national master raised his head, uttering an exclamation of admiration. The aged emperor also lifted his gaze, his face blooming with a radiant smile as he exchanged a glance with the national master. Subsequently, the emperor, without a moment's hesitation, directed his attention towards the elderly eunuch outside the door. Summon. No, please, it is a request. Go at once and invite Nanshan in. Chapter 57. 4 Centuries of Consumption. The panel finally upgrades in the grand capital of the great Liang dynasty. The resplendent rays of the setting sun enveloped the majestic forbidden city. Nanshan, adorned in a flowing red gown with a large wine gourd slung at her waist, strode gracefully across the expansive white jade square before the imperial palace, her red boots accentuating her enchanting presence. Before her walked an elderly eunuch, leading the way with a calm and unhurried demeanor. Nanshan was taken aback by the emperor's summons, or rather, the invitation conveyed by the eunuch, Fu Gongong. Did she truly possess such privilege? Surely, even considering her father's influence, it seemed implausible. However, Nanshan was not naive. The only recent connection to the emperor was the small communication talisman she had gifted to the seventh princess. Within her sect, she had shared one with her master and distributed 4 others to her senior and junior sisters. Upon arriving in the capital, she had given 2 to the seventh princess, a childhood friend. Nanshan speculated that the seventh princess must have presented the talisman to the emperor, a collector of curiosities, as her father had informed her. An unexpected wave of anxiety washed over her. The emperor's desire to see her was likely to inquire about the small communication talisman. Yet, the distance from Dongling Prefecture to the capital was vast, rendering the talisman ineffective here. It could only be admired as a decorative item in a collection. Miss and I, we have arrived at the imperial study. His Majesty and the national master await you inside, announced Fu Gongong, his expression serene and his voice slightly high-pitched. Nanshan offered a slight bow, expressing her gratitude before stepping into the imperial study. The elderly emperor and the national master had already sensed her arrival, their faces beaming with smiles as they regarded her. Nanshan was not unfamiliar with the elderly emperor. She had seen him as a child trailing behind her father. It was astonishing how the little girl from those days had grown up so swiftly. The elderly emperor scrutinized Nanshan, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. You have become quite the young lady, he remarked. With respect, Nanshan replied, it is my father's duty to guard the borders, preventing the barbarian and demon tribes from encroaching upon our lands and harming the people. He sacrifices personal interests for the greater good. General Ni is indeed a remarkable figure of our great Liang. The national master, stroking his beard, chuckled in agreement. Indeed, we commend General Ni. Thank you for your kind words, national master, Nanshan responded with a modest smile. Before the esteemed duo of the elderly emperor and the national master, Nanshan felt an immense pressure. Sensing her unease, the emperor engaged in light conversation about familial matters to ease the tension before finally broaching the subject of the small communication talisman. After a moment of hesitation, Nanshan decided to share the details regarding Su Nanshan's situation. Are you saying that this talisman was crafted by a student still in the Enlightenment Academy? The elderly emperor inquired, astonished. The national master paused in his beard stroking. That student has a mysterious master who conceived this unique talisman technique, with the student merely inheriting a fraction of his master's skill. His master has even established a realm in the primordial void. Taking a deep breath, Nanshan spoke at length, fully aware that the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Thus, She opted to downplay Su Nanshan's circumstances. That esteemed friend I am acquainted with possesses formidable strength. Within the primordial void, he has decisively extinguished the barbarian celestial path. His cultivation unfathomable. The national master sighed. Ni Qingyan was taken aback. Ever since she departed from Dongling County, she had been unable to re-enter the primordial void and thus remained unaware of the momentous events that transpired therein. From the national master's discourse, it seemed that something extraordinary had indeed occurred in the primordial void. The national master, perceiving Ni Qingyan's ignorance of these developments, could not help but smile faintly, stroking his beard as he recounted the tale of Su Nanshan's annihilation of the barbarian celestial path. The old emperor, though initially uninformed, listened intently, captivated by the narrative. What a magnificent figure, the interconnected celestial sovereign. Such a domineering approach towards the barbarian celestial path is truly commendable. For countless ages, the barbarian and demon realms have encircled humanity's celestial path, and we, the human race, have battled against these entities through generations. The interconnected celestial sovereign's obliteration of the barbarian celestial path serves as a vindication for humanity. The old emperor, caught up in the excitement, clapped his hands together, his eyes reflecting a yearning for that powerful existence. Ni Qingyan was equally astonished. She was aware of the predecessor's overwhelming strength but never imagined he could so effortlessly obliterate the will of the barbarian heavens. With such a mentor, Su Nanshan's future is undoubtedly boundless. Similarly, Ni Qingyan realized that both the old emperor and the national master were likely contemplating the same thoughts. Their gazes met, each displaying a hint of eagerness. After all, in the present world, it seemed that only that student from the Enlightenment Fate Institute in Jiangluo City had a connection to the interconnected celestial sovereign. If they could establish a relationship with that student, it would be tantamount to forging a link with the sovereign himself. Moreover, they could also surmise that Su Nanshan's future was undoubtedly limitless. To be favored by such a powerful figure is a rare opportunity. Su Nanshan must possess his own remarkable qualities. National Master, do you think I should summon this child to the capital for cultivation? The emperor inquired. Isn't the dynasty planning to establish the minor celestial palace as a preparatory institution for the exiled celestial figures? It would be perfect for Su Nanshan. The old emperor looked to the national master for guidance. The minor celestial palace? Ni Qingyan was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard of this confidential information. However, her eyes sparkled with interest. If Su Nanshan were to study in the capital, his advancement would surely accelerate, and the stage would be grander. After all, the capital, as the epicenter of the Daliang dynasty, boasts immense competition. With a plethora of talented individuals, the minor celestial palace clearly aims to provide a more comprehensive training ground for the youth. It would likely be far superior to practicing in external sects, given that the training environment in the capital is incomparable to that of any regional sections. However, the national master shook his head, declining the emperor's proposition. Your Majesty, it is inadvisable. While such an action may seem like a gesture of goodwill, it could provoke the displeasure of the interconnected celestial sovereign. To intervene in a powerful figure's guidance of their disciples so readily may only breed resentment. Furthermore, the grand stage of the capital may not be suitable for this child. If your Majesty were to intervene upon his arrival in the capital, he would inevitably become the subject of countless comparisons among talented individuals, which could be detrimental to his future. The national master's words bore merit, and the emperor pondered thoughtfully, while Ni Qingyan nodded in agreement. The time for the imperial examinations of the Liang dynasty's various provinces and prefectures is swiftly approaching. If this young man indeed possesses talent, he is destined to reach the capital and meet us in the esteemed halls of the young immortal as residents. Upon hearing this, the old emperor was enlightened and burst into hearty laughter. The national master speaks wisely. It is I who have been presumptuous. Subsequently, both turned their gaze towards Ni Qingyan, who, rubbing his hands together, jovially inquired, Dear Ni, do you still possess a small spirit communication talisman? I would like to add one to my collection. Such hand-drawn talismans will become quite rare in the future. Ni Qingyan readily handed over the last unactivated small spirit communication talisman to the national master. Young Ni, what is the name of that student? What is your assessment of him? The old emperor kindly asked, with the sovereign inquiring about the name. Ni Qingyan saw no need for further concealment and replied, That young man is named Su Nanshan. As for my evaluation, here. Ni Qingyan paused for a moment before coyly stating, he is quite an intriguing young lad, a potential dragon concealed in the depths. The small town of Jiangluo cannot contain him. that young man will inevitably soar to great heights. The dusk in Zhongluo City is breathtaking. The golden sunset, akin to a sprawling sea of flames, ignites the endless clouds, casting a crimson hue over the sky and enveloping the entire city in a scarlet embrace. Within the Wanshou Tower, Nanshan had made an extravagant number of purchases. Qiao Xiu, following closely beside him, had grown somewhat desensitized. To spend 400 years of lifespan in one go is no small feat, especially considering the high-grade elixirs and primordial artifacts, each carrying a hefty price. For instance, cultivators at the Dongshu and Xinbian levels might spend several hundred years of lifespan for a single primordial artifact. Yet, these individuals are top-tier powerhouses within the Liang dynasty. Nanshan, on the other hand, is merely a nascent qi refining practitioner. To expend 400 years of lifespan in one sitting as a qi refining cultivator is an unparalleled extravagance. Even the scions of prominent families cannot afford such lavishness. However, Nanshan's purchases did not include primordial crystals or many items directly related to cultivation. He acquired a few bottles of qi refining pills, consuming several years of lifespan, and also obtained the notes and insights from masters of talisman crafting, artifact forging, and alchemy, which cost him a few decades of lifespan. Most of the remaining expenditures were devoted to items for self-preservation. For instance, Nanshan acquired a defensive formation capable of withstanding a single strike from a Yuanian cultivator, costing him nearly 80 years of lifespan. He also purchased a close-fitting robe that enhances defense against a blow from a Dongshu cultivator, which set him back 100 years of lifespan. How fearful of death must one be? Qiao Xiu felt a sense of helplessness in his exasperation. Throughout this process, Qiao Xiu earnestly advised Nanshan to reserve some lifespan for emergencies, suggesting he at least keep 100 years for safety. This expenditure of 300 years of lifespan was already quite excessive. Yet, Nanshan coldly and resolutely rejected his counsel, exclaiming, "Please do not interrupt my shopping." Qiao Xiu responded, "Am I disturbing your shopping? I am merely concerned for you." What the hell? For the first time, a sense of discontent regarding customer consumption enveloped him. When Nanshan transferred 400 years of lifespan into the longevity plaque of the Wanshou, Qiao Xiu finally exhaled a long breath. It was over at last. He feared that if this continued, Nanshan would exhaust all his lifespan, leaving him to collect the remains of his partner the following day. Nanshan, however, paid little heed to Qiao Xiu's mindset. He gathered all the items he had purchased with his life token, instructing Qiao Xiu to send books such as talismanic manuals to the talisman shop. After completing these tasks, Nanshan left the Wanshou with a sense of satisfaction, amidst Qiao Xiu's complex gaze. Qiao Xiu mused that perhaps Nanshan had lost his mind or, alternatively, was exceedingly confident in his future, believing he could earn back more than 400 years of lifespan. Clad in a luxurious red and white defensive robe, Nanshan strode down the long street with an air of exuberance, drawing numerous admiring glances. Yet, he remained indifferent. At that moment, he discovered that the long-lost lottery panel had re-emerged within his pupils, accompanied by a dazzling golden radiance enveloping him. This effect, he had leveled up. Chapter 58. My lifespan is increasing rapidly. VIP. Nanshan level. LV3 abilities. Photographic memory, unlocked at LV2. Tranquil focus, unlocked at LV3. Celestial symbol drawing technique, special. Protection of the heavenly Tao I passive. Spell, Qi refinement. Finger cannon, entry level, lifespan. 400 years, 4 months. And 26 days lottery pool. Available for draw inventory. 24 pure low-grade origin crystals. 1 cultivation acceleration voucher. As the fiery sun dipped low in the sky, Nanshan stood on the street, his expression shifting with uncertainty. The lottery panel materialized within his gaze, and as golden light radiated, a sense of clarity washed over him. He had not anticipated that upon exiting the Eternal Life Tower, he would experience an upgrade. Previously, he had pondered how the lottery panel could possibly level up. Despite expending a considerable amount of lifespan on draws, the panel had remained unresponsive. Yet now, having spent 400 years of lifespan within the tower, it was as though he had recharged the lottery panel with the same amount. Indeed, it had directly upgraded. Even capitalists would shed tears at such a realization. It appeared that recharging was the key to advancement, a rather straightforward lottery panel. Nanshan chuckled softly and glanced over the panel. The changes were minimal, with the only alteration being the level, which had ascended from 2 to 3, accompanied by newly unlocked abilities. Tranquil focus, while sounding rather ordinary, revealed its true merit upon activation. Instantly, he found himself enveloped in serenity, his consciousness sharpening to an extraordinary degree. Thoughts crystallizing in clarity as if he had been administered a sedative, an unsettling calmness. This sensation was quite peculiar. For a talisman maker, it was akin to a divine skill, as maintaining composure is paramount before crafting talismans. Typically, skilled talisman creators resort to a specific formation known as the Tranquility Array or utilize a talisman called the Calmness Talisman. However, both the array and talisman are costly and consumable. Using them repeatedly is often beyond the means of regular cultivators. Thus, Nanshan's ability effectively conserved a significant amount of lifespan. Nevertheless, this ability was akin to photographic memory, more supportive than lethal, aiding his cultivation rather than serving as a weapon. Nanshan felt a sense of satisfaction with this capability. Nanshan, just as he delved into his contemplation of the lottery panel, a gentle voice interrupted his reverie. He lifted his gaze, and under the blazing sunset, a graceful figure approached, none other than Tao Weiyan. "What are you doing standing in the street, lost in thought? You're practically a spectacle for onlookers," Tao Weiyan remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Without delay, she reached out and took Nanshan's hand, guiding him away from the throng of curious spectators. It was only then that Nanshan became aware of the considerable crowd encircling him, drawn in by the spectacle. "From the looks of it, you've just come out of the Eternal Life Tower," Tao Weiyan observed, releasing his hand after leading him a short distance. Her expression as cold as ice as she spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Nanshan nodded slightly. "I'm heading to the Wanshou Tower to procure some items." "Are you purchasing Yuanjing?" "No, the Yuanjing master has left me ample supplies. I am not in need." "If you aren't buying Yuanjing, what will you acquire?" "I have procured a few other things, such as this robe I'm wearing. Isn't it quite splendid?" The two walked in tandem, their elongated shadows stretching beneath the setting sun. Tao Wei adjusted her pace, casting a glance at Nanshan's robe, a striking blend of red and white that, paired with his delicate features, lent him an air of effortless elegance. With a slight lift of her nose, Tao Wei remarked, "It's passable." Encouraged by her approval, a radiant smile blossomed on Nanshan's face. "You think it looks good too, right? Then my expenditure of 100 years of lifespan was certainly worthwhile." "Tao Wei? What on earth? How much lifespan did Su Dangtu just mention? Surely, I must have misheard. 100 years of lifespan. And you spent it on just a piece of clothing?" Tao Wei halted in her tracks, fixating her gaze on Nanshan with disbelief. "How much lifespan?" Her cheeks puffed up as she asked, 100 years. "Damn it, repeat that." Tao Wei's face reddened, resembling a steamed bun. Nanshan could hardly contain his laughter. Truly, Tao Wei was adorable. Her astonished expression could bring joy for a year. "Nanshan, you must return it immediately. 100 years of lifespan. Why squander it on such an extravagant robe?" Tao Wei felt tears welling up in her eyes. How could he waste his lifespan in such a manner? Surely, he could acquire cultivation resources with that. "But you just said it looks good." Nanshan twirled around, exuding a carefree grace. "This robe can withstand a strike from a Dongshu realm cultivator. It is a life-saving garment," Nanshan added. Tao Wei paused. That function might indeed justify the price. She pressed on. "How much did you spend at Wanshou Tower in total?" "You only bought a robe?" Nanshan replied nonchalantly. "Of course not. I also purchased a formation set, a talisman master's notes, a smithing master's notes, and a complete talisman crafting set, among other assorted items. Altogether, I spent 400 years of lifespan." "Tao Wei, Nanshan, have you lost your mind? For 100 years of lifespan, just like that?" Tao Weiyan found herself utterly unable to contain her emotions. For 100 years of lifespan, an amount that countless chi practitioners could scarcely hope to accumulate in a lifetime, was squandered by Nanshan so easily. Although it could be said that Nanshan's lifespan was his own to spend as he pleased, Tao Weiyan felt a profound shock. Was Nanshan truly such a person? Had he become so inflated with wealth that he lost all sense of direction? Pressing her lips together, she found herself at a loss for words. Lifespan could be regained, after all, with my recent breakthrough to the 7th layer of chi cultivation. I have gained an additional 15 years. With this guaranteed span, and the wealth-accumulating prowess of the small communication talisman, I will certainly earn even more lifespan. I can quickly accrue lifespan now, Nanshan explained with a cheerful smile. He was unable to elucidate the lottery panel, so he resorted to another line of reasoning. Tao Weiyan was momentarily taken aback. The 7th layer of chi cultivation? Her eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. He had actually achieved a breakthrough so swiftly. Did this not suggest that Su Nanshan stood a greater chance of ascending to the foremost outer sect of Dongling County? To prevent Tao Weian from lingering on this topic, Su Nanshan produced a small communication talisman he had crafted himself and handed it to her. You've come at the perfect time. This small communication talisman is a gift from me to you. Upon entering the Void Mansion, activate the talisman and remember my guiding number 9527, and then contact me, Su Nanshan said with a smile. Tao Weian, whose mood had shifted from cloudy to bright, accepted the small communication talisman, her icy demeanor softening into a vibrant smile that lit up under the setting sun. She delightedly toyed with the talisman. Was this the result of human endeavor? How kind of Su Nanshan to personally gift her a talisman. By the way, it seems you Haven T visited the Fate Institute in several days. You should go back. Don't let Sun Chen-Kuan find an opportunity to hold something against you. He has been watching you closely, fearing that you might gain admission to the foremost outer sect of Dongling County, which would spell trouble for him, Tao Weian remarked. Su Nanshan chuckled lightly. It's of no concern. Can he blame me for his own deceit? Besides, he has no leverage against me. All schemes and conspiracies are mere paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Su Nanshan spread his hands, exuding confidence that, in turn, instilled confidence in Tao Weian. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. However, her words served as a reminder to Su Nanshan. Indeed, it was time for him to visit the Fate Institute. After all, he was still a student there. Tao Weian carefully tucked away the small communication talisman and then looked at Su Nanshan thoughtfully, speaking earnestly. A farewell? Why a farewell? Su Nanshan was momentarily taken aback. Tomorrow marks the day designated by the Fate Institute for voluntary withdrawal. A day for students who have little hope of success in the Institute's unified examination to make their decisions, Tao Weian explained. As her words hung in the air, Su Nanshan stood frozen in place. The sun in the sky gradually descended, obscured by the mountains. In an instant, it seemed as though darkness had suddenly enveloped the world. Chapter 59. Do assassins always arrive on cue? Whether in past lives or the present, the vast world invariably showcases the stark differences among individuals. Some are endowed with remarkable talents, while others are born into affluent families. Some may emerge into the world possessing what others toil for a lifetime to attain. Conversely, there are those who are utterly unremarkable, devoid of even the slightest opportunity for advancement. In this realm of cultivation, such disparities appear even more commonplace and ruthless. Tao Weian's words plunged Su Nanshan into silence. Within the Life Institute, hierarchies seem perpetually present. Some awaken with lifespans of a century, while others are fortunate to awaken with but 4 or 5 decades. Thus, they cannot wager their entire lifespan on the path of cultivation in hopes of forging a future. For the greater likelihood is to exhaust their vitality and fade into obscurity. Poverty is an original sin, yet their destitution feels predestined. For ordinary chi refiners, striving to earn additional lifespan and secure the right to continue their cultivation is akin to scaling the heavens. Only exceptional individuals like Su Nanshan can create minor talismans that compel Chao Xiao to overlook his biases against chi refiners, allowing him to place a substantial bet of 300 years of lifespan for a buyout. Typically, chi refiners lack avenues to accrue additional lifespan, as they reside at the very bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. Whether it be talisman crafting, artifact forging, or alchemy, such pursuits remain beyond their reach. Consequently, many cultivators within the Life Institute ultimately abandon their aspirations. Commoners, having not unlocked their life locks, find their lifespans untradeable and thus lead stable lives. Su Nanshan sighed. I understand. I shall visit the Life Institute tomorrow, he declared. Tao Weian seemed to sense Su Nanshan's mood, softly acknowledging him with a hum, and fell into silence. Delicately toying with the minor talisman he had gifted her. The imprinted minor talisman and the hand-drawn one differ significantly. Primarily, there is the distinction of the blood ink. Moreover, the imprinted talismans bear the mark of the Wanshou Tower, serving as a unique identifier and anti-counterfeiting symbol. Naturally, the talismans hand-drawn by Su Nanshan lack such a mark. Tao Weian felt a surge of joy within. This was likely her first gift from Su Nanshan. As they strolled along the bustling street, they soon arrived at the entrance of Su Nanshan's shop. Upon seeing the shop, Tao Weian halted, standing quietly. She spoke, Su Nanshan. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Nanshan's mind, prompting him to shake his head. Tao Kuei, I have encountered a quandary in talisman crafting and seek your guidance, he stated earnestly. Tao Weian was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. What did you call me? Su Nanshan replied. Does that really matter? Shouldn't the focus be on my desire to consult you? Old Tao, I have been unable to successfully craft my fire ignition talisman. Could you help me identify the issue? Su Nanshan rephrased his request. Upon hearing the new appellation Su Nanshan had chosen for her, Tao Weian pouted slightly. It would have been better had he not changed it. Tao Kuei sounded quite pleasant. However, she felt too shy to voice her thoughts. Su Nanshan pushed open the door and entered the talisman shop, followed closely by Tao Weian, who made no further movements. He produced the beast hairbrush and the blood ink of a demon beast that he had just purchased from Wanshou Tower. Spreading the Xian Wang talisman paper on the table, he commenced the creation of the fire induction talisman. Despite the upgraded equipment and the excellent feel of the brush, which enhanced the success rate of talisman crafting, Su Nanshan still met with failure. The talisman spontaneously ignited and turned to ashes. With a grimace, he shrugged his shoulders at Tao Weian. Observing Su Nanshan's frustrated expression, Tao Weian couldn't help but chuckle softly, then pointed out, "Your talisman-making process is flawless. However, there is a misunderstanding in your comprehension of the script for the fire induction talisman. Additionally, during the process of channeling the vital energy into the talisman, you did not adequately measure the energy, leading to the spontaneous combustion of the talisman. You might consider reducing the amount of vital energy by 30% and apply a heavier stroke in these particular areas of the script." Tao Weian quickly fell into a state of earnest instruction, analyzing and explaining the talisman Su Nanshan had just drawn. It must be said that she possessed a certain talent for teaching. After just one explanation, Su Nanshan grasped the reasons behind his mistakes in the talisman-making process. "Old Tao, it's truly a pity you aren't a teacher. If you were to start online courses, you would undoubtedly be a gold medal lecturer," Su Nanshan remarked with a smile. Curious, Tao Weian looked at him and asked, "What is an online course? And what does it mean to be a gold medal lecturer? Isn't teaching supposed to be done in the Fate Institute?" After Su Nanshan's words, he fell into contemplation. Online courses, perhaps. At that moment, he thought of the students in the Huangzi Ming building who were on the verge of giving up their cultivation. They saw no hope, felt neglected in the Fate Institute, and lacked proper guidance, forcing them to abandon their pursuits. However, if online courses could be established, these students would gain access to superior educational resources within the virtual realm, perhaps allowing them a slight improvement. Perhaps it could alter their destinies. With this thought, Su Nanshan suddenly felt an overwhelming inspiration. He looked at Tao Weian, and in his view, her teaching ability surpassed that of many instructors from the Huangzi Ming building and even the Tianzi Ming building. Her explanations were profound yet easily comprehensible. Feeling Su Nanshan's gaze upon her, Tao Weian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Su Dan, what are you staring at?" She feigned indifference. Su Nanshan chuckled and began to explain what an online course was. "You should be familiar with the virtual realm. Online courses are classes set within the virtual realm, similar to lectures given by instructors, except that anyone can listen in." Tao Weian was momentarily intrigued. Su Nanshan did not elaborate further, but gestured for her to activate the Shaoling Tong talisman immediately, assuring her that experiencing it firsthand would be far more beneficial than any explanation. With her large, expressive eyes fixed on Su Nanshan, and considering they were alone together in the room, she hesitated for but a moment before decisively activating the Shaoling Tong talisman, her consciousness being drawn into the primordial void of the virtual realm. In an instant, Tao Kuei seemed to have been ushered into a realm of new possibilities. As Tao Weian delved into her study of the talisman of the little spirit communicator, Su Nanshan chose not to disturb her. He resolved to continue his talisman crafting. And under Tao Weian's guidance, he unraveled the complexities of the fire ignition talisman. Su Nanshan felt confident that he could successfully create his first fire ignition talisman. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and focused his energy. He sensed his heart settling into tranquility, his restless thoughts subsiding, leaving only the memory of the talisman in his mind. He became remarkably composed, his gaze unwavering. Approaching the desk, he mentally rehearsed the use of the heavenly Dao brush technique to inscribe the intricate patterns of the fire ignition talisman. After a considerable time, Su Nanshan seized the expensive beast hairbrush, dipped it in blood ink, and made the first stroke on the mysterious yellow talisman paper. The blood ink spread and diffused, the brush tip flowing with precision. He made the necessary corrections indicated by Tao Weian, reducing the energy transfer by a third, applying more pressure where needed. The energy completed a seamless connection on the talisman paper, a faint shimmer glimmering as the fire ignition talisman took form. Gazing at the talisman on the desk, which seemed to emanate a sense of searing heat, a smile involuntarily graced Su Nanshan's lips. casting a glance at Tao Kawaii, still immersed in her own world. He pondered for a moment before picking up the fire ignition talisman. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the intricate patterns employed the heavenly Tao brush technique, profoundly esoteric, setting it apart from ordinary fire ignition talismans. His curiosity piqued regarding the talisman's potency. Previously, the Chi Sword talisman he had inscribed using the heavenly Tao brush technique exhibited tremendous strength, even summoning a river of sword energy. What unique attributes might this fire ignition talisman possess? Meanwhile, what? Wei-Yan and Su Nanshan had met and had been in his shop without emerging since? Within the Tao residence. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Tao Sheng's expression darkened instantly. What was the meaning of this? Had Su Nanshan unreservedly decided to take action against Tao Wei-Yan, a solitary man and woman? What kind of decorum was this? Tao Sheng's demeanor grew increasingly grim. His perception of Su Nanshan deteriorated. After all, the relationship between Tao Wei-Yan and Su Nanshan had not yet reached the level where they could be alone together in a room, had it? Su Nanshan had given the young lady a little spirit communicator talisman, and she had entered the shop, remaining there until now. An elderly man beneath spoke awkwardly. Such matters were not within his purview as one tasked with protecting Tao Wei-Yan. However, for the sake of her safety, he felt compelled to report to Tao Sheng. As for why he did not intervene personally, it was due to Su Nanshan's rather unique identity. Very well, I understand, Tao Sheng exhaled, his expression turning cold. He cast a glance at the location where old Master Tao was in seclusion. Then, stepping forth, he unleashed his energy, creating lingering shadows in his wake as he vanished from sight. On the long street, phantoms flitted as he rapidly made his way to the entrance of Su Nanshan's shop. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night ascended into the sky. The inky darkness enveloped the world in a shroud of obscurity. Tao Sheng's visage was shrouded in shadow, a perfect match for the inky darkness surrounding him. Observing the flickering candlelight within the shop, a chill gripped his heart. The presence of a solitary male and female. How reckless of Vivian. If this news were to spread, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Was it truly the case that she would only consider marrying that scoundrel Su Nanshan? His concern for this little darling was consuming him. Yet, furrowing his brow, he gazed at the shop. To barge in uninvited was hardly wise. However, to linger outside while his elderly father was in distress that was unbearable. Perhaps a discreet glance would suffice? To see what Su Nanshan and Vivian were engaged in within the confines of that room? The thought surged within him, proving difficult to suppress. His spirit surged, enveloping him in an ethereal veil, completely concealing his aura. As a formidable nascent soul cultivator, the prospect of eavesdropping on two mere chi refining novices was utterly undetectable. With a gentle tap of his toes, a soft breeze seemed to lift him, allowing him to ascend directly onto the shop's rooftop. Treading upon the dark tiles, he made no sound. With hands clasped behind him, Tao Sheng stood upon the roof, his garments billowing, yet the transparent aura around him repelled any probing senses. He crouched down, delicately shifting a tile aside, and light burst forth from beneath it. Inside the shop, Su Nanshan was meticulously crafting a fire initiation talisman, absorbed in his concentration. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his mind, emanating from the blood-red orb of the will of the barbaric heavens. He immediately sensed an overwhelming presence of spiritual energy above. Su Nanshan's expression hardened, a surge of alarm rising within him. Another assailant? The last time he completed the sword energy talisman, an assassin had struck. And now, upon finishing this fire initiation talisman, yet another assassin appeared? Were they timing their attacks? Moreover, this assassin was extraordinarily powerful. The aura was far mightier than that of the last nascent realm intruder. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Nanshan cast a glance at the oblivious Tao Kawaii, lost in her dreamy reverie. Resolutely, he stepped forward, seizing Vivian and hurling her towards the inner chamber's bed. Simultaneously, he produced a communication talisman, locating Tao Sheng's guiding talisman, and initiated the call. At the moment of connection, he raised his head, hair billowing, an expression of grave seriousness etched upon his face. The fire initiation talisman in his hand flickered crimson, spiritual energy surging forth. Instantly, it activated. On the rooftop, Tao Sheng stared in shock as the fiery explosion erupted before him. In that instant, his mind was consumed by but 3 words, Mother's Mercy. Chapter 60, Tao Sheng. The worthlessness of humanity. The moment Su Nanshan sensed the presence of the opponent, a wave of curses surged within him. Were these assassins never-ending? He had thought that the previous turmoil had concluded, and that no one would trouble him again. especially since Master Zhao had publicly supported him before leaving Jiaoluo City. Yet, only a few days had passed, and now a formidable assassin had appeared. That aura, as brilliant as the blazing sun. Core formation? Elixir of life? No. Perhaps it was a practitioner of the nascent soul realm. Nanshan felt an overwhelming urge to curse aloud. There were only a handful of nascent soul cultivators in Jiaoluo City, and to send one after a mere qi refinement practitioner like him was utterly outrageous. What enmity or grievance could warrant such a response? Reflecting on it, the only group he had offended seemed to be the Butian Pavilion. A shadow loomed over Nanshan's heart. This grudge would never end. He thrust Tao Weian onto the bed inside the room, urging her to stay away from danger. He then contacted Old Master Tao and activated the fire trigger talisman. Boom. As expected, the moment his spiritual sense activated the talisman. A familiar sensation surged within him. He felt an immense pulling force drawing his consciousness into the primordial void. An endless darkness enveloped him. Soon, he beheld a vast purple river. It stretched infinitely, spanning across the void. This purple river felt oddly familiar, and above it, he spotted a well-known figure. The feathered-robed Taoist. Seated at one end of the river, the feathered-robed Taoist allowed the purple aura to wash over his primordial spirit, while colorful rays of light danced beneath him in a dreamlike manner. As Nanshan's will materialized, the feathered-robed Taoist sensed it and slightly opened his eyes. Surprise, astonishment, and wonder flickered across his face. After a long moment, tranquility returned. In fact, the feathered-robed Taoist even nodded gently at Nanshan with a benevolent smile. Intriguing. In the next instant, the feathered-robed Taoist raised his hand. With a delicate gesture, he formed a peculiar seal and gently pushed it forward. From the purple river, a strand of crimson energy detached itself, searing, fiery, and burning through the void. The crimson energy enveloped Nanshan, transforming into a roaring flame dragon. In the physical realm, Nanshan opened his eyes. A fiery crimson glimmer flickered within them. It was as if a divine dragon surged forth. He raised his hand, and the fire trigger talisman completely ignited. A fire dragon erupted, roaring as it unleashed waves of scorching heat towards the assassins above the roof. The violent shockwave instantly shattered the rooftop. In the night sky of Jiaoluo City, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Above the dark heavens, an endless purple river manifested. Like the auspicious purple aura rising from the east, it was of unparalleled value. The heavens and earth bore witness to an extraordinary phenomenon. Many powerful beings within Jiaoluo City felt the tremor. In the Tao residence, within the secret chamber, Old Master Tao's consciousness swiftly withdrew from the primordial void. He sensed Nanshan's plea for help. Having previously exchanged tokens with Nanshan, he had not anticipated their swift utilization. Within the token, Nanshan had conveyed but two words: assassins. Old Master Tao grasped the situation instantly. Damn it! The Pavilion of Heaven is audacious indeed. My esteemed elder has rescued me twice in the primordial void, yet in Jiaoluo City, there are those who dare attempt to take his life not once, but twice. I, Tao Changkong, shall show no mercy. Pavilion of Heaven, Han Qinghe, prepare to pay with your life. Boom. This time, Tao Changkong is genuinely enraged. In the primordial void, he faced repeated setbacks, trembling under the suppression of the primordial spirits of numerous void cavern, divine transformation, and even the celestial ascension realm experts. Cowering in fear, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, akin to a beam of light piercing the heavens. Now, Tao Changkong, having bathed in the essence of the Tao within the void mansion, stands merely a step away from the divine transformation. His intensity surpasses that of Zhao Tianlei from before. One could even proclaim him the strongest in Jiaoluo City, if not all of Dongling Prefecture. Such a powerful figure's wrath is destined to stir a tempest throughout the entire city. Within the Pavilion of Heaven, Han Qinghe, beleaguered by the soaring sails of the little spirit communication talismans, suddenly turned pale, his hand trembling uncontrollably, causing his brush to slip and leave a large ink blot on the table. Who demands his life? Han Qinghe was bewildered, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. How could calamity strike while one is at home? His face drained of color. He hurriedly dashed out of the Pavilion of Heaven, standing atop the building, hands raised high. Elder Tao, this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. In Qingyuan Palace, the Wanshou Pagoda, and Shui and Chao Shou similarly sensed the overwhelming aura of Elder Tao. Instantly rushing out to the rooftop, they gazed upward at the extraordinary phenomenon of the purple river in the sky. Feeling the might of Elder Tao surging like a column of light, for a moment, they were rendered speechless. What has Han Qinghe done now? Has he sent assassins after Nanshan again? Surely he has lost his wits. City Lord Lu Tao and Academy Dean Su Qing also soared into the air. Left speechless for an extended period, Elder Tao ascended to the heavens, radiating a brilliant light, a top-tier cultivator at the 9th layer of the void cavern, unleashing his full strength. In that moment, the entire Zhongluo city experienced a suffocating sensation. Above Su Nanshan's shop, a blazing fireball erupted before Tao Xing's eyes. Initially, he had seen through the roof's tiles, witnessing Su Nanshan roughly toss Tao Weiyan onto the bed, igniting a surge of fury within him. Little did he expect that in the next instant, Su Nanshan would hurl a fire talisman in his direction. Damn it! A furious exclamation escaped his lips. A fire talisman was nothing to him, yet he quickly realized this was no ordinary fire talisman. The explosive flames resembled a fiery dragon surging forth, exuding a terrifying heat. Imbued with an overwhelming burning force, Tao Xing's expression changed drastically. His hair began to singe, the acrid scent of burning filling the air. In a rush, he mobilized his vital energy, thrusting his palm forward. In an instant, formless vital energy transformed into a wall, shielding him. Bang! The fire dragon collided with the wall of vital energy. Crimson and azure merged into two opposing waves of force. The roof tiles were all blown away, exposing Tao Xing's figure, unmasked. However, the potency of the fire talisman was indeed formidable, far exceeding that of an ordinary fire talisman. However, Tao Xing's prowess was incomparable to that of the previous assassin at the Foundation establishment stage. Upon realizing the situation, he gently flicked his sleeve, extinguishing the fiery dragon conjured by the fire-attracting talisman. His figure gracefully retreated, his face charred and blackened, as though smeared with soot. Had he been discovered? A wave of shock coursed through Tao Xing as he soared through the air, distancing himself from Suyu. Despite being at the nascent soul stage and exerting all his might to conceal his aura, he had still been detected. How had Su Nanshan uncovered him? However, Tao Xing's expression soon shifted dramatically. He turned his gaze toward his family estate and beheld his father, soaring upwards with an imposing presence, accompanied by a terrifying aura, hurtling toward him. Below, Su Nanshan's face was pale, a result of his spiritual consciousness being drained by the fire-attracting talisman. Yet, his eyes burned with ferocity. Damn assassin! Su Nanshan uttered coldly. Tao Xing. It seemed he began to grasp something. Damn! What a blunder! It was truly a mix-up. He, Tao Xing, was no assassin. He was merely a father driven by love for his daughter. Tao Xing felt a profound sadness, akin to the frustration of failing to achieve a goal. As his father approached through the void, his powerful divine sense swept across the surroundings, causing the atmosphere to tremble. In that instant, Tao Xing felt a sense of suffocation. The nascent soul stage, when faced with the 9th level of void detection, was simply not on the same plane. Father, let me explain, he implored. Humph. Observing the pitch-black figure of the so-called assassin, Tao Xing's father snorted in anger. Shameful disguise, despicable assassination. Father, it's me. Tao Xing barely managed to shout before being struck harshly by his father's divine sense. Suspended in midair, he wore a look of grievance, his body limp, swaying like seaweed in the wind. He was injured. Tao Xing's father faltered momentarily. Naturally, he sensed his son's aura. How could he not be familiar with it? Earlier, his mind had been clouded by rage, blinded by the desire to strike in reality. Now, he had clearly sensed Tao Xing's presence. Yet, his anger only intensified. What was this foolish son doing? Attempting to assassinate Su Nanshan. Tao Chongkong was filled with shock, anger, and fear. The elder had saved him multiple times in the primordial void, and his son was now seeking to harm Su Nanshan in the real world? Tao Chongkong felt utterly humiliated by Tao Xing's actions. How could he have such a foolish son? If the elder were to know, what would he think of Tao Chongkong? Foolish. Tao Chongkong berated angrily, his divine sense radiating with increasing force. It swept across the void, as if conjuring a colossal hand that came crashing down. Bang! Tao Xing felt utterly despondent, his eyes glazed over. He suddenly found this world incomprehensible. Why did his father strike even harder upon realizing it was him? Was this truly his father? This was an irritable old man. The long street instantly caved in, creating a massive pit. Tao Xing's body crashed into it, a tear rolling down his cheek. Humanity is not worth it. In a somewhat disheveled shop, Su Nanshan, Tao Weiyan, who had already been awakened, found herself at a loss for words. It turned out, he was not an assassin. Tao Weiyan silently gazed at her father amidst the ruins of the long street, unsure of what to say. Being exceptionally astute, she naturally deduced the reason for Tao Xing's presence here. After all, she had been alone in Su Nanshan's shop for quite some time. However, why did she inexplicably feel that her father deserved the beating he was receiving? Did he really not trust his devoted little cotton-padded jacket? Boom. The elder Tao descended abruptly, hands clasped behind his back, hair and beard fluttering, exuding an air of a transcendent being. His aura remained formidable, akin to a great sun descending, making it difficult for the strong from all corners to pry into his presence. Seeing Tao Sheng below, Elder Tao felt an intense disappointment. Instead of diligently cultivating, he squandered his time on petty misdeeds, bringing shame upon himself. Elder Tao scolded vehemently. Tao Sheng. Subsequently, Elder Tao's primordial spirit swept the surroundings. Coldly, he exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Disperse at once." It is only natural for a father to discipline his son. The onlookers, momentarily taken aback, exchanged glances and gradually departed. Elder Tao landed in front of Su Nanshan's shop, and upon seeing Su Nanshan unharmed, he approached briskly. Concern etched on his face. "Young brother Nanshan, are you injured? It is my failure in guidance that may have frightened you." Elder Tao's voice was warm and gentle. Su Nanshan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Having mistakenly taken the head of the Tao family for an assassin and using the fire trigger talisman in defense, offering a slight apology. "What do you have to apologize for? What wrong have you committed? A dignified nascent soul cultivator, injured by you, and he still has the face to show himself?" Elder Tao dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. However, his primordial spirit swept through the air, sensing the residual energy of the fire trigger talisman lingering in the atmosphere. His expression gradually grew serious. He lifted his gaze, hair and beard billowing, staring at the ethereal image of the purple Qi River in the heavens. The purple Qi River represents the path of many cultivators of the Daong dynasty. Unexpectedly, it manifested an anomaly this very night. The last time it was the Sword Qi River. This time, it was the purple Qi River. Why could Su Nanshan invoke two distinct manifestations of the Great Tao? Elder Tao suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Combining the insights he had been sensing while stationed at the Void Mansion, he faintly felt he was on the verge of grasping something, akin to parting the clouds to see the clarity beyond. Buzz. Gradually, strands of Tao essence began to emerge around him. Elder Tao abruptly lowered his head, fixating on Su Nanshan, his gaze ablaze with intensity. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Chapter 61, Epiphany. The essence of interconnection, the peculiar behavior of Old Master Tao captured the attention of Su Nanshan and Tao Weiyan. Su Nanshan felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as he was uncomfortably scrutinized by the old man's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hungry wolf's eyes in the darkness, evoking a sense of dread. Tao Weiyan leaned closer to Su Nanshan, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. "What is wrong with grandfather?" she asked anxiously. Su Nanshan, at a loss for an explanation, awkwardly scratched his nose and took a couple of steps back to evade Old Master Tao's penetrating stare. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, Tao Sheng grimaced as he pulled himself up. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, despite the humiliation he faced that night, his perspective remained intact. Upon observing Old Master Tao's condition, a jolt of disbelief struck him. Tao Sheng fell silent. An epiphany. His father had actually reached enlightenment at this moment? Could it be that beating his own son could lead to such a revelation? Such a bizarre notion made him feel less aggrieved. If his father's fist could bring enlightenment, he would endure any amount of pain. After all, Old Master Tao had now reached the 9th layer of the Void Realm, and a further breakthrough would elevate him to the divine transformation stage. A powerful being of such caliber would elevate the Tao family standing, propelling them into the ranks of elite families within the great Liang dynasty. Tao Sheng felt a burgeoning joy within him. To be beaten yet feel elated, he considered himself quite the anomaly. Around him, perhaps sensing the shift in power or the burgeoning Tao essence, many formidable figures began to gravitate quietly towards Old Master Tao's position. Tao Sheng, with a darkened expression, instantly vanished and reappeared in midair, his face a mask of cold fury. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the surroundings. "Leave. Anyone who dares approach will face my wrath," he declared icily. At that moment, his pent-up rage found its release. As a nascent soul cultivator, only the city lord Lu Tao and the director of the Fate Institute, Su Qing, could rival him in Jiangluo City. The leaders of the 3 major merchant guilds lacked the capability to contend with him. Thus, the crowd was momentarily intimidated. Although their curiosity about Old Master Tao's condition was piqued, they ultimately chose to withdraw in the face of Tao Xing's formidable presence. Below, Old Master Tao also experienced a moment of clarity, his eyes reflecting profound depth. The epiphany, though seemingly instantaneous, had likely taken a considerable duration to culminate. Perhaps countless thoughts had flickered through his mind. Interconnection. What does it truly mean? Old Master Tao murmured. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards Su Nanshan, his smile growing increasingly radiant. Why was Su Nanshan able to channel two great rivers of Tao? The unique Tao essence within the Void Mansion had eluded Tao Changkong for so long, yet now, it seemed he had found the breakthrough through Su Nanshan's display. That essence, encompassing all things, perhaps, this was indeed the true essence of interconnection. Interconnection signifies inclusiveness. The essence of connectivity lies in dismantling barriers, forging relationships among all entities in existence. Even if separated by thousands of miles, even if at the ends of the earth, even if traversing two utterly disparate paths, this is the true nature of connectivity. The emotions within Elder Tao were on the verge of overflowing. He suppressed his exhilaration and exchanged a few words with Su Nanshan before gently chiding Tao Weian for a moment. Ultimately, he coldly reprimanded Tao Xing. Perhaps, upon his next emergence, Elder Tao might transcend into a realm of divine transformation. Tao Xing felt deeply wounded. Despite having defended his father and driving away those who sought to intrude, he received no praise, only harsh rebukes. This son was becoming unbearable. A thin veil of warmth betrayed him. While his father vented his frustrations, Tao Xing clenched his lips, his face darkened, his eyes brimming with indignation. Having been mistaken for an assassin, injured by a mere chi refinement cultivator, scorched on the brow, this world seemed to inflict pain solely upon him. Longing for home, suppressing his sorrow, Tao Xing cast a fierce glare at Tao Weian and declared, "I shall compensate you for the damage to the rooftop." With that, he abruptly turned away, not sparing a glance at Su Nanshan or Tao Weian, and swiftly departed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, along with Su Nanshan and Tao Weian, who appeared utterly bewildered. Su Nanshan glanced at Tao Weian, smacked his lips, and remarked with a smile, truly a family resemblance, "Tao Weian, your father possesses a touch of charm as well." Tao Weian. The tumult of that night was merely a farce orchestrated by the Tao family. Yet, what transpired with Elder Tao remained a mystery, igniting curiosity among the crowd, though they could not delve deeper. Many were merely spectators, while Han Xinghe sighed in relief, narrowly escaping blame. Given Elder Tao's temperament, should he bear the brunt of the fallout, he would surely face punishment and incurring significant costs. As the crowd dispersed, the night reclaimed its tranquility. Su Nanshan gazed at the gaping hole in the rooftop, scratching the back of his head, bemused by the chaos that ensued. It seemed he would be forced to sleep under the open sky. Resolutely, Su Nanshan chose not to rest, returning to his desk to research and draft talismans. He recreated a fire, and although it had compromised the rooftop, it had demonstrated the power of the fire, which was still commendable. It was comparable to the Chi sword. The Chi sword inflicted single target damage, while the fire was classified as area damage. Both exhibited considerable potency, surpassing the standard versions of their respective talismans significantly. Most importantly, upon activating the fire, Su Nanshan sensed a vast river of the Tao, within which he glimpsed the feathered-robed Taoist. Previously, the Chi sword had revealed a river of sword energy. This time, the fire unveiled a river of purple energy. Such occurrences could not be mere coincidences. He then pondered the existence of a foundational attack talisman, known as the Thunder Sound. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to manifest the Thunder Sound as well. He wondered if activating it would also evoke the river of the Tao, should that indeed be the case. Su Nanshan seemed to intuitively grasp something profound. The significance of connection appears to transcend merely the internet as perceived by Su Nanshan. Is there perhaps another layer of meaning? What insights might the venerable Tao have gleaned? Perhaps it would be prudent to find an opportune moment to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Su Nanshan cast these thoughts aside, retrieving a pure essence crystal to commence his alchemical practices and cultivation. Despite having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he understood that his training could not wane. After all, cultivation is the very foundation of one's strength. That night, Su Nanshan activated his innate abilities, calming his spirit and centering his mind. He sat quietly in a chair, at times crafting talismans, at other times engaging in meditation. The starlight cascaded above him like a waterfall, vast and boundless, while the moonlight poured down, cool and tranquil, as if he were merging with the cosmos itself. As dawn broke, Su Nanshan concluded his practice. In the span of a single night, he had fortified his cultivation and successfully inscribed 3 fire attraction talismans. in addition to the previously drawn chi sword talismans. After tidying his books and placing them into his satchel, he cast a glance at the sun streaming unabashedly through the hollow roof, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Upon leaving the shop, he encountered the craftsmen dispatched by Tao Sheng to repair the roof. After directing them to their tasks, Nanshan made his way to the Enlightenment Institute. After savoring some tofu pudding from a street vendor, he followed the flow of the crowd dressed in blue. Arriving at the institute, he had not visited for several days. The changes within the institute were quite pronounced. As he entered, he observed students using communication talismans while walking, engaged in conversation. Using such talismans indeed required one to immerse their spirit, yet for cultivators, once accustomed, it was no challenge to spare a fragment of their consciousness to navigate their surroundings. Along the way, Nanshan witnessed numerous students employing the communication talismans, as if a new trend was burgeoning. This brought a knowing smile to his face, indicating the effective promotion of the talismans. Upon reaching the Huangzi Fate building and stepping into the 17th small tower, Nanshan soon sensed an unusual atmosphere. The previous harmonious ambience of the tower, filled with laughter and camaraderie among classmates, seemed diminished. Many appeared subdued, even bidding farewell to one another. Nanshan recalled what Tao Weian had shared with him. Some students, aware of their bleak prospects in the upcoming examinations, might choose to abandon their cultivation, no longer wishing to squander their lifespan and time. Thus, it was likely that many students would be departing from the path of cultivation today, exchanging their lifespans for gold to become wealthy mortals, forsaking their spiritual pursuits. As Nanshan entered the courtyard, several students spotted him and approached eagerly. Among them was the portly Lei Susu, who came forward with a strained smile. "Brother Nanshan, you finally decided to visit the institute. If you had tea come, I was going to seek you out at your shop," Lei Susu remarked. Nanshan settled at his desk and regarded him, inquiring, "What is this? Are you planning to cease your cultivation?" His words rendered the surrounding students silent. Lei Susu's expression darkened, his jovial demeanor seemingly sagging. In response to Nanshan's inquiry, Lei Susu silently nodded. Nanshan was genuinely taken aback. How could Lei Susu contemplate forsaking his cultivation? "My father urged me to abandon it, as hope seems utterly elusive. I have only reached the third layer of chi refining, and my lifespan is reduced to a mere 30 years, with 10 years as a safety net, leaving me with only 20 years of potential. Should I continue my cultivation, I would need to invest resources, at least sacrificing 10 years of my lifespan to acquire essence crystals and the like. Nevertheless, even with such resources, there is no guarantee that I would gain admission to an external cultivation sect." Lei Susu sighed. Every individual carries their own narrative and the burdens therein. Regardless of Lei Susu's deep-seated reluctance, it proved futile, for he was acutely aware that he lacked the fate to pursue further cultivation. Had he, like Nanshan, awakened to a lifespan of 150 years, he would naturally possess the confidence to continue his journey. But he did not. His awakened lifespan was a mere 40 years, leaving him devoid of any assurance. This was not solely Lei Susu's plight, but a reflection of the entire Huangziming building, encompassing the experiences of all its students. Of course, some defied their fates, wagering all their lifespans in pursuit of a brighter future. And indeed some succeeded in the unified examination, gaining the lifespan enhancement of an external sect. Yet, for the majority, such gambles resulted only in the exhaustion of their lifespans and complete loss. Cultivation, throughout history, has always been a brutal endeavor. Nanshan regarded the silent, sorrowful, and unwilling Lei Susu, surveying the many students gathered around him. He let out a soft sigh. Their lifespans were so precariously limited. Yet they still chose to support him by purchasing small spirit talismans at the Wanshou Tower. These classmates were genuine. They treated him with sincerity and naturally. He felt compelled to reciprocate. At the very least, he could offer them another choice. Nanshan turned to Lei Susu and said, "Is your decision to forego cultivation due to insufficient lifespan? If I could devise a way for you to earn additional years, would you still wish to continue your cultivation?" His words were not merely directed at Lei Susu, but resonated with the surrounding classmates as well. As soon as he spoke, the entirety of the 17th courtyard fell into a profound silence. Chapter 62. We are all seekers on the path of cultivation for the students of the 17th courtyard of the Huang Character Command Tower. Nanshan's perception was quite favorable. When he was relegated to this small courtyard by Sun Qingquan, most of these students did not mock him. Rather, they encouraged him, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. In comparison to the original Tian Character Command Tower, Su Nanshan found the students of the Huang Character Command Tower to possess a greater sense of humanity. This very humanity was a principal reason behind Su Nanshan's willingness to extend his assistance. Su Nanshan's words plunged the entire 17th courtyard into silence. Everyone seemed to be digesting the implications of his statement. Could he truly enable them to earn longevity? Was that even possible? They were merely disciples of the Qi Refining Academy, many being rather ordinary with cultivation levels of merely the second or third layer of Qi refinement. And some even at the bottom tier. Could they really earn longevity? Even the prodigies of the Tian Character Command Tower might struggle to do so. Only striving for longevity through arduous cultivation. In the hierarchy of disdain within the realm of cultivation, Qi refiners occupied the lowest rung, a widely accepted consensus. Whether it was talismans crafted, original devices forged, or arrays inscribed, their commercial viability was virtually non-existent. With such prejudice prevailing, how could they possibly earn longevity? It seemed an insurmountable challenge, and no one could see a glimmer of hope. However, who was Su Nanshan? Today, he had risen to legendary status within the Jianglu Fate Academy, from once being a Chongqing species reduced to a mere 13 years of life. He resurrected himself to achieve an astonishing rank of 44th on the Academy's overall leaderboard, even collaborating with the esteemed Wanshou Tower to sign a contract to sell talismans. Therefore, when Su Nanshan asserted he had a method to help them earn longevity, it was not merely to placate them. Lei Susu stared intently at Su Nanshan, her chubby face quivering with excitement. Seizing the moment, she leaped onto Su Nanshan's lap. Nanshan, go. No, Nanshan Grandpa. You are my benefactor, my hope, my light. You say it, and I believe unconditionally. You must have a way to lead us to earn longevity and continue our cultivation. Lei Susu's unwavering faith moved Su Nanshan. Though not everyone shared her level of trust, a few students expressed skepticism. Su Nanshan chuckled, assuring them that a method indeed existed, albeit with challenges that hinged on talent and diligence. Facing the eager gazes around him, Su Nanshan turned to Lei Susu and asked, "Do you remember the building within the Void Mansion, the one that housed a certain book?" Upon hearing this, a blush of embarrassment crept across Lei Susu's plump face. "Oh, Nanshan Gu, why bring that up?" She chuckled shyly. The other students couldn't help but share knowing smiles. Was it captivating? Su Nanshan inquired with a grin. The crowd nodded enthusiastically. "Do you wish to see more?" He continued. "Indeed," they replied eagerly. As Lei Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother, do you have resources?" Su Nanshan shrugged his shoulders and replied, "None." The hopes of the crowd, which had been lifted, swiftly plummeted like a crashing tide. Without resources, what could one possibly achieve? You can write for yourselves. Su Nanshan continued. What I refer to as the path to earn longevity lies in this. The crowd fell silent. Lei Susu interjected. This profession may not appeal to some powerful cultivators, but if you do not mind, you could try writing. It need not be limited to youth literature. It could encompass the stories you yearn for. For instance, the world of cultivation as you envision it, or tales of the rivers and lakes. As long as they captivate others. Knowledge is power. Within books lies beauty and wealth. Su Nanshan chuckled lightly and proceeded to share his earlier conversation with Aunt Shui from Qingyuan Palace, articulating the concept of a writing hall. Can one truly earn longevity? Lei Susu hesitated. Indeed, Su Nanshan affirmed. As the sales of the Little Lingtong talismans increase and more cultivators appear in the virtual realm, the number of those who appreciate your works will grow accordingly. He was confident in this assertion. After all, reading in the writing hall not only refines one's spiritual consciousness but also provides a moment of relaxation amid the rigors of cultivation. Why not embrace it? The students of the 17th courtyard exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Thus, I present you with a choice. If the opportunity to earn longevity is within reach, would you choose to forsake it? Su Nanshan inquired. Lei Susu clenched her teeth, her chubby face contorting with determination. I believe in you, Brother Nanshan. You would never deceive me. I am all in. The world of cultivation is vibrant and beautiful, and I refuse to give up. I will fight for it. She raised her fist, nearly vocalizing her fervor. The onlookers, momentarily at a loss for words, understood the weight of this decision all too well. Should Su Nanshan's words prove false, the cost could be their very lives. Losing this opportunity to withdraw from their studies would sever their connection to the flow of longevity, rendering them unable to submit their life plates, forcing them to invest their resources into cultivation. Otherwise, upon leaving the Mingming Academy, they would inevitably descend to the lowest echelons of the cultivation world, lost in endless stagnation and drifting. After exchanging glances, the students listened intently to Lei Susu's impassioned cry. Who among them would willingly relinquish the chance to continue their cultivation? The world of cultivation, resplendent with wonders, was utterly enchanting. Who would desire to become a mere mortal? Powerless before cultivators? One by one, flames of passion ignited within them, and they began to shout and roar. The air was thick with fervor, shattering the stillness of the Mingming Hall. The Yellow Character Hall, and even the neighboring Xian Character Hall, drew the attention of students, all wondering what transpired in the 17th courtyard. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, a voice thundering down like a gavel, cutting through the fervent cries of the students, stirring their spirits. The crowd turned their heads to discover two figures standing before the instructor's desk. One was the newly appointed teacher, whose skills were rather lacking, merely reciting from the textbook. The other, quite unexpectedly, was Sun Chenkuan, the instructor from the Celestial Fate Tower. He would be responsible for your withdrawal registrations. Anyone wishing to leave the academy and abandon their cultivation could approach Instructor Sun to register and discuss the amount of gold to exchange. The lean instructor spoke in a measured tone. Sun Chenkuan, with his plump face adorned by a smile, glanced over the assembly, his gaze lingering on Su Nanshan, causing him to falter momentarily. Upon seeing Su Nanshan, he was reminded of the possibility of facing disgrace, and his smile vanished, a wave of nausea washing over him. With a cold huff, he remarked, I overheard your conversation outside. Given your cultivation level and results, the hope of success is virtually non-existent. Do not squander your time or lifespan. The path of cultivation is harsh. If you cannot endure, it is wiser to give up sooner rather than later. Sun Chenkuan continued, do not be swayed by certain individuals' temptations. Your life is not a game. The target of his words was unmistakable. Su Nanshan, do not presume that because you have gained lifespan, others can achieve the same. You are endangering lives. Do you understand? Sun Chenkuan adopted an authoritative stance, chastising Su Nanshan. His irritation towards Su Nanshan was genuine, yet the latter's current status and identity were beyond his reach. Previously, with Zhao Tianlei and the elderly Tao from the Tao family backing Su Nanshan, Sun Chenkuan had certainly heard the whispers surrounding him. Thus, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. The higher Su Nanshan's status rose, the more dejected Sun Chenkuan felt. For if Su Nanshan truly succeeded in entering the prestigious Dongling County's outer sect, what would become of his own disgrace? Would he risk offending the powerful should he refuse to accept it? Hence, Sun Chenkuan was genuinely vexed. Instructor Sun, your words are quite unjust. The students of the Yellow Fate Tower are not devoid of hope. If there were hope, who would wish to give up? What if we succeed against the odds? Su Nanshan countered. The students of the Yellow Fate Tower are fundamentally without hope. Even if there is a chance to enter the outer sect, it would merely be the most insignificant faction. What purpose does that serve? To remain at the bottom of the hierarchy, akin to a mere shrimp in the cultivation world. Does that hold any significance? Sun Chenkuan fixed his gaze on Su Nanshan, snorting derisively. His words dripped with disdain and contempt for the students of the Yellow Fate Tower. Lei Susu's face trembled with rage, and many students clenched their fists, their eyes bloodshot. Sun Chenkuan noticed their expressions and smiled lightly. Do not be indignant. While I indeed look down upon you, I speak only the truth. Rather than struggle in the harsh realm of cultivation, akin to a lowly shrimp, it is far more enjoyable to become a mere mortal and live comfortably as a wealthy man in one's remaining days. This was a bitter truth. You are not students of the Celestial Fate Tower, nor are you my students. My students will soar high in the cultivation world, while what will you amount to? You are unworthy even to serve these students, and I advise you to relinquish your ambitions for your own good. Do not cite Su Nanshan as an example. He is fundamentally different from you, being a prodigy of the Heavenly Character Academy. Sun Chenkuan's demeanor has turned cold. In the 17th courtyard, a heavy atmosphere looms. Perhaps Sun Chenkuan is venting his resentment towards Su Nanshan upon the students of the 17th courtyard. Even the slender instructor beside him feels that Sun Chenkuan's words have gone too far, frowning slightly, for although he has just taken charge of the 17th courtyard, these students are indeed his pupils. Sun Chenkuan cast a glance at him, prompting the slender instructor to sigh deeply. He could not afford to provoke Sun Chenkuan. Within the 17th courtyard of the Huang Character Academy, the students appear pale, as if an old scar has been brutally reopened. Their fervent hearts for cultivation mercilessly sliced by innumerable blades. They are indignant and resentful, yet they possess no standing to voice their grievances. Suddenly, amidst the silence of the courtyard, Su Nanshan's voice resonated. Instructor Sun, I must express my discontent with your words. Your judgment has proven consistently misguided. You misjudged me before, and you will surely misjudge them now. Moreover, You are mistaken in your assertions. Fundamentally, I, Nanshan, and they are alike, pure seekers on the path of cultivation. His calm voice carried a warmth that eased the tense hearts of the students within the courtyard. Sun Chinkuan narrowed his eyes, fixating on Nanshan, who regarded him with a faint, enigmatic smile. Instructor Sun, let us make a wager. You seem to disdain my fellow classmates. So let us bet on their performance in the upcoming final assessment before the unified examination. If any one of them manages to place in the top 100 of the overall rankings, I shall claim victory. Otherwise, you shall prevail. Should you win, then the latrine shall remain unscathed. If I win, however, you shall consume 2. 1 is merely to consume, while 2 is also to consume. You stand to lose nothing. What say you? Chapter 63, The Arrival of the Jean Family from the State City Bed? Nanshan's words caused Sun Chinkuan to narrow his eyes. Initially, Sun Chinkuan had no intention of accepting such a wager, but upon hearing the conditions proposed by Nanshan, he felt tempted. Winning the bet meant he could avoid a humiliating fate, while losing it would result in a far graver consequence. In truth, as Nanshan pointed out, whether it was 1 toilet or 2, the act was fundamentally the same, swallowing humiliation. Thus, for him, this gamble held no real risk. Sun Chinkuan's flicker of interest did not escape Nanshan's notice. With a knowing smile, Nanshan continued, Do you not look down upon my classmates? Then why do you lack the courage to accept a wager? This was a blatant provocation. Yet, Sun Chinkuan fell for it. After all, he believed this bet was nearly a sure win. A group of students from the Huangzi Ming building, with the highest cultivation merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, how could they possibly break into the top 100 of the overall rankings? What could they possibly leverage? It was utterly inconceivable. Nanshan possessed a solid foundation, being a longevity type awakened with a lifespan of 150 years. In stark contrast, what did these students from the Huangzi Ming building have? They possessed nothing that could propel them into the ranks of the top 100. Were the students from the Tianzi Ming building and Dizzy Ming building merely idle? Within the Institute of Fate, competition was fierce, and moreover, did the Huangzi Ming students have sufficient lifespan to acquire resources? With nothing to their name, what right did they have to aspire to the top? Thus, in Sun Chinkuan's eyes, Nanshan's wager was utterly meaningless. It was merely an opportunity presented to him to evade disgrace. Fine, I accept, he declared with a derisive smile. A wall of mud cannot be propped up. If you do not believe, just wait and see. He then turned his gaze toward the students of the 17th courtyard, speaking coolly, If you choose to withdraw, come to me to register. If you do not wish to give up, then persevere. Allow me to offer one piece of advice. For those of you lacking talent, surrender is the wisest choice. To persist is merely to squander your life and lifespan. With that, he began to await the students from the 17th courtyard to register. Frankly, while Nanshan's words were impactful and had indeed stirred the spirits of many, the harshness of reality remained undeniable. Nanshan would not obstruct them. He merely provided an opportunity, but if they chose to abandon their pursuits, he could not force them to continue. Ultimately, the path taken was a personal choice. Today was destined to be a sorrowful day. Perhaps from this day forth, the number of students in the Huangzi Ming building would sharply decline. Sun Chinkuan lightly tapped the registration book, chuckling softly, his gaze settling on Nanshan. Let us see the outcome in the final courtyard examination. With those words, he turned and departed. Nanshan remained calm, while the students left in the 17th courtyard appeared increasingly anxious, their faces betraying their unease. Nanshan's wager with Sun Jiaoshi hinged upon the notion that one among them could, during the final examination, penetrate the upper echelons of the overall rankings, specifically the top 100. Yet, could they truly achieve such a feat? The students of the Huangzi Ming building have consistently languished at the lowest tier of the Fate Academy. Even reaching the top 500 is a rarity, let alone the esteemed top 100, a realm where true prodigies contend. Sun Chinkuan departed, venturing to other smaller courtyards to continue registering those who had forsaken their cultivation. Based on historical precedents, it is anticipated that approximately 90% of the students from the Huangzi Ming building would relinquish their pursuits. The path of cultivation is notoriously arduous. Those who stubbornly press on, risking their very lives, often find themselves ensnared in despair. What purpose does perseverance serve if one cannot continue? It can be asserted that the students of the 17th courtyard are among the most resilient. This day marked a farewell. The students of the Huangzi Ming building exchanged visits, bidding each other adieu with heartfelt sincerity. Today's parting signifies the division between two worlds. From this moment forth, they would be devoid of any ties. their fates within the Fate Academy irrevocably severed. Su Nanshan lingered in the academy until evening, sharing poignant farewells with the students who came to bid him goodbye. Although his time with the Huangzi Ming students was brief, they shared the bond of classmates. Some students felt particularly sheepish, having turned down Su Nanshan's goodwill. He had envisioned a path forward for them, yet they lacked the courage to continue. Such sentiments were indeed Su Nanshan's heartfelt words, while others may not have trusted him. It was not entirely their fault. After all, aligning oneself with Su Nanshan was akin to wagering one's own life. In the ensuing days, Su Nanshan's existence became rather monotonous. However, this was no easy feat. He toiled for several days, yet failed to conquer and innovate successfully. Furthermore, the wager between Su Nanshan and Sun Chenkuan began to circulate widely. Students from the Tianzi Ming building and Dizzy Ming building mocked Su Nanshan's fanciful aspirations. Indeed, while Su Nanshan possessed talent that could allow for a brief surge into the top 100, what warranted the same for the students of the Huangzi Ming building? Su Nanshan's wager seemed to disregard the capabilities of the students from the Tianzi and Dizzy Ming buildings entirely. Mockery ensued, and many students turned their backs on Su Nanshan. During this period, the students of the Huangzi Ming building gradually surrendered their life tokens, exchanging them for mundane riches as they departed. The once vibrant Huangzi Ming building fell into a somber silence, its numbers dwindling to a mere handful. Most students from the smaller courtyards abandoned their cultivation. A scant few remained, converging upon the 17th courtyard, which collectively housed even fewer students than it originally had. Su Nanshan observed in silence the harsh realities of the path of cultivation laid bare before him. In Jiang Luoqing, at the Butian Pavilion, Han Qinghe furrowed his brow, listening intently to the report from the beautiful woman before him. How much had the sales of the 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans declined? Upon hearing the final figures, Han Qinghe inhaled deeply. Incredulity etched upon his face. The decline was a staggering 70%. The woman's expression mirrored his dismay. If the performance of the Butian Pavilion in Jiaoluo City falters, she would inevitably face repercussions. In truth, her greatest desire was for Han Qinghe to be promoted. For with his ascent, she would ascend to the position of supervisor at the Butian Pavilion. How could the sales plummet so dramatically? What about the sales of the Shaolin Tong talisman? Han Qinghe's expression grew increasingly grim. The Shaolin Tong talisman has failed spectacularly. The beautiful woman sighed. In terms of talisman sales, we have been suppressed. Her words rendered Han Qinghe restless. He rose and began pacing incessantly. Why has it come to this? Did I not instruct you to arrange for promotions as well? Is it truly impossible to suppress the sales of the Shaolin Tong talisman within this year? Han Qinghe questioned. However, the customers are not responding. They have an interest in the writings of the storyteller, yet that interest does not translate into purchases of the Qian Li Chuanin talisman. Han Qinghe was genuinely troubled. Even copying the homework proved futile. The Qian Li Chuanin talisman cannot communicate with the primordial void as the Shaolin Tong talisman does. For the world, the realm of the void remains shrouded in mystery, and the ability to experience cultivation akin to that of the Dongsu realm through the Shaolin Tong talisman is a fatal temptation for many cultivators. Han Qinghe felt a pang of frustration. He had previously approached City Lord Lu Tao, suggesting that the City Lord put an end to such morally dubious promotional practices. However, with Su Nanshan backed by the Tao family, Han Qinghe felt a sense of trepidation. It truly seemed impossible to contain the situation. What should be done? Han Qinghe was genuinely contemplating a way to curb the Shaolin Tong talisman sales. He could scarcely fathom that the once flourishing Qian Li Chuanin talisman from the Butian Pavilion would suffer a sales setback in the small city of Jiaoluo. Just as he was in the throes of this dilemma, the steward of the Han residence hurried in. Has someone from the Jin family in the state capital arrived? At this, Han Qinghe straightened, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. While I cannot contend with the Shaolin Tong talisman, perhaps the Jin family holds the key. After all, their influence far surpasses that of Han Qinghe. As for how to deal with Su Nanshan, perhaps the Jin family will offer a solution. With this thought, Han Qinghe promptly gathered his belongings and departed the Butian Pavilion, making his way towards the residence. Initially, Han Qinghe harbored a strong aversion to the presence of the Jin family. Yet now, he found himself yearning for their arrival even more than his wife, Jin Ling. Chapter 64. The Fate Plate, once again split asunder. The inky darkness of the night enveloped the world like a gaping maw, swallowing all of humanity. In Jiaoluo City, at the Han residence, an eerie silence fell over the household, as the servants were paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of dread. He understood well the source of this oppressive atmosphere. It was undoubtedly the wrath of the formidable figure from the Jin family. Nevertheless, Han Xinghe's expression bore no trace of fear. Rather, he reveled in the turmoil. Anger was welcome, for it would provide a means to shift the burden of enmity. With a confident pat on his embroidered attire, Han Xinghe strode into the estate. Upon entering, he was met with the heart-wrenching sound of wailing, a voice unmistakably belonging to his wife, Jean Ling, in the brightly lit reception hall. Han's mother was weeping profusely near the elder's seat, while Han Qing, pale-faced, sat in a chair, his visage marred by fury and bitterness. As soon as Han Xinghe returned, all eyes turned to him. Upon sighting him, Jean Ling sprang to her feet, rushing toward him in a frenzy, clawing at him in a tempest of rage. "You, Han, how dare you strike me? How could you leave me imprisoned in the Lord's dungeon for so many days without a rescue? Do you possess no conscience? You heartless wretch! How could I have been so blind as to marry you?" Driven nearly to madness, her recent tribulations had taken a severe toll. Though she had not suffered physically in the dungeon, being well-fed and cared for, her heart was filled with discontent. The anger and resentment directed at Han Xinghe had reached its zenith. Now, confronted with him, all her pent-up emotions surged forth. Han Xinghe remained motionless, allowing her to unleash her fury upon him. Perhaps accustomed to such behavior, he did not even furrow his brow. "Enough, Ling stand down. This matter is not his fault. He has committed no wrongdoing." After a prolonged silence, the elderly figure seated at the head spoke, his voice calm, causing Jean Ling's frantic gestures to falter. "Enough, my dear. You have been well cared for in the Lord's dungeon, thanks to Han Xinghe's intervention. Do you think, having offended Zhao Tianlei and the Tao family, you would have fared so comfortably otherwise?" The elder discerned the crux of the matter with keen insight. Fully aware of Han Mother's temperament, reluctantly, she withdrew her grasp from Han Xinghe. This incident cannot be attributed to him. Had it not been for Han Xinghe, you would be facing the wrath of a formidable opponent. If they had wished for your demise, you would not have survived. The elderly man's understanding was the reason for his lack of ire toward Han Xinghe. Hearing these words, Han Xinghe smiled wryly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Thank you for your understanding, uncle. In that moment of crisis, I was unaware that the seemingly inconspicuous youth was backed by so many powerful figures and forces. Zhao Tianlei was one thing, but Tao Changkong, two formidable entities beyond my capacity to provoke," Han Xinghe explained, lowering his posture in humility. "In the city of Jiaoluo, he may hold a certain status. Yet before the Jin family of Jingzhen Prefecture, he is but an insignificant insect." The elder held a deep admiration for Han Xinghe, nodding in acknowledgement and offering a few comforting words to Han's mother, thus smoothing over the situation. The anger within Han's mother diminished somewhat as she recognized that her husband was not to blame had she been obstinate at that time. It was indeed possible that her life would have been forfeit. Subsequently, Han's mother began to weep anew, recounting the injuries sustained by Han Cheng. The elder furrowed his brow slightly as he approached Han Cheng, his spiritual essence radiating outward, enveloping the young man entirely. The injury to his left shoulder's meridian was grave. Had the spell deviated even slightly further, Han Cheng might have met his demise. Thankfully, the assailant had shown restraint. The elder spoke calmly, flipping his hand to reveal a smooth jade vial from which he poured a crimson pill. "Swallow this. It possesses remarkable efficacy against meridian injuries and will not hinder your cultivation." Han Cheng nodded respectfully, accepting and consuming the pill. The impending storm within the Han household seemed to dissipate into thin air. Finally, the elder turned his gaze toward Han Xinghe, his eyes gleaming with a hint of sharpness. "Young Han, marrying Jean Ling is a stroke of fortune for you, and you are indeed a person of talent. My son-in-law and I have arranged for you to be in Jiaoluo, but this is merely a test of your abilities. However, your performance has left us somewhat disappointed. You are aware of the sales of the 1,000-mile transmission talisman in Jiaoluo, are you not?" The elder sat with an air of authority, his gaze steady upon Han Xinghe. The latter lowered his head with a sigh, realizing that the Jin family was unlikely to confront him solely regarding his mother. It was the business matters that truly concerned them. Han Xinghe did not conceal the truth, candidly revealing the details regarding the Shaoling Tong talisman. The elder, however, scoffed. "You expect me to believe that a talisman crafted by a Qi refinement cultivator could overwhelm the 1,000-mile transmission talisman developed by a third-grade talisman master hired at great expense by the Butian Pavilion in Jiaoluo?" The elder found this notion utterly implausible. Initially, Han Xinghe, too, had been skeptical, paying little heed to the matter. Yet, reality struck him a heavy blow. He elaborated on various functionalities of the Shaoling Tong talisman, providing meticulous details without omission. As he spoke, the Elder's expression grew increasingly grave. It can communicate with the primordial void? He mused, his brow furrowing. Han Qinghe nodded, then summoned a pre-purchased Xiaoling Tong talisman to present to the Elder. A mere glance at the talisman transformed the Elder's earlier indifference. The intricacies of the script upon it struck him with profound impact. Reminiscent of the shock old Zhao had experienced upon first encountering the Taoist script. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the understanding of the significance behind such writing. This script possesses merit. The Elder inhaled deeply, allowing his spiritual essence to surge as he activated the Xiaoling Tong talisman. Meanwhile, Nanshan spent the entire night contemplating the life plate, yet found himself devoid of direction. He was certain that any transaction concerning lifespan within the primordial void must be inextricably linked to the life plate. However, he could not discern an entry point to this relationship. He even wished to draw inspiration from elsewhere, yet found no source to reference, for within the primordial void, there had never been a precedent for the transaction of lifespans. Thus, Nanshan found himself in a quandary. Nevertheless, he believed that all he lacked was a pivotal breakthrough. Once this point was discovered, everything should fall into place naturally. After all, since the heavenly Tao permitted him to establish a void mansion and develop the primordial void, it was illogical for it to obstruct the concept of lifespan transactions. In truth, following two instances of divine protection from the heavenly Tao, Nanshan had begun to sense that the heavenly Tao of this world perhaps possessed its own will. Yet, in the mundane realm, there existed no opportunity for communication with the heavenly Tao. Even cultivators were as insignificant as ants before it, thus equally incapable of such discourse. But Nanshan was different. Due to the nature of the heavenly Tao's writing, he had forged an intangible connection with the Tao of humanity. Spiritual awareness continuously surged into the life token. Yet he could only perceive the data displayed upon it, unable to establish a connection between the token and the primordial void. Putting away the life token, Nanshan retrieved the Tome Chronicles of Longevity, leafing through its pages until he discovered information pertaining to the life token. It was said that the token originated from the realm of longevity, crafted from a most unique material that only existed there. Every year, on the day of awakening the life lock, the realm of longevity would bestow these tokens. Those who successfully unlocked their life locks and awakened the flow of their lifespan would receive the token as a reward, establishing a connection with the heavenly Tao for the purpose of lifespan consumption. The life token was a crucial credential for cultivators, akin to an identity card. Holding the cool token and tapping it gently produced a muffled yet resonant sound. Suddenly, a bold thought struck Nanshan's mind. What if he were to split open the token? Perhaps within it lay the key to his breakthrough. With this thought, like wild grass, his determination surged. Ultimately, Nanshan made up his mind. The realization of lifespan transactions within the primordial void was of paramount importance, especially for someone like him, who intended to promote the internet. Without this crucial element, the internet would remain incomplete, merely a castle in the air, a reflection in the water of a well. As he walked into the empty space of the room, Nanshan held in one hand the Chi sword talisman inscribed with the heavenly Tao's writing. Focusing his mind, he then tossed the life token into the air. His spiritual awareness surged. The brilliance of the Chi sword talisman intensified, and a sharp wave of sword Chi erupted violently, striking the life token with tremendous force. Clang! The sound echoed continuously. Yet, the cutting power of the Chi sword talisman left no trace upon the life token whatsoever. Nanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. The material was indeed extraordinary. Unconvinced, he summoned the fire ignition talisman, urging it forth in an attempt to melt the token. Alas! He met with failure once more. Even with the use of his fingertip cannon, resulting in his fingertips becoming worn, the life token showed not a single crack. Gazing at the token floating before him, Nanshan found himself at a loss for words. This object was even more resilient than a brick. It could not be damaged in the slightest. Of course, it was also possible that he, Nanshan, was simply too weak. Suddenly, Nanshan's consciousness quivered. And within his mind, the blood-red sphere, a manifestation of the barbarian's heavenly will, began to tremble violently. A resonant hum echoed forth. As the sphere unleashed a peculiar mental force, Nanshan's consciousness seemed to transform into crimson. Subsequently, his awareness, sharp as a blade, cleaved fiercely through the life token. The indomitable life token was astonishingly sundered in that very moment, splitting apart. Chapter 65, Forced Offline, Initial Maintenance Update. The Fate token cracked. A blood-red gash ran vertically down the center, splitting it in two. The edges of the cut still seemed to emanate a crimson glow. Nanshan's eyes narrowed. It felt as though a thunderous roar erupted in his mind. He had previously paid little heed to the orb that resided quietly in his consciousness. Yet, this sudden anomaly sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine. However, thanks to his unique ability to cultivate tranquility and focus, he remained remarkably composed and did not panic. The orb should pose no threat. After all, he still possessed a passive protection from the heavenly path. If the orb truly were a menace, the protective mechanism would have activated long ago. The reason for the spiritual awareness being tainted and the fate token being severed likely stemmed from the blood-red orb, a manifestation of the barbaric will of heaven. Its ability to cleave the fate token might be due to the infusion of the barbarian's celestial aura into his spiritual consciousness. If that were indeed the case, it would be understandable. Once Nanshan calmed himself, his gaze fell upon the severed fate token, and he was momentarily taken aback. Within the cut of the fate token lay a myriad of intricate, endless patterns. These patterns resembled runic inscriptions, as if some ancient language coalesced into form. At this moment, Nanshan fully employed his photographic memory, fixating intently on the inscriptions at the cut of the fate token. By maintaining this focus, perhaps he could inscribe these patterns into the primordial void, thus facilitating an interaction between the fate token and the primordial realm, enabling a transaction of longevity within the ethereal palace. After a considerable time of observation, however, the sheer abundance and complexity of the patterns within the cut overwhelmed him. His spiritual awareness was nearly depleted after an entire night of scrutiny, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears. Only then did he conclude his examination. As his spiritual awareness receded like a tide, the previously severed fate token began to pulsate with a profound essence, miraculously healing itself. It restored to its flawless state. As if the prior cleaving had been a mere illusion, Nanshan slumped exhaustedly in his chair, gasping for breath. Yet, within his eyes sparkled boundless excitement. He had found his breakthrough. Retrieving a primordial crystal, he absorbed its restorative energy, as the blood-red orb radiated a soothing energy, allowing Nanshan's spiritual awareness to rapidly recover. With a flicker of thought, he entered the primordial void. This time, he did so directly as the celestial interconnection sovereign. Boom. Upon re-entering the primordial void, the entire expanse transformed. Ancient palaces loomed across the horizon, Bodhi leaves trembled gently, and upon the meditation cushions, figures sat in serene stillness. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, the entire ethereal palace seemed to come alive. The dangling ethereal palace. Within the current palace, starlight flickered, densely packed, nearly approaching 10,000. The combined number of cities neared 10,000 as well. Although in sales it could not yet rival the 1,000-mile sound transmission talismans of the Tianbu Pavilion, it still possessed a formidable competitive edge. Nanshan sat within the ancient palace, his visage shrouded in the misty gray, gazing at the myriad twinkling stars within the void mansion. A subtle smile graced his lips, for it seemed he had drawn one step closer to illuminating the entirety of the primordial void. Welcome, great lord of interconnection. Within the mansion, two administrators sensed Nanshan's presence and promptly settled onto their meditation cushions, greeting him with utmost reverence. Nanshan remained silent, maintaining his customary aloofness, a demeanor the administrators had long since grown accustomed to. They sat quietly, absorbing the vibrant and rich essence of the Tao that surged forth with Nanshan's arrival. Unbeknownst to them, they pondered the purpose of Nanshan's appearance in the primordial void. In truth, they had gleaned from experience that the great Lord of Interconnection would not descend without reason. Thus, when he did appear, it was invariably for a purpose. Consequently, they watched in silence. They had not contended for Tao Changkong previously, but that mattered little, as long as the great Lord continued to value this mansion. Opportunities would surely arise in the future. Was that a naturally formed pattern? He was uncertain, yet it did not hinder his ability to replicate it. After a moment of contemplation, during which he mentally sketched the necessary lines repeatedly, Nanshan opened his eyes, his spiritual consciousness surging forth. Utilizing the void as his canvas and his consciousness as ink, he began to create. The moment the first stroke fell, the entire mansion trembled. The two administrators felt this most profoundly, even sensing the boiling essence of the Tao. Their ethereal forms shifted slightly. What was transpiring? They beheld, faintly above the mansion, a great net materializing, interwoven with intricate lines. The great Lord of Interconnection. Was he inscribing talismans based on the foundation of the primordial void? Incredible. The intricacies of this pattern were profound. Previously, they had encountered only the most rudimentary lines. Yet today's lines were unlike anything they had ever seen, imparting an impression of unfathomable depth. Though they could not fully comprehend it, an instinctive feeling told them that the implications of these lines were extraordinary. The two administrators marveled in awe. Not just them, the stellar brilliance of the entire mansion felt markedly different at that moment. Recently, with the popularity of the little communication talismans, the mansion had gradually been revealed to the public, and many had become accustomed to logging in and engaging in lively exchanges with the starlight within. This was an exceptionally unique experience. Figures such as Chao Xiao, Shui Qin, City Lord Lu Tao, and Dean Su Qing had all procured little communication talismans. At this moment, they stealthily wandered the mansion, experiencing its mysteries and the vastness of the primordial void. As the mansion trembled, their consciousnesses instinctively scanned the surroundings, revealing the ancient palace suspended above the mansion, and within it, the imposing figure seated beneath the Bodhi tree, reminiscent of an ancient deity. What could this mean? A sense of apprehension gripped Chao Xiao and the others, as if they sensed a monumental shift on the horizon. The mansion was poised for a grand transformation. Meanwhile, at the Butian Pavilion, an elder from the Jin family of the state city activated the little communication talisman given to him by Han Qinghe with his primordial spirit. To his astonishment, his spirit was autonomously drawn forth, manifesting in the primordial void. To him, this was utterly astonishing. Was it truly the primordial void? The elder marveled. As he surveyed his surroundings, the vastness of the primordial void felt remarkably familiar. As a seasoned practitioner of the Jin family, his cultivation was not lacking, and he had ventured into the primordial void for exploration on numerous occasions. However, he had never entered the primordial void with such ease as he did today. His primordial spirit felt as if it bore no burden at all. This talisman, it possessed such formidable efficacy? It enabled cultivators beneath the void realm to enter the primordial void, even allowing those of the void realm to do so with even less strain on their spirits. This small talisman of communication was indeed noteworthy. No wonder it stood shoulder to shoulder with the powerful 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman promoted by the Sky Repair Pavilion and the sales of Dongling County. The elder's starlight drifted from the void mansion, automatically entering its confines. Upon witnessing the myriad twinkling starlights, akin to flickering lanterns, he was momentarily ensnared by a peculiar illusion, as if he had stepped into a bustling street. So many starlights. The elder inhaled deeply, just as he intended to thoroughly explore the void mansion. An ancient palace and a colossal shadow materialized above it. The elder was profoundly shaken, his worldview subjected to unprecedented upheaval. As he beheld the intertwining paths of symbols above the void mansion, his mind trembled, overwhelmed by a tremendous pressure that rendered him breathless. The stronger one's cultivation, the more one could comprehend the terrifying nature of this grand divine ability, inscribed upon the canvas of the void. This small talisman of communication. It might indeed be a treasure trove. The elder murmured, his initial disdain for the talisman completely dissipated. He felt akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, thoroughly enlightened by the small talisman of communication. Under the watchful gaze of the numerous starlights within the void mansion, the intertwined paths gradually took shape, eventually enveloping the entire mansion. Soon Nanshan opened his eyes. After meticulously tracing the paths inscribed upon the command token, he sensed a distinct transformation. It seemed as though the depths of the primordial void were in turmoil. Faintly, the sound of endless thunder reverberated, as if a storm of lightning was rushing towards the void mansion. At that moment, the two administrators seated on their cushions turned pale. Was it the void thunder tribulation? How could this be? What had the elder done to attract the void thunder tribulation? Inside the mansion, the elder of the Jin family wore a look of horror. Impossible. How could the thunder tribulation be summoned? The void thunder tribulation could only be triggered if a path opener were to carve a river of the great Tao within the primordial void. Yet there were no signs of such a thing occurring at this moment. The elder of the Jin family was utterly bewildered. What kind of divine treasure did this small talisman of communication connect to? However, as the elder contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine. If this thunder tribulation were to sweep over, even the primordial spirits of void realm cultivators would struggle to withstand a single strike. We are doomed. A sense of dread enveloped the elder. Yet, just as he was about to withdraw from the small talisman of communication, a thunderous roar reverberated within the ethereal mansion, as a formidable thunder pool loomed ominously overhead. The intertwining arcs of lightning lashed out, striking the periphery of the mansion and causing a tumultuous distortion in the void. Yet, the mansion remained steadfast and unyielding, seemingly shielded by an invisible force. The administrators and all the Starshine users felt a palpable tension, their hearts rising to their throats. Nanshan himself was taken aback, not anticipating the arrival of a thunder tribulation. However, he sensed no hint of malevolence within it, allowing him to remain at ease. He understood that these thunderbolts were perhaps summoned to assist him in delineating the intricate inscriptions within his destiny plate. Casting a glance at the anxious users below, Nanshan felt compelled to offer them an explanation, swiftly formulating his words. With a mere thought, a resounding voice resonated throughout every corner of the mansion. The interconnected ethereal mansion will undergo its inaugural maintenance update, necessitating a mandatory disconnection for all users. Once the update is complete, you may re-enter the mansion. Estimated duration, 1 hour. The calm voice bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. As the words concluded, Nanshan, the master of the mansion, severed all connections, including those of the 2 administrators in the Void Realm and all the celestial stars. The surroundings dimmed, their consciousness forcibly expelled from the mansion, and even from the primordial void itself. They were ruthlessly disconnected, a testament to the overwhelming power wielded by the celestial sovereign of interconnection. Chapter 66. The successful development of the immortal cultivation version of Alipay. The multitude, forcibly disconnected, harbored no grievances in their hearts. The formidable prowess of the celestial sovereign of the internet was evident to all, having crafted the ethereal realm and inexplicably summoned the void thunder calamity. The severance of their consciousness was, in fact, a benevolent act. After all, should the void thunder calamity descend, how could the myriad users, whose consciousness lacked even the essence of their primordial spirit, withstand such a cataclysm? It would spell doom for all. Yet, within their hearts lingered a flicker of anticipation. An update? Could the ethereal realm emerge with new functionalities? The words of the celestial sovereign resonated in every individual's ears, leaving no room for doubt. Many were also curious whether the arrival of the void thunder calamity would obliterate the ethereal realm. The celestial sovereign had stated that the maintenance and update would require an hour. Thus, they resolved to await the passage of that time. The night deepened, with dark clouds swirling above. However, Jiagluo City remained ablaze with light, as nearly half of the users of the small spirit communication talisman awaited the hour's completion. In Jiagluo City, within the Han residence, the elder of the Jin family opened his eyes, astonishment still swirling within his gaze. Han Qinghe, having closely observed the elder's expression, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that the burden of the underperforming 1,000-mile communication talisman had been alleviated significantly. The elder, recognizing the overwhelming strength of the small spirit communication talisman, would naturally comprehend the reasons behind the plummeting sales of the 1,000-mile communication talisman. It was not a matter of Han Qinghe's incompetence, but rather that the competition was exceedingly formidable. Elder, how do you find it? This small spirit communication talisman allows cultivators beneath the void realm to access the primordial void without significantly depleting their spiritual consciousness. Moreover, it facilitates instantaneous communication through the primordial void, rendering the 1,000-mile communication talisman utterly lacking in advantage. Han Qinghe began to lament. However, to his surprise, the elder paid him no heed. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally opened his eyes, exclaiming in awe, "This talisman is truly extraordinary. The higher one's cultivation, the more one can grasp the formidable essence of this talisman." The elder's gaze turned sharply towards Han Qinghe, his eyes suddenly piercing. "Such a talisman, why have you not secured the sales rights? How did the Wanshou Tower manage to obtain them?" Han Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. Could not Chao Shou of the Wanshou Tower stake a considerable price to gamble on this opportunity? Strictly speaking, it was indeed his oversight. Initially, Ni Qingyan had sought out the 3 major trading houses, and Han Qinghe had met with her. Yet, he had dismissed her recommendations, viewing her words as mere jest. Subsequently, when the small spirit communication talisman was shamelessly monopolized by Chao Shou, he could not experience it and failed to pay attention, even abandoning his interest altogether. Little did he anticipate that the functionality of the small spirit communication talisman would be so extraordinary. Who is selling the sales rights? Let us procure them now. Whatever lifespan the Wanshou Tower offers, we shall double it. The elder of the Jin family declared solemnly. Han Qinghe gazed at the excited elder, a look of embarrassment suddenly appearing on his face. He glanced at Han Chen and Han Mu, who both recoiled slightly. Han Qinghe proceeded to divulge the matter of Han Mu sending someone to eliminate Nanshan, explaining that this incident was also the reason for Han Mu's offense towards Zhao Tianlei and Nanshan. was the individual possessing the qualification to sell the coveted Xiaoling Tong talismans. Are you implying that the enigmatic interconnected celestial lord residing in the void is this young man's master? The elder's eyes flashed with disbelief. Just how formidable is the interconnected celestial lord? Sitting in the ancient hall, he resembled an ancient deity, his thoughts traversing through the epics. Such a being, and yet they. The Bution pavilion, have offended him? An uncontainable fury surged within the heart of the elder from the Jin clan, as he turned to glare at Han Mu. Look at the trouble you've caused. His voice was deep, laced with anger. Han Qinghe felt quite helpless. It wasn't a lack of capability on his part, but rather that his companions were exceedingly incompetent. Han Mu, on the other hand, felt aggrieved, even rebellious at heart. That wretch harmed Qinghe first. I couldn't bear it, she retorted. The Jin elder regarded Han Mu for a long moment, causing her to involuntarily shrink back, before finally sighing. You have been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. Your current behavior may very well bring significant trouble to the Bution pavilion. His words were cold. Han Mu lowered her head, obediently acknowledging her mistake. Han Qinghe was already well acquainted with the elder's sentiments, or rather, he understood the operational style of the entire Jin family, domineering and focused on profit. Such as the hallmark of the three great Bution pavilions of Jing'an Prefecture. Allow me to observe further, after an hour, when the Xiaoling Tong talismans are updated. I shall see. If it proves unsatisfactory, I will personally seek out that young man to acquire the sales qualification. Han Qinghe pondered for a moment and then said, what if that young man refuses? However, as he spoke half-heartedly, he noticed the elder's immovable demeanor. Realizing the futility of his concerns, he bowed respectfully and ceased to speak. The thunder pool hovered ominously above the void. Terrifying lightning surged and roiled within. Arcs of lightning striking the periphery of the void, distorting the very fabric of space. Nanshan lifted his head, sensing an ominous and oppressive celestial might bearing down upon him. The entire void was enveloped in thunder. The void thunder calamity. Was it a form of tribulation? Nanshan felt otherwise. It resembled more of a baptism of the unique literary path he had inscribed after opening his fate plate. In the primordial void, the emergence of the void thunder calamity had already garnered attention from all quarters. Even from the distant blood-red abyss, a colossal eye seemed to be weeping blood, fixated intently on the direction of the thunder calamity. Historically, the appearance of the void thunder calamity signified that a member of the human race was forging a new grand path. This was undoubtedly alarming news for the barbarian and demon realms. However, this time, it appeared that the human race had not birthed a new grand path. This was precisely why the barbarian and demon realms remained undisturbed. On the other side, in the primordial void, 5 majestic rivers of the great Tao traverse the expanse, where figures sit in contemplation, gazing toward the ethereal mansion of Jiangluo City. Upon witnessing this ethereal abode, they instantly comprehend that the orchestrator of the unfolding events must undoubtedly be the revered, interconnected celestial. They recognize that this is not an endeavor to create a new Tao or to forge a new river of the great Tao. However, the ability to summon a void thunder tribulation signifies the unfathomable power of the interconnected celestial. The void thunder tribulation, renowned for its destructive capacity, serves as a formidable trial for those who seek to cultivate the Tao. As the tribulation approaches the ethereal mansion, one must ponder, can the interconnected celestial withstand it? Or rather, can the ethereal mansion, crafted by the interconnected celestial, endure the onslaught? Once the thunder tribulation has passed, it is likely that the ethereal mansion may be reduced to mere ruins. The powerful beings above the river of the great Tao murmur amongst themselves, separated by vast distances. They cannot converse directly and are left to reflect aloud, drawing from their own experiences to offer analyses. Many powerful entities direct their gaze toward the direction cloaked by the thunderpool. The void there contorts, obstructing the probing of their primordial spirits. While they remain uncertain about the current state of the ethereal mansion, the descending thunder suggests that it may soon fragment beyond repair. The thunder rumbled for an extended duration. Gradually, the thunder pool began to dissipate, and the once chaotic primordial void seemed to settle into a calm. The powerful beings above the river of the great Tao collectively turned their attention toward the direction of the ethereal mansion, now enveloped in arcs of lightning. Soon, expressions of astonishment illuminated their eyes, for they discerned that the ethereal mansion had not been obliterated. It continued to hover within the primordial void, becoming even more arcane. As unique patterns appeared to swirl across its surface, The entirety of the ethereal mansion exuded a singular sensation, akin to gazing upon an immense life plate. Within the ethereal mansion, the ancient hall remained intact, and the Bodhi tree swayed gently in the breeze. Nanshan's spirits were high. After the baptism of the thunder pool, the inscribed patterns seemed to have been etched into the very essence of the ethereal mansion by the thunder itself, causing a transformation within its structure. One could say that this maintenance and update had been a resounding success. With a mere thought, Nanshan raised his hand, and within his palm, the inscriptions intertwined. As if a current was swirling, gradually coalescing into a semi-transparent light plate. This light plate was densely adorned with inscriptions, mirroring those found on the life plate, yet presented in the style of celestial calligraphy. Name: Nanshan. Cultivation level: Qi refining 7th layer. Remaining lifespan: 28 years, 7 months. And 1 day. Minimum lifespan: 10 years. Upon witnessing the information that should reside upon the life plate manifest within the light plate, a smile unfurled at the corners of Nanshan's mouth. Success. The moment the light plate revealed itself, Nanshan understood that the development of a cultivation version of Alpay had come to fruition. Within the confines of the ethereal mansion, the exchange of lifespan could be realized. This marked an unprecedented initiative within the primordial void. With a mere shift of his consciousness, Nanshan lifted the seal on the ethereal mansion. After a brief moment, in the once desolate and shadowy realm of the Void Manor, stars began to twinkle and illuminate the darkness, breathing new life into the entire expanse. The long-awaited users of the Little Spirit Communication Talisman, after a scheduled hour of updates and maintenance, came online one after another. Upon logging in, they were met with notifications regarding the newly acquired features following the maintenance of the Void Manor. In the next moment, as they beheld the new functionalities, all users were left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 67. The dawn of a new era in the city of Zhongluo, within the Tao residence. She had previously roamed the virtual realm, receiving hints that it was due for maintenance and updates, prompting her to log off. Now, she could hardly contain her eagerness to discover the new features that the virtual realm had to offer. Tao Weiyan cherished this ethereal domain, for within it, she was free from the scrutinizing gazes of the outside world, allowing her to express her true nature without restraint. She could indulge in anything her heart desired, watch whatever she wished, converse with whomever she pleased, and engage in discussions that were entirely casual and unrestricted. This sense of liberation filled her with unparalleled joy. Each day that passed without her logging into the virtual realm left her feeling somewhat unsettled. According to Nanshan, she had become addicted, and he would jestingly label her an internet addict. However, Tao Weiyan paid no heed to his teasing, as long as she found happiness. That was all that mattered. With the updates to the virtual realm, her anticipation grew. As the hour arrived, Tao Weiyan could hardly wait to enter the virtual domain of Yuanshi. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a transformation. She discovered that she was no longer represented by starlight. Instead, a swirl of stars enveloped her, gradually coalescing into a vague humanoid form. It was quite indistinct, merely a rough silhouette. As she scanned her surroundings, she observed that nearly all the starlight had transformed into humanoid shapes. Some were clearly defined, while others remained hazy, and some were little more than a cloud of starry mist. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced that the clarity of the humanoid shapes corresponded to the cultivator's levels. Those with higher cultivation exhibited more distinct forms. With her cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, she could barely manifest a humanoid shape, while those who could not even form a silhouette were likely enlightenment cultivators below the 6th level. Was this the new feature that came with the maintenance and updates? It was as if the virtual realm had morphed into an entirely new world, truly marvelous. Previously, only those cultivators who had reached the void realm and condensed their primordial spirit could manifest humanoid shadows using the power of their spirit. Now, even Qi refinement cultivators had the opportunity to form humanoid shadows, experiencing the same sensations as those in the void realm, which would undoubtedly captivate and delight many cultivators beneath that level, feeding their vanity immensely. Suddenly, Tao Weiyan noticed starlight gathering before her, ultimately forming a luminous plaque. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped the plaque, which transformed into a radiant screen displaying textual information. Name: Tao Weiyan. Cultivation: 8th level of Qi refinement. Remaining lifespan: 79 years, 6 months, and 12 days. Minimum lifespan: 10 years. Tao Weiyan's pupils constricted. This information was all too familiar to her. Wasn't this the information contained within her life token? Her cultivation level and remaining lifespan matched perfectly. How was she able to see her life token-S information here in the yearns void? Her mind was a tangled mess, bewildered by the unfolding events. Within the ethereal realm, a resounding roar began to echo, emanating from the profound and sonorous voice of the celestial master of the internet. The first maintenance update of the ethereal domain had concluded, introducing the features of the starry body and the ethereal life token. This gentle voice reverberated through every corner of the realm, heard distinctly by every cultivator present. Tao Weian was overwhelmed with an indescribable astonishment. What did the ethereal life token signify? Could it be that within this domain, one could also attain the witness of the heavenly Tao and engage in the trade of lifespan? Instantly, Tao Weian's curiosity about the ethereal realm intensified. Not only Tao Weian, but nearly all cultivators logging into the ethereal domain at that moment were equally astounded. Chao Xiu, Shui Qin, Han Qinghe, and the elder of the Jin family were particularly struck by the revelation. As members of the three major trading houses, they understood very well what the emergence of the ethereal life token entailed. It signified the establishment of a new sales channel, a novel trade route. Perhaps, some cultivators could seize this opportunity to ascend to greatness, amassing vast lifespans, while others might rise from obscurity to stand amidst the clouds. This represented opportunity, potentially heralding the dawn of a new era. And Shui trembled with shock, overwhelmed by the realization. They had done it. They had truly accomplished it. Previously, she had discussed with Su Nanshan the idea of facilitating lifespan trades within the primordial void, a concept she initially deemed fanciful. However, Su Nanshan had mentioned that his master might be capable of such a feat with a mindset of mere curiosity and little hope. After all, it seemed exceedingly difficult. She had engaged in the conversation. In the land of eternal life, lifespan trading was possible due to the presence of life tokens. But did life tokens exist in the primordial void? No. Hence, achieving lifespan trading seemed almost impossible. Yet now, what was once deemed impossible had become a reality. The luminous token, imbued with starlight, bore intricate details, seemingly replicating the information of the life token, unequivocally proving that the primordial void could indeed facilitate lifespan trading. It was as if a brilliant firework had ignited within Aunt Shui's heart, her blood coursing rapidly, causing every cell to tremble. An immense opportunity lay before her. Most importantly, the primordial void capable of enabling lifespan trading was undoubtedly a fertile land awaiting cultivation. This notion was not held solely by Aunt Shui. Chao Xiu was equally exhilarated. He had previously been swept away by the formidable capabilities of the spirit communication talisman, neglecting to contemplate Su Nanshan's words carefully. At that time, when Su Nanshan mentioned the possibility of earning a commission from lifespan trades in the primordial void, he had not given it thorough thought. Yet now, the question of how to obtain lifespan commissions arose, since trading was not feasible within the primordial void. However, with the advent of the ethereal life token, all of Chao Xiu's doubts were dispelled. Soon, both individuals furrowed their brows. The ability to transfer and trade lifespan was indeed a positive development. However, within the primordial void, they could scarcely envision what commerce could be conducted or how it might be pursued. Nevertheless, this trade route is a novel path, one yet to be traversed by any. Whoever first steps upon it is destined to reap bountiful rewards. Their objective is to tread upon this ground and seize the initiative. Su Nanshan's consciousness withdrew from the primordial void, feeling somewhat fatigued. In reality, his life token had reverted to its original state. Sitting in his chair, Su Nanshan exhaled softly, unable to suppress a chuckle. The successful development of a cultivation-oriented payment platform heralded the imminent manifestation of the internet's true wealth-generating potential. The gateway to a new era was slowly creaking open, and Su Nanshan beamed with brilliance. It could be said that online payment is a formidable weapon of the internet, arguably the very channel through which value is realized. The major categories of the internet, gaming, social networking, e-commerce, and short videos, rely heavily on online payment for profitability. In essence, Su Nanshan's research into online payment represents a pivotal point capable of transforming the world. Next, he merely needs to wield his tools to leverage the entirety of the Changshan continent. Slumped in his chair, he rubbed his temples, feeling a slight mental fatigue. Although he embodied the interconnected deity commanding the heavens within the virtual realm, at his core, he was simply a programmer, tirelessly engaged in development without respite. Each phase of research demanded a significant expenditure of energy. He poured himself a glass of warm water and drank it swiftly, feeling his body relax considerably. With a slight opening of his eyes, he toyed with a brush crafted from the fur of a demon beast. Soon Nanshan found himself lost in contemplation. With the successful development of online payment, the sales of the Shaolin Tong talisman would undoubtedly surge, and the lifespan transactions within the virtual realm would surely become highly sought after. The three major trading houses would undoubtedly be envious and inclined to enter the fray. Xueqin had essentially already made her move, while the Wanshou Tower and the Butian Pavilion remained cautious observers. The emergence of the Void Life token would undoubtedly dispel their lingering doubts. Wanshou Tower was manageable, but Butian Pavilion warranted careful consideration. The market in Jiaokluo City was limited, and the popularity of the Shaolin Tong talisman would certainly compress the sales of the 1,000-mile transmission talisman. Han Qinghe harbored a grudge against me, and his wife had been imprisoned in the city lord's manor due to my actions. If he were to become envious and driven to desperation, sending someone to harm me would pose a genuine threat. One must never underestimate the ruthlessness of adversaries. Having been attacked once, Su Nanshan held reservations in his heart. Thus, Su Nanshan shifted his gaze to the lottery panel. The protection of heaven now afforded him but a single opportunity, failing to provide sufficient security. Su Nanshan needed to continue drawing, hoping to obtain a reward that would grant him the safety he desired. Before the draw commenced, he thought, may fortune embrace me. Chapter 68. A second chance at fortune, a bountiful harvest. Guest, Su Nanshan level, LV3 abilities, photographic memory, unlocked at LV2. Tranquil focus, unlocked at LV3. Celestial symbol drawing technique, special, divine protection 1, passive, spells, chi refinement, finger cannon, entry level, lifespan, for 100 years, 4 months. And 26 days lottery pool, available for drawing inventory, 24 pure lower grade essence crystals, 1 acceleration token. Before Su Nanshan materialized the lottery panel, his available lifespan for the draw stood at 400 years. Of these, 400 years were recharged after expenses incurred at the Eternal Life Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Nanshan's mind delved into the lottery pool section. The scene before him quivered once more, rippling like undulating water. It was as if an ancient portal swung wide open, revealing an expanse both boundless and enigmatic, adorned with a chandelier embedded with countless crystals, radiating opulence and splendor. The casino remained characteristically silent, yet the lavishness exuded an insatiable warmth. One gambling table after another sat quietly within the grand hall, bathed in the dreamlike reflections of the crystal chandeliers. Su Nanshan cast his gaze across the room. Aside from the 2 tables he had previously observed, the casino seemed to shimmer with newfound light, unveiling a 3rd table. Its shackles utterly shattered. Evidently, as his level ascended to LV3, the restrictions binding the casino had naturally unraveled. The first table required a wager of 10 years of lifespan for a single draw, the second table demanded 100 years, and the third table, naturally, called for 1,000 years. Regrettably, Su Nanshan was currently unable to amass the requisite 1,000 years for a draw. He strode directly forward, his feet gliding upon the casino's plush carpet-like floor, arriving at the second table. Settling into a genuine leather chair, he felt himself enveloped in endless softness, as if he were sinking into a cocoon of comfort. This chair, crafted from an unknown hide, offered an exquisite relaxation that soothed his spirit. However, as he positioned himself before the second table, an inexplicable pressure began to manifest, as though unseen eyes scrutinized his every move. A sense of unease stirred within him, prompting a frown. Activating his ability to maintain tranquility, the disquiet dissipated entirely, leaving him in a state of absolute calm. Presently, Su Nanshan possessed 400 years of lifespan. However, he did not intend to expend it all at the second table. He resolved to use 300 years for 3 consecutive draws at the second table, while reserving 100 years for 10 draws at the first table, thereby maximizing his potential rewards. This strategy would ensure that, should he leave the second table empty-handed, he would still acquire sufficient essence crystals from the first table to facilitate his cultivation and guarantee a breakthrough in his abilities. Exchange for 3 chips, Su Nanshan declared, his expression stoic as he reclined against the leather chair. As his words fell, 3 chips, exuding an icy aura, floated down and settled before him. The chips were crimson, as if they had just been harvested from a pool of blood. It was as if a malevolent demon, wielding dominion over death, placed 3 blood-red chips before the diminutive Su Nanshan with his sharp fingertips. Extending his hand, he grasped the 3 chips, each inscribed with the character for 100, signifying the value of a century of life essence. Su Nanshan gazed at the chips for an extended period before coldly tossing them aside. The sound of clinking echoed as the chips landed on the gaming table, which was draped in crimson velvet. It seemed as though an invisible hand reached out to retrieve the 3 chips. The bet was placed. Across the table, an unseen dealer emitted a chilling laugh. And then the deck of cards was laid upon the table, fanned out, and beginning to glimmer. In the next moment, 3 cards slid from the deck, arranged neatly before Nanshan, awaiting revelation. Nanshan's first action was to observe the colors of the cards. His eyes flickered slightly, and his breath quickened. Indeed, the second table held treasures. Though the vibrant, rainbow-hued cards from his initial draw were absent, the colors of these 3 cards were anything but ordinary. They were green, and blue. Previously, Nanshan had learned of the 4 colors of the cards: white, yellow, green, and rainbow. Among them, the rainbow cards were rare and precious. The white card served merely as a consolation prize, while the previous protection from the heavenly path had been drawn from a green card. Thus, Nanshan felt a surge of excitement. The higher the table's rank, the better the rewards, after all, as it required more life essence to play. By convention, the rewards were revealed starting from the lowest tier. Rubbing his hands together, he took a deep breath and turned over the first green card. Wrath of the Heavenly Path won him. Nanshan raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying his delight. The Wrath of the Heavenly Path? Although it differed from the protection of the Heavenly Path, its effect should be quite similar, right? Moreover, Nanshan noted that the previously drawn protection had provided him with 3 opportunities, whereas this wrath only granted a single chance. This indicated that the Wrath of the Heavenly Path must hold greater value. The first green card yielded a satisfactory reward. It appeared that embracing fortune indeed bore fruits. Nanshan rubbed his hands together, silently wishing for further blessings of luck, and then he opened the second green card. 5th rank Talisman Crafting Experience. The reward from the second green card caused Nanshan's eyes to brighten. Talisman Crafting Experience, as the name implies, would provide him with the expertise of a talisman master. In other words, upon receiving this experience, he could elevate his crafting level to the 5th rank. His breath quickened. A 5th rank talisman master. It is essential to note that in the realm of talisman crafting, the higher the rank, the more esteemed the identity and status of the master. Particularly within the De Liang dynasty, talismans are indispensable to cultivators, integral to combat, daily life, and cultivation alike. With the experience of a 5th rank talisman master, Nanshan would find the development of interconnected heavenly paths to be even more effortless. The application of various talismans would also flow more smoothly than before. What a splendid boon! Nanshan smiled joyfully. However, before long, his smile faded, and his gaze fell upon the main attraction, the sole blue card he had drawn after expending 300 years of his lifespan. Initially, he had hoped that this lottery would enable him to accumulate some hidden cards in depth. The previous divine protection had served as such a card, allowing him to retreat unscathed even when confronted by a fragment of the will of the barbarian heavens. Naturally, the more hidden cards one possesses, the better. Although he maintained good relations with individuals like Tao Chong Kong and Zhao Jiaoxi, it was unwise to rely entirely on others for safety. Human hearts are fickle and difficult to predict. Moreover, with the research advancements concerning the void life plate, a storm would undoubtedly ensue throughout the entirety of the primordial void. As for Nanshan, his ostensible identity was that of a disciple of the interconnected Celestial Lord, the only clue to the Celestial Lord's existence in the mortal realm. It was not inconceivable that those with nefarious intentions might seek to bring him harm. Taking precautions is always prudent. Calming his mind and centering his spirit, Nanshan exhaled deeply. Inwardly, he chanted, "Embrace the koi." A radiant blue light shimmered brilliantly. He then extended his hand and revealed the blue card, Yin Yang Symbol Armor 1. Chapter 69. The Eye of the Storm, Nanshan's Little Shop. The Yin Yang Armor? Within the casino, illuminated by the brilliance of a chandelier adorned with thousands of sparkling crystals, Nanshan furrowed his brow, feeling utterly perplexed by this reward. However, the items yielded from the blue card should not be of inferior quality. After all, he had previously drawn the heavenly protection with the green card, and the Yin Yang armor must surely surpass that in rank. Being in a casino, he found it impractical to delve into the intricacies of the Yin Yang armor. Perhaps due to unlocking the 3rd gambling table, the odds of winning the jackpot at the first table seemed to have diminished. After 10 consecutive draws, Nanshan had only obtained 2 yellow cards, the rest being white cards. The white cards, as one could easily surmise, were predominantly comprised of elemental crystals. As for the yellow cards, he harbored a flicker of hope. Upon revealing the 2 yellow cards, the rewards materialized. Artifact Forging Technique, Engraving, Entry Level, Cultivation Acceleration Voucher X3. The rewards from the 2 yellow cards were quite commendable. He had previously experienced the benefits of the Cultivation Acceleration Voucher, which proved invaluable to his training. The Artifact Forging Technique was a pleasant surprise. Among the 4 essential skills of a cultivator, talisman crafting, artifact forging, alchemy, and formation, Nanshan was proficient in talisman crafting. However, he possessed only a conceptual understanding of artifact forging, alchemy, and formations, as the Enlightenment Academy had not instructed him in these areas. The Academy solely focused on talisman crafting. And to pursue artifact forging, alchemy, and formations, one would have to seek instruction from external sections. Consequently, Nanshan felt quite satisfied with these 2 rewards. At present, Nanshan had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, and deep within, he harbored ambitions. He aspired to attain the 9th level of Qi refinement by the day of the Academy's comprehensive examination, and even to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This was a modest goal. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that this goal posed considerable challenges. From his discussions with Tao Qi, he learned that no one in the Enlightenment Academy had achieved the foundation establishment stage in Jiagluo City over the years. Only in the capital's Enlightenment Academy could the scions of prominent families possess the conditions and talents necessary to advance to foundation establishment during their studies. Just because others could not achieve it did not mean Nanshan could not. With the lottery panel at his disposal, and having drawn so many pure elemental crystals, coupled with the cultivation acceleration vouchers, Nanshan believed he still had a chance to catch up to the progeny of noble families. Wasn't Tao Qi on the verge of being surpassed by him? Nanshan smiled, his gaze sweeping across the casino, landing on the depths still shrouded in darkness. Where tables were ensnared in chains, what kind of rewards could those tables yield? Perhaps one day he would sit at the innermost table of the casino, casting aside his chips. With a shift of thought, he exited the lottery card pool. Gradually, he opened his eyes. Light began to illuminate his surroundings, outside the window. The crimson dawn rose slowly, casting a warm glow. A smile crept onto Nanshan's lips. Each time the lottery concluded, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. It was a feeling of possessing solid foundations and depth. Yet, just as he stretched lazily, a sudden chill enveloped him, freezing him in place. Behind him loomed a shadowy figure, standing silently, exuding a frigid aura reminiscent of an actual iceberg, chilling to the very soul. Who? Nanshan growled. Within his dantian, he summoned his vital energy, raising his finger to compress and condense it at his fingertip. The fingertip cannon was ready. With a swift motion, he directed it towards the figure behind him. A resounding explosion echoed. The fingertip cannon unleashed a compressed energy projectile, moving at extraordinary speed, akin to a beam of light. However, when the projectile struck the figure, it detonated and dissipated into specks of energy. The other party did not even flinch. The atmosphere became palpably awkward at that moment. Nanshan turned completely around and beheld the figure standing behind him. Master. A somewhat wooden voice emanated from the dark silhouette. Nanshan was taken aback, and his mind involuntarily recalled the reward he had drawn at the casino. The Yin-Yang Talisman Armor. This thing is alive? In Jiangluqing, the morning sunlight brought with it an endless vigor. After cleansing the impurities of the night, it adorned the world anew. At Qingyuan Palace, Xueqin, brimming with excitement, concluded the use of the Xiao Lingtong Talisman. She took a deep breath, her entire being trembling with anticipation. She knew her opportunity had arrived. The primordial void's ability to facilitate lifespan transactions was undoubtedly monumental. After the announcement from the interconnected celestial sovereign regarding the completion of the void's maintenance and updates, Xueqin entered and, upon learning of the new functionalities, immediately instructed her subordinates to access the void and attempt transactions using the life tokens. Remarkably, the transactions were indeed successful. They even received the endorsement of the Heavenly Tao. It is essential to understand that the life tokens can facilitate lifespan transactions precisely because each transaction is certified by the Heavenly Tao, ensuring no fraudulent dealings, which serves as the foundation for trust in transactions. Moreover, transactions within the void are similarly acknowledged by the Heavenly Tao. This indicates that the void is a completely blank, pristine market, and how to conduct business within the void. Xueqin was among the earliest to engage with it. The profit model described by Nanshan regarding that book tower was a form of commerce within the void. Rising to her feet, she paced back and forth. After a while, she called out softly, and a poised young girl waiting outside swiftly entered. "Aunt Xue, what is it?" The girl inquired. Shuai-Qin urgently asked, "Have the talisman makers and artifact smiths agreed to the terms? How many in total?" 5. Shuai-Qin and Xiao exchanged questions and answers as they exited the room. Xiao, you must immediately invite those talisman makers and artifact smiths to Qingyuan Palace to await my return, so we can commence creating insights. Shuai-Qin instructed. Xiao nodded earnestly. Upon finishing her orders, Shuai-Qin hurriedly left, clutching the life token, and briskly made her way to Su Nanshan's shop. She intended to finalize the lifespan transaction with Su Nanshan immediately, transferring the agreed-upon 500 years of lifespan to him without delay. In doing so, she could seize the initiative and leverage the book tower for profit. In the current realm of the internet, a vast emptiness prevails, and the bookstore stands as the sole enterprise capable of thriving until other establishments are researched and constructed. It shall possess an undeniable advantage, which she must firmly grasp. In the Wanshou Tower, Chao Shou emerged from the primordial void, a sickly hue gracing his face. He stepped out of his chamber and softly called out, "Old Zhou." Old Zhou promptly appeared, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. "Are you aware that the virtual realm linked by the Shaoling Tong talisman has been updated?" Chao Shou inquired. Old Zhou smiled broadly and nodded. "The update is quite impressive. I can even materialize a human form within the virtual realm. It's so lively and entertaining." Chao Shou retorted, "Is that truly the crux of the matter? This trivial amusement is hardly the focal point of this maintenance update. No wonder you, Old Zhou, despite your age, have yet to become a city leader with such a lack of commercial acumen. You might as well stick to brewing your vital energy rice wine." Following yesterday's update, the virtual realm introduced the life token, enabling transactions of lifespan within it. "Surely, you did not overlook this?" Chao Shou continued. At this, Old Zhou's eyes narrowed in realization. "Blast it. I was so preoccupied with fiddling with starlight and molding faces that I entirely missed this detail. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and fetch a bottle of your cherished vital energy rice wine for me. I intend to pay a visit to young Master Su." Chao Shou urged, exasperated. All right. In a short while, Old Zhou returned, carrying a jug of vital energy rice wine. Upon receiving it, Chao Shou swayed his frail body, coughing as he made his way towards Su Nan's shop. Old Zhou, with a beaming smile, watched Chao Shou's diminishing figure, gradually solidifying into a frown. "Damn it, Chao Shou. Why must you use my prized vital energy rice wine to visit young Master Su? Can't you procure a gift yourself? Must you always pilfer my treasured wine?" Meanwhile, at the Han residence, Han Qinghe and the elderly Jin emerged from the estate. Exchanging glances, Han Qinghe's eyes were filled with helplessness. He could hardly fathom that the interconnected virtual realm had launched such a prodigious entity, the life token, allowing lifespan transactions within the virtual realm. This is tantamount to opening a wholly new commercial domain. Seizing this opportunity to acquire lifespan would undoubtedly prove exceedingly simple. Novel concepts often equate to profit. Moreover, the life token must have the endorsement of the heavenly Tao to manifest. How could a new phenomenon recognized by the heavenly Tao fail to capture their attention? "Let us visit Su Nan's shop. Did you not mention that the origin of the Shaoling Tong talisman lies with Su Nan? Perhaps he possesses an inseparable connection with the interconnected virtual realm. Additionally, we must explore the possibility of obtaining control over the Shaoling Tong talisman." The elderly Jin's eyes sparkled with determination, profoundly impacted by the revelation of the life token. As the influence of the Su mansion had yet to spread across the entirety of Jingyan Prefecture, the families residing within the state capital were not necessarily inclined to heed his words. Thus, he resolved to seek out Su Nanshan without delay. Regardless of whether it required exerting pressure or otherwise, he was determined to secure the sales rights for the Xiaoling Tong talisman. Moreover, the elder of the Jin family harbored a grand ambition. Should Su Nanshan's background prove insufficiently formidable, he even contemplated seizing the secrets behind the talisman's production for himself. On this day, as the morning sun rose, the world was infused with vitality. Yet, in Jiagluo City, the atmosphere was rife with turbulence and undercurrents. The three major trading houses were in constant motion, akin to three torrents surging forth with the force of a tempest. They converged upon a particular bustling street, heading towards a talisman shop that, to the majority of onlookers, had seemingly closed its doors for good due to poor business. A humble establishment was on the precipice of becoming the epicenter of a storm. Chapter 70. The source of palpitations. The connection between Su Nanshan and the Lord of the interconnected heavens, though known to a select few, is ultimately an inevitable truth that cannot be concealed. The personnel from the three major trading houses are largely aware of it. After all, the wonders of the Xiaoling Tong talisman are evident to all. capable of linking to the primordial void and entering the interconnected mansion meticulously crafted by the Lord of the interconnected heavens. Moreover, the exquisite and astonishing script inscribed on the Xylingtong talisman has left many of the invited talisman masters from the three trading houses utterly astounded, causing them to cough up blood in frustration. Anyone attempting to decipher and replicate the celestial script has faced insurmountable challenges. Han Qinghe suspects that the invited talisman masters may lack the requisite skill. Perhaps only those of the third or even second rank could achieve such a feat, however. Enlisting such high-ranking talisman masters to decode a humble talisman modified from basic sound transmission symbols would come at an exorbitant cost. Furthermore, he may not even have the means to afford such masters, and there is an implied insult in such a request. Similar to the Qianli sound transmission talisman from the Butian Pavilion, which also features protective scripts against deciphering, this talisman was crafted by a third-rank talisman master, and its anti-piracy scripts could only be unraveled by those of at least the third or second rank. Both Qingyuan Palace and Wanshuda have already set to work on the decoding, and it may not be long before the Qianli sound transmission talisman is successfully deciphered, leading to a sharp decline in its sales. The leaders of the three major trading houses convened once more. The previous gathering had been prompted by Ni Qingyan's invitation, and they had only attended out of respect for her. However, this time, they came together of their own accord, drawn by the prospect of the once derided Su Nanshan. The atmosphere was markedly different from before, reminiscent of three women vying for one man. Outside the talisman shop, amidst the bustling street, and Shui gazed at Chao Xiao, who was carrying a jug of wine. Their eyes met, and sparks of fire ignited within them. Without a doubt, both were acutely aware of the purpose behind each other's presence. They understood the significance of the emergence of the mansion's command token. Congratulations, Manager Chao. The Xylingtong talisman has become a sensational hit, filling your coffers to the brim, and Shui remarked, her words laced with barbs and veiled mockery. Chao Xiao coughed violently, appearing as if a mere gust of wind might blow him away. And Shui, I never anticipated that what I once deemed an ordinary talisman could achieve such remarkable success. I suppose I simply had good fortune, he chuckled. And Shui's eyes brimmed with disdain. An ordinary Xylingtong talisman? You have already reaped the benefits of its success. It is high time that we also share in the rewards. Chao Xiao waved his hand dismissively, lifting the wine jug. What are you saying, Aunt Shui? I, Chao Xiao, am but a sickly man with a meager appetite, merely here to share a drink with young Master Su. Shui Qin rolled her eyes. She was well aware of Chao Xiao's nature. Just as the two were engaged in their verbal sparring, footsteps approached, and two figures appeared behind them. Chao Xiao and Shui Qin were momentarily taken aback, almost in unison turning to look, only to find Han Qinghe accompanied by an elder. The elderly man, gaunt and emaciated, sported a goatee and cast a fleeting glance at Chao Xiao and Shui Qin, an invisible aura of pressure emanating from him. Both Chao Xiao and Shui Qin paled, unable to recognize the old man, who was a complete stranger in Jiagaluo City. However, the aura he exuded sent tremors through their hearts, a manifestation of the oppressive force of the primordial spirit, a practitioner of the void realm. Han Qinghe trailed closely behind the old man, exhibiting utmost reverence, as it was evident that he belonged to the void realm of the Butian Pavilion. A formidable figure descending from the state city, Chao Xiao and Shui Qin felt a weight upon their shoulders. The appearance of this elder before Su Nanshan's establishment was unmistakably aimed at acquiring the little spirit communication talisman and penetrating the vast untapped market of the Void Mansion. Han Qinghe also noticed Chao Xiao and Shui Qin, yet with the elder present, he maintained an air of composure. Gentlemen, this esteemed elder is a member of the Butian Pavilion from the state city of Jingzun, a practitioner of the Void Realm from the Jin family. Here in Jiangling City specifically for the little spirit communication talisman, Han Qinghe declared, establishing his identity to intimidate the pair. The Jin elder shot Han Qinghe a glare and reproached him. Why did you not inquire about the qualification for the bidding sales of the little spirit communication talisman when it was first introduced? Han Qinghe feigned a look of grievance. At that time, the little spirit communication talisman had not passed through my hands, and I was preoccupied with promoting the 1,000-mile communication talisman. Moreover, Brother Chao mentioned that the little spirit communication talisman was merely an ordinary talisman, hence Chao Xiao's pallid complexion shifted slightly. Han Qinghe, you scoundrel, are you performing for an audience? Shifting the blame onto him? The Jin elder's gaze fixed upon Chao Xiao, the pressure palpable. Beads of sweat formed on Chao Xiao's forehead. The actions of the Wanshou Tower were becoming increasingly unscrupulous. The competition among the three major commercial establishments should be conducted openly and fairly, the Gene Elder remarked coldly. A terrifying wave of primordial spirit energy descended, and Chao Xiu's face flushed as he staggered back several steps, gasping for breath. They were employing coercion. The Butian Pavilion intended to seize the sales rights of the little spirit communication talisman from the Wanshou Tower. In an instant, Chao Xiu comprehended the motives of Han Qinghe and the Elder. He gritted his teeth, yet at that moment, he was utterly incapable of contending with Han Qinghe and the Elder. Xueqin's expression also darkened. It seemed prudent to avoid any conflict at this juncture. Han Qinghe and the Gene Elder ceased their observation of the pair and approached Su Nanshan's shop. He cast a glance at the Gene Elder, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Han Qinghe inhaled deeply and knocked on the door. Inside the shop, Su Nanshan observed the towering shadow behind him, approximately 6 feet tall. It was described as a shadow due to its entirely dark attire, lacking even eyes, yet possessing a human form. It resembled a warrior clad in armor. The singular distinction was that the covering was not scale armor, but talismanic armor, each piece crafted from special materials imbued with talismanic inscriptions. It was adorned with unique patterns, the yin-yang talisman armor. Su Nanshan took a deep breath, astonished to discover that it was indeed a living entity. "What is your name?" he inquired of the yin-yang armor. "Master, I have no name," it replied, evoking the sensation of an artificial intelligence from a past life within Su Nanshan. Circling the yin-yang armor, he felt its chilling aura, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of oppression. His curiosity about the armor was piqued, for it represented the highest reward he had achieved thus far, aside from the heavenly Tao's penmanship. "What abilities do you possess?" Su Nanshan asked, extending his hand to touch the armor's belly. Quite firm. It even has a hint of warmth." "Combat," the black armor responded bluntly. "Combat." Su Nanshan raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" The armor turned its head toward him, raising a hand to touch the back of its head, composed of stacked talismans. Seemingly at a loss for any further capabilities, Su Nanshan understood the implication and couldn't help but chuckle. This yin-yang armor was rather honest. Nonetheless, the ability to fight was indeed practical, serving as a fearless bodyguard. After all, the yin-yang armor could hardly be considered a true life form, more akin to a robot. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be named Dahe," Su Nanshan declared with a smile. However, he found it peculiar that the yin-yang armor was entirely black. Shouldn't it be black and white, resembling the colors of the yin-yang symbol? Just as Su Nanshan intended to further explore Dahe's combat capabilities. Pondering how many opponents it could defeat, there came a knock at the door. Taken aback, he approached the entrance and opened the door, sunlight spilling in. Standing outside was a familiar face, Han Qinghe, the head of the Butian Pavilion, accompanied by an elder. Su Nanshan's gaze swept over the two, landing on Chao Xiu and Xueqin in the distance. Goodness, all 3 heads of the major trading companies in Jiangluo City had gathered. Su Nanshan felt no particular surprise. They were all astute individuals, and the moment the virtual mansion's command plate appeared, they must have realized something was afoot. "Young Master Su, on behalf of my wife, I once again extend my apologies," Han Qinghe said, smiling and bowing deeply.